WLTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Give us some music. Hit my music. Ben, thank you very much.
Agar.
Football Friday.
That's Sean T. Pendergast music.
God. Yeah. It's a Football Friday. That just feels good, man. The air is crisp outside. The weather is beautiful. Football, right in the midway point of the season, thereabouts, week 9.
Ravens didn't do us any favors yesterday by winning a football game, and somehow they beat the Dolphins, Sean. And most importantly, dagger to my heart was that Mark Andrews had 2 touchdowns. So
He was on your shopping list.
He was on my shopping list that somehow the Ravens would just spiral into the abyss, and they would say, all right, fine, we got to get rid of some of these guys.
Once Lamar came back, welcome everybody on a Football Friday. Once Lamar came back, there was zero chance they were sellers.
Yeah, I know.
Zero chance. And they, I think, with Lamar back, and after that win last night, I want to say maybe even before the win, they're favored to win that division. Even at 2-5 or whatever they were last night.
Such a mess of a division.
It is.
And with Joe
Burrow going out.
Joe Burrow going out, and then Joe Flacco. I just love how it just people love. They let themselves be fooled by a promising first performance, and just like they did with Cleveland. I mean, look, they destroyed Houston, and early in his comeback. Couple of years ago,
2023,
and then Flacco fell off and got destroyed by Houston.
Ironically, Yep. 3 weeks later. So how you feeling, man? It's Friday. It's Friday before the Broncos game.
I feel good. You know what I like? I think it's a good barometer for fan sentiment. Last week, we had so many people saying, "Wait a second, how are the Texans favored in this game versus the 49ers?
Mm-hmm.
They've got a winning record, don't they?" They've got
5-2.
Somehow Mac Jones became the unbeatable foe in a lot of people's minds.
He was 4-1.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And then the Texans won in the fashion they did. And now we've had very few people say, wait a second, the Texans are favored at home versus the Broncos. And it makes a lot of sense. If Pat Surtain, the cornerback for the Broncos, was not injured, I don't know if the Texans would still be favored. But these are, by and large, 2 teams that have really good defenses. And they've both got They've got offenses that are different and really good running the ball. But then their quarterback has been inconsistent, has shown up in fits and starts. CJ hasn't been like the peak version of what you would hope for him to be, throughout the duration of the season. But the defense at home here for the Texans, I think, is really the big tipping point, plus Pat Surtain's injury.
Yeah, I think so too. Have you done? I've done a couple Denver radio hits this week. I've got 2 more today.
I think I'm doing 2 today.
You're doing 2 today? Okay, yeah. If you had done some, I was going to ask you, what's the big thing they're asking in Denver about this game?
You know what? I'll tell you. My brother, who lives in Denver, texted me last night.
Oh, good. Our Denver correspondent, Dan Payne.
He said Denver Sports Talk Radio is worried that Pat Surtain is out. I guess everybody calls him Patrick. Does everybody call him Patrick?
He's Patrick, yeah.
I've been saying Pat forever.
Yeah.
Sorry, Pat.
That's okay. It's a little familiar and presumptive.
Listen, Pat.
You, but,
okay, so Denver Sports Radio is worried that Patrick Surtain is out, but every show is saying that they can load up their secondary because the Texans can't run the ball for, I think you tried to use the S word, but it autocorrected to something else. So I don't want to say it just in case that's a dirty word, too.
Oh, really?
He's got kids. He knows. He probably knows. He knows the schoolyard slang more than I do.
Yeah.
That's the big question. Is going back to last year when the Broncos were down Riley Moss, their other starting cornerback. The Broncos had to do just what Dan just said, which is just load up, play cover that way. And then Jameis Winston threw for 497 yards.
That's crazy
against him.
Yeah.
The Broncos rely on being able to have 5 guys at the line of scrimmage. ignore blitz rate and all that. They'll call it a blitz, but it's just, no, they've got their 5-man front up there, and those guys are all rushing.
They all rush, yeah.
But they have to play man coverage. Mm-hmm. So when they get into a position where they have to play more zone, they're just not nearly as lethal. At least they weren't last year. And then with Patrick Surtain especially, when he tracks the best receiver, or he gives two other guys can bracket the best receiver because they know that Patrick Surtain will lock down the second best receiver. Without that, they can't be nearly as aggressive. They added some depth to their secondary, so they should theoretically be better equipped this year than they were last year. But last year they were losing Riley Moss. This year they're losing Patrick
the
Surtain.
Best defensive player in football.
Yeah, and I thought when Dan sent me that text, I got a little bit triggered, and I bowed up a little bit, and I was, you want to play coverage? You want to turn to 7-on-7?
Yeah, man.
CJ will slice you up.
He'll slice you up. Heard the name Woody Marks?
1,000 paper cuts.
Yeah, man. We're going to paper cut you to death.
Yeah.
I think that, to me, that's the biggest storyline. The biggest, position, it's Broncos defense versus Texans offense is the most intriguing part of this game, in part because of the Patrick Surtain injury, but also, and these things are kind of intertwined, the ability of the Denver Broncos to get after the quarterback. After a week where the Texans didn't give up any sacks, and now you've town. D'Amico Ryans talked about this earlier this week. What jumps out about the Broncos' pass rush?
The Broncos' rush group is a really good group. All 5 guys they have are really good. On the edges, I'd say Benito is a really good speed rusher. So, there's not many guys like that in the league who has the explosiveness and the first step quickness that he has, which has allowed him, to get a few sacks. So, it's going to take a ton of effort, ton of work to get it done, but we just have to play our technique. Don't overthink it. Just play our technique. Really strain to get them blocked up front, knowing that they're a really solid group and really solid in the inside as well. They'll play a 5 down front. It's just everybody across the board is going to have to win their one-on-one matchup.
Okay, and we should point out injury report yesterday. Dalton Schultz did not practice again. And I know you're not going to stick Dalton Schultz out there against Nick Benito, but the ripple effect of no Dalton Schultz and how thin you are at tight end to begin with, and the need to protect C.J. Stroud, we might see even more of Blake Fisher this week.
Yeah, and
if Schultz doesn't play.
So Harrison Bryant and whoever else is at tight end at the current time.
They signed Dalton Keene to the practice squad this week.
It's a question of, okay, if we don't feel great about him as a receiver anyway, and he's not as good a pass blocker as an offensive lineman, then we'll just go ahead and throw Blake Fisher out there much as possible. And then that also helps in their ability to run the ball, obviously. So it's really the biggest question is, throw out the offensive line in total or how they pick up blitzes. Or let's say that the Broncos probably aren't going to be as aggressive as they typically are. There's still the potential for a lot of one-on-one matchups between some really good pass rushers versus your left tackle and your left guard. And go back to the Jacksonville game. It wasn't exotic blitzes or anything that really was the death of them. It was just Ariante Ursary or other guys getting beat one-on-one really, really fast.
Yeah.
So that's really the big question.
Mm-hmm.
Nick Benito's awesome. He's scary. He's very fast.
He's fast, yeah. So this will be a big challenge for Ariante Ursary this weekend.
Or they might just never leave him alone one-on-one.
Right.
They might just have Blake Fisher next to him almost every time.
That might be the way to go. Nico Collins cleared concussion protocol, Seth. He is officially back for the game on Sunday.
Good job, Nico's brain.
Way to go, Nico's cerebellum. Yes. Yeah. Your medulla oblongata, whatever it is.
Whichever part of your brain was bruised. Good job. That's a quick recovery.
Way to recover.
I wonder he should hawk some supplement like Tom Brady back. Remember his concussion water?
I do.
Yeah, Nico should come up with some concussion water. If he goes for over 200 yards receiving, he totally has to make up a story about he came back with Nico's granddaddy's magical concussion elixir.
Yep. When it came time for my brain to heal,
sell it out of a cart, like a covered wagon outside the stadium,
or a food truck. Mm-hmm. Yes. So Nico's back. Christian Kirk is practicing this week. The young guys really stepped up against San Francisco. So the mix at wide receiver, I'm sure, will be something that a lot of Texans fans have. The people seem to really have an appetite to want to see more of Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel. Here was C.J. Stroud earlier this week talking about how you develop chemistry with someone like Jalen Noel.
Yeah, I think it takes time, and I think like I said before, it's like failure is a good thing. It's a chance to learn. You know, of course, you don't want to do it on Sundays, but if it does happen, you learn from it, you fix it. And I think he's super coachable. You know, he wants to do what's right. He's in here, you know, working his tail off, and, you know, at practice doing the same thing. So I think he's going to be a great player, and he's shown that week in and week out, you know, of getting better, learning scheme, learning coverage, and, you know, adapting to it. So I think he's going to be great.
Hey, translate that for me.
Look,
translate that.
Jalen Noel wasn't as good early on and as integrated into the system as CJ was comfortable with. And I'll go back to the Rams game where one of the plays that CJ scrambled for a first down, by the book, Jalen Noel was open over the middle. And the only thing I can guess is that the timing of the route or the depth of the route or whatever just wasn't exactly where he was supposed to be because CJ turned it down, and it was the easiest read in the world versus the coverage they were showing. So
he was open, but he should have been open somewhere else.
He was open, but it's kind of like, yeah, you know, if CJ's just in this peripheral, isn't seeing that the body's where it's supposed to be, he's just pulling it down and running because he saw it there.
Yeah.
Where I think now it's probably a lot more precise. And I think early in the season, a lot of remember people were complaining about the spacing of the wide receivers and just guys running alongside each other out of the, you know, everybody a little off kill. Sometimes it was veteran players as well, but especially with the rookies, that's where everything's just a little bit disjointed. And when you're trying to run a finely tuned machine with gears that just aren't the right size, it's tough to get everything going. So, you know, I'm not excusing CJ or blaming CJ or anything else like that. There's evidence now just in getting the rookies more involved that, okay, everything's really starting to come together.
Yeah, that's the way you lay that out, that to me becomes retroactively really encouraging about the Niners game this past weekend, is because that almost feels like an opponent. It's not opponent-dependent thing. That's just something like that's timing, and that's these guys learning the playbook and knowing where they need to be. That's something that you know, that's forget it. They're going against the Niners, whether it's a good defense, a bad defense, an undermanned defense. Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel were where they needed to be on those timing routes.
Well, and especially, too, you know, if you try to separate, the quality of the defense or anything, I mean, because sometimes you start doing that and it feels like we're the playoff committee in college or something. You start worrying too much about the strength of the opponent. So if you look to the specific plays that I think you're seeing more and more of the plays where it is a tight window throw, and especially last week, like some of the throws that CJ made they came out super fast, and it was on third down, especially versus the blitz. CJ wasn't trying to, say, we can take advantage of the blitz here and hit a deep shot. No, he was getting it to Braxton Berrios, or he's getting it to Dalton Schultz behind, and allowing those guys. But because the ball comes out fast and he hit them in stride, they're able to get that extra yard after catch and get the first down. That part of it just looks like the finely tuned part of it looks like CJ and everybody else maybe is just a little, they're just more on the same page, whichever cliche you want to throw at.
Yep. I'm anxious to hear, you talked to Moose Johnston earlier this week, and we're going to have that in the next segment. He talked a little bit about CJ with you. I'm anxious to get to that.
Yeah, and a little bit about young quarterbacks in general.
Yep.
Their reluctance to take the easy stuff.
Yeah. So we'll hear that conversation. Moose Johnston's on the game. He was on this Niners game this past week, and he's on the Texans game. And the Texans-Broncos this weekend for Fox as well. So that'll be good. We're just kind of going through storylines here with this game coming up on Sunday. On the defensive side for the Texans, they need to bury Bo Nix. They need to do to Bo Nix what they did to quarterbacks most of the time last year at NRG Stadium. Here was DeMeco Ryans earlier this week. Does your defense take pride in being the top-ranked defense in the NFL?
Haven't talked about it. Haven't talked about being a top-ranked defense. It's all about us. And I continue to harp on it with the guys. Is just, man, can we be even more dialed in on being on the details, of our job, which I think we can. We can still play better as a defense. So it's no pats on the back, great job. It's how can we continue to get better, because there is still room for improvement for us.
I think just from the couple of times in my career where I was on a really good defense, and in 1999, Dom Capers was our defense coordinator, but it was in Jacksonville, good chunk of the first part of the season. And then, and Dom would talk about that stuff, if I remember correctly. You kind of use it motivationally. I think the hazard is that sometimes things that are out of your control will knock you down in the rankings. And for us, it was a combination of injuries, but also the offense was so good that you get into this point where you've got huge leads. The defensive coordinator is just, there's times where you're just going to, yeah, so you kind of bleed some yardage and everything, and it starts feeling like it's almost depressing a little bit. Because it's like with a woman if her old clothes don't fit. You're kind of like, oh, you might still be beautiful, right? It just maybe you started working out or something, but it has an effect.
You're watching that lead in total yardage allowed slip away.
Yeah.
A little bit.
You start to care about maybe some of the things that you shouldn't care about. So like that's the part that. It's an external artificial thing where with D'Amico, I think he probably just really wants to focus on keeping guys focused on this week, getting the win, all that stuff, instead of stat watching during the game. Because I'll confess to it, I would do I remember we were a really highly ranked defense, and then there was some game where things weren't going as well, and I'm just like, I'm looking up at the rushing yards, and I'm like, oh, crap. Oh, crap. We can't. That's too much.
You would?
I'm doing the math in my head.
That's great.
This is going to knock us down like a full 0.5 yards per carry. You're just striving
for excellence. It's statistical excellence.
It is, but sometimes you got to be careful chasing stats. That's why. It's one of the things that I like about that. Well, you know what? Let's play this next D'Amico cut, and I'll explain about why I'm actually happy that they don't have that many stats.
Cut is, do you think your defense feeds off each other and it raises the unit as a whole?
Our defensive unit is a very competitive unit, right? There's a lot of competition amongst themselves, right? We're talking about attacking the football, getting the ball. Those guys are constantly competing and who can do it the best. And they are also, they're guys who really encourage each other as well. They're excited to see their teammate make plays. They feed off of each other. It's just a ton of energy when those guys are executing and doing it the right way. It's a ton of energy that they provide to our entire team.
So as he's talking about that, I thought immediately of the sack that I think they credited to Will, but both Daniil and Will were on it at the end of the game.
Yep.
And you remember they hugged each other and went
like
side
best
to
friends.
side.
Yeah.
It was cute.
Yeah.
That was a fun little moment.
It's definitely been gifted.
Yeah.
It's memed.
But that, again, going back to stat chasing and everything, I think that they have a really good pass rush, and yet they are 16th or 17th in sacks right now.
Right.
And I like that because I look at it as evidence of a disciplined pass rush where guys are squeezing the pocket. They're not letting guys seep out as much. They really haven't faced a lot of mobile quarterbacks.
Kind of underratedly at Baker, like Trevor Lawrence can scramble a little bit. Yeah, but you're right.
So I think that it's complimentary football and all that stuff. Remember after they hadn't really gotten a lot of takeaways in the first top 5 in interceptions right now.
Yeah.
So and that pass rush,
nice
obviously, Will Anderson especially has been the cause of a couple of interceptions at least, and I'd much rather have his sacks depends on when the sack is. Yeah. But look, an interception typically is going to give you better field position than a sack that leads to a punt.
I think at a very basic level, the fact that they lead the league in points allowed, least points allowed, and least yards allowed, that's domination.
I love that because I hate that they call the number one defense the defense that's allowed the fewest yards.
Right.
I don't get that. I genuinely don't understand.
So they're accommodating everybody right now. And the yard people.
So they're the number one by the way a lot of people talk about it, but they're also number one in points allowed.
Which is the Seth Payne analytics stat that we really like.
Including even though
points
the offense
allowed.
tried like hell to have 4 points chalked up against the defense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. You talked to Moose Johnston on your podcast, and we will hear some of what he had to say about CJ, young quarterbacks in general. This is good stuff. Moose is on the call on Sunday, so stay tuned for that here on Payne and Pendergast.
I told Moose after we stopped recording, I was like, Moose, you got to go into your grocery store up there.
flag. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Noon kickoff Sunday out at NRG Stadium. You've got it right here on Sports Radio 610. Broncos and the Texans, 9 o'clock. Should be a gorgeous, gorgeous Sunday for Texans
for
Countdown. For tailgating and a good old pregame
This
show.
has been some beautiful weather. Oh, a shout out to one of our wonderful listeners, Krista, who works in our building. And I saw her in the elevator yesterday. I'd never met her before. And she was very polite. I had my AirPods in, and she said, I'm sorry, are you talking to somebody? And I said, no, nobody talks to me. And she said that she was very complimentary of our show and basically said she listens to she never listened to sports radio, but we got her into it.
Yes,
we're a gateway drug.
Yes,
yeah, she was very, very nice.
Love that.
It was cool.
Oh, that's awesome.
Made my day.
So was she coming down from the floor above us when you got on?
We were getting into without trying to explain our elevator situation.
I was wondering if she's a lawyer.
No. Oh, no, not from up there. No, it was the parking garage.
Oh,
elevator,
gotcha.
So I don't know. She might have been on the other side of the building.
Gotcha.
You got to come to our building.
Oh, good luck.
Good luck with the instructions.
It better be a really nice prize.
Yeah.
To come pick up. Yeah, to go through the rat maze that is getting on all the elevators in our building.
Good luck.
We're going to have a big hunk of cheese for you when you get up here.
And then just remember, pay attention to the sequence of the floor that you're on. Because we have a 2B level in the parking garage, but we also have a B2, and we have a 2A and an A2.
That's right. Oh my God.
I still get confused by it,
dude. Yeah, if you're dyslexic, you're screwed.
Yeah, you got to write it down.
Yeah,
take a photo
is it
or
2B or B2? I don't know. All right, so you talked to Moose Johnston this week. Your close personal friend, Moose Johnston.
My close personal friend, who I had to introduce myself to again. And during the broadcast, I told him I was intrigued by what he had said about CJ saying that he needed to be better on first and second down and get the simple stuff right. And, Dalton Schultz said that this week. I read a quote from Dalton Schultz to him about how Dalton Schultz had said there's a few, there's plays he's making now, getting the ball out to the check down quicker instead of trying to hang on and make something happen. So I asked Moose about that, about CJ looking like he's taking a step forward in that part of his game.
I think if you watch his decision making and you watch his feet, it was very different than it was against Seattle. Probably not as drastic as in some of the other games. There were some times where that was the best I had seen him play, and then when you got to by far it was the best that he played. And I just don't understand why it's hard for him to do that, right? You hear it from a lot of coaches, hey, take the boring play. Or you hear it from the backup quarterback who's kind of that veteran guy behind a younger guy. Hey, just take the boring play, right? Stay ahead of schedule, keep the chains moving. They may make you do a methodical drive down the field, like you said, 10 plays, 12 plays. And that's what they were doing. If your opening drive is 16 plays, you just had a huge boost of confidence that we can function in this way, if that's what we have to do here this afternoon. And they go on and do it 4 more times, during the course of that game. So it was really, really impressive. But I always wonder why it's hard for them to do that on a regular basis, because so much so that, right, the Fangio defense is now all over the NFL.
Yeah.
Because they want to test the patience of the quarterback.
I think, honestly, the answer is kind of boring itself. It's the impatience of youth. It really, it's not. It doesn't have to be any more complicated than that, because it has zero to do with intelligence. It really has a lot more to do with just time spent in the NFL.
Impulse control.
Yeah, and it's like young men in anything else in life.
Sure.
They're like, I gotta do it now.
Yeah.
Like in any industry. Like, I'm gonna work 18 hours a day and I'm gonna get rich by the time I'm 25. That's what young men do.
Yep.
And some of it is just learning, like a maturation. A football maturation.
Yes.
I think CJ's a mature person in a lot of regards for a guy who's only 20. Is he 23 now?
He just turned 24.
24.
Yep.
It's different, and you see almost every quarterback go through it. If he's a guy who has really impressive arm talent, especially because those are the guys who are capable of the deep shots and they're capable of the impressive throws. They're capable of throwing under duress and they can extend the play and everything. The guys that don't have much natural ability and know it, those guys they'll throw screens all day long.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, coach, I'll do whatever you tell me
whatever.
to do. It's just hard. It's difficult. And I think that the thing I was most encouraged about in that 49ers game was that they had so many double-digit play drives.
Every drive was at least 9 plays.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
Yeah, and that it worked so emphatically well in terms of time of possession and everything, to where you didn't give the other team an opportunity to get back in the game. I think that's hopefully a really huge chunk of positive reinforcement.
Absolutely. All right, what did he have to say about Bo Nix?
Bo Nix, this is what I ask everybody from Denver. So, Bo Nix, what's up with him?
So this is year 2 with Sean and Bo. I think the weird thing is both years really slow, choppy starts, and then right around this time, same thing last year. I can't remember what week it was, but we had them against Atlanta, and they just whooped Atlanta. And we'd seen them a couple of weeks prior to that against the Raiders, and was like, maybe not. But we had all the quarterbacks that were rookies last year. We felt Bo Nix was the best out of the group. We really did. He's that old soul. He seems much more mature than he is for his age. He's played so much football at this stage of his career already at a very, very high level. And I think it's perfect that he's with Sean. The one thing he's got to work on is the consistency. He misses the deep ball a lot, and that's one of the big things that Sean will do. He'll kind of do that death by 1,000 cuts like Coach Caley and CJ want to do, and then he'll just nail you over the top. And we remember Breeze, right? He's just picking you apart underneath, and eventually somebody gets frustrated on the back end and is going to jump something, and then he'll just throw a dagger into your heart and hit you with something deep down the field. Bo hasn't gotten to that stage yet where he can really hurt the defense with those explosive plays down the field.
And that's I thought that was interesting because we talked to Philip Lindsay yesterday, who's doing sports radio in Denver, and I think Lindsay was more along the lines of they wish Peyton would call more of those deep shots.
Yeah.
Whereas Moose is saying he hasn't been that great on those deep shots. It's interesting that he called him an old soul though too, because I think Bo Nix is doing a lot of that stuff that Moose Johnson was talking about as far as just throwing a lot of simple, easy stuff, a lot of the screens, a lot of the shorter stuff. I think the big difference between Bo Nix's situation and CJ's situation is that the Broncos have a really good rushing attack.
Yeah.
And they can keep the sticks moving steadily without having to rely on the quarterback.
And they protect.
They protect really well.
Yeah.
So, amongst the fewest sacks allowed.
Yep.
Are they number 1 in sacks allowed?
I think they're
right
number
now?
1, yeah.
Yeah, and some of that has also to do with Bo Nix's mobility. He's pretty good at knowing when to pull. The part that made me nervous was when he said this was the time last year when it really came together for Bo Nix.
Mm-hmm.
And over the last 5 quarters, he's just lit up the scoreboard. Lit it up.
Now, keep in mind, one of them was a 33-point outburst against the Giants.
Yes.
That game got crazy, but it's still, 33 points. 77 points in 5 quarters.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty damn good. Although CJ, over that fourth quarter of the Titans game and then the Ravens game the next week was damn close to that. I think it was like 64 points over 5 quarters. So this,
There's a couple of young quarterbacks on a tear right now.
Bo Nix is a year older than C.J. Stroud.
Yeah,
he's been around a while. He's literally an old soul.
It's weird too. Quarterback years feel like dog years in the early. I think of Bo Nix as a much younger quarterback than C.J. Stroud in terms of experience in the NFL.
Yeah,
and it's just C.J.'s a third-year guy.
Yeah, it's just
Bo
1
Nix
year.
is a second-year guy.
Yeah, it's just 1 year.
I think that the one big thing that Bo Nix does have is an incredibly experienced offensive coordinator in Sean Payton.
Yep.
Where Nick Caley, different deal.
Questions on the text page about your encounter in the elevator with Krista.
Mm-hmm.
Did Krista give you a potato breakfast taco as well?
No, she didn't give me
Miguel.
anything. Yeah, I think the custom we've established is that you see me out in the wild and you give me something.
Right.
Yeah,
she did not adhere to that custom.
You know what? I told her she made my day yesterday when she gave us that compliment. I retract it.
Right.
No gifts proffered.
Yes. No edible gifts.
Yeah.
What else happened in the elevator?
Stop it.
With multiple question marks. They really want to know. Conversation, all right? That's what. Okay, text message. My wife just started working y'all's building, but she hates sports, so I doubt it was her.
We have a lot of women who listen who only started listening because they heard us talking about something. Like they might not be big sports fans, but they heard us talking about something non-sports.
Yeah.
And they end up listening to us a good amount.
One of the female bartenders at my local watering hole that I go to is like that.
Yeah.
She had someone hand a phone over to her to show her the crosstalk that we had that one day about the big brown bears up in Alaska.
Mm-hmm.
We started talking about onlybears.com or whatever, and she thought that was hilarious. She doesn't listen to the whole show or what. She watches the Pettycast on YouTube every week.
Oh yeah,
she loves the Pettycast.
Yeah, that's sports tangential.
Absolutely.
It's sports. It's just not at all X's and O's or anything.
No.
And to be clear, I know we have a lot of women listeners who are hardcore sports fans. So I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about that specific segment of women who listen to us because they just they got hit with some stray bullets on some non-sports talk.
Well, people really like the reasons you broke up. No, they like 5 Reasons I Hate You, but with the thing we did the other day about reasons that you broke up with somebody.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of people really enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Like to the point where we have female coworkers that were coming up to me and saying like, "Oh my God, this is my worst breakup."
Did you have a really good one yesterday from any
Halloween party? No, they were too busy. They were too smitten with my fishnet shirt that I was wearing.
So you guys, Sean and Grego put on an incredible perforance.
I think it's on the internet.
Is it?
I think it's been posted.
You sold. That was good, but man, I was so excited. I was so excited and happy for you and Grego.
We won.
We did.
Won. We were Right Said Fred doing I'm Too Sexy.
And Sean hit the moves. I thought that was good because it wasn't like that guy was a good dancer or anything, but he was doing. Yeah, it was perfect.
It was perfect for me.
You didn't have to try to look. It didn't look like you were doing a bad version of what he was doing.
No,
You did the exact version of Right Said Fred.
It's the exact version. That's a good way to put it. Yes. Hey, football
with a fishnet T-shirt on.
Fishnet T-shirt that I ripped like Hulk Hogan at the end of it, right in front of Yuval Michler of Texas Mattress Makers. Mm-hmm. He was one of the judges. Football talk on Sports Radio 610, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Headlines up next, but first, prize picks. All right, this is a great time. Friday, we've got baseball.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, here are your headlines. The Texans are back at practice this week. They were back at practice Wednesday and Thursday. Nico Collins back at practice, and he cleared concussion protocol yesterday.
He's high-functioning intellectual at this point.
Right.
He's reading philosophy books and whatnot.
He was spotted doing equations on the whiteboard while no one was looking. While no one was around. They peeked in, and there's Nico doing his best Goodwill Hunting up on the whiteboard.
D'Amico had the equation up on behind him. He's like, if any of you guys can solve this, I'll name you a starter this week.
That's right. And everybody walked out of the room, and then Nico snuck back in and finished the equation, and that cleared him to play against the Broncos on Sunday. That's the story I'm going with. The big story this week, Seth and I talked about the storylines with this game. Texans will be out. Patrick Surtain, the reigning defensive player of the year. So hopefully C.J. Stroud has a similar game to what he had this past week against San Francisco. Here was D'Amico Ryans earlier this week. What area have you seen C.J. grow the most?
C.J. has truly grown just as we've went throughout the season of just really commanding the offense, like being very disciplined with, the calls in the huddle, being disciplined with his reads and where he's supposed to go with the football. As the season has progressed, I feel like he's done a great job of taking what's given to him. If one is open, he's taking one. He's making great decisions. Also, when it's not there, taking the opportunity to check the ball down to our backs. Like, it was a great play that he made last week to check the ball down to Woody, and Woody runs for 50 yards. That's just about a quarterback remaining disciplined, doing what he has to do, and making great decisions to make sure as an offense we're pressing forward.
Yeah, and I think that's something we talked about earlier. It's something that Moose Johnston talked about with those clips that we played him. It's the taking the boring stuff, just keep the ball. Though, the way I thought about it, Sean, is almost for young quarterbacks. You almost have to look at it like, look, you're not on any particular throw. You're not trying to do anything incredible. You're just trying to collect receptions. Become a collector of receptions. And over time, some of them are going to be incredible. Some of them are going to be really boring.
Yeah.
But just keep on, be a compiler of receptions.
Yes.
And, man, you never turn down a reception that's staring you in the face.
Right.
Yeah, don't turn down that reception because there might mean something more.
And along those lines, D'Amico brought up the one in that cut to Woody Marks.
Yeah.
When CJ was getting pressured on that play and Woody kind of leaked out into the flat out there and CJ just flipped it to him, my guess was, and then maybe CJ saw the whole field and saw that there was space for Woody to run, but my guess is under duress, CJ's just thinking, all right, I'm just going to get the ball to somebody real quick.
And that is the key. It's doing it in rhythm.
Yeah.
Because that is when everything on that play worked. The play action worked. The coverage that was called, it lined up perfectly. It's that you don't try to get too clever and try to forecast when the best time to check it down is. It's just got to be a rule that like, nope, I'm checking it down.
Yeah.
You want to be, honestly, the kind of quarterback that the jackasses on social media will they'll take a screenshot and say, can't believe he threw that pass when this guy was wide open without any regard to the actual timing or pass rush. Be that quarterback. A lot of the really good quarterbacks have people try to be the actually guys and you're like, well, he turned down that open guy down. Shut up. Shut up. You're an idiot.
You are.
Yeah. You want to be the kind of quarterback that has idiots criticize.
Pisses off the nerds.
Yeah, picking apart a really good game. They'll try to point out like, well, yeah, but he should have thrown this to that guy. As you're looking at it from 50 feet above the field.
I bet CJ agitated the hell out of those people this past weekend.
Well, that Woody Marks play, if he had hung on a little bit longer, Jalen Noel was coming wide open.
Yeah.
But it wasn't.
He might have gotten sacked,
That's the point, right. And it's that, and it didn't matter because you check it positive yardage at the very least. And then the other thing that happened on that was that the wide receivers downfield blocked. You know, like that part of it, that was my favorite play of the game for so many reasons. Like I could tell anything that I would want to get excited about in the game happened on that play because the other thing was that Blake Fisher was playing tight end and the play action worked that much more effectively because they had 6 offensive linemen in there.
Jumbo run package.
Right, and it ends up being Blake Fisher on a defensive end instead of a tight end on a defensive end in pass protection. So everything just kind of – and it was a good play call by Caley. That could have hit to Jalen Noel.
Could have.
But it was also – but it didn't have to.
No, it got 50 yards another way. So that was good. Noon kickoff on Sunday, Texans-Broncos. You can hear it right here on Sports Radio 610. Thursday Night Football last night. Baltimore beat up on the Miami Dolphins. Dolphins 2-7 on the season. Now, they'll – 28-6, the final score. Lamar Jackson returned, threw 4 touchdown passes, 2 of them to Mark Andrews. This becomes a very interesting next 4 or 5 days for, I would say, for both of these teams. But I think that win by Baltimore, I think, got them to 3-5 on the season, and they're in a division where I think Pittsburgh is going to come back to the pack a little bit. 3-5 is not a death blow by any means for the Baltimore Ravens. Unlike the Texans, they're not in a division where the leader is 7-1 right now.
Yeah.
So they can still win the. In fact, I think they're favored still to win the AFC North. Miami becomes interesting. We had a few people text in this morning, Seth, saying trade deadline coming up. Devon Achane. Make the call, Nick.
Yeah.
Devon Achane.
You know, J.K. goes right back. J.K. Dobbins is currently the 3rd leading rusher in the NFL. J.K. Dobbins is on a $2.5 million plus incentives contract.
Incentive-laden contract.
I think he's probably going to end up making 5+ with the season he's having. But his contract's not that much different than Nick Chubb's.
That's right.
When did J.K. Dobbins sign that contract? June.
So now, you're saying you would love J? Yeah, I mean, I would have loved J.K. Dobbins.
I don't know. You made this point when we were talking before the show, was that J.K. Dobbins might not have wanted to come to Houston just because they weren't going to be able to tell him at that point that he was going to be the number 1 running back.
That's right.
You know, so J.K. Dobbins, in terms of a prove-it deal, this is a really good prove-it deal for him.
In the Sean Payton offense, he's been great this year. And that's the thing sometimes when people are like, well, you should have signed this guy. It's like, well, free agency is a two-way street.
Yeah.
You know, it takes 2 to tango.
Yeah, think about it. He's going to Sean Payton. Sean Payton has got a history of paying multiple running backs.
Yeah.
Sean Payton loves having running backs. Like, he is, and that's coming back into vogue, too. So it makes, like, J.K. Dobbins, if he had the choice, even if the Texans perhaps, maybe they did offer him more money than the Broncos, if it's going to be a one-year deal, J.K. Dobbins might have thought, no, Denver's just a better situation.
It's a better situation. I trust Sean Payton. Do I trust Nick Caley?
Right.
I don't even know who Nick Caley is.
And Joe Mixon is in front of him.
And Joe Mixon
he could
back.
have foreseen himself just kind of getting 5 to 10 carries a game.
That's exactly right. Yep, that's right. So that was Thursday Night Football last night. LSU, just saw this right before we hit headlines here. Just 48 hours after Governor Jeff Landry had all kinds of things to say about the AD. As LSU's athletic director, which honestly, when you give a football coach a $95 million contract and 4 years in he's fired and you owe him $50+ million.
Yeah.
I don't care what the other 90% of your job you've been doing. Fireable offense.
I'll tell you what, you had one of the best responses ever in the history of our show when I was dangerously veering towards me talking about checks and balances in government without actually knowing what the hell I was talking about.
Yeah.
Because I said, does the governor even have the power to dictate who LSU hires as their athletic director? And you said, it's Louisiana.
Yep.
I'm like, oh yeah.
Spend a month there, Seth. Spend a month there.
Yeah. Okay. I gotcha.
Yeah,
I gotcha.
They literally have a notebook with the rules of the state in it right there. It's a handwritten
they
notebook.
throw into a fireplace every day. It's a ceremonial notebook. They throw it into a fireplace every morning.
We just don't like these rules anymore. We're just we're gonna burn them. Right next to this stump that I'm burning in my backyard.
Are you forgetting the chocolates I gave your Grammy?
For
Christmas last year.
Yeah. It's a whole nother currency, man. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Yeah, so the LSU AD out, and we'll see where that goes. That job search. All right, let's do a couple things here in the 7 o'clock hour. We will do the Circle of Swarm. Should be a fun one this week because there was all kinds of swarminess going on against the 49ers. We'll do that at 7:20. But let's check in sort of behind enemy lines here with this Denver game. What does he think about the Texans defense? And then let's hear what Bo Nix. Bo Nix is the one who's got to go out there and do it. We'll hear from both of them coming up next.
Hey, boy, I would have been kind of nervous to talk about play.
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, some Aggies texting in. They love the A-Chan idea. They love the idea of old Devi A-Chan.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
Texans
Aggies.
uniform.
I kind of veered off of that because I got distracted by J.K. Dobbins. I didn't mean to ignore A-Chan because that's really, guess what?
Honorary Aggie?
Yeah, guess what? Denver is not going to be trading J.K. Dobbins anytime soon.
No.
But A-Chan,
Dude, I mean, he's a game changer, man.
that would be, yeah.
A-Chan and Woody Marks in the same backfield?
Yeah.
That's some juice right there.
Nick Chubb's been getting regularly about 15 carries per game.
He can still have a role.
Right. Oh, no.
Fire him.
I'm just thinking about I'm still nervous about Nick Chubb's durability, for one. And then obviously A-Chan brings a lot more juice than the current version of Nick Chubb.
It'd be a good problem to have. Like, how do we divide up these carries? As of right now, the issue is, holy crap, Woody Marks showed up on the injury report with a calf yesterday.
Yeah.
So, and he was limited. He wasn't a DNP. He was limited, so he did practice. But a calf, Bob, that worries me.
Calves
That's
turn into other things.
It's soft tissue.
If you're in the NBA right now and you hear about a calf injury, you're like, oh, no, just sit him for 2 months.
Oh, yeah. The A word.
Yeah.
Achilles.
So don't say it out loud.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But yeah, an A-Chan would be interesting. Now, Joe Mixon, who knows? But even if Joe Mixon, let's say if we got word that, hey, by the way, they're going to start trying to work Joe Mixon back in, I'm not optimistic
I'd
about
still
it.
trade
at this
for
point.
A-Chan.
I look at Mixon right now, and I'm colored by another calf injury on this one.
Yeah.
The Christian Harris dynamic. All right.
Yep.
He had a mysterious calf injury. Took forever for him to come back in, and he has never looked the same. Anytime I've seen him on the field, both at the end of last year and early this season, he just doesn't look like the same.
It's Nick Chubb and Woody Marks, and they're getting all the carries, and you are one calf injury away or whatever from all of a sudden having Dameon Pierce or Dare Gumbawale have to touch the ball 12 times a
Right,
game.
and I think that some people might say, well, what's it matter? It's not like you're lighting it up as a rushing team right now. Right, so every little bit, I don't want to take any steps backwards in terms of the rushing game. They need to be able to just credibly run the football, which they're doing now. It's not electric or anything, but enough to make the play action work. All you have to do to get the play action to work, you have to show that you're actually committed to the run. But you still have to be kind of good at running the ball.
Yeah.
You can't be like it was last year where teams would say, oh, you're going to run the ball? That's cute. We don't care. We're just going to park our linebackers 7 yards behind the line of scrimmage. And if you decide to run, then we'll just come up and snuff it out.
And then Joe Mixon, it's up to Joe Mixon to find this play that's being blocked for -3 yards to somehow turn it into 8 yards.
Where this year it feels a little bit more like the teams are genuinely, they say, like, okay, we got to come up and stop the run.
Yeah.
We
That's
have to.
progress.
So it's keeping defenses more honest.
Yep.
But I would love to add an explosive element to it.
I would too.
With an A-Chan.
That would be great.
I'd give up a second rounder for A-Chan.
Just about to ask you that because we have people on the text page asking about that. You give up one of those twos? You still have him for another year.
I eat twos for breakfast.
You still have him for Yeah.
I eat pieces of two like you for breakfast.
Yeah. Okay. Remind me to stay 7 feet away from you. He was drafted CJ's year. You know how I remember that? Because it was getting to be about the third round, early in the third round in that draft. And I remember tweeting, Nick, just draft A-Chan or Tank Dell, one of these two. Because I wanted a playmaker for CJ, a dynamic playmaker. And A-Chan then, I think A-Chan may have gotten drafted before Tank, but then they moved up a few spots and got Tank, so I was happy. Now I'll take A-Chan. Sorry, Tank. We'll take you back too, Tank, when you're all good and ready to go.
A-Chan, the one thing that disappoints me about him is just that he pronounces it A-Chan, whereas A-Chain is a badass name.
It is a badass. And that's how people pronounced it for a while until he corrected them.
Yeah. That's kind of like, it's like Kevin Durant turning down the Slim Reaper nickname.
Yeah.
Dude, that is a badass nickname. I don't know why he would, especially Durant. It's obvious he doesn't mind. Well, you know what? When he turned that nickname down, it was also when, he's got that weird tattoo, like on his body, like no visible tattoos, or at least does he now? I can't even.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
His tattoos were like kind of all would be covered by a basketball jersey.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that.
He didn't want to have any of them visible.
I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah, Slim Reaper is good. Do people that are
my point there would be that, like, okay, maybe he doesn't like the. It's a little too dark of a connotation or something.
Okay, yeah, I don't know, man. Like are skinny people? Do they take offense to having a nickname? Like, it's better than being called the Big Dumper, like Cal Raleigh, which is basically like, oh, hey, you're this fat dude with a big butt.
It's not just you got a big butt,
okay,
which is a positive. Big Dumper.
Okay. Yeah, for some people it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you mean for some people?
They like big butts and they cannot lie.
You sound like the white girl in the Sir Mix-a-Lot video. Just like you're out there looking at Cal Raleigh and you're like, look at his butt. Oh my God, it's so big. Ew, look at his butt. And then Sir Mix-a-Lot has to come along and tell you what it's all about. I don't know. I like a Jane Fonda type.
That's what I sound like.
Yes. Here's Kevin Durant and his tattoos.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, and they are all covered. See, that's kind of smart.
It's only on his torso.
Yeah, and this is no disrespect to anybody who's got tattoos that show up, say above your sternum or on your arms. But let's be honest, like this is smart by Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant is a renowned Silicon Valley guy. Like he meets with a lot of high-level executives that may stereotype people that are covered in tattoos head to toe. That was an advice that Brennan Williams, the old Texans player, his dad played in the NFL for a number of years for the Patriots. And one of the things he told Brennan was, you can get tattoos, it's just none of them can show up if you're wearing a golf shirt, because you're going to be meeting with some high-level business people at some point, and you're going to make a first impression. And you can have all your tattoos you want all over your torso, but not where they're going to show up where you're meeting with important business people. That's just advice somebody else is giving out there. I'm just putting that out there. That may be why Durant does that.
For corporate endorsements and everything. Even if the executives themselves don't give a damn, it's still like, okay, if you're gonna advertise our breakfast cereal, we want to have as wholesome an image as possible.
100%, yeah. So I think that's probably.
I don't know. It's falling by the wayside now, though. I feel like in Silicon Valley, it's probably getting to the point where if you don't have a neck tattoo, you're not edgy enough.
Yeah, no, it may very well be that way. I'm just saying that's probably why Durant does it that way. I'm guessing he's involved in a lot of business. Okay, let's go behind enemy lines for a minute. We'll do the circle of swarm in about 10 minutes or so. Here is Sean Payton talking about the challenges of D'Amico Ryan's defense. Now, keep in mind, these are two guys that were in that same head coaching class a couple of years ago. So that'll be a fun part of this matchup, is the Payton versus D'Amico thing. Here's Payton on the challenges of a D'Amico defense.
I think he's done a great job. They're extremely fast. Man, the edges, when you look at Daniil Hunter and both of these edge players with wide techniques are problems. The secondary is extremely talented. You know, we went through a week of watching film of one team, and then they don't, when I say this respectfully, it's not there's a multitude of things. The things they do exceptionally well. This Nickel's a great player. The corners, I mean, it's an entirely different look, than what we were looking at a week ago. So just finished talking about how games unfold, and each one can take on a new way. And so we got to keep looking at the things that we can do to attack it. But they're very well coached. They're very, very talented. I think they've done a great job of building that defense through the draft. D'Amico you can see his touches all over it.
Yeah, I think D'Amico's whole methodology and philosophy he's not going to try to make it overly complex. He wants his guys to be able to play as fast as possible. I think that's why Payton was being very careful not to have it framed in some way as like, oh, it's a simplistic defense or anything. Right. That's the way a lot of really successful defenses operate. You go to the Broncos defense and it's a little bit more complex and based on deception and a lot of things. It's just that D'Amico does a really good job with that and has enough guys functioning at a high level that you might feel like, all right, well, I know what defense they're in, but you still got to physically beat them, and you still got to worry about this pass rush and all of that. So the other part, though, with D'Amico is that it's because of that dynamic, when they do throw little wrinkles in, it can, and that's what happened last year with the Christian Harris pick six. It's kind of D'Amico shows the same thing, but then they disguise their coverage on that pick six in the playoff game. and Joe Flacco was overly confident in what he was seeing.
Yeah.
He was just knew exactly what the Texans were looking like and what they were going to do, but D'Amico had tweaked it on the sideline and told Christian Harris, you'll get a pick six.
Yeah.
So that's the benefit in that is you can kind of lull quarterbacks asleep a little bit and then ambush them.
It's funny in that cut, Peyton did. He referred to a couple people by name, but one of them he didn't. But I think was
Petrie.
referring to him by position. Yes, is when he said the nickel, and that's Jalen Petrie. And Petrie's the rounding out of his game this year, I think, has been a huge catalyst for how good they've been. Because they largely not been a big play defense. They're middle of the pack in sacks. They've just now started to kind of get on pace
for
turnovers. Yeah, like that's what to me makes and by the way, they haven't been a great tackling team this year. Like last year, they're among the league leaders in missed tackles, and yet they are first in points allowed, first in least points allowed, and first in least yards allowed. And for them to do that by being, kind of playing catch up on turnover margin and by being literally middle of the pack in sacks, the big havoc kind of plays, I think says a lot of just about how consistent they are snap to snap.
Yeah, I think that
it's really solid.
The one thing about in the missed tackles, I'd have to look at game by game because I felt like it was more of a problem early in the season than it has been in the last few games. I think they've gotten better. Christian McCaffrey had that one run where he broke a few tackles, and that annoyed me last week. But I do wonder this year, since the first two games, Stingley really hasn't. He's stayed on the left side. Mm-hmm. He hasn't been tracking receivers at all, and he was working through that oblique injury. And I wonder how much of that is because of the injury or because they just want to do it that way. But I think that's something that might change over the second half of the season is if Stingley's 100% healthy now, maybe they start using him a little bit more creatively.
Is there anybody worth following? I mean, Cortland Sutton's a good receiver, but I'm guessing they'll probably stick with what they've been doing with Stingley.
I would imagine. Yeah. I think they'll probably just
ain't broke.
Keep going game where like, okay, this is the guy that
got to follow this guy.
Jamar Chase or somebody
like
that.
Yep, that's right. Bo Nix, Denver quarterback. Let's get his thoughts on the Texans defense. It's his job to go against them this weekend.
I think just they fly around. They do a really good job of attacking the football, making tackles in space. They're a fast-flowing defense. They don't do a whole lot, but they do what they do really well, and they're very consistent at it. They have some key players that you definitely have to be aware of. Just good football players. They've done a really good job drafting, and they've built a good defense.
I think that with Bo Nix, the biggest thing about him is A, his running ability. And then B, they run the Broncos offense. It's really hard to say what type of an offense they are because they throw everything at you. And that's kind of one way they keep defenses off balance. It's real tough to, I don't know in game planning this week what the Texans defensive coaches would even say is like, hey, these are the plays you got to watch out for. So they run a multitude of different looks, including some zone read type stuff. And Bo Nix can run, can improvise, can do all of those things. So it really is a hammering home the fundamentals type of week. But then, you heard Sean Payton talk about the wide 9 defensive ends. That's when the defensive ends align really, really wide. The one thing that does do is in the run game, it puts a lot of stress on the defensive tackles and the linebackers because those defensive ends are out there wide. It creates a big bubble in the middle, and everything gets funneled to the inside. So you're really disciplined. They can't play like they did in that Tampa game. But then also, as pass rushers too, they've got to be really good about not letting him seep up through the A and the B gaps up in the middle of the defense.
Yeah, if you look at this box score at the end of the game, and Bo Nix has 5 carries for 48 yards or something like that, the Texans lose this game because chances are they were chain-moving scrambles.
Or it was, that's basically what Baker Mayfield's numbers were like, right? And and they should have won that game. I would say but
it was an actual scramble that got them.
Right. No, but I would say, I would say that it doesn't necessarily mean that they lost the game, but it might mean that the defense didn't put in the performance that you really wanted.
Yeah, well, let me just say the chances of them winning the game go down drastically if Bo Nix is out there getting 9 and 10 yard scrambles.
Yeah, I just think I think the defense for the Broncos, so much of it. Really. so much of it relies on Patrick Surtain being as good as he is. Mm-hmm. It really almost feels like if you were facing a peak Ravens team back in the day and they didn't have Ray Lewis out there.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, when Ray Lewis was in jail, how's the defense during that era?
I don't know.
I'm not trying to exaggerate it or overly state it. It's just that it's not just losing one really good player. It's the ability of the Broncos to be aggressive, to play man coverage, to rush 5 or more guys, rush the passer with 5 or more guys. That's really predicated on having Pat Surtain back.
In the Tens offense.
Yeah, I do. I think if the biggest thing that I wonder about and worry about is just simply the one-on-one matchups at left guard and left tackle.
Up front, yeah. Yep.
Particularly with Nick Bonito versus Ariante Ursary. Mm-hmm. So, that's where it comes down to, okay, Kaylee, how often do you leave Ariante Ursary on an island with Nick Bonito? How often do you do that? And if you do, is it you got to try it at some point during the game. Well, you got to say, all right, we got to see how Ariante Ursary handles this. We're not going to leave a tight end in. We're not going to chip him, whatever it might be. We gotta leave open the potential that he might block him, and then just see what happens.
Yeah, and then what does it look like? What does the triage situation look like? How much tolerance do they have for Ariante Ursary getting beat out there? What is it? One big hit on C.J. Stroud, and all of a sudden it's 57 is eligible every single play.
I think you just got to be careful with your play calling when you're doing that.
Yeah.
You got to be sure that there's multiple quick outlets available.
Yep.
You got
for sure.
Put your toe in the water. I'm not going to go all bonsai on this one. I just I'm not going kamikaze into it and just seeing what happens.
Are you ready to do a circle of swarm here? You want to put a little circle of swarm together?
Is it time already?
It's almost time. It's 7:19. We usually do it around 7:20.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm feeling swarmy right now. Let's do the circle of swarm.
What we're looking for is players, right, who are looking to swarm.
The swarm mindset, that whole mentality.
We want players to have a special work ethic and a relentless mindset. And everything.
It's a special group of men, believe it.
It's the Payne and Pendergast Texans Circle of Swarm.
It's a nice touch right there at the end where it's D'Amico. This is a special group of men, believe it.
Yeah.
That's what I like to think he's talking to the three of us, me, Seth, and Ben.
Or he's yelling at DJ, the anime or something.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
At a press conference.
We good?
Yeah. It's a special group of men, believe it. You good?
You guys
good? Yeah, you guys good. All right, so the circle of swarm.
I'm not picking on DJ there. I respect DJ for his willingness to ask tough questions.
Of course.
I've told him as much.
Of course. I like that we have an intro because it gave me a chance to open up the box score from the Niner game, so I make sure that I don't have any egregious misses like Derek Barnett last year after he got a fumble 6. So the circle of swarm for the unindoctrinated. Seth and I do this every Friday at about this time. We pick 6 players, 3 apiece. No more, no less.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily these were the 6 best guys last week or the 6 best guys on the team. It's just the guys that we feel embody the swarm. And I'm going to put a guy in that is a little bit of a surprise to me myself. But I thought about it, and in my constantly shifting parameters for how I determine it, this just feels right this week.
Yeah.
Guy we were just talking about who's going to have a really, really big challenge. Ariante Ursary.
You're putting Ursary in there.
Ursary had the best game he's had all season.
Good one,
now, they gave him some help. The degree of difficulty wasn't as hard for him last week because he was facing some backup defensive ends. He had help from times being tight end next to him and from the play calling and everything. But he had the best game he's had so far. Mm-hmm. And especially because he has been very, very accountable, self-critical, throughout this process. I think he's been really mature and understands that he's got to get better, and I think he has. But it's a big test for him.
Yep. He faces the music every week, does the interviews by his locker, acknowledges that he needs to get better. This is his first appearance in the circle of swarm. Remember, it took 12 weeks to get an offensive lineman in last year, and it was Laramie, And then the very next game, he went out and had like 3 false starts.
Yeah, it was.
You put him in.
Some guys don't handle it well, So I got to see if Ariante can handle it.
I think he can.
How do you handle success? It's one of the hardest things in sports.
And success is getting into the circle of swarm.
Mm-hmm.
That's success. So that's a good one. Ariante Ursary. All right, I'm going to put C.J. Stroud in.
If he fails miserably versus Nick Bonito, he's not allowed back in for the rest of the year.
The rest of the year?
That's a little harsh. Till the playoffs.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so the rest of the regular season.
And it won't be out of malice or anything. It'll be like, okay, I jumped the gun.
Yep.
I got a little overly eager.
Yep.
He would have to really, really, really earn his way back in.
Yes.
So if he puts in a good, now if Nick Bonito has a couple nice rushes versus him, but Bonito really has to work for it. It doesn't mean that this designation was a failure. I just want, if he goes out and actually competes and makes Nick Bonito work and plays better than I think I would have expected him to a couple weeks ago, then I'll be happy I put him in.
Big eye test week for Ariante Ursary.
Yeah. I'm not going to look at the PFF scores.
Big eye test.
I'm going to look and see if Bonito had to work.
PFF score, the Seth Payne football focus scores. All right, so I'm putting C.J. Stroud in. I made an argument earlier this week that was C.J. Stroud's best game as a pro. When you consider that he had none of his regular playmakers out there at wide receiver with him, no Nico Collins out there. Christian Kirk looked like he had started to figure some things out with C.J. He's out with a hamstring. He's operating basically with the Iowa State depth chart from 2 years ago at wide receiver. And he put up one of his best days. He was 30 of 39. 318 yards, 2 touchdowns. Had an interception right before the half. Didn't end up hurting the Texans at all. I think the big thing, too, that CJ continues to use his legs in situations. I feel like that's something the teams still haven't totally caught up to yet that CJ's capable of. Mm-hmm. Is not just using his legs to scramble 3 yards and slide. Like, CJ, I think, still tricks people. I think he's deceptively fast.
You don't hear the opponents talk about it as much. I feel like Bo Nix it's mentioned a bunch of times by the Texans defensive coaches.
Yeah.
But I don't hear opposing defensive coaches mention CJ as much.
Good.
Yeah.
It means that they're still asleep at the wheel. So I'm putting CJ in. I thought that was...
I feel like we've come to a place of healing in America now that we're
why do you say that?
Because it used to be it would be almost based completely on skin color.
Oh,
they
yeah.
had Byron Leftwich out there who couldn't run at all, and people were like, you gotta watch him. You gotta watch him.
Be careful.
He pulls that ball down. He runs like a 5.4 40.
Yeah, I'm like, What a world we live in.
Yeah.
Bo Nix is considered the athletic quarterback in this game. Good job.
People are actually thinking about it like in a non-race based thing.
Yeah.
They're kind of like, okay, so I think they underestimate CJ, but it's more based on like the college scouting report on him because he didn't run that much in college.
Yeah.
That people still don't want to believe it because they got all that. It was talked about so much when he was in college.
He didn't really run till the playoffs last year. Like it's still fairly new to people. So yeah, that's good. Good job, America.
Yeah, good job.
Way to break down the stereotypes of quarterbacks. Bo Nix, the athletic quarterback in this game. All right, up next, who's your second pick?
This is a tough one, too, and I'm going to feel bad about this because I only want to put one receiver into the circle of swarm.
Yeah.
And he had multiple guys do good things. Xavier Hutchinson and Jalen Noel.
Okay.
Xavier Hutchinson's had to wait and earn a designation. He's been here longer, and yet I'm so excited about Jalen Noel.
Yeah.
And his big playability and his explosiveness and everything else. I'm going to go with Jalen Noel.
Jalen Noel. Yeah. Can I just tell you right now that I'm looking at the scorecard for the Circle of Swarm so far this year? Will Anderson has the most with 4. Yeah. This puts Jalen Noel tied for second with 3. He's been in the Circle of Swarm
3 already?
3 times. 3 times. Well, I'm guessing if I had to go back and look and see which games it was, I don't have it game by game.
Yeah.
If I had to guess, I would guess he got put in for the Tampa Bay game strictly for the return factor. Mm-hmm. He was great in the return game. And then I would say probably put in the Seattle game because he was one of the only bright spots. That shouldn't impact the seat one way or the other. Jalen Noel is in the Circle of Swarm. All right, so we got, how about this? 3 offensive players so far.
It's a good Texans.
Sign. Yeah.
It's a good sign.
A little balance.
Was there ever a time last year when there were 3 offensive players in the Circle of Swarm?
Maybe. I don't know. That's a great question.
We were wondering where are the Swarm type players other than Nico Collins and Tank we felt was Swarm, but his performance wasn't all that great last year
when
before
we started
he got injured.
It up. Yeah, he would have made it a bunch of times if we were doing it his rookie year.
Right.
Tank.
Right.
Before he broke his leg. All right, I'm gonna put Will Anderson in.
Okay, good.
Yeah, Will Anderson.
I was afraid he might not make.
Yeah, I'm gonna put Will Anderson in. He didn't light up the stat sheet or anything like that, but he had a sack and a TFL, and he had 3 or 4 pressures in that game that weren't like manufactured, fabricated PFF pressures.
Yeah, they weren't hit like the quarterback.
Yeah,
pressures.
like he actually hit Mac Jones and forced him into bad decisions and bad throws.
Yeah.
And Will Anderson Jr. is always going to be a default for the Circle of Swarm. So Will Anderson Jr. expands his lead over the field with his 5th entry into the Circle of Swarm. All right, who's your last pick, Pope Zaza?
Boy, it's I'm debating between Woody Marks, Henry Toa,
yep,
and EJ Speed.
Okay.
I'm going to say
those are good ones.
Both Henry Toa and EJ Speed have impressed me in pass coverage this year.
Boy, Toa blistered Christian McCaffrey.
That wasn't even in coverage. That was him. Like, that wasn't his guy. He had that nice pass breakup on Christian McCaffrey down in the red zone. That was beautiful. And I don't think that was a play he would have made in either of the previous 2 years necessarily. Okay. I don't know if he would have even. I think he might have bit and guessed the wrong way on that route. But EJ Speed has also been better in coverage than he typically has been in his career. But because of that, oh god,
I was just going to tell you, I think you put Speed in last week.
Yeah.
So if you're looking to balance it out,
all right,
that's the tiebreaker.
Based on that hit that you're talking about, and this is the key, Henry Toa didn't blast his own guy as well. He did hit somebody.
That's big progress.
He hit somebody after he hit McCaffrey, but it wasn't really a big hit or anything. No. So hitting the opponent and not your own teammates, that's key.
He did like 3 times last year.
I can't put you in if you've injured one of your own teammates.
He ended Jalen Petre's season last year.
Yeah, so Henry Toa.
Toa. I like it. All right, so Henry Toa in. Text in. How are we doing on this right now? 713-572-4610.
What are you mad about?
Yeah, who are you mad that we're... Well,
I think people will be mad that Woody Marks isn't in if you don't put him in.
If I don't put him in, and yet, man, and Woody does, he deserves to be in.
He did. Now, as a runner, he averaged
5.5 yards a carry.
Did he average 5.5 yards a carry in that game? Okay.
Yeah.
Boy, you're an idiot if you don't put Woody Marks in.
He had that big 23-yard run.
That's right. That's what balanced it out. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, he had a 23-yard run, and he had like a 15-yard run.
Yeah.
He wound up with 11 carries for 62 yards.
He had that huge
and a 50-yard reception. Now, here's what's funny. He had a 50-yard reception. He finished with 4 catches for 49 yards. So his other...
I know, it was a whole lot of...
It was feast or famine.
In other circumstances, people would have been screaming at Nick Caley. If the Texans were down or something, those other ones didn't work out all They weren't his fault, though.
No. Let me talk through who I am considering along with Woody Marks, and it's Kamari Lassiter. Kamari Lassiter, big support in the run game.
Yeah.
He had a TFL. He had the interception that really clinched the game. I love it when a defensive player makes a game that, for all intents and purposes, is a game ender. Mm-hmm. And he played that ball so well. I thought it was Derek Stingley who was covering that, whoever the receiver was downfield for San Francisco. Man, the way he flipped his hips around, went up, high-pointed the ball like the pass was for him instead of the receiver. I'm really tempted to put Kamari Lassiter in this Circle of Swarm.
That was a Will Anderson pressure.
That was a pressure by Will. Yeah. So is there a little simpatico thing going on with my picks here for the Circle of Swarm?
No, what about, so there's no tiebreaker there with Jalen Petre either?
Petre, I'm considering Petre.
Petre's a tough one because I feel like there's a lot of times where his style of play is so swarmy that it almost feels like he could be in every week as long as he doesn't have a bad game.
That's why he gets that contract extension, They just love that. They love that swarm.
Nick should have cited that when people asked him about the contract.
The Circle of Swarm.
Some people had questions about, all right, well, is he a slot? If you're paying him like he's a slot corner, that's a lot of money for a slot corner, but he's a nickel linebacker.
He's a nickel linebacker.
And when it comes to... it made sense because he's in the Circle of Swarm every damn week.
Yeah.
Where is he on the season in terms of number of Circle of Swarms?
Oh, Petre? Oh, good question. And I'm still...
He should be one of the leaders.
I promise I'm still going to... He is. He's tied for second. Here's the leaderboard
I just wanted to be sure. If we had left him out or something,
this would be a good time to put him in. Yeah. The reason I didn't mention Petre is because this is the last pick, and I've already got Lassiter above Petrie.
Yeah, gotcha.
It's a question of I'm trying to compare impact on offense versus the impact Lassiter and the swarminess on
honestly,
defense.
I probably screwed up the whole process with Ursary. That's a little bit of an atypical pick, but I feel good about it.
That's okay. I mean, we need to have some of those guys that only get in 1 or 2 weeks just to provide. We can put the same 6 guys in practically every week. I like the variety. Will Anderson now has 5. Danielle Hunter 3. Ed Ingram 3 times in the circle of swarm.
Wow. Okay.
I think at least 2 of those are you. I think I might have put him in once and you put him in twice. Petrie 3. EJ Speed 3. So those are, and then we got a bunch of guys at 2 and 1. I'm going to put Lassiter in this.
There you go.
I'm going to put Lassiter in. And
congratulations, Kamari Lassiter.
Yep. That pick got him in. And Woody Marks somewhere is very quietly muttering to himself because he's not.
What do I have to do?
What do I have to do?
Get? I average 5 yards a carry. I have a 50-yard reception. What do I have to do?
If Woody Marks had been put in the circle of swarm, he would also be tied with 3.
Oh, really?
Second. Lassiter's only got 1. Now Lassiter has 2, and he's starting to climb the board a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you got to look at that stuff. Like, okay, where are they on the year?
Who's the most criminally... Danielle Hunter just hasn't been on a whole bunch.
Just 3 times, but I think that's reflective of the year he's had.
Yeah. That's I think it's been a relatively quiet year. It's not like it's a bad year or anything.
No,
but quiet.
Yep, quiet year for Danielle. Hopefully, it's a breakout coming up this weekend. I think Landry had the stat yesterday. Landry Locker on Twitter, and he's been pining for this for a long time this season, which is it feels like when Danielle has a good game, like with sacks, strictly sacks, that Will Anderson is kind of quiet. And when Will gets sacks, Danielle has been quiet. Landry had the stat that I forget the record, but the Texans' record when both of them get sacks in a game is really, really good.
I think, because some of that, though, it ends up working out that way just based on what protections offenses are using, who they're trying to protect. And so, there could be times where one of those guys is lined up against a lesser offensive lineman, but because of that, the offense is chipping a lot and everything. So So if both of them are destroying them, then that makes sense.
Yeah.
I just don't know if it's always. It's not like it's just like Danielle might have a better game than Will in terms of winning his individual battles.
Yeah.
But still not get to the quarterback as often.
Sure.
There's a different degree of difficulty every week just based on how everything works out during the game.
That makes sense.
What types of blocks they see.
Yeah, that makes sense. Let's see. People weighing in. You guys are doing great. Swarm, y'all are doing great.
Yes.
Those are 2 different people.
Yes.
That's not the same person piling on saying how great we're
Things
doing.
are going all right.
Stop putting Will in the circle of trust. Aiden Hutchinson just got $180 million.
It's not the circle of trust.
Or I'm sorry, circle of swarm.
Did he get it right?
No, he just put stop putting Will in the circle with a circle emoji.
Get yourself. I retract those 2 compliments those people gave us. You called it circle of trust.
Yeah, no, I retract it. Seth is doing great.
Yeah.
I am not doing great.
So stop putting him in so he doesn't get Aiden Hutchinson's
contract.
contract.
like Nick Casario's listening to the show, like
Aiden Hutchinson,
or that Will's agent goes in to negotiate his new deal. Like, do you realize that Will was there out of a possible 34 circle of swarms?
Yeah,
Will Anderson has been in there 17 times.
Let's send that to Nicole Lynn. She can put that in her.
That's right.
She can put that in her dossier.
Yeah.
Of how
her Scott Boras portfolio.
Boras sends these huge binders of info, which is the dumbest. Talk about fake hustle. Like he sends these 300-page portfolios to front offices that they can look at and analyze, and they've got to look at this like freaking Boras. Great. Yeah, I'll read this this weekend on the beach.
I got an either or for you.
Yeah.
More annoying. Scott Boras's 200-page dossiers on his free agents.
700-page now.
700-page?
We'll keep exaggerating.
Okay, yeah. His 1,000-page dossiers. Or Jeffrey Lurie getting up in front of the entire ownership group at the league meetings doing an hour-long presentation defending...
Lurie, that's more annoying because that's Lurie being like a out-of-touch billionaire who's been told, he's gotten to the point in life where people are going to sit there and politely listen to him no matter what.
Yeah.
But then even you would think when they get around amongst other billionaires, they might realize, okay, these aren't my lackeys. that are going to just say they're not my yes men, but they can't help it. Their egos are so big by that point that they just blather on.
Lurie, more annoying because it's a waste of time.
Mm-hmm.
I can always take Boris's dossier and throw it down the garbage chute.
I'll tell you, of the three major sports owners, the billionaire owners in Houston sports, I'd say the guy that probably who's most likely to filibuster at an owners meeting. That's Tillman.
Okay, yeah.
I feel like Crane, Cal probably very short. I think Crane probably very to the point.
Well,
like Crane's in the logistics business. I feel it's all about efficiency and everything.
Yes.
And he doesn't strike me as like a big blabbermouth. You know. I feel like Tillman's going to get up and tell 29 stories, and
Tillman would easily go an hour.
Yeah.
Crane would go about what a normal Crane would have the self-awareness to go a normal speech length, like 15 or 20 minutes. Cal would get up there, do maybe 3 or 4 minutes, and then Hannah would cut a promo on everybody for like 10 minutes. They'd be a combined Cal and Hannah
things out.
Cal and Hannah would be a combined 15 minutes, but it would be Cal doing like 3 or 4 minutes and turning it over to Hannah, who then cuts a blistering WWE promo on everybody for 10 minutes.
Remind me of that
Pipe bomb style.
One movie restaurant, and he's like, "You suck, you suck, you suck. You're cool. You
half baked,
yeah." Yes. Who would she say you're okay to?
Oh,
because who does he say? He says that to like the old lady or whatever, right? Like, you're okay. You suck.
Which owner would be?
Yeah,
okay?
which owner would she be cool
Probably
with?
some innocuous owner who just hasn't really pissed her off. I would imagine.
Yeah.
You know, like who? Like I don't know. Like
probably one of the old the Bills owner or something. They're Kim and the Pagulas.
The Pagulas, yeah, like the Pagulas. That sounds about right. All right, so to recap, Circle of Swarm: Ariante Ursary, C.J. Stroud, Jalen Knoll, Will Anderson Jr., Henry To'oTo'o, and Kamari Lassiter. All right, so there you go. Circle of Swarm. We will do 5 Reasons I Hate You in the 8 o'clock hour. We're going to relive the 2023 Denver-Houston game here at NRG Stadium. A lot of significant stuff happened in that game. We'll do that at 8 o'clock. J.J. Watt, thoughts on the Aiden Hutchinson deal from the McAfee show, and are the Texans...
What's he know about stuff like that? Whatever.
He's got to look at these numbers and go, why wasn't I born when TJ was born? And are we in Texans are back territory? J.J. Watt answered that question as well. But first, the Mokaram Injury Lawyers injury report.
Not a huge injury report for the Texans, except a concerning one in that Dalton Schultz yet again did not participate with both a knee and a shoulder injury. And we've seen him kind of go down to the mat a couple times in the last couple of weeks. Significant for the Broncos, of course, is Pat Surtain last week, and also Marvin Mims Jr., the wide receiver, who also takes some snaps out of the backfield and adds some versatility and unpredictability to that Broncos offense. He's in the concussion protocol. Their tight end, Nate Atkins, did not participate either. That's your Mokaram Injury Lawyers injury report. Injured in an accident. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers. They've been here in Houston for over 30 years. You've been injured in an accident that wasn't your fault. You deserve compensation. You've got medical bills. You've got work disruptions. You've got child care issues.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
I wasn't even listening closely to who the commercial was for, but Clint Stoerner's commercials pop because of his voice. And Seth and I were kind of cobbling together here. We liked when he said 1M new rigs.
Yeah, because you said if you were to spell that out phonetically, you could do it with very few characters.
It's practically a vanity plate.
1M.
Yeah, I have the number 1, the letter M, and then NURIGZ. You put a Z at the end.
Yeah,
of it.
1M new rigs.
1M new rigs. That's Clint Stoerner's new vanity plate. 1M new rigs.
He should start a side business for vanity plate. Hey, how do I shorten this phrase?
Yeah,
to put on a vanity plate.
Clint's the best man. There's a reason he's got all those commercials, man. Mm-hmm. Pops. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you.
He does sound like he doesn't, like some people try to sound folksy or whatever, and you're like, all right, whatever, dude. But
he's authentic.
Clint sounds like, oh yeah, I like this guy.
Absolutely. All right, top of the hour, we'll relive the last time these two teams played, Denver and Houston at NRG Stadium 2 years ago, because that was one of the turning point significant things. It got chippy.
4 offensive linemen rallied to CJ's support.
Yeah.
While one just hung around.
Yeah. It was a lot. It was a long way to run, to go get over there. We'll talk about that at 8 o'clock. J.J. Watt was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday doing his weekly hit. earlier this week. And, I guess it had to be yesterday because the Aiden Hutchinson deal was a thing. Aiden Hutchinson of the Detroit Lions signs a 4-year, $180 million deal, becomes the second highest paid edge rusher by average annual value, the highest guarantee, $141 million for a non-quarterback in NFL history. Here is J.J. Watt, one of the greatest defensive ends of all time, talking about that deal.
Great. Beautiful. Well-deserved. A guy who does it, plays extremely well, run and pass, impacts the game completely, and also is that perfect fit there in Detroit for everything. Just the mentality, obviously playing at Michigan and the whole gambit. So very rare at least in my memory, to see such a big deal get done in the middle of a season like that, but very happy to see that he is locked in with the Detroit Lions for a long time because he's perfect for them, they're perfect for him, and he's a phenomenal player.
Yeah, JJ didn't see that for a long time, guys signing deals in the middle of the season because he was on a team that never did those kind of things.
Yeah, Rick Smith had a policy of not doing it.
You didn't see
the huge super deals, though. I think that's still pretty accurate, isn't it? You don't see like these mega extensions done in
he's
season.
Right. Yeah,
most teams. I mean, this is the exact 100% opposite of the way that Jerry Jones handles his business.
100%.
Jerry Jones waits and waits and waits, and he sucks up all that immediate attention that comes from it, and then usually he ends up caving and signing anyway. But not until it's after multiple other guys at the position have gotten even bigger deals.
Yep.
So first in. It doesn't feel like a deal at the moment, but Aiden Hutchinson is probably going to be outpaced by another couple deals this offseason. One of them might be Will Anderson.
Yeah. Yep.
So Will Anderson likely going to get an extension this offseason, and it's probably going to be $45 million a year or more.
Look, J.J. Watt has made, he's made like the gross domestic product of some third world countries in his lifetime. He's made plenty of money.
Yeah.
J.J. Watt signed his 6-year, the equivalent of the Aiden Hutchinson contract. Mm-hmm. After 3 years in the league, you get your contract extension because you're one of the best at what you do. And J.J.'s numbers are going to be better than almost anybody's, including Aiden Hutchinson. But when Aiden Hutchinson broke his leg last year, he was the favorite, I believe, for Defensive Player of the Year. He was on his way to a huge J.J. Watt-type year. But here's where I'm going with this. I mean, this is what's wild. J.J., on September 1st, 2014, so right before year 3, signed a 6-year, $100 million extension. So a little under $17 million a year.
Yeah.
It's
so,
13 years later.
More than twice as much as
11 years later,
year.
He's making almost triple.
Yeah. Yeah.
JJ made 16 in 11 years. It's tripled.
That outpaces the economy at large.
Definitely my investment.
Now, I don't know about the actual cap inflation, though, because the cap's gone up a whole lot with the added revenue streams and
That's
everything.
Outpaced it,
the cap is going up. I don't know. It's been going up like 10% per year.
It has.
And you start, whatever. It's The numbers are baffling.
It's a good question. It's a good question. Because if that's the case, if it's going up the same pace as the cap, then I'm a little less concerned about what Will Anderson is inevitably going to get this offseason, swallowing up the percentage of the cap.
No, I think that they've planned for this, though. This isn't something that's a shock to them. And the Texans, I know sometimes people worry that I've seen people say that Nick has been reckless in his cap spending. He hasn't really at all. If you look at the cap space that the Texans have in 2027, they've got the 5th most cap space in 2027. Nick very much will spend aggressively in the short term. And on short, Danielle Hunter has just a short-term deal that they just keep tacking an extra year.
One of the 5 best deals at that position.
It's a 2-year deal that just remains a 2-year deal. That's how they've handled it the last couple of years. So he'll spend on older players on the defensive line, giving them healthy contracts on older guys, but they're short-term deals. So it's all stuff that's very manageable. When it comes time to sign your guys, like a Jalen Petrie, they already did, or a Derek Stingley, or in the future, a Will Anderson or a C.J. Stroud, they've got the cap space in the future. And the Texans have the 5th most cap space in 2027. Will Anderson's money on the deal that he signs this offseason won't kick in until like 2028.
That's
really
correct.
The big money.
Yep, that's correct. By the way, the cap the year that JJ signed that deal in 2014 was $133 million.
Yeah.
The cap today is $279 million. So you're right.
Yeah, it's doubled.
It's doubled.
So as a percentage of the cap and everything, Aiden Hutchins isn't that any more remarkable than JJ's?
Probably not. Yeah, probably not. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We didn't get to the other JJ cut. Let's get to that in the next segment. We got a decent long segment coming up here at 8 o'clock. So JJ Watt, are the Texans, I think it's a question a lot of people have actually, are we in the Texans are back territory based on how they played against San Francisco this past Sunday? And we'll relive some of the magic from a couple of years ago when Denver came to town in D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud's first year, and the Texans came away with a win. That was a significant one from back in the day. We'll get to the reasons why. We'll do all that coming up next. But speaking of money, you know what else keeps going up along with property tax, or along with the salary cap? Property taxes.
Oh, you've spoiled it.
I spoiled myself.
I knew where you're going with it.
Odyssey Sports Station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports. Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's hit the other J.J. Watt Cup before we relive the 2023 game between the Broncos and the Texans from a couple of years ago at NRG Stadium. J.J. Watt was asked on the Pat McAfee show earlier this week, and I'm curious what the people think about this. Based on Sunday's win over the Niners and the Texans having won 3 out of 4, are we in Texans are back territory, JJ?
I mean, obviously, I hope so. I think they look great. They needed this. Now, you're correct, obviously. The 49ers are banged up, so you do have to put that on there. But they have looked pretty good while being banged up and gone out there and beat some good teams. So it was good. It was good to see the offense humming a little bit again and kind of finding their rhythm. We know the defense is great. So if they put it all together and they're able to protect CJ and he's able to stand in the pocket and deliver the ball, they can be a very good football team because that defense is elite. So if they put it together, it will be great. I sure hope that they do. But, I mean, it's a very, very, very big mountain to climb in the AFC South. So it's still a lot of time left, but there's certainly you gotta win some games to get into contention here.
Yeah, it's a big mountain.
Yes.
Yeah, we're drunk.
Okay, turn him down. I don't need McAfee singing the praises of the Colts. That might be kind of like one of the more like under the radar miserable things that's happened this year. Is like, oh man, not only are the Texans off to a 3-4 start, but
you're gonna see Pat McAfee, sleeveless Pat McAfee,
obnoxious Colt McAfee has been unleashed.
Talk smack to JJ. McAfee gave up his box at the stadium. He abandoned the Colts. He quit on them. And now all of a sudden he's back, and I'm sure he's.
I was going to say, do you think
I
that's
know.
going
I'm
to
sure
stop
he's
him from acting like it. Yeah.
Talk about why he decided to go back in on him and everything. But come on, come on,
McAfee, come on. Do you think the Texans are back?
I don't. So I'm guessing when they asked him this question, they kind of made some joke about the old running joke with Texas, like Texas is back.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, 100% they did.
Yeah.
I guess the difference there is that Texas, University of Texas has actually won a national championship this century, whereas the Texans haven't done anything up to that pinnacle.
No,
so to say,
they've not won a national championship.
So are the Texans back? It's almost like it's throwing an insult at them, even in just saying, okay, the Texans are back. Are they going to be the AFC South champs?
It's an insult to the definition of back.
Right. When you take that dig at Texas, it's that Texas's standards, the University of Texas, their standards are winning a national championship.
Yep.
Saying that the Texans are back is, a noon game on a Saturday during the playoffs.
Yeah.
Or 3:00 game in the Saturday.
3:30 Saturday, baby.
Yeah, win your wild card game and then lose in the divisional round.
Yeah.
So go die. Go die, McAfee.
Whoa.
Oh, how come McAfee gets a whoa where I do it to anybody else and you're like,
I'm just saying
you're cheering.
I didn't go into this segment thinking you're going to ask Pat McAfee to go die.
He deserves it.
It escalated quickly. That's all. I'm not saying I disagree with you.
How literally some people will take that if it ever gets relayed to them. Like, hey, Seth, hey, Pat.
Yeah, that won't look good on the
shock jock wish death upon you.
Yeah, I know you know this, but that won't look good on die.
I'm kind of scared of a transcript.
Yeah.
Go die, everybody. Yes.
Hotkey, man.
I've wished death upon everybody before.
Yeah.
You should feel flattered that I've narrowed it down to you.
You're wondering the difference between, different Texan people that you listen to or watch. Here's Seth when he gets angry with somebody.
Go die, everybody.
Here's D'Amico when he gets upset with somebody.
You guys good?
Yeah, see?
I would love if D'Amico gave a go die.
Screaming
so
it.
Awesome.
He would probably do it in that same tone though that he did.
You guys good?
Yeah.
All right, well then go die. Yeah.
We never mentioned when D'Amico had that kind of tense exchange with Landry and DJ Bieniemy the other
remember,
day.
yes.
They did, to D'Amico's credit and also Landry and DJ's credit, I think. I know Landry asked another question after that exchange, and D'Amico answered it in a normal fashion. I think DJ may have, but it wasn't. I think, if you didn't listen to the whole press conference, you might think that D'Amico stormed out after that. He didn't. He ended up taking 5 or 6 more questions.
Oh, yeah,
after that.
yeah.
They calmed down.
They did.
Yeah.
They did. And that was on Monday. By Wednesday, everybody was kumbaya again, man, asking D'Amico questions. Yeah.
I saw.
You seemed disappointed that it wasn't Chippy again on Wednesday.
That would have been awesome if D'Amico walked out. So, the Denver Post, I saw this, and I just, I thought that this had to be Woody Page, the columnist from Denver, who usually he used to really get get people riled up in Houston with insults he would throw at him. But I see this headline. It says, thank you, D'Amico Ryans, for going to Houston. Broncos would not be contender again. Which is interesting for multiple reasons. One, it's not. It's some rank character who's just trying like hell to be the next Woody Page, apparently. And I didn't read the article, but I felt like it was like it's probably generated by AI. You know, he probably said, "Hey, write me this column in the style of Woody Page."
Yeah.
Luke Morrow responded to something I had commented on about that headline, and he said, "I'm so tired of the Sean Payton adulation. 8-9 his first year in Denver, 6th worst defense. Top 5 defense the last 2 years as they've gone 16-9, but 2-10 versus winning teams." Yeah, so it is like there is with the Broncos. I'm guessing in Denver, there's a lot of the same feeling or sentiment from the fan base, which is, man, this defense is awesome.
Yeah.
Not quite sure what we have with this offense. The difference in Denver is that they have a really good rushing attack.
Yeah.
They've protected Bo Nix. So I think they're probably not as sold on their team as a contender. And there's questions they have about them. Now they're riding a high where they've scored 77 points in the last 5 quarters. But I think in Houston, similarly, all right, like the record isn't the same, and you're just kind of waiting to see exactly what this team is. So the Broncos have their questions. They're not as down and pessimistic because the Broncos have a winning record, but they haven't done it versus really good teams over these last
They've not.
years.
If I had to guess in Denver, and I haven't asked anybody in Denver this question, but if I had to guess, if I put myself in the shoes of a Bronco fan, I would feel like we're still kind of playing with house money a little bit early. Because one, it seems like you've got your quarterback right. It seems like Bo Nix is ahead of schedule. And two, I would guess that Bronco fans, when they cut Russell Wilson and had nearly $100 million dead cap hit that they had to go manage around, they did not think they were going to be right back in the playoffs the next year with a rookie quarterback. I mean, it wasn't a long trip to the playoffs. I mean, they got blown out by Buffalo in the wild card round. But if I had to guess, I would guess probably the majority of Bronco fans didn't think they would make the playoffs last year. They did. And I would guess that a lot of Bronco fans, if you'd asked them a couple years ago after they cut Russell Wilson, you're going to be 6-2 and lead the AFC West halfway through Bo Nix's second season, I think they all would have signed up for that.
Yeah.
Independent of who they've beaten to get there, I think they all would have signed up because that big meatball of Russell Wilson dead cap money was a kill. They thought it was going to be a killer.
But it's interesting though to think about. All right, in terms of how the seasons have gone, obviously it's been a better season so far for the Broncos. They lost to the Colts. They lost to the Chargers. They beat the Titans. They beat the Bengals. They beat the Eagles, which is the one so far, the first impressive win they had.
They had to come a big comeback in that one, too.
Yeah, big comeback. They barely beat the Jets. I mean, it was 13-11, and neither of the offenses looked good. I guess
I write off the London
They were
games.
in control of that game. It's never like I felt at any point that the Jets were going to win that game.
No.
And then they beat the Giants, and they whooped up on the Cowboys.
They were trailing the Giants 19-0 after 3 quarters.
Yeah,
though.
so I think that
I don't think it's a great team.
I don't think that there's no way you can look at the Broncify them as more of a contender than the Texans right now, other than their records. But if you look at the teams they've beaten this year, other than the Eagles, it really doesn't feel like, oh, yeah, this is the team that's proven. Now, the Texans haven't proven themselves against a team like the Eagles this year. That's one
correct.
big difference.
Yep, that's correct. That's a good way to frame it. All right, so these two teams played a couple of years ago when D'Amico Ryans was a rookie head coach, C.J. Stroud was a rookie quarterback. The Broncos still had Russell Wilson on the payroll, and Sean Payton was in year 1. And let's start this here because this was I actually am going to come to Nico, Ben. This was week 13 of the 2023 season. This was really, I mean, Nico had been having a good season thus far. This was a major breakout game, though, for Nico Collins, and it started with this.
Stroud under center, first down Texans at the Houston 22, Tank Dell to the right side. Stroud fakes to Gibb, looking, airs it out long downfield, and Nico Collins goes low again, and he's got it in Denver territory at the 26-yard line. Big play for the Houston Texans.
Man, I like watching this guy play.
52-yard chunk play, Houston Texans.
He had 3 gigantic chunk plays in that game.
Yeah.
Nico Collins had 9 catches for 191 yards and a touchdown in that game.
Oh. Oh, that would be nice.
And he'd had a few big games that year. I mean, he'd had a few 100-yard games that year.
Yeah.
$191, and then a month later you get a $195 to help clinch a playoff spot against Indianapolis. Like that latter part of the season.
This is what I really hoped when Nico missing the one game. It's not the first time this year that he spread the ball out a bunch. It felt like this is the first time he spread the ball out, though, and really like threw a lot of incredibly fast releases on tight window throws to guys that he hadn't targeted a bunch previously. Braxton Berrios specifically early in the game, and that if he keeps playing that way, there's going to be opportunities for Nico Collins.
Yes,
that it's just like, okay, there will be times where if CJ can bide his time and just kind of wait for the perfect opportunity, that there will be times where it doesn't even have to be an impressive throw to Nico Collins.
Well,
you can spring him,
and
especially with their best cornerback out.
No doubt. And even some of those quick hitters that he was throwing in the Niners game, those are now going to be those inside slants to Nico.
Yeah.
We know what happens if he gets a head of steam going on those. 8 yards can turn into 25 yards and a couple of dead bodies pretty quickly. All right, next one here. We're going back and reliving the Texans' 22-17 win over the Broncos a couple of years ago. This was early in the game. This was Dameon Pierce getting into the end zone, but that's not the most significant thing that happened on this play.
Second and goal inside the 4. Stroud under center. Feeds Pierce straight ahead. Dameon to the goal line. Dameon gets in. Touchdown, Houston. Dameon Pierce.
This was a classic Dameon Pierce just jackhammer play.
It was.
Just right up the gut and pa-ba-ba-ba-ba.
Do you remember what happened on that play, though, aside from Dameon Pierce getting into the end zone?
No.
Tank Dell broke his leg. Remember that? Remember Tank gets in there, want to get a little want to get his nose in there and help Dameon get into the end zone? Losing Tank Dell was a big blow for the Texans, and they would actually lose. They would actually lose Nico Collins early the following week in that loss to the Jets. He'd go out after one play. So that was not good. I mean, it was a Dameon Pierce touchdown, but that Tank Dell injury that happened. That broken leg happened in that Denver game. All right, moving along. Ben, let's go straight to the second one of these here for Derek Stingley Jr. This is Derek Stingley Jr. had just come back a couple of games before this from a hamstring injury. And this is at the very beginning of before, in the eyes of Texan fans, Stingley became what he is now.
Right, and at the time, Sauce Gardner was having a great rookie year. Stingley hadn't played that much, and it looked like, man, the Jets really put one over on the Texans.
This is year 2 for Stingley.
Oh, okay, that's right. Okay, but even still, though.
Sauce was still the man. At that point,
Stingley had come back and played really well when he came back from injury in his first year, but people really, by and large, it didn't register because Sauce Gardner played a great season.
Stingley comes. So this is year 2.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I understand that.
I'm telling
now.
the audience. Yeah, so this is year 2. Stingley comes back. I'm not trying to get under your skin.
I know. You had already told the audience this is year 2.
Okay.
I guess. Yeah. I was correcting myself.
Okay. Here is Stingley had 2 interceptions in this game. The first one came, I believe, in the first half. It was a tipped pass by Will Anderson. The second one was, I think this is the one like, oh, yeah, this is where Stingley, this is the Stingley we were looking for.
Wilson to throw. He's got time. Over the middle he goes and intercepted. That Stingley picks it off. My goodness. His second of the game. He does it again.
Unbelievable.
This was, I mean, I don't know if people remember this one. And this is no disrespect to Mark or Andre. Like, radio doesn't do that big justice. This was one where he came all the way across the field, and it looked like the guy was wide open, and then all of a sudden, I forget who the receiver was, and all of a sudden he's not, and it was a hands interception.
Yeah.
Like he reached out.
It wasn't he was on the same side of it, but what happened was Jalen Petrie had bit hard on something underneath, and it looked like Sutton was wide open.
Sutton, yeah.
But Stingley just came from the outside, closed in on it, and did just kind of appear out of nowhere to steal it from him.
Yep. So Stingley had Stingley had 2 picks. The story of this game ended up being the Texans' defense and the turnovers they caused, including this one. Denver driving, end of the game, Russell Wilson under center, and they're driving for a game-winning score, and Jimmy Ward.
Wilson gets the snap. Wilson chased. Wilson escapes the sack, throws left side of the end zone.
Yes!
It's intercepted. The Texans have it. Jimmy Ward. Houston's going to win. 9 seconds to go. The Texans turn back Denver. Point blank range, and they say no.
Oh, that's the game where that came from. Okay. That's a hotkey I know a lot of us use around here. And the Texans say no. That was a great pick by Jimmy Ward, man. Who was still on the Houston Texans.
And it was at the back of the end zone, right? It was.
Yes, it was in the end zone.
Good job, Russell. This is one of the many plays that made Sean Payton hate Russell Wilson.
Yeah,
made him hate. I mean, it was a really ill-advised throw.
Yada.
It was into. I mean, there were two Texans defenders draped all over him, and Jimmy Ward came up with it. I remember that game. I was sitting up in the stands doing some work well before the game, and as the Broncos players started walking in through the stadium on their way to the locker room, I took a snapshot of Russell Wilson, who looked like he was surrounded by like 3 personal assistants, and he was wearing a suit and carrying a briefcase like a wannabe business person.
Yeah.
And my brother who lives in Denver he hates Russell Wilson. He was so tired of his act. Yeah. And I
literally
said that
had
to
an
him
office, right?
Just to agitate him. Yeah.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Literally had an office in the Broncos stadium. Okay, Texter. Dell broke his leg against the Chiefs, not the Broncos. This is 2023.
Oh, my God.
He's gotten injured multiple times, Texter. He broke his leg in his rookie year, and then he had his leg splattered in his second year.
He didn't actually break his leg. He tore his knee apart on that one.
I'm gonna give this Texter a break and assume that he moved here, or she, in 2024. And he missed the Tank Dell broken leg the first time.
When you're going to actually somebody, just check yourself a little bit first, okay?
These people that text in thinking they're just right.
It was the Chiefs game where Tank Dell got... excuse me.
I forgot about him getting... Boy, it's been a rough... That was a rough 12
months. Lower
months.
Body trauma.
Yeah.
He's had a broken leg. He's had a shredded knee. He's got a gunshot wound.
Within 13 months, Tank Dell broke his leg, got shot, and had whatever. Had every CL torn in his knee.
I demand an apology from that texter for actuallying that. That's awful. That is awful.
Broke his leg against the Chiefs, not the Broncos. Oh, my God. All right.
Do better. It's Friday.
Do better.
You're going to go into the weekend having done that? Man. My God. We all make mistakes, but the actually mistake is the worst by far.
Especially when they just think they're right, man.
Yeah.
All right, 5 reasons I hate you. Denver Broncos. It's what we've been waiting for all week. 5 reasons I hate you. If you've got reasons you hate the Broncos, text in, because we'll read some of them in the next segment. 713-572-4610. 5 reasons I hate you. Denver edition. Next.
Hey, go into your weekend making a commitment to just, hey, let's get in shape.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Literally someone sending in 5 reasons they hate the Broncos. All right, I got to save that text. We'll read it. The texter who, actually to us on the Tank Dell broken leg.
Yeah.
Which happened against Denver 2 years ago, and the texter said, no, that was Kansas City last year, guys. He apologized.
Oh, okay, good.
He apologized for actually. Someone was taking up for him, saying, hey, maybe he came in midway through the segment, didn't realize you guys were recapping a game from 2 years ago.
But it would still require that he not realize that the broken leg was the Broncos. For him to say he's inaccurate in saying the broken leg was against the Chiefs.
Because it wasn't a broken leg.
Yeah, like it's if you're there's no part of that, and he's apologized. I'm not digging into him.
Yeah.
But don't stick up for him when he's inaccurate on multiple levels.
That's
there.
right. Yeah.
He tore his knee up versus the Chiefs.
Yeah.
He broke his leg versus the Broncos.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's what the injury report looks like. That's
your
Mokaram injury report for Tank Dell over the last 2 years.
That's why his personal trainer said bad things happen in Florida.
Yes.
What is God telling you?
Yeah.
Don't go to Florida.
Yeah. Yep. All right. 5 reasons I hate you, Denver edition. We do this every week to help get the proper amount of vitriol stirred up for the Texans' opponent on Sunday. In this case, the Denver Broncos. Reason number 5. Alex Singleton, linebacker, who I believe is still on this football team.
Oh, he is, yeah, his starting linebacker.
Yeah, he's still on this football team. If you recall, and I tried to find this play, the play-by-play for it, from the batch of cuts that we just played in the previous segment, but we didn't have it. But if you recall, the Texans were down, getting ready to score on the Denver Broncos, and Alex Singleton, for whatever reason, decided to get chippy with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah. He got out and after the play, just kind of just started walking towards him, and then CJ kind of leaned in and went head to head with him.
Yep.
Yeah. It was and then things got loud.
And I liked it.
I liked it. Well, we liked CJ kind of standing his ground.
That's right.
And then 4 offensive linemen came and rallied around him. 4. Laramie Tunsil watched from afar.
Yeah. 80% of the offensive line took up for C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
So, but we don't like Alex Singleton.
No.
Why are you getting chippy with our quarterback?
Why are you getting chippy with the quarterback, tough guy?
He's a dog.
Oh, Mr. Tough Guy,
Yep.
Singleton. All right.
Right.
All right. I'll see how that all works out this week, okay?
Yeah.
They do have a really good defense when Pat Surtain is out there.
Yeah.
They don't have Pat Surtain. Last year they lost Riley Moss, their other starting cornerback, and Jameis Winston threw 497 yards
That's
against them.
That number just blows me away.
497 yards, and it wasn't garbage time.
Yep.
The Browns had the lead in the third quarter.
All right, that's reason number 5, Alex Singleton. Reason number 4, John Elway is their franchise icon. He's the most iconic Denver Bronco in team history. It's probably not even close.
Won a Super Bowl both as a quarterback and as a GM.
Yeah.
I mean, 2 as a quarterback and 1 as a GM.
Yep. So
was he still the GM? Yeah.
He was involved. Yeah, he was there. He's got gigantic horse teeth. John Elway, and he's got a horse smile. Yeah, it's one thing to have big teeth.
Yeah.
It's another thing to when you smile, all of your gums show up top and you look like Mr. Ed.
I got to sit this one out. I've got big teeth. I just
but you don't have horse teeth.
Sure, I don't know. Sometimes it depends if the camera angle's right. I did Paul Gallant's live stream yesterday.
Oh yeah,
and I was looking. I was watching it afterwards, and it looked like I might as well have been trying to gnaw an apple out of Paul's hand. It's just. Might as well have been Mr. Ed.
Paul accident is like, so Secretariat. So but you blame the camera. You have glorious teeth. I don't know what.
Yeah, but they're big.
Yeah,
they're big. I got a big face, big head, big teeth.
Okay, do you want me to amend my Elway shade?
Yeah.
He's sitting at a bar right now. How's that, John Elway? He's probably sitting at a bar right now.
He's probably drunk right now.
I'm just saying he might be
self on back.
Did he?
Yeah.
Okay, well then I go back to it. He's got gigantic horse teeth and a horse smile, and he's Mr. Ed. All right, that's reason number 4. Reason number 5. I'm sorry, reason number 3. I'm counting down. 5 reasons I hate myself. Reason number 3. Sam Ehlinger, former Colts quarterback and former Texas Longhorn, is on their practice squad.
Yeah.
Whenever I see Sam Ehlinger's name, I will never really forgive him. And I'm not even a Texas fan, but I feel like he started this whole thing. This was Sam Ehlinger after a big bowl win at UT under Tom Herman, I believe in 2018, maybe, something like that. Here's Sam Ehlinger on the podium.
Longhorn Nation, we're back!
Just such a cornball.
Yeah.
No, you weren't. The update, you weren't back.
And it's been a famously running joke. We talked about it earlier because I feel like McAfee and his cronies were kind of trolling J.J. Watt when he asked if the Texans are back.
Yeah, that's right. It started with this damn Ehlinger right here.
We're back!
Right. No, you weren't. Herman, no. Herman actually is going to get fired shortly, okay? Within the next year or two. He's going to get fired.
The big thing about that, too, is they beat the Georgia in the Sugar Bowl.
Georgia, that's right.
But Georgia was banged the hell up,
Yeah.
and they weren't back.
We're back.
And we're back on the level that Texas expects to be
That's
back.
right, man. That is right. So, by the way, confirmed, Tom Herman is going to be at the game on Saturday.
Yeah.
With the reunion of the 2015 Peach Bowl team.
It did all start right with Vince Young saying,
I don't know the lineage of the.
It was
saying
after
we're back.
it was after the 2005 national championship game.
Okay. Oh, we'll be back like next year.
Yeah, we'll be back next year.
Okay,
yeah.
well, Vince wouldn't be. He went in the NFL draft.
And saying we'll be back. Yeah.
I guess maybe thinking Texas will be back.
So now everybody's waiting for him to be back. Yeah.
All right, so that was Sam Ehlinger. He's reason number 3. Reason number 2, Sean Payton, who somehow got chippy, apparently, with his crony Colin Cowherd in a private conversation about being subjected to a Zoom call with the Texans. The Texans wouldn't fly out and go meet with him in Malibu or wherever he was.
Right. Well, and by rule, they weren't allowed to interview him in person.
Were they not?
So,
Those
no,
were the
that
rules
was
at
like
the
before
time?
it had to be a Zoom call meeting. So the Texans wanted to interview him. If anything, it was a compliment.
Right.
But Sean Payton apparently was not impressed by the Texans on that Zoom call.
On the Zoom call,
based on how Colin Cowherd tells it.
Yeah, we've got that right here, right? Yeah,
There's a lot of bad owners out there that sometimes they inherited money from a family. A lot of times they don't even like the sport. Somebody dies in the family, they're left with it. But the gap, I can tell you this, the gap, listening to stories last night, between the haves and the have-nots in this league is not just quarterbacks or coaches. It is ownership. Even on Zoom calls, you can spot the dysfunction. Zoom calls, not even being in the room, you can see why certain teams lose and why certain teams win.
Zoom calls.
Zoom
Sean Payton, he had dinner with Sean Payton the night before. We know that, and
that's right. He told that.
Yeah. And Sean Payton had been. It wasn't. He didn't say the Texans by name, but it was clearly about the Texans.
He had interviewed with the Texans on a Zoom call,
which is funny because the Broncos are owned by owners who inherited all their money from Sam Walton.
That's true.
They didn't do a damn thing on their own.
Sam himself
to buy the Broncos money. They got that Walmart money. And
some of them married into it.
Yeah, I guess. Well, the guy who married into it, the husband, is like he was rich on his own. I don't think he had NFL money.
Penner?
I don't think he had NFL money, but he
put
was.
him over
It's
the
the
top.
Walmart money that's buying
Hell
it.
yes, it is. Hell yes. All right.
Now this is the thing is like Cowherd is a little money grubbing whore about like anything with rich people. Like he worships the dollar.
Yeah.
He very much.
Yep.
Very, very much so.
Big time.
So the Walmart money to him, there's a certain cachet to it.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, sorry, the money came from energy down here.
You got some people who have inherited the company, the team, whereas other people bought the team with money they inherited. Like, what the hell? What's the difference, Colin Cowherd?
Yeah. Zoom calls. All right, that was reason number 2. Reason number 1, and this is the one that's breaking the text page right now. So I'm glad I had this as number 1 coming into the segment, and it's been confirmed by the numerous texts. And I'll let the texters do this here. I hate Denver because they scrammed us with Brock Osweiler.
There because hating on Gary Kubiak for that. There's Gary Kubiak's ability to get the most out of Brock Osweiler.
Kubiak turned Osweiler into a shiny toy in Denver the year before.
Yeah, and I wish Kubiak were a pettier person, but he's not. Because if he were petty, he might say, all right, go ahead, Bill O'Brien. All right, you think you're going to get the same out of Brock Osweiler that I did?
I had never really, I mean, Kubiak, getting Osweiler to play above his level was something I remembered. And obviously, I remember vividly the 2016 season with O'Brien. I had never connected the two like that.
Oh,
though,
really?
With O'Brien, with O'Brien replacing Kubiak.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah. No, I never had. I admire it. I had never connected like Kubiak, like basically this being like a big bag of dog poop that he threw on O'Brien's door.
No,
like,
yeah,
here you go.
that was a running joke we had, which is that because we weren't doing the show together at the time, was that Kubiak. That was like the last revenge. Revenge that Kubiak had put on the Texans was that he showed the very best version of Osweiler, and Kubiak was really good at that. Kubiak, kind of like Shanahan, is that he gets a lot out of mediocre quarterbacks. Yeah. He can get the best version of them.
Well, and up until the Brock Osweiler season, to a degree, so had O'Brien here.
Yeah.
O'Brien in his first 2 years here, I think personally that was Bill O'Brien's greatest work as the head coach here, was his first 2 seasons finding a way to piece together 9 and 7 years with Fitzpatrick and Mallett, and then by the end of the year, you're doing it with Tom Savage and pulling Case Keenum out of a tree. Brandon Indianapolis for the Houston Texans. And so I always admired that about Kubiak, but just never jibed with Osweiler.
I think his biggest mistake early on was just thinking that Hoyer was a better option than Fitzpatrick. Like that somehow that there was something that he was just so stubborn in some ways that he couldn't accept that there were going to be growing pains with Fitzpatrick. Yeah. So a better option is Hoyer. I'm not saying that Fitzpatrick should have been the guy long term or anything, but like at some point, man, seriously, Hoyer? Just because he knows the system, just because he sniffed Tom Brady's jock a few times, that it's got to be Hoyer over Fitzpatrick.
O'Brien admitted that mistake. We had this is back. It was during the COVID year, and he had the media once it was COVID safe to get together with people. He had several media members over in like the back room at a restaurant somewhere just to do like probably off the record, but now it's 5 years later, so whatever. I'm not saying anything that I think O'Brien would be embarrassed about. He admitted at that thing that there was a mistake to let Fitzpatrick walk. Yeah. He admitted that,
It's hard with some coaches and their personality types. I know Gruden, I've heard multiple people say this about Gruden. Gruden was a guy who always hated his current quarterback, but then when he was on to the next quarterback, he would speak wistfully about how awesome that other guy was. Yeah. Hated Randall Cunningham when he was with him, but then afterwards it was like, talk about this guy just doesn't operate like Cunningham. I mean, back when we had Cunningham, he would have done this. Blah, 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 blah.
This guy. Yeah.
Just always hated his current guy.
Yeah, man.
I could see Belichick, I could see O'Brien maybe being
Probably
He's
not.
always looking, can't have a conversation with his quarterback without scanning the room.
That's right. All right, Take-A-Mania, top of the hour. The bad takes of the week try to take down, of all people, Colin Cowherd talking about Kevin Durant. I want to shift gears to the Astros for just a minute in the next segment. Odds are out on the World Series for next year. The World Series might end tonight for this year. Are we buying the Astros? We're the experts, the odds makers, I should say. Have them on the board right now? Are you excited about this? We'll have that coming up next. I'll tell you what I'm excited about. Beck.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the baseball season might be over tonight. Or in baseball parlance, we like to say we might awake tomorrow, and the baseball season will be over.
Yes. By the time you read this, you will be 11 hours removed from 3 hours before the end of the baseball season when you awoke this morning.
People who know.
Yeah.
All right.
And then they'll begin the worst and most inaccurate name for an off season. Hot stove season.
You don't like that?
Well, no, because it's not anymore.
Yeah.
Baseball free agency is not a hot stove.
It's an igloo cooler.
Yeah.
We got to the igloo cooler part of the calendar.
Football free agency is a hot stove. That's the smoke point. It's a cauldron because it gets going before you even start.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
It's like when you put too much popcorn in the popcorn maker.
Oh.
It's just overflowing all over the place. Baseball, it's kind of like some of the biggest name guys don't sign until right before the season.
That's right.
So whatever, the tepid stove season begins very soon. Free agency, just boom, begins immediately.
And the Astros are going to make moves, and we'll talk plenty about that as November and December and January and February roll on. And guys are still sitting out there in February.
The warming plate season.
The hot plate season. Yeah, just warming plate.
Yeah, warming plate. A Bunsen burner at a buffet.
That's it. Are you buying the Astros at 12-1 to win the World Series next year? Now,
Them's the actual odds?
Let me contextualize for you here. So where are they on the board, though, Sean? I'm sure that's what all of you are saying. Well, I'm glad you asked. The Dodgers are the favorite next year at plus 350, 3.5-1. They're on the verge. They're 9 innings away from losing this year's World Series. But as of right now, according to BetOnline, they are plus 350. The Yankees are number 2 on the board at plus 750, so 7.5-1.
Mm-hmm.
The Phillies are next at 10-1. And then 4 teams tied at 12-1 for 4th on the odds board. The Mets, the Mariners, Blue Jays, and the Houston Astros. Did this feel like a team that at the end of the year should be 4th on the odds board for this year's World Series?
Well, this is the thing, that if you want to make excuses when you're going through the season, you don't want to use injuries as an excuse. But look, they were a game away from making the playoffs this year, despite all of those injuries.
Well, we're talking about betting. That's a perfectly legitimate thing to bring up.
Right,
had
exactly.
All
no,
year.
and I'm not. And I think part of the problem was it's been 2 years in a row that you've just been destroyed by injuries.
Yep.
I know. I went into that last season saying over and over again, like an idiot, like a fool, like a dullard, like a moron. It's like
so many synonyms
like
for
a
stupid.
dunce.
Yeah,
they're saying, wow, they can't possibly have as many injuries to their pitching staff as they had last year.
Hold my
or
beer.
Injuries in general. That I do think there's a feeling that you almost feel like because the Astros were at such a pinnacle, it's almost like you're a billionaire who really cares about being in the Forbes 500 or something, and that all of a sudden you go from having $1.1 billion to $9.995 billion or $995
just
whatever.
Under $1 billion.
Yeah, just under $1 billion.
Yeah.
And it's just a huge blow to your ego and confidence and everything. Because man, you are an insecure person, and you love being able to call yourself a billionaire.
Yep.
And look, you're that type. If you're a billionaire, you're probably a good chance you're like kind of a liar. So you lie and tell people you're a billionaire, but you know you're not.
You know you're not.
Yeah. So
it eats at you.
Yeah. So it hurts. It doesn't feel like you're that much better than everybody else.
No.
I think people objectively look at this team and they look at Correa and they look at Paredes. They look at you and you've still got a lot of offensive weapons.
Yes.
You've got some pitching concerns, but you can address those. That by and large, just looking down the roster, this should be a pretty good baseball team.
That's why I think you just touched on the pitching right there. That's why I think this is. Let me back up. Futures bets in general are not good bets. They're just fun bets to have. But if we're talking about relative value in an ecosystem where they're all bad bets, the Astros are an even more bad bet at 12-1, I think, right now, because other than Hunter Brown, I mean, I'm assuming Framber Valdez is no longer on this team, and the version you got of him last year isn't something that was super inspiring throughout the course of the second half of the season at least. Right now, it's Hunter Brown, it's Christian Javier, and whatever he was or is. It's right, and a bunch of other unknowns.
A lot of question marks.
A lot of question marks, man. And I know Dana Brown has said we're looking to make trades for starting pitchers. It wouldn't shock me if they went shopping for a starting pitcher. There's still talk that they love Dylan Cease. He's a free agent out there. I cannot, and let's also point out, they're not division champs anymore. The last couple of years where they've come into the season as a near favorite for the World Series, they at least still ruled the roost in the AL West. So the Seattle Mariners are legit. I know we had a lot of fun at their expense that they feels like they coughed up the ALCS multiple times along the way, up 2-0, up 3-2, up late in Game 7, and they didn't win that ALCS. That's a good baseball team with deep pitching, with star power, and they're better than you right now. And that's the thing for me too, is we're talking about winning the World Series.
Yeah.
And right now, forget the division, like it's a struggle until I see what the pitching looks like. And let's not ignore the fact that they finished the year with Josh Hader on the injured list. Do we even know what Hader's situation is with a shoulder? So there's a lot of unknown. There's way too many unknowns in their pitching staff right now for me to put a bet down at 12-1.
The real big unknown for me is Arrighetti. Just because, all right, he had the weird broken hand where he was hit by a ball during batting practice, comes back, and then he gets the dreaded elbow inflammation. Yeah. And I hate that I have to do this, but now I have to triple check every time an Astros pitcher has. I'm like, wait, Arrighetti didn't have a UCL, right? Didn't have a UCL, but he had elbow inflammation. Right, he did not. He did not. But I had to triple check just to be sure.
I'm with you,
because he had elbow inflammation, which around here we pretty much think, all right, it's a UCL, and I'm still kind of waiting for the report all of a sudden.
Yeah, I don't feel great about it.
By the way, it did turn out that he had a UCL tear or something, but that is, he's in the mix. But because we've all been hit in the face so many times with these injuries that I don't feel confident saying, oh, yeah, well, you got Arrighetti coming back.
Right, so it sounds like neither of us are on them at 12-1 right now to win the World Series.
But I can see where the upside still is, though. That does feel like that doesn't feel like that's not rich enough for me to want to make that bet.
No.
But I can understand where looking at it as objectively as possible, and by people who haven't been as burned by injuries the last couple of years, where you can look at the roster and say, yes, certainly compared to 2/3 of the teams in the league, this is not a bad roster.
No, they're still a public teams, but they're a public team. All right, a few people texting in what they hate about the Denver Broncos. Denver Broncos, I hate you because, one, it's unfair to play games a mile high.
Yeah.
Altitude sickness is real.
You know what they should do? Yeah. They should make them play in a dome, the old school domes that are where they're blowing the air in with a soft roof.
Yeah.
Like the Carrier Dome.
Yeah.
Because that you increase the air pressure in there.
It depressurizes, or it increases the
pressure. It
pressure.
increases the air pressure. They should try it, but they should make it like a big hyperbaric chamber. Bring it down to altitude.
That's a great idea.
I'm sure that wouldn't cost much money at all.
That's a great idea. I'm sure the league will go for that.
Get it down to just like 2,000 feet of elevation.
That's a good idea. Number 2, you broke our guy's leg. We brought that up in great detail.
Yeah.
Number 3.
Talking about Tank Dell.
Tank Dell, yeah. But we didn't have that in 5 Reasons. We had that in the retro look at 8 o'clock. That's true.
There were people that thought that was a dirty play, and it just wasn't. It wasn't a dirty play at all because the guy landed on him.
He could have gotten up a little quicker.
Landed on him in a goal line situation. That's what happens in goal line situations.
Yep. Broncos versus Oilers 91 playoffs. I wasn't here for that, so I myself can't get agitated about that, but that's from Chris. What's up, fellas? Chris. Thank you, Chris. We appreciate that. All right, we'll read a few more of these. There's some decent amount of hatred on the text line for the Broncos. Good job, society. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We head into the 9 o'clock hour.
It was a 26-24 game.
Ooh.
And the Broncos scored 10 points in the fourth quarter.
I bet that hurt.
It was a come from behind by the Broncos. Yeah.
Oh, my God. That would have painful. Early 90s?
It was 21-16 headed into the fourth quarter.
Early 90s? I mean, and then, 2 years later is the 38-3?
Oh, it was 24-16.
Oh, my God.
In the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
The Broncos ended up scoring a touchdown and a field goal there.
Yeah. Probably a lot of people after those games God, I hope they just move and get the hell out of here. But Adam's like, all right, see you later. I'm out. All right, Take-A-Mania coming up next. The champion is Colin Cowherd. These are where we play the bad takes of the week and see if they can take down the champ, Colin Cowherd, with his opinion on Kevin Durant. We'll do that coming up next. But first, Yeah, number 22 in the
AILT. AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
The only one on First Take wearing a costume, Ryan Clark. That's ironic. The most joyless person on that show, actually, in a festive Halloween Willy Wonka costume.
Yeah, he seems like the most serious amongst all of them, doesn't he?
Yes, yeah. Very much so. Very much so. A lot of gravitas.
One thing I admire about a lot of those television morning shows is how seriously they take things. And
This is life and death stuff.
It's like we might as well be talking about the Middle East.
A lot of people say that about us.
Yeah.
These guys are life and death with their sports.
Yeah. Like I try to come over here to take a break from the actual news.
Right.
Then we got Seth and Sean just making me be serious about everything.
Yep.
Trying to make me feel bad about myself.
That's right. Yeah, that's what we do.
What social media has turned into with football in some ways. It turns into big, measuring contests of like X's and O's football knowledge.
Oh, yeah, man. Yeah.
So that's not how you beat quarters coverage.
Yep.
This is how you beat quarters coverage.
You mean
just settle down. Everybody.
Hand measuring contest.
Yeah,
right?
hand measuring contest.
Yep. Let's do this. This is the segment we do each and every week and we've been doing this February we started it. So we've had a lot of bad takes stored up, and we're going to be on tomorrow's November. So the holiday season is basically here. And at some point, we'll be doing some sort of Take-A-Mania recap, whether it's a bracket or a power ranking or whatever. But we were reliving some of it off the air last week. I'm like, there is a lot of bad takes that I can't wait to relive. The champion right now, and the way this works, we've got some takes lined up, and we'll see if they take down the champ. Colin Cowherd was able to wrest the title away from Kendrick Perkins last week with Cowherd's take on Kevin Durant not being a culture guy.
And it was partly because there is a shelf life on the worst take of the week. Sometimes it remains champ because I enjoy listening to it so much. I just gotten tired of Kendrick Perkins.
Yeah.
Partly because there was too much build up to the bad take part of it. Some of the really good ones.
CJ can't throw left.
Yeah. But there was a lot of build up to it, and he said some might be a good take, whatever. But the best one ever was Perloff, when he was talking about how a hamstring, you don't necessarily need a hamstring as a point guard all that much.
Yeah, about Steph Curry.
Yeah, how much does he even use his hamstring? Because it was bad take after bad take after bad take.
He held the title for a good long time.
I couldn't stop listening to it because there was so many bad takes all in one.
The most entertaining one has been Ocho and Shannon Sharp talking about Desmond Watson.
That's almost turned into a good take just because it's so entertaining.
Feels like a nostalgia take we should play like once every 3 weeks. Nevertheless, here's the current champion, Colin Cowherd, his championship winning take from last week.
At this point, Kevin Durant's not a culture guy. He's not a two-way player, actually. He is a mercenary. In fact, his Twitter handle is Easy Money Sniper. And that's only because I get paid to shoot a lot was too long. That's what he is. And in the final, he had more fouls than buckets made in the second half in OT. He just didn't do much.
Okay.
Yeah,
so that was the take.
The biggest part that I was really annoyed by with that is like him kind of casually making it seem like when Kevin Durant calls himself an easy money sniper, that is about somehow being some kind of a mercenary or something.
Who, by the way, took a hometown discount on his contract.
Instead of actually being a really he's a really good shooter and easy money. I'm taking a shot, that's easy money. I'm a sniper. It was all basketball.
It was a bad usage of an analogy or a corny joke.
Yeah.
That's because I shoot a lot, whatever it was. That wasn't good. That wasn't good. So that's the champ right now. So this is the field that's going to try to take him down. Now this is Cam Newton on the set with Damian Woody, former New England Patriot, who said that Drake May is the best deep ball thrower in the NFL today, which is Drake May's been really good throwing the deep ball this year. The numbers are there to prove it. Drake May's had an outstanding season. Number 2 on the odds board for the MVP of the league right now. So here's Cam Newton's counter argument let's take a listen to this, to the contention that Drake May is the best deep thrower in the NFL.
You fixed your lips to say, you allowed this to come out of your mouth. You even thought this first to say, he's the best deep ball thrower in the internet. This is what hold on. I can talk now. Stephen Anthony, as the executive producer and a very high decision maker of First Take as a whole. Maria Josetta, just step aside real quick, sweetie pie, because this has nothing to do with you. Stephen Anthony, you keep allowing people to come on this show and to have diarrhea at the mouth by just saying certain things that are just not true. You're a liar. You're a liar. And I'm going to tell you why. Am I a fan of Drake May? Absolutely. But one thing that you have to understand, and you know this more than anybody, Damon, Dakari, Woody. In order to be the best, you have to do what? Beat the best. And in this case, you did it once. But to beat the best, you have to do this twice because they're in your... Now, Drake May, you have to stand up and stand on business. Put your big toes east and west. Cement your heels to the ground and stand on business. And I don't think that they have what it takes to dethrone the Buffalo Bills.
Okay,
so he's responding to somebody saying that Drake May is the best deep ball thrower in the NFL
by talking about having to beat the Buffalo Bills in the AFC East.
Yeah, so I didn't was he not? Did he lose the plot? Did he start thinking that it was? Did he think that he had actually? He thought it sounded like he was arguing against somebody that said Drake May is the best quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah, what do you think the chances are he just wasn't listening to the question?
I think there's a really good chance.
Yeah,
I think because for the level of. That's not the kind of thing that you would get that heated up over in saying he's the best deep ball thrower.
He was heated, man.
In the NFL.
He was out of breath.
He's in good shape.
He was using everybody's government names.
Yeah.
Stephen Anthony, Maria, whatever her name, Damian Jakar, Woody.
Well, he called her Sweetie Pie.
Called her Sweetie Pie.
HR's
on
that classic Cam Newton misogyny towards a female in the press.
Yeah.
Right there into all of it. Yeah.
That's right. I forgot about that.
Boy, this is a tough one.
Super entertaining.
Yeah. And look, that's the format on that show. Get worked up about stupid stuff. But I feel like he might not have heard the right... Oh,
he never addressed the deep ball thing.
I know, and he talked about you got to beat the best to be the. Yeah, that's
to be the man, you got to beat the man.
Yeah. It sounded like he was arguing against the wrong thing.
So does it fit the take-a-mania bad take criteria?
Oh, this is a tough one.
Yeah.
I feel like I feel unprepared for this. I should have gone back and watched the entire segment.
Yeah.
Let's do the rare. I'm going to go back and listen to the entire segment today, and we'll put him up again next week.
He gets a rematch next week. Okay, so
for now, he gets a reprieve.
For now,
the governor is calling. Yeah.
Cowherd's still the winner. All right.
Governor called at 11:59 p.m. and said, hold off.
I will make sure to make a note that we leave Cam Newton in there for next week.
Okay.
All right. This is from the Pivot podcast, and Kevin Durant was on the Pivot podcast. And Kevin Durant apparently doesn't have any children.
Yeah.
He's 37 years old. Channing Crowder absolutely baffled that KD has no kids.
You know what else? Somehow with your thing. You have not blessed the world with your DNA. Bro, we can't get a little Kevin, a little Kevinita.
Nah,
bro, we need this to continue, bro. You're the only one on Netflix without an old lady.
I got a nephew, man.
Bro, you don't need. Bro, I'm telling you,
he got the same blood, man.
KD, you don't want to be the 65-year-old man at the high school graduation. They calling you grandpa. You gotta put a little Kevin in the world,
man. When that time gonna come, it's gonna come, man.
He got like a little Durant Springman or something like those.
Yeah, man. I got a lot of kids out here, to be honest.
They named that.
Looking up to them, man. I got to set a good example every day, bro.
Set a good example. Get you a woman and set a good example in the bedroom. Chill, man.
Okay, so entertaining
That's the best
again.
Take of the week.
So Channing Crowder is the one who's, in my mind, Channing Crowder is the one who is up for the award right now.
Yeah.
Is it a bad? I love my kids, but I don't think it's. I think it's a bad take to force kids.
No,
on
but
somebody.
he's saying for the good of basketball and society that how can you be this just freakishly gifted basketball player and not bless the world with your genes,
with your DNA,
to create perhaps a Kevin Durant Jr. sometime 20, 25 years from now.
Or a Kevinita, he said.
Kevinita, right, for the WNBA.
Yeah.
He could single-handedly save the WNBA.
Right, the female Slim Reaper.
Maybe listen, they won't try to beat the crap out of Kevin Durant's Kevinita the way they're doing Caitlin Clark necessarily.
Right.
Because it was lighthearted.
Yeah.
And B, I anticipated him. I thought it was going to be something like almost like a really misguided take about him not having children or something. No, not the worst take of the week.
Not the worst take.
That was actually pretty funny.
I couldn't remember if we.
I think he really should. He should at least, I don't know, donate some.
Who, Kevin Durant?
Yeah. Just
Be a sperm donor?
Or sell it for charity.
Oh, maybe people might buy it.
Yeah. Oh, you think?
Yeah.
And I was like, no, the problem is that a lot of those kids would be born into a family where the parents were like psychotically committed to making their kid a great athlete and everything.
I mean, there's a reason
he'd be a Todd,
why you're...
He'd be Kevin Marinovich.
Kevin Eda.
Yeah.
I love that. All right. Look at the list here. I have Show's take on the World Series not using extra innings anymore.
Yeah.
We eliminated that one, right?
No, yeah, because it wasn't even really a take. He was kind of thinking his way through it.
Yeah.
And it wasn't. I didn't think it was as bad as one of our listeners, Champ Slice, forwarded it to us.
It was.
I didn't really think it was on the level of worst take of the week.
Okay, so I'm going to hold off on playing that again. So, Show, you're off the hook for that one. All right, this is the last one. So, Cowherd, this is Trey Wingo, Seth. Yeah.
Wingo.
Trey Wingo.
This is one of these old ESPN personalities that's constantly jaded that they're not the same caliber of star once they lost their platform.
You're going to hate this take, and I can't wait. Trey Wingo was on the Stu Gatz, who is Dan Le Batard's sort of right-hand man, has three other people on there, like on the screens below, and then they have a guest, and Trey Wingo was the guest on this podcast. And so they got talking about the old times at ESPN. They did a segment called Wingo or Wing No, and they bounced some NFL stuff off of Trey Wingo. And then at some point along the way, they started, sort of pontificating about segments like Wingo or Wing No.
Yeah.
They asked him about the schedule release, thumbs up or thumbs down, or Wingo or Wing No. Trey Wingo said didn't like the schedule release, even though it's fantastic content that draws a lot of eyeballs.
Yeah.
So Trey Wingo starts to go off on how dumb all the segments are that get done on shows like this, shows like ESPN, trying to fill 24 hours.
I've come to the realization when I don't do this 5 days a week, 8 hours at a time, most of what we used to do was pretty stupid. I mean, let's just be honest about it. Let's just be honest about it, right? Like, there's not enough real information to talk about this stuff 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, right? There's not. So that's why you come up with stuff like the schedule release or funny little bits like Wingo or Wing No, because there really isn't enough to talk about. I mean, that's the issue.
Right, divisional winner for your life, right.
See, that's like half the stuff I watch now, and I'm like, why are you talking about that? Oh, because you have to. Because you got to fill the time, right? Outside of watching live events and then reacting to it or talking about what's going to happen next, it's all just fodder. It's all just filler. It is. It's all just filler. Agreed. So I enjoyed it when I did it. If you asked me to do it now, I would say put a power drill into my head.
Again, this is the inflated ego of former ESPN people who at one point were on the top of the world.
Oh, yeah. When I was doing it, it was incredible.
Like, Trey is almost going through something that, like, a lot of people go through maybe when they're, like, their 20s, when they start reflecting on what's important in life and what's not. Like, at the end of the day, Trey, it's sports. None of it's actually genuinely important, It's a fun diversion from your normal everyday life, and you do get really passionate about it and everything. We do. So it's like there's not a single segment you've ever done in sports that at the end of the day is curing cancer,
it's changing
the
world.
Yeah, like it's all ultimately, none of it really matters. Yeah. So to try to act like I'm only going to do the stuff that really matters. Plus, it's a mark of somebody that actually just has no imagination or likes thinking actual thoughts.
Yep.
When they start thinking, you got to fill time. You got to fill time.
Well, he had 18 people working for him to help fill time before.
Exactly.
Yeah, man.
Because I don't feel like honestly, we do a 4-hour show every single day, and there's very few times during the year where I feel like I'm saying something like, just got to fill the time.
At all.
Just I put a little work into it, Wingo.
Yeah.
If you put a little work, if you read a thing or two, you're like, that's interesting. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, this tweaks my interest.
I don't even know what he's doing now because he's not on ESPN anymore. Yeah. He's probably I think he has a podcast that he does. When he was on Radio Row with us, and he was a miserable guest on Radio Row.
No, he really was a jerk. I've had a couple experiences experiences with us. Not even really talking to anybody or anything. He's like the old school media when they used to be like that.
Yeah,
they'd get away with being these diva types.
Well, when he was on Radio Row with us, he was doing ads. He was sponsored by some app, and he was doing the read like he'd never used the app before. Like he couldn't have been less interested in the app.
He was almost like insulting the company as he was doing it.
It felt like he wasn't super interested in talking to us. And before you give your verdict on this take and see if it beats Cowherd, he seems like one of the people in this business where you ask yourself after listening to something like that or talking to them, does this guy even like sports?
Right.
Why like John Feinstein was like that. No longer with us, so I've apologized for picking on the deceased. But John Feinstein used to do these sports minutes here.
Yeah.
Boomer Esiason does some of them now. And they used to be a minute long when Feinstein was doing them. And you talk about wanting to put a drill through your brain. But John Feinstein would do these sports minutes, and after every single one, I'd be like, why are you in sports?
Yeah, you sound miserable.
I don't think you even like sports.
The worst was because he would do it during the midday when Mike and I were on. And like half of them were kind of like almost political and very not a good political take in Texas.
Right.
It was like So
he lives in D.C.
The text line would fill up with all of just people pissed off about some random thing he said about guns or something.
Yep.
And it was
All
So
right.
no, because you know why? Because it wasn't even a good or entertaining take.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
it sounds like some guy that used to have a pretty cushy job on ESPN. He had to try to do a radio show or something.
He did. He replaced Mike Greenberg on Golic, on Mike and Mike.
Oh yeah.
So
and
he was with Golic for a little while.
He was like, "Oh, this is actual work.
This is hard work.
Yeah,
I got to do a 4-hour morning show.
Yeah. If you want to make it good, you actually got to put some effort into it.
Yeah. So it sounds like to me.
It's not worst take. Because that's still there's a little bit of navel gazing by you and I. If for me to make that worst take of the week, it'd have to be something that agitated a lot of people listening.
Yeah.
A lot of people listening were probably like, yeah, a lot of that stuff is stupid.
Yep.
Yes. So not worse than Cowherd.
Okay. Cowherd's still the champ. Kicks out.
Unbelievable.
That's what we've realized is that it has to be a bad take, but delivered well.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of bad takes delivered poorly.
Or if it's bad and not delivered well, it's got to be really bad.
Yeah.
Really bad. That's the balancing act. But I'm with you for the entertainment factor. You know that. All right, so Cowherd's still the champ. Congrats, Cowherd. You hold on to the title for one more week. Seth sat down with Moose Johnston, who is going to be on the Texans. He was on the Texans-Niners game last week. He's on Texans-Broncos again this week. And what are his thoughts on C.J. Stroud, how he looked, how he hopes he looks, and Bo Nix, who the Texans are going to see this weekend? That's coming up next.
Sometimes I
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Shout out Taquerias Arandas, man. Brought up a bunch of food. There's tamales galore up here.
Tamales and then some kind of a sweetbread that Lopez said the proper pronunciation, and I didn't understand it.
Yeah.
So it's like a loaf of bread, but sweet.
With sugar caked all
And
over
you can
the top
only
of
take You can only take one because it's a gigantic mound of
It's
bread.
huge. It's the size of a throw pillow, man. Yeah. So it's good stuff from Taquerias Arandas. It was very good. Yep.
I just did the HR videos. Got to be sure that we mentioned that
they're a sponsor of the station. They pay for their time on the station. This is just a mere gift, I would say. Are these traditional things for Halloween? I have no idea.
I guess so. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, tamales is a traditional whatever.
Yeah, I know. Well, Lopez makes a bunch of them at Christmas time for everybody.
Yeah.
So there's that. You were.
I feel like that's like saying, like, is a cheeseburger a traditional such and such?
I'll make it one.
Any time of the year, basically.
Yep, I'll make it one. So you had a chance to talk to Moose Johnston.
Moose Johnston
Cowboy
on the
legend
Believe
Moose
in Texans podcast.
Yep.
And I was curious about, especially the quarterbacks, and how he felt about, obviously a very good game, but we talked a little bit about how CJ himself had said that, he needed to be better on first and second down and on some of the boring stuff. And this is what Moose had to say.
I think if you watch his decision-making and you watch his feet, it was very different than it was against Seattle. Probably not as drastic as in some of the other games. There were some times where, that was the best I had seen him play. And then when you got to the end of the game overall, I think by far it was the best that he played. And I just don't understand why it's hard for him to do that, right? You hear it from a lot of coaches, hey, take the boring play. Or you hear it from the backup quarterback who's kind of that veteran guy behind a younger guy. Hey, just take the boring play, right? Stay ahead of schedule, keep the chains moving. They may make you do a methodical drive down the field, like you said, 10 plays, 12 plays. And that's what they were doing. If your opening drive is 16 plays, you just had a huge boost of confidence that we can function in this way if that's what we have to do here this afternoon. And they go on and do it 4 more times, during the course of that game. So it was really, really impressive. But I always wonder why it's hard for them to do that on a regular basis, because so much so that, right, the Fangio defense is now all over the NFL.
Yeah.
Because they want to test the patience of the quarterback.
Yeah, so he's talking about the Fangio defense, obviously Vic Fangio, who will play a lot of just high, softer coverages and just make guys work for it underneath. I think that, and we talked about this earlier, like, it doesn't have to be any more complicated most times in patience of youth. And it's guys that are just aggressive and want deep shots downfield. And I think with CJ, it's not like he's not like Jay Cutler was or anything. When it comes to grasping the importance of hitting the shorter stuff, but there is a part of when you're good at deep shots, when you're able to score in chunks like that, like you have, that's what you're more naturally like eager for.
Yeah.
And it's to carve somebody up the way CJ, like, all year, it's felt like a little bit like he's grudgingly saying death by 1,000 paper cuts.
Yeah.
They're like, I know that's what I'm supposed to say, so I'm going to say it. And yet it's what guys like Tom Brady and everybody else have told him, that it is the boring stuff. And D'Amico, when he spoke this week, said, yeah, he's made a lot of improvement in, hey, if the first read is open, throw it. Don't overthink this and start waiting for things. No, it's hard to come by open receivers. Mm-hmm. Take it then. Don't worry about what you might be missing out on.
If ever there were a quarterback who came into the NFL where I feel like you give a pass to for having this thirst to attack downfield, it would be the guy who played his 2 years in college with Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, Jackson Smith and Jigba, who am I? Emeka Ibuka.
Did you say Marvin Harrison
Marvin
Jr.?
Harrison Jr. Yeah, like you're talking about 5 guys that are first-round picks.
And if you go back and you watch some of CJ in college, it's like, because people are having some big debate about, play calls versus quarters or cover 4 and the difference. And the funny thing is, it's like you can beat any coverage with a deep ball as long as you have protection long enough for the routes to clear, and if you have the receivers, you can get open. And that's kind of what CJ had in college, was he had really good protection, and he had receivers that he could just wait and wait and wait, and now Marvin Harrison is open and I can throw it.
Yeah.
So it's not like CJ hasn't shown an ability to process or anything. He can do all that, and he just he knows how to go through his progressions. It's just I do think there have been times where he's just he still knows that Nico could come open or something else could happen downfield, and it's hard to just pass up. It's hard to just take that easy opportunity when you know that other play is out there. The thing that they learn over time, though, quarterbacks start to learn is, okay, if the first read is open and it's easy,
take it.
Because it's open because the other reads in the progression are not going to be as easy. They're conceding it to you.
Yes.
When it comes to the time where the first read isn't open and the second read isn't open, then, there's a specific reason they're not open or easy. You let the progression lead you to the big plays instead of trying to force it. And it's just not a matter of intelligence whatsoever. It's more just about tamping down your own aggression. I think CJ has made a lot of progress over the last few weeks.
All right, you want to hit Moose on Bo Nix here?
Yeah, Moose on Bo Nix. What's up with Bo Nix?
So this is year 2 with Sean and Bo. I think the weird thing is both years, and then around this time, same thing last year. I can't remember what week it was, but we had them against Atlanta, and they just whooped Atlanta. And we'd seen them a couple of weeks prior to that against the Raiders, and was like, maybe not. But we had all the quarterbacks that were rookies last year. We felt Bo Nix was the best out of the group. We really did. He's that old soul guy. I mean, he seems much more mature than he is for his age. He's played so much football at this stage of his career already at a very, very high level. And I think it's perfect that he's with Sean. The one thing he's got to work on is the consistency. He misses the deep ball a lot, and that's one of the big things that Sean will do. He'll kind of do that death by 1,000 cuts like Coach Cayley and CJ want to do, and then he'll just nail you over the top. And we remember Breeze, right? He's just picking you apart underneath, and eventually somebody gets frustrated on the back end and is going to jump something, and then he'll just throw a dagger into your heart and hit you with something deep down the field. Bo hasn't gotten to that stage yet where he can really hurt the defense with those explosive plays down the field.
Yeah, no, I think that's the big thing with Bo Nix. He's capable of the deep ball, but he hasn't been as consistent with it. And I know people in Denver are kind of wishing that Payton would call more deep shots or be more aggressive. I don't know. There's something about, hey, you've got a young quarterback who's also got a good rushing attack. And Bo Nix, to his credit, I think, has been cool with Sean Payton making him be more conservative. And, again, we go talk into the maturity of young quarterbacks. Bo Nix has played a lot more football just by virtue of his age and his college experience. So, that maybe he's not fighting it, or maybe he's just scared of Sean Payton.
Yeah.
Whatever it is. But then when they are taking their deep shots, they haven't been as effective at it. But they've got a really good rushing attack.
Bo Nix, I remember at the time they drafted him, and you make this point quite a bit, which is teams get sucked into drafting quarterbacks a round or two higher than they normally should because there's a thirst for quarterbacks. Man, I got to admit, when they drafted Bo Nix, the 6th quarterback taken in the top 12 in that draft, by the way, and they drafted him with the 12th pick, that's what it felt like to me. I was not a huge – I definitely wasn't a huge Bo Nix fan at Auburn, and I think he was good in Oregon, but how much of that was going to translate to the NFL? He was older, too.
Well, and he always made that kind of these off-platform throws and kind of like college highlight reel types of throws, but are you going to tamp that out of him?
Right, and so I thought it was a reach with him at 12, but if you go back and look now at the 6 quarterbacks that were taken in the top 12 in that draft, I would say if we're right now, if you're power ranking them, Drake May is probably number 1.
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels probably number 2 just based on the season he had last year, but he's banged up. Bo Nix is the clear number 3. To me, Bo Nix is a better quarterback right now than Caleb Williams is.
The interesting thing about the experience in college and CJ played in a more of a pro style system than Bo Nix would play in, but Bo Nix played in at least 61 games in college.
Yeah.
CJ, he played a lot of football.
He did.
And there's, I think there's lessons you learn regardless of what style of offense you're in, where that experience does transfer over to the NFL. And that might have been one of the things that was appealing to,
for sure,
to Peyton was just his time.
Yeah, Peyton is a Parcells guy.
Yeah,
and Parcells used to have a set of rules that he wouldn't draft a quarterback unless they won X percentage of their games, started X amount of games.
Ideally, a 4-year starter.
Been a captain. Yeah. Parcells had a very strict set of criteria that I think as Parcells aged, he had to kind of dial back on because there were so many good young quarterbacks coming out that just didn't stay long enough.
A lot more guys. Yeah,
to play the requisite number of games. It would stand to reason that Sean Payton would really like Bo Nix because I'm guessing Bill Parcells probably would have really liked the way Bo Nix checked at least the experience boxes.
Well, especially when it comes to just if a guy's only got 2 years of starting experience, just how many times have you seen a guy that has an incredible first year in college but then an awful second year?
Yeah.
And it's just if you got 4 years of film on a guy, then you've got a much better feel for what his strengths and weaknesses actually are.
4 years, 2 schools. He might have had 5 years. He started 60 games, you said?
It was 5 years,
yeah. So
he got like a COVID exemption.
That COVID era,
and all that.
you get that extra
his first year at 2019 with Auburn. Yeah.
There you go. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com. /A. Final segment coming up. We will final thoughts as we get ready for Broncos and Texans on Sunday. We'll also stack the card in the NFL. What are the 5 games we're keeping an eye on in the NFL this Sunday? We'll do that coming up next. Men's Tea Clinic. I'll be on my way there right after the show, as I am every Friday.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, we're still getting a lot of people texting in reasons they hate the Broncos, which I think is great.
Oh, good.
Yeah, we've got 48 hours out there. Tailgaters getting your hate on, and this will help.
Should we wear costumes for the pregame show?
You can. You can wear your Fred Flintstone costume that you bought yesterday.
You know, the best part about that costume was that I was barefoot.
Comfy.
I was comfy.
You looked comfy.
I told
as
all
hell.
the music station people that I was Rick Rubin, famously barefoot record producer.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And they got it?
Yeah, they got the joke, most of them.
That's good.
Except the guys at Mega.
You didn't have your translator.
Yeah. Well, no, yeah. I don't think he's done any. I don't think he's done any Spanish language
Latino
albums or anything.
Yeah. Text message: hate the Broncos for 2019 Bill O'Brien you suck 2 game.
That was the Broncos.
Said it was the Broncos game. Remember, they were trailing like 38-3 at the half.
They were.
And a fan yelled, "You suck!" And O'Brien decided it would be a good idea to turn around and go tell that guy. That gets more bizarre.
Is that tuning out the outside noise? We good? We good?
It's good. Bill O'Brien did not tune out the outside noise.
Are you tuning out the outside? How about if O'Brien had come in there and be like, guys, you got to tune out the outside noise. I almost murdered somebody.
The crazy part about that, other than O'Brien, the actual crazy person, was if you go back and watch the video of it, I mean, that thing was on TMZ. That was a big news story. O'Brien, player that goes and grabs him to pull him back is DeAndre Hopkins, the very guy that he would actually trade just 5 months later.
What year was that? That was 2019?
It was 2019, and this is the week after, if I'm not mistaken, this is the week after they had just beaten the Patriots in the flu game, where the Patriots had 13 guys with the flu, but the Texans hadn't beaten the Patriots in forever.
Yeah.
It felt like every year the Texans lose to the Patriots, and they're able to beat them in a game that looked a lot closer on the final score. They blew out the Patriots. They gave up a couple touchdowns late in the fourth quarter, made it look closer, and they blew out the Patriots. And that might have been one of the high points of the Bill O'Brien era because, oh, wow, look, all these trades might be working that they made before this season. And they just beat the Patriots, and they're going to win the division. And then they come out at home against Drew Lock.
And Vic Fangio, head coach.
Yeah.
A man who definitely never would have tried to go after a fan.
Exact
opposite types of personality.
Lay an absolute egg in that game.
You're right. That flu game, in hindsight, I guess nobody was in the mood to just talk about how devastated the Patriots were.
No.
I mean, they took 2 separate planes to Houston.
A sick plane and
a healthy plane. Yeah, it was a pre-quarantine.
Yeah.
We started to wonder whether maybe it was the Patriots themselves that had not only brought COVID here, but created it in the lab. And it escaped a Bob Kraft lab somehow.
Yep.
And that's where, thanks a lot, Patriots.
Yep. So that was, the You Suck 2 game. That's a good reason. Good reason. Back and then goes on to win a Super Bowl. We got a few of those on the text page as well. This is a big weekend out at the stadium, NRG Stadium, Ring of Honor. Janice McNair going into the Ring of Honor.
Ring of Honor, and it's homecoming also. So
all your old buddies will be back.
Yeah.
Okay, that'll be fun. I think I don't know if I'm supposed to reveal who we're having.
We're going to have a guy. If we do have a guy, a legend, it's a good one. Yeah.
It's someone who's famous for having a bloody face at one point.
Well, that could be at least 2 different
guys. I know.
Guys.
That's why I'm leaving a little.
I'm leaving 2 different guys.
Leaving a little mystery here.
Yeah.
So it's that caliber of dog.
Yeah.
Is a bloody face dog. So here's D'Amico Ryans, his thoughts on Janice McNair, wife of the late Bob McNair, co-founder of the Texans, going into the team's Ring of Honor.
Yeah, I know it was a unanimous decision. Miss Janice, with just her love and affection for everybody. You talk about someone who supports, who loves Texans football, man, it wouldn't happen without Miss Janice and Bob bringing football back to Houston. So we're thankful, as a city, we're thankful for them bringing football back to Houston, but just how, she supports us in in training camp, she's out there every day supporting the team. And I would say my fondest memory of Miss Janice is saying anytime anytime I talk to her, she said, anytime you need a linebacker, I'm ready. I'm ready to go. So she loves football. She loves the Texans, and she's done everything right in her power to make sure we have everything that we need as a team to be as successful as possible. So we're all thankful for Miss Janice and the late Mr. Bob McNair for what they've done to bring football to Houston. Fired about football again. Now it's on us to continue to press it forward to take us to new heights.
Get a win. Don't spoil it.
I'll tell you another thing. Janice McNair, she's still got a little gangsta in her. Because remember that annoying YouTube guy, Grant Cohn from the 49ers, who was doing his post-game video. He was walking down through the hallways. He had to sidestep quickly as he was doing the video, because the guy's got to be like 40, but he's like acting like a 16-year-old who can't look away from his phone.
Yes.
Almost got trucked by Janice McNair's van as it was leaving through the tunnels. Yeah.
It was like a sprinter van.
Yeah, I like to think that Janice McNair was like looking out from the back and saw a guy in 49ers gear and was like, nah, hit the gas.
Back it up.
Yeah. I missed him.
Go over.
Yeah.
We missed him. Back it up. So that'll be great. I'm trying to think when Andre was the first one to go into the Ring of Honor. They won that game. I remember that was the only game they won down the stretch in 2017. They beat the Cardinals. JJ went in when they played the Steelers here, CJ's rookie year, and the Texans won that game against the Steelers that day.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember when Bob got inducted, when Bob McNair, like what the date was, and I'm trying to Google it. I'm not having much success, but just from a handicapping standpoint, are they undefeated when they're putting people in the Ring of Honor that day?
Okay. Yeah.
Crowd of a little extra juice maybe that day. Who knows?
I don't know.
We'll see. So the card on Sunday here in the NFL, this is what's going on around the AFC South. The Texans make up some ground this weekend. Tennessee's their game where I will actually root for the Tennessee Titans, because the Chargers are more of a threat to keep the Texans out of the postseason right now than the Titans are. I'm not worried about Titans are going to end up winning 3 or 4 games this year. If one of them's against the Chargers to bring them a little closer in the windshield, I'm down with that. Indianapolis at Pittsburgh. If you have any hope of catching the Indianapolis Colts, if you're the Texans, I think number one is you got to win both games against the Colts once you play them.
Yeah.
But they need to start losing some of these games like this. Indianapolis at Pittsburgh.
And the Colts who had they had some good victories, but they faced a lot of cream puffs early on. And the Steelers aren't. The Steelers were one of those teams where you could tell early on, like, all right, they've got a good record, but I'm not so sure about this necessarily.
Kind of phony.
I would like to see, though, as Ross Tucker told us earlier this week, I'm still not 100% convinced that the Colts defense is as good as they look on paper.
Yeah.
So if Aaron Rodgers can have one of his, he's only got so many good, really impressive performances left in him.
Yep.
But could you do us a favor and have one this week?
Yeah, I think this is a game. If you're a Texan fan and you have hope to catch the Indianapolis Colts, this is the type of game they need to lose.
Yeah.
It's a road game. I'm guessing the Colts are favored in this game, but probably not by much. The atmosphere should be incredible, because now if I'm a Steeler fan, after last night, I'm a little nervous about the Ravens now that they got Lamar back, and that it didn't crater with Lamar out. They were able to at least win a game with Snoop Huntley against the Bears. So if I'm a Steeler fan, man,
Their big thing is that they replaced, Deshaun Elliott, the safety, with Kyle Duggar. And I don't know if he's even 100% on board and ready to go or not. So going against that Colts offense.
Yep, that's right. That's right. Yeah, Elliott got hurt in that Green Bay game.
Yeah.
That's right. As far as the late window goes, Jacksonville is at the Raiders. That would be fun if the Raiders could steal one against the Jags this weekend. That would help, because if the Texans win, they're 4-4, and if the Jags lose, I believe they are 4-4 as well. So go Raiders this weekend. Go Tom Brady. Get it done.
Raiders have been held to fewer than 30 points in 27 consecutive games. Longest active streak in the NFL.
Chip Kelly was supposed to cure that.
Chip Kelly was one of the favored. I might have at one point thought, hey, give me a guy with experience. Look, he's coming out of Ohio State.
Those
he
segments
learned how to
out
slow
there.
down his tempo and everything.
They're in the archive.
Yeah.
My lips were moving right with you.
It's not like Nick Caley's lighting the world on fire or anything, but Chip Kelly's not the right guy to say, you should have hired a guy with experience.
Yep. So that'll be at 3:05. And then 3:25 is just one of the games. I think of all the regular season games that we tend to see every year, because, these teams are always if you got these
division winner
winners,
versus division winner.
They always face each other. I think Kansas City and Buffalo, wherever the game is, this year it's in Buffalo, wherever that game is in the regular season, because they play every year, that is a regular season one people circle.
I'll tell you what, though, it is unique in the matchup between Mahomes and Josh Allen in that it's the 10th matchup between Mahomes and Allen, including the playoffs, since 1950. The third have faced off more from different divisions. Like, so a non-divisional opponent. Yep. So it does feel weird that, like, every year, like, it's these guys again.
It's the Peyton and Brady of this era.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like it felt
except
like Tom
they
Brady.
Except they didn't play each other as often as these guys have.
Right. But
it's
in that neighborhood.
Yeah, they actually it might have been the opposite with those guys. They didn't meet in the regular season nearly as much as you would have hoped or wished.
That would surprise me because I feel like they dominated their divisions all those years.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So at any rate, that is Allen versus Mahomes is it's a main event anywhere in the country, Mean Gene. That's what I like to say. And then Sunday Night Football, this game doesn't matter at all really to the Texans, but the Seahawks are at the Commanders. I say that because you can hear that game right here on Sports Radio 610. All right.
They faced off 17 times in their career.
Brady and man, how many in the postseason?
It just says 17 total in both, so I don't know.
Yeah. A lot.
12 times in the regular season.
There you go. All right. Payne and Pendergast, probably very few with them under the age of 30, I would imagine. Yeah. All right. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. We welcome in the fellas, Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig producing today, as always, on In the Loop. I bring up Figgy Fig because collectively, the three of you yesterday with your Halloween costumes, thumbs up.
Thank you.
Were you guys eligible to win something? Because
I didn't know, but I think
technically,
so.
Especially because they forced us onto the stage and made us do a few quotes from the movie.
Okay.
Even though we were not prepared for such things.
Yeah.
So I think we were technically eligible, but I never thought that was going to be.
What'd you think?
It was impressive.
It was.
It was very impressive, and as much as I tend to put the old ego aside on stuff like that, I don't know if I would have done that.
I know.
Always got respect for anybody that commits to the thing.
Okay, so everybody listening, they did Right Said Fred, and Sean was wearing the fishnet T-shirt with no shirt underneath.
I was the singer, and Grego was the guitar player.
I don't know if I'd have done that.
Sean did the moves from the video and everything, but before those guys went up, I'm just kind of looking around the room, and Sean, back by the soundboard, was in the shadows, and he had taken his shirt off, and I could see, and I lost it. I lost it. I was dying laughing because he was in the shadows, too. It looked like he was a pro wrestler about to emerge.
That's one of those where
that's the mindset
I realized as when I saw the video, I said, there is a line. Even, you know, I would do just about anything. I don't know if I'd do that.
$50 gift card to Academy. Hey! $50 gift card to Specs, $100 to BB's.
I'll tell you who didn't have probably any qualms about taking his shirt off. Freaking Grego.
Yeah, I didn't have any idea.
Man, and Grego's he's like our age, right?
He's
old. Yeah, like
he might be older.
Yeah,
Grego's been around.
I don't want to put it out there, but he's built, man.
You want to know the thing that I think you guys missed, but myself and Figgy were privy to? His undershirt. He ripped it off, literally. He didn't take off his shirt like I'm pretty sure.
I ripped mine at the end of the thing,
and
I needed to slice the little band at the top of the neck.
Well, you don't got to give away your tricks there.
Yeah,
but Grego legitimately took a ripped it himself.
This is gonna make you feel worse.
He's in his 60s, isn't he?
60s.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah. What is he? Give it to us. What's the number? He should be proud. He looks the way he does at his age.
Well, let me make sure this is him.
Not some other Grego.
Yeah, I don't know.
Of the many Gregos.
Let's just. I don't want to confirm or deny, but from what I cursory search says that he might be in his 60s.
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he works out.
Yeah.
he was shredded, dude.
And if he doesn't, it doesn't. Maybe he works on a farm or something. That's the way that people like that look.
Yeah.
All right, so
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
Yeah, it does feel weird to have done all of the Halloween costumes, everywhere, and then we're just back with regular T-shirt and fishing shirt on.
You guys were
Halloween.
outstanding at the Coming to America, and I loved your Fred Flintstone outfit too.
It was fantastic.
It was great.
Yeah.
So I think in this room right here, I'm not in a living situation or a domicile where we have trick-or-treaters.
Yeah.
I live in a high-rise. Reggie, I think you're not in a trick-or-treat situation.
We only get a few.
I am. Not a ton, but
so let me
a good
guess.
number.
And maybe subliminally, are you I feel like you would be a give out an actual candy bar
every
guy.
year,
not the little
the
ones.
big ones. Yeah, full size.
The big full. That's what I thought. Okay, you probably mentioned that before.
Yeah,
What's on the menu this year?
We're actually getting them today, so I'm not exactly sure. But
you're buying the candy on Halloween, huh?
Costco has the big ones, man.
Oh, man, look at
Costco
money bags over
ones.
here. Even after I
buying high, that's his philosophy.
Even after I emptied your pockets of that $5 earlier today.
By the way, you didn't mention you got $5 too.
I got my $5.
By the way, candy prices sky high this year. Combination of bad weather in West Africa during the last growing season, then also the tariffs. It's like there's some sticker shock going on with the candy.
Yeah, but ever since the last one went to college, I told my wife, I said, we're gonna be that house.
Yeah.
Now that we're not paying tuition anymore, we can afford the big candy bar.
Yeah,
Big
we
candy
don't.
bar.
And it's not a flex. We get very few because of where we live, but it's we give out full size.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Hey, Sean, do you want to do the thing real quick?
You mean the thing where on Halloween I say, boo, you're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2. The H stands for Happy Halloween. Houston, an Odyssey sports station.
I love that.
Also, Crosstalk is brought to you by D&M Auto Lease.
He does that every Halloween.
He really does. He's committed.
Supposed to do it every day. Just Halloween on money.
I know that you guys love doing question of the day, but I hate to bring you into analysis here. Apparently, Travis Hunter, wide receiver cornerback, is being placed on injury reserve.
Oh,
shock.
My goodness.
I shouldn't do that.
For what?
Yeah, for what?
Let me double check that. It's
turns-
the knee injury that he's been dealing with.
Okay.
He's sustained that during Thursday's practice, apparently, according to
Is he
Lee.
playing offense or defense at the time?
That's a great
When
question.
you trade up for somebody who's supposed to redefine our expectations, what
Football
did he say?
itself.
Yeah. And then ends up to be relatively unimpressive as a receiver and more impressive as a defensive back, playing a lot of zone. But boy, so far.
Yeah.
Dumb move by the Jaguars.
Yeah.
Really
right
dumb
now,
move
it's,
so
right
far.
now it's a bad pick.
Dumb move. And and if they start losing games, Cleveland is salivating right now because they've got the Jags first round pick.
Honestly, seeing him out there on an NFL field though too, he's not a big guy at all. Like that's the guy you want playing 80 snaps a game in the NFL.
Yep.
It's dicey.
Yeah, the tough part is I still looked at his talent. And I'm like, if he hits on his talent on either side of the football, you go, that's still a pretty good pick.
Yeah.
I think just the height and of how high he was taken makes it so that it's really tough to justify it, especially with the both sides and it's one of those things that I've actually talked about with like baseball players about the two-way baseball player. It's just really hard to develop both of those skills at the same time to where they meet at the highest level.
Yeah.
If he hits on either side of the ball, you could justify drafting him with the number 2 pick.
But trading up,
unless
Yeah,
he
the
hits
trade
on
up is
both
the
sides of the
problem.
ball, then it has to work because of the trade up.
Because of the trade up.
Yeah, you gave up a second last year in that draft and a first this coming year.
Yeah.
It was the Will Anderson
not a second,
trade.
a number. Yeah,
A second-round pick.
The second-round pick, and
the first next year. Yeah, it was the Will Anderson trade. It was the exact same trade. Yeah, to move up 3 spots, not 9 like the Texans did. Yeah. So what is the question of the day?
What's a Halloween hot take for which you'll die on the hill?
No ringing the doorbell after 8:30 at night. 8:30.
That's a good one.
That's a good one. And 8:30, I don't disagree.
8:30, man.
They're trick or treating at 5:30.
Because here's the thing. Here's another hot take.
Yeah.
If you're coming after a junior kid who's just wearing your school's football uniform and saying you went as a football player
or
for
no costume
costume at all.
Oh, no costume is a big one.
Yeah.
Here's I don't know. This isn't it's like an anti-hot take. I feel like a lot of people really don't like teenage trick-or-treaters, but I'm cool
I don't
with
mind them if they're in costume.
Yeah, I'm cool with them if they're in costume.
Yeah.
I would rather get a pencil in my trick-or-treat bag, my Halloween bag, than a Tootsie Roll.
Terrible take.
You don't like Tootsie Rolls?
No, he just really likes writing with
Let me
pencils.
qualify it.
Yeah.
On Halloween. Because they get hard it's like eating a stick. They're going to get all the moisture's gone. They're on the bottom of the bag.
That's one of the candies that needs to be fresh. There's a big difference. A stale Tootsie
That's
Roll
the
is
deepest
rough.
dive on the savoriness of a
I'll tell
Tootsie
you,
Roll that
I'll tell
I've
you what,
heard.
a stale-
I've broken a tooth, not literally, on many a Tootsie Roll.
That's a stale Tootsie Roll is like a filling extractor.
It's the worst.
Just put the thing in your cheek like a dip and then let it
suck on it for a while. It's like a mint. Right? Yeah, it's a chocolate mint.
Yeah.
Tootsie Rolls on Halloween, I'll die on that hill. No.
Okay.
No,
Bad
thank you.
hill.
You know what I'm always surprised by is that there's a lot of people that don't like Smarties. Like candy corn is always the most universally despised one, or at least like a lot of people. But but it seems like Smarties are the second least favorite.
It's you know why it is? It's not the taste or anything. It's the Smarties are all in this cellophane twisty thing.
Yeah.
And they're a little unwieldy. You know, you undo the cellophane twisty thing, and there's 12 of them in there, and they're small. They fall out of your hands. They bounce away.
Especially as a kid when you're all hopped up on the caffeine from the chocolate and from the sugar, and your hands are all jittery, you know?
Yeah. All right, good. Well, I'm anxious to find out what your full-length candy bars are that you're giving away.
Oh, yeah,
today.
yeah. I'll let you know.
Okay.
I will let you. I'll send you a picture.
Save a few, yeah. All right, good deal.
He's going to give out whatchamacallits.
No, we do the Snickers, the
Snickers
Mr.
is
Good
good.
bars. Personally, I like the Nestle Crunch, the big bar.
Nestle Crunch is good. Yeah.
So those three
like Twix, almond.
Those three will be on there.
Almond Joys?
Oh, yeah.
You don't like coconut?
I'm not wild about it. I don't hate it, but it's not. I mean, it's Halloween, man. Like if I have a choice, I've got 50 other choices.
Oh, Mr.
Here.
Good Bar on Halloween, the big ones.
What is that? What's that having in it? Almonds?
I think it's some sort of nut. I can't.
It is a nut.
Peanut? I thought it was peanut.
It might be a
and,
peanut.
And caramel or something.
It might be a peanut. Yeah.
I think Mr. Good Bar is just chocolate and some nut. I don't know what it is.
I do. I really like, because you asked me yesterday when we were talking about Girl Scout cookies, you said, oh, you don't like peanut butter. I'm like, no. Like my three favorite candy bars or like treats would be Snickers, Reese's peanut butter.
Okay.
And then after that, it had peanuts in it. I can't even think of what it was right now. Peanut M&M. Yeah, that's what it would be.
Okay. So you like peanuts.
Protein. It's basically a bodybuilding recovery meal at that point.
Great point.
That's what I say.
You get the sugar rush to spike the blood sugar, and then you get some peanut butter for protein.
It's a post-workout meal.
I agree. Strong agree.
All right. If you're in the Deer Park area, be on the lookout tonight. I get to go to my in-laws and scare the crap out of the kid. My in-laws do their whole garage as a haunted house.
Nice.
It's amazing. Yeah. My father-in-law will get arrested at some point for scaring some kid into cardiac arrest.
I just drive past groups of kids asking them if they want candy. That's how I scare the kids.
How to do it.
Then I tell their parents about which one
That's a public service.
Yeah.
That's a public service.
Hey, lady.
That's it.
Don't get too attached to this one.
Oh, my God.
Hey, kid.
All right, we are done. You Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Antibodies to you, there, Pope Zaza. We are done. We're out of time. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. Happy Halloween, everybody. In the Loop starts now.
You're damn right. You start now. Happy Halloween again as we get going here on a Football Friday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Man, it's 10:08 already. Man, we are already
that's called fun right
turning
there.
and burning. Yeah, let's continue having fun. Get involved. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Also, appreciation to the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. Is this the game? The game that could put C.J. Stroud back amongst the conversation of best quarterbacks in the league? 713-572-4610.
I'm going to give you a very definitive possibly. Possibly, and the reason I say that is because I think, and I talked about that this week. Even if you include the Seattle game, C.J. Stroud's last 4 games are outstanding numbers wise, like just outstanding, and so he backs it up. You know, the performance against the Niners with another similar performance against the Broncos, which, by the way, you know, obviously we know about the defense and all that. I think all of a sudden, you know, we might start having some of those discussions. Would you agree?
Feels like it might be early. However, I think that it's worth noting that when you're looking at this Broncos team that they're going up against, they're top 5 in all of the metrics, right? Like pick a metric that you want, top 5.
Yeah.
Like this is a good defense. There is a easy knock that we've brought up, but it's just there, right? A lot of people have talked about when you talk about this Texans offense and by proxy, obviously, C.J. Stroud. When it comes to playing defenses and beating up on the little sisters of the poor, I guess for lack of a better way of saying it, right? They have had good production as an entire offense against poor teams.
Yeah.
And they've had not so good production against teams that you would look at as, you know, people their own size, right? For against teams that you would imagine.
They're not punching down.
Well, they are punching down at this moment.
No,
right?
I'm saying they haven't.
They haven't punched up or punched on that same level.
If they win this.
This would absolutely count as that. And you're right. With C.J. Stroud, there is a lot more that meets the eye, especially if you look at some of the statistics that he had. I know that Jonathan Alexander earlier on in the week made note of that, looking at, his turnover differential and some of these other things with CJ, where it's like it actually is a little bit better than you give him credit for. I think this is one of those games on the schedule that pops, even though it's in the noon window. So I think people will be watching it. It's a good defense. And I think I go more from the qualitative side of it, the quality as opposed to like the numbers of it, which I know shocks you a little bit here. But I think the way that he is playing, right, the way that he is being surgical and dicing people up, especially when you talk about the comparisons to a New England offense, ever to the outsiders looking in, they start looking up and they go, damn, CJ played really well, and he's looking a little bit like that one guy that we always talk about, Tom Brady, if he's in there dicing him up in the way that he did last week. That absolutely gets the antennas going, pops people's attention up. And then especially when you go again, look at the top quarterbacks in the league right now, right? You don't have a lot of extravagant, incredible passing happening right now when it comes to the type of play. So I think that you could easily get him to a place where people go, well, we hadn't given CJ enough credit, especially because of the offensive line issues that this team had been
And I think that's going to take off again. People have just been hesitant, for over a year now to put CJ Stroud in that class. Is CJ Stroud elite? You're going to get a no. You're not even going to get a maybe right now. You're going to get a no. But if he does what he's done in the last 4 games, and by the way, over the last 4 games, including a horrible game against Seattle, this is including that game, 68.5 completion percentage, 9 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, 104.2 rating. That is really, really good.
Right.
Yeah, that is really. If he backs up the Niners game, which let's get greedy here, and I don't think it's that greedy. 300 yards passing and a couple of touchdowns. All of a sudden, you're 500. They're talking about after last night's easy win against a horrible Dolphins game. Can Lamar Jackson carry them to the playoffs? Is it a Lamar Jackson show? Well, clearly there's a reason for that.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't want to but intimate that those are similar because you had crazy.
Exactly, and that's where I was going. Clearly there's reasons for that.
And he was returning from injury as opposed. Well, he didn't look as good as his normal self earlier on, but he was returning from injury rather than maybe less than stellar play at times.
But it wasn't that long ago that C.J. Stroud was in the same company in terms of type. Maybe one notch below. The Lamar Jacksons and Josh Allen.
I was about to pull out your very own tiers that you made last week.
No. I'm talking about we all knew Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and then there was the C.J. Stroud tier, and I think we'll be back there if he can replicate that. So it is interesting how one game can do that, and I think that one game will be meaningful because it is the Broncos, and because it is, by the way, Bo Nix. If Bo Nix does his thing. And all of a sudden he's going to be like, has he passed C.J. Stroud? All this other stuff.
Well, and that one feels like that one is set up very easily because as much as I talk about that Broncos defense being really good, Texans defense is probably the best defense in the league right now. The Broncos defense is really good, don't get me wrong. This Texans defense is widely acknowledged as one of, if not the best defense in the league. So he gets a lot more of that love. And then also people have been a little bit more intrigued as to him. He hasn't had some of the negativity swirling around him. In the same way. So, yeah, that would absolutely set him up for that. But, CJ absolutely has that opportunity, but it's got to look a certain way, obviously. I don't know if it's just a win, but it is set up. There's an opportunity, and it's worth noting that this offense, they're 8 weeks in now, right? This is week 9 of the NFL season. We're not in the early stages of it, and the natural learning curve that we expected should have been traversed somewhat. And we've seen things that maybe intimate that there's been some level of figuring out some of the things that you would in the first early stages of a new offense. So do those things show up? Do those things show up in addition to having his best wide receiver back, in addition to having one of his most experienced wide receivers back, in addition to maybe finding some interesting wrinkles like having your jumbo package, like some identity things for this offense. If those things allow him a little bit of a foundation and a platform, we know that he has the ups to clear the hurdles that are ahead of him. And if he does that, I think the nation will have an opportunity to also speak in a way where they know that.
Yes, and let me ask you this. Just without looking, when do you think the last time was C.J. Stroud threw for more than 300 yards back-to-back games?
Back-to-back games? Okay, so clearly not early portions of this year. The last portion of last year was a little rough. Early on in the season,
I don't think he did it last year.
He did do it last year.
He did it last year?
That's a hint. He did do it last year.
I'm guessing it was probably in like that
September.
early, I was about to say week 4 to 8 stretch, somewhere in there.
September of last year.
What were the weeks?
It was week 4.
Yeah, week 4 and 5?
Hold on here. Yeah, week 4 against Jacksonville, 345 yards. And week 5 against Buffalo, 331 yards. Over a year, man, since he's thrown for more than 300 yards in back-to-back games. That's why I feel like this could be a moment. You know, we talk about the moments and stuff like that and turning the corner and all that. It could go one of two ways. We know that. But if it goes his way, all of a sudden, I think, you know.
There's a little bit of a mirror. Maybe I'm squinting to see it. You can tell me if I am indeed squinting to see it. You look at 2024 Jags, you go, all right, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But that Bills game coming in, you were like, this is going to tell us something.
Mm-hmm.
And they won that game.
Yeah,
and it felt like it told us a little something. This is definitely also one of those games with the Broncos coming in. It feels like it's going to tell us something.
Mm-hmm.
And so you get that victory, and then you have the cherry on top of C.J. Stroud looking like a top quarterback in the league.
Mm-hmm.
That will do a lot to buoy the vibes, buoy the belief in what this team can do. And just point blank period, it gets you that much closer when it comes to trying to get to the playoffs, because being at 500 would feel so very.
We talked
much
about
better.
what's going on in Jacksonville. They feel like they're in the mix, and they've lost. Well, this isn't accurate. I was gonna say one of their best players. I don't know, but they've lost a headliner. They've lost a headliner.
They've lost a name at the very least. Is a fair point to make note, because if you didn't hear us in crosstalk, Travis Hunter goes on the IR with the knee injury that's been kind of plaguing him recently. That's a 4-3 Jaguars team. Now, to be fair, they are playing against the Las Vegas Raiders, who have been just truly awful in this early portion of the Pete Carroll era out there. But still, I mean, you have that one fewer player. Does that maybe change something for them, especially when you talk about him being important to their defense? Could they possibly end up at the end of the week where the Texans are tied for the second place in the AFC South? That would be huge. That would be huge.
By going on the injured list, he's not going to be available for the Texans game.
Oh, fun.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody was really one fewer player to worry about in that context. The clear thing that you have to think about is the Broncos right now, but that's an interesting note there as well. All right, we're getting going here on a Halloween Friday, in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Somebody texted in on the text line. Is there a remote today? Yeah, you damn Skippy. Of course the fellas are going to be out there. At Raven Tower, 310 North Street in Houston for a Football Friday. You know they always do that, and they come bearing gifts. Are we back around to a Payne and Pendergast glass today?
I don't know.
We'll
find out.
I'll double check on that.
Yeah, it is.
There's always more than one reason to go out and see the fellas when they are out and about, especially on a Football Friday. All right, coming up next, it is indeed Halloween, even though we are not dressed up. And so in the spirit of spooky season, 713-572-4610. What scares you the most about Houston sports right at this moment? Let us know what you think, and we'll talk about that next.
The Drive. Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday, supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Peggy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie, I'm always local.
What do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Halloween to you. John Lopez in tow, as always. I'm Reginald Datatula, and then Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, including you, as we always enjoy having you, particularly on a football Friday, on a Halloween football Friday at that. Appreciate you rocking with us. The number to text to get involved with the program, 713-572-4610. And I ask you to do that now as in honor of spooky season. What about Houston sports scares you the most at this moment? Again, 713-572-4610.
Very interactive show today, huh? Let's make it very interactive, including with this one. What about Houston sports scares you? I tend to just sort of default to football. And that's it.
But you can go anywhere that you want.
You can go anywhere you want. But there's a couple of things that make me raise an eyebrow with the Rockets, raise an eyebrow with the Astros a little bit.
Now, how far are we going with stuff that scares us?
It's open. It's open to interpretation.
I'm like, can we use the I word? Is it possible to use the I word whenever talking about some certain players? Yeah.
I'm not superstitious in that way, but I can't. I can't say that the.
I ain't want to go too far.
I can't say that the listenership won't be a little superstitious.
Mine is nuts and bolts. The guy probably by now thinks I don't like him, but
you don't.
I do.
I don't even know who you're talking
about. He can be fun, but what if Nick Caserio just never gets it right on the offensive line?
Yeah.
Just never,
because that is deeply scary.
Yeah,
because we know there hasn't been a good team that's won a Super Bowl with a bad offensive line.
Because you can talk about all the being disciplined and staying on time, and the Patriots offense and defense complementing the offense, and that's all great. Hopefully the majority of the time, but ultimately you got to have an offensive line, man.
Especially pursuant to what we were just talking about. I think. It's been a conversation at times. I don't know that I have a good pulse on where everybody stands, but I would probably venture the guess that more people than not believe that CJ has what's capable to get things done here.
I agree.
Now, of course, that is just basic majority. I don't know that I want to say there's a super majority or whatever of people that believe that. However, I imagine that it's just a basic majority of people believe in CJ Stroud's ability. That is always going to be neutered by a offensive line that's not capable of doing what they need to, even if it's just you can't run the ball consistently, so it's all throwing the football, and then that mitigates things for you as well.
And I'm curious on you and Figgy and our listeners, 713-572-4610 is the number to text in, of course, Twitch and YouTube as well. Because I think what happens when you never get it right, when you go back to the retreads, to put it bluntly.
Appreciate the spooky music.
And all that, yeah. You're always could be good, but I don't. I think you'll always be good, and we've read that book here.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point.
Yeah.
One of the things I'm hoping is that the Ariante Ursery is like the first step.
Maybe
it's going to be difficult for you to entirely revitalize an offensive line immediately. And I think we're still in a place where we believe that that's a good pick, long term. Obviously, in the immediate term, there's still things to be seen, but long term, I think we all kind of agree with that. I'm with this person for the 361. This is one of the ones I thought about, and I know you defaulted to football. I actually defaulted to baseball. From the 361, they talked about something in particular. Actually, I want to mention something that came in on the YouTube page because it's the larger portion of this, which is afraid that this is kind of we've seen the end of the Astros run.
That was on
and
my
now you're on
list.
the back side of it.
Yeah.
For me, I think even highlighting that more, I'm afraid of these Jordan injuries because he's supposed to be
the I word. I were kind of confused when I said
no,
the I
but
word.
I got there eventually. Like I said, I'm not superstitious, but I think we've seen enough that even if you were superstitious, you wouldn't think that I did that. Like there's enough injuries that Jordan has dealt with at this point. And he's supposed to be a foundational piece of what you're doing. On top of like in the really short term next year, because of the way that he is, and because of where Jose Altuve is, you got a logjam at DH.
Yep.
And then even if you were, which of those do you play in the field? That's neither of them are guys that you really are super excited about playing in left field. Like I'm kind of scared about how they figure out the log jams with this roster in the short term, and how the guys that you depend on, the guys that are foundational, just like you saw this year, and that changes the entire dynamic of what your team's supposed to be.
Go ahead and say the I word. Figgy.
The I word. So I ain't gonna go to the I word yet, but y'all talked about Nick Caserio and all that stuff, possibly getting, maybe not getting it right and all that stuff. I'm a little scared that you see how we kind of criticize Nick Caserio a little bit, where he's not getting it right and all that stuff.
Right.
I'm a little scared that one C.J. Stroud might look kind of side with us a little bit, like, man, he ain't getting it right, man.
Oh yeah, that's a good offshoot.
I'm a little worried that he might not be as happy. He seemed super happy now, especially from that last
week.
This week he seemed very happy. So I'm very confident now. But in the back of my mind, I'm thinking like, man, what if he's not really happy with how he's being protected as far as the offensive line and bringing in playmakers and all this other stuff, and most importantly, not really getting where we want to get.
Yeah,
I'm just scared that he might not be as happy.
No, that's fair. And with the Astros, mine is a little more just sort of basic, because we're already spoiled. I'm worried that it's over.
Well,
that it's just
over what?
Like the run is over.
That run, which I think
we'll never get back to that run.
Well, that it's going to start anew. By the way, they released or I shouldn't say released, their farm director moved on today.
Yeah.
There's news of that he moved on to,
was it Arizona?
I think it was Arizona, yeah.
Because I just saw it. Yes, he will join, so not Arizona, St. Louis.
That's it.
Joins the Cardinals farm system.
So there were already a lot of turnover. And, of course, you mentioned Altuve. Obviously, Jordan's injuries, history, and all that.
Well, actually, if you're talking about injuries in the Astros, what if, like, in this whole, I guess, spirit of spooky season, what if the changes to the medical staff does not fix it? Like, what if this is just like you were cursed as an organization?
Yeah, that's spooky.
That's
season.
a long term,
right? Like that's the real scary. It's like it don't matter who was in there doing the job. You actually are just going to have these injuries.
Are you guys scared that possibly Jeremy Pena might be the next one that they don't want to sign up to a long-term deal?
Boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say because
that's probably
kind of
the one that's coming up a little bit, right?
100%. He's got 2 more years of control. So after this season, he very much could be in that
play. Who is his agent?
Does he also have Boris?
I think he just got Boris, right?
He switched?
I want to say he just got Boris because remember they was in some little contract negotiations. It didn't go through. I think he might have hired. I can't remember.
Yeah,
but I'm kind of scared of that a little bit.
I mean,
he had a good year last year. Too.
Great year.
Yeah,
he had the jump. Like he took the leap that we were hoping for a couple years back, right? When you saw him really perform in the World Series. So yeah, or in the entire of that postseason, if we're going to be entirely honest. So yeah, now he is in that place where we start talking about the borders. And yes, he is with that Boris Corporation agency. So that adds another layer of
that's
buffer.
Scary. That's another whole.
Right, that adds another buffer
Michael
between
Myers, pretty much.
the way that the Astros want to go about their free agency, but then also the way that So yeah, I asked this question and we hadn't actually had it as a topic, but it was one that I was kind of sitting on and thinking about. Do you think the Astros will ever be Rockies bad or 2012 bad again once the window closes? And that's a fear for me. Like I understand that is what sets you up to go through, 2017 and on, or 2016, 2017 and on. But I'm not going to lie. Those are rough times.
Those are rough times. The crazy thing is, maybe this is the scariest thing. I don't think that's an altogether awful question.
Yeah.
Because my gut tells me, they'll never be that bad. But keep in mind, there's a lot of turnover in the organization right now, whether it's pitching coaches, hitting coaches, farm director we just talked about, other people. There's that. How good really is Dana Brown? Because that's ultimately what determines whether you're going to be that bad.
Do you feel like Jim Crane kind of have a say in this too?
Because
does
he have too much say?
Yeah,
the whole Bagwell.
I'm just kind of curious.
Well, he's the man bankroll in it, so I think he has about the right.
But I'm saying in terms of like actual day to day, making moves.
But is he the type of owner that's like, hey, let me spend a little money to be competitive, or is he that owner that's like the Guardians owner that's just trying to be cheap and don't really care about winning like that?
Yeah, no, that's fair.
That's possible. I want to be like, but you've seen the investment. You've seen investment here in spots and certain efforts in certain places. But
that window was open though.
Yeah.
If the window is closed, are you trying to sign certain players to win?
Yeah, and I think the larger umbrella thing for me with the Astros is I am afraid of summers without good baseball.
Yeah.
Right, because
that's gonna be a long
summers
summer,
without good
man.
baseball are real rough, man.
No basketball, no foot. I mean, you got training camp and all that stuff.
It's been a long time since we had summers without good baseball, baby, and that makes a very big difference. Some other ones that have come in here on the text line, Joel on the Twitch said, my mind went straight to Durant. I think that's also I words.
That's where my first thought was. That's why I brought up the I word.
Although I do feel good about this one that came in, still with Durant from the 281. Scared KD isn't motivated to win a championship. See that one, I'm not
worried about that.
That one looks pretty clear.
I will say, as far as the I word, I feel better that he got an extension. So this ain't gonna be no 1 year thing. So if he do get hurt, hopefully he don't. But if he do get hurt, you still got next year.
All right, let me take a note. I want to circle back around and get more people's feelings on what they are currently scared of most when it comes to Houston sports. Appreciate you getting involved though here. In the loop on Sports Radio 610. In fact, coming up next, let's go full question of the day. What's your Halloween hot take that you're willing to, it's a hill that you're willing to die on? 713-572-4610. Let's lean fully into the Halloween of it all next.
Ready?
plus a month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors football Friday. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
Yeah, happy Halloween to you. Let's get to our question of the day. Still got answers rolling in on what scares you most in Houston
That
sports.
could have been the question of the day, to be honest, man. We could go
I'll-
all day long on that
what
one.
I'll do is I'll try and pop in and drop a few more of those as we go throughout the remainder of the show. It's spooky season, Halloween, so I think it fits. But our question of the day, specific to Halloween, what's a Halloween hot take for which you are willing to die on the hill? 713-572-4610. Get your Halloween takes out right now on the text line.
I got 'em.
The YouTube, the Twitch. I already can tell these are going to be bad takes. So Lopez,
No, these
hit
are
me with your
great
first
takes.
terrible take.
I think the word you're going to be ultimately using is profound.
Get the bleep out of here, man. I legitimately had to censor myself in that moment.
Dogs in Halloween costumes are awesome. Cats in Halloween costume is abuse.
I've never heard that second part.
No, it's abuse. They hate them. They're always trying to get out of them.
Cats
They're
don't care.
cats. They're not. Dogs are like, yeah, I'll do it. I'll pose for a picture. You know, all this other.
Some dogs be hating them costumes too.
Some
though.
do, but by and large, you can get away with it.
Yeah.
But these people that put cats in Halloween costume, that's abuse, brother. That's abuse.
I don't think the dogs love it either.
Oh, they love it.
I think the dogs are just less. They have less agency.
Yeah.
Cats are like, you don't do anything to me that I don't want. Dogs are like, I guess I have to if you're gonna feed me.
But they're fun.
The thing is,
for you,
they're fun.
That dog don't care about this.
But see, the thing is when you put, hey, man, and then he gets super excited and he don't care what he got on his head.
Yeah, dogs love them.
I mean,
I'm showing I'm showing him a picture of Gibson when he was a pirate. He loved it. But cats, that's
No,
abuse.
you loved it.
No, he loved it. Another hot take I have, and people still believe this. You know, you see all these lists of best Halloween movies, blah, 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 blah. Edward Scissorhands and Ghostbusters are not Halloween movies.
Terrible take.
They are not.
Really?
All right. I challenge you.
You're 2 for 2 on bad takes.
I just never thought about this.
I challenge you to find one reference to Halloween, one scene that's based around Halloween.
So you have Die Hard as a Christmas movie then, right?
Die Hard, I've always said I think it's a Christmas movie.
I just wanted to make sure that at least, at the very least, I wanted some integrity and consistency with your take.
There is not a single reference or scene or anything that references Halloween in either one of those movies. It's just characters. Edward Scissorhands and Ghostbusters are not Halloween movies.
But see,
they're not.
But see, the thing is, so what about just a generic horror movie?
That's a Halloween movie if it comes out on Halloween.
What is this?
Otherwise, it's just a scary movie.
Yeah, okay. This is scary season,
you watch
right?
Scary
Like, what other season
but
is
you
like
watch
scary
scary movies on Halloween, though.
But okay.
Paranormal Activity is a scary movie.
But Edward Scissorhands and Ghostbusters are not Halloween movies. They're just because they have costumes doesn't mean a damn thing.
That's exactly what it means.
No, it doesn't.
This is the time for costumes.
They're not Halloween movies.
You hear what you did in my voice? Like, I'm all over the place. Let PC will tell you.
All right, this weekend, watch those movies. Find just one reference to Halloween.
It's yes, Rob on the YouTube. The only Halloween movie are the movies called Halloween. That is what I'm hearing. That is what I'm taking away from this. Now there are people that will fight very doggedly about Nightmare Before Christmas.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
some people will put that in Halloween. I saw somebody, I think it's Cam on the YouTube, said that he wouldn't classify Nightmares Before Christmas as a Halloween movie. It's more. Oh no, he has said it's actually in there. Someone else said, Champ Slice on the YouTube said that it is a Christmas movie, not a Halloween movie. All right, I would like to get my take out here, and that is that we need to age out some candies from the Halloween routine. Halloween ends up being the place where we just stuff old, terrible candies that need to still be sold. Like, why in the hell have I ever seen a Boston baked bean? This is some ancient-ass candy that nobody actually liked. They liked it back.
Who is going in the store getting Boston baked beans?
Back when our candy technology was terrible, they would actually bring these out here. Ain't nobody going to the store getting licorice. Stop putting these in these babies' bags. You know what I mean? Like, there are some bottle caps. Why do those still exist?
Oh, bottle caps.
Those are terrible.
I love bottle caps.
Yes, you love it because you were born back in the Dust Bowl.
You remember when it first came out.
Saltwater taffy. Don't need it.
I agree with all of these except the
ancient ass
bottle
candies.
caps.
We don't need to do Bit O Honey. Why? Why does this exist?
You remember the Chico Stick?
Yeah, none of this. These are all ancient candies, and you bring them out here just because you have a whole bunch of because it's the candy holiday.
Since 1975.
Candy technology has advanced way too much for us to be seeing these old. Why do I still see Milk Duds?
Oh no, Milk Duds is
Milk
good.
Duds stink.
Milk Duds. That's just a personal preference.
Yeah. Mine, I might get in trouble with mine because everybody is doing this at this point. But I feel like Trunk or Treat kind of ruined the whole Halloween trick or treat experience.
You're not alone. I've seen a lot of people talk about that.
I understand people bring up safety and all this stuff, and it's not the same from the world from 30 years ago and all that stuff.
But that's a good hot take.
Yeah,
that's a good hot take.
To me, Halloween ain't the same as just doing the whole trunk or treat, just going to a parking lot, just going trunk to trunk to trunk.
I think trunk or treat.
We used to have to go to house to house.
Yes.
We used to be walking miles.
Your face, your
exercise. It used to be cold.
Yeah.
We used to be creeping up on the porch.
Yeah.
Not trick or treat.
No, I think that's a really good hot take. It fits perfect here because I get trunk or treat. I like it on like the 30th.
I'm good with it. Yeah.
Not actual Halloween, but like maybe at your church or your school or whatever. But Halloween to me is you're putting in the effort. You know, you're putting in the effort.
Yeah, I remember coming in the house out of breath, tired, cold.
Yes.
And used to dump all that candy out. Now it seems like it's just so easy. Let me just hit up this trunk or treat, get my little candy out the way, and just go back to the crib.
I like that one. Yeah, I like that.
And then we used to have to scout the good neighborhoods.
Oh, yeah.
We used to try to sneak over. I'm from Cleveland. We used to try to sneak over the shaker.
Better candy.
Yeah, man. Yeah, no, it was like a scavenger hunt, man.
Yeah. This one might be just a personal one, but until your kid is like 7, maybe slightly older, but about 7 years old, I've always believed that the parents should dress up for trick or treating as same as the kids. Not same, but like also
as well.
Yeah, also
or put on something
because I think the kids really enjoy it, like mom or dad or dressed up and going trick or treating too.
Where are you on teenagers? I know that Seth.
You got to have a costume.
Got to have a costume.
I don't mind teenagers.
Someone on the text line brought that up, and they were like, teenagers without costumes kick rocks.
I don't mind teenagers. I like it. Hey, you're enjoying it. You're embracing the holiday, but you better have a costume.
Yeah.
The ones that come up in jeans and a T-shirt, like, what are you doing?
What about this one? Because I know a lot of people do this for social media and stuff like this, but dressing your little toddler up as something you remember from when you was a kid. So like, why are you dressing your kid up as Smokey from Friday?
That baby wants to be Paw Patrol.
Or Craig from Friday or something like that. Like, why are you looking for a viral moment?
Yes.
They don't know nothing about the movie Friday.
Mm-hmm.
That baby wants to be Paw Patrol so bad. Let's see this. Somebody said Figgy walked uphill both ways. That's hilarious. How about this from 618? Mixing in bad candy is necessary. It helps the kids appreciate the good candy even more.
Oh, get out of here.
That is hilarious. Let's see. Somebody said Friday the 13th isn't a Halloween movie. That's technically there's no Halloween in there. Okay, about this. Halloween should be contained to October. No celebrating on November just because it's the weekend, which I imagine you got to invite to a Halloween party on Saturday, November the 1st is probably why that comes in.
I don't mind that one, but what if now I'm just parsing it out, but what if the 31st is like a Wednesday? Or a Thursday.
You go before though, don't you?
But the weekend 4 days before, like the 26th, 25th?
Nah, you can't do that.
Yeah. You go the closest weekend to it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although,
or hell, if it's that important, you got to celebrate it on Halloween then, man.
Yeah.
I did find it weird though that with Halloween this year being on a Friday, which is like perfect Halloween day, right? Yeah. You get off work, there's stuff, you can get stuff done.
This year, Halloween fell on a weekend.
Me and Ghetto Boys is trick-or-treating. You know my stance on Ghetto Boys and Mom Playing Tricks on Me. That's one of the best songs that's ever happened in the history of songs. But like with it falling on a Friday, it's one of the best days you can recover. I saw people having Halloween parties last weekend, and I was like, what are we doing?
Yeah, that's way too early.
That's way too early.
What are we doing here? Somebody said my son will be Monster Jam Truck. El Toro Loco this year.
Let's go.
Okay. And then they're going to be pit crew.
Oh, okay.
That's really cool.
See, I like when the parents embrace it and the kids really appreciate it.
And this is a great point from the 713. This isn't even a hot take. I think this is widely regarded. if the porch lights are off, take the hint.
Yes.
Yeah. No, we actually used to look at the porch lights.
Yeah. I thought that
we
was
used
the
to
main
go
thing.
to some houses didn't randomly had their porch light on and wasn't giving out candy. We're like, what are you doing? But we used to go to the houses with the porch light on.
That was the rule.
Now, don't get me out here though with the people that are like doing things that I go, what's the point, right? The people that try and be real smart within, like, I gave the kid like a reading material. Like,
No.
I understand what you're trying to do.
Candy or nothing, man.
Candy or
Candy,
nothing.
man. Like,
Yeah.
We don't need
toothbrushes. We don't need apples. We don't need Bibles.
pencils.
Like, just let them
Come
enjoy
on,
the
man.
day.
Yeah.
And then the people that will set out the bowl, but then like try and put out a note to try and police
Take
it.
one.
If you're not here to police it, it's
Just
free
take the candy back in at this point. You ain't got time to hand the candy out.
Yeah.
I feel like we need to find that middle ground there. I'm usually here for, hey, be responsible, be respectful
Right.
of society, but I feel like that's part of the social construct as well. Let us know, what are your Halloween hot takes here on a Halloween in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, let's go around the NFL where there's a lot of fallout from Thursday Night Football this week, and we get through all of that with B. Scott. We do that next.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 as we are joined by the great Brandon Kyle Scott from Hiram Clark. B. Scott, what's happening, man?
Man, I'm doing good on a football Friday, on a Halloween football Friday. Man, the vibes are immaculate.
Not as immaculate as yesterday. I feel bad. Actually, no, I don't feel bad. I feel mad. I'm mad at the rest of our office for having our Halloween party on not Halloween, because today was the day that we were supposed to be coming to America out. You know what I mean? Like, if that was today. It was supposed to be that.
So I just had way too much going on to participate. And I don't know if I would have anyway until I saw y'all in the Coming to America.
Dude, we were a hit.
Dude, y'all were a hit. And y'all, specifically in my heart. Like, this was a costume choice that was specifically after my heart, whether y'all know it or not. And I would have wanted to have been King Jaffe Jaffa.
Oh,
ruler of Zamunda.
Yeah. We had room. We had room for more people in our.
Who's going to clean up all these rose petals?
Who's going to clean up all these flowers? Man, I would have loved to have. You ain't met no Martin Luther King.
Yeah, that's my favorite line.
He quoted that about 5 times.
Of all the low key, the lines that just make me buckle over, he goes, Martin Luther's the king.
For some reason, this is a subtle one, but when Jaffe goes, my son works. He finds out he works at McDowell's. My son works. Something about that, man.
McDowell's on Queens Boulevard. I think he works there.
My son works. Hilarious.
The royal blank is clean.
Very good.
What is this, McDowell?
So let's go around the NFL. You talked about who's going to clean up all these rose petals. That's kind of a little bit of a question for the Dolphins now after a 28-6 loss. We'll come back to the game itself, but we did have some news this morning. As of 45 minutes ago, the Dolphins and general manager Chris Greer have mutually parted ways, mind you. So he came in today and was like, you know what, guys?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's not how he got fired.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. However, with this, so make it clear that Mike McDaniel, the head coach of the Dolphins, will remain in that role at the very least until the end of the season.
So he's gone.
Yeah, he's gone. I was going to say even beyond that, it feels like once the GM goes, it's a fire sale of sorts, or like what would be the justification of the next guy coming in and attaching himself to Mike McDaniel or Tua for that matter? And I understand that that's a little bit more cost prohibitive because he has a contract, but we understand like when this happens, when the GM goes, everything that the GM orchestrated and the whole reason of why he is gone becomes in question.
Yes.
And you got to figure that, all heads have to be rolling at this point.
I mean, I think that actually leans a little heavier into a question that was asked last night that I was kind of pondering on. Could you make the argument that Tua, which as you're right, they can't, it's prohibitive to get off him until the end of next season.
Right.
But Tua and the way that they built the roster, trying to build it for speed and everything that clearly hurt them, could you make the argument that failed Mike McDaniel? Because he still shows that he can give you schematic advantage, which is what you're looking for in an offensive guy.
Yeah, it's a little bit uncomfortable because a lot of the questions about Mike McDaniel go a little bit beyond, or I would say far beyond, just the X's and O's and, and schematics of it all, like the football of it all. But like, is this a real leader? Is this somebody that people listen to, that people respect? Beyond just his intellect, but like his actual leadership or his status as said leader, like that. Yeah. That is in question, and I feel like as a head coach of a football team specifically, and really a leader of anything, to have the respect of both those who employ you and those who you are tasked with leading.
Yeah, he's a homeless man's Wade Phillips. He's not even a poor man's Wade Phillips. He's a homeless man's Wade Phillips. Because
I hate this though, because I've said this on the air that I'm rooting for the Stoner head coach to.
No, he's
succeed.
A coordinator. He could be a great coordinator, and
even then we saw him 1 year as a coordinator with 2021 in San Fran.
Mm-hmm. But he will get another job. But he's gone. But
I think he'll be good in another job still.
Yes, and he's one of those guys that will maybe never be a head coach again because of what you said, the leadership, the vibe, the aura, all of it is just not there.
Yeah, and to be clear, though, where it does connect with the football is that if it had worked, right, because there are a lot of reasons to have looked at this whole thing and seen how it could have worked. The fact that it didn't, and whatever his role in that is, and certainly he has one, the fact that it didn't now reflects poorly on all of that. Like, what I'm saying is if it works, now it's cutting edge. Now it's perhaps a new trend. Now people are maybe looking for the next Mike McDaniel. And now, the way that it worked out is a lot different.
And one more thing on this that I think is most important, especially as it might pertain to the Texans. I don't know what the exact number is. I'm sure you know it off the top of your head regarding Tua and next year. But there's already been precedent of just eating those contracts. Kirk Cousins. Wasn't Russell Wilson in Denver?
He was, to change the vibe, right?
Just to change. Yeah. So I'm not saying that it's a done deal that he's going to be there or at least he be the starter or whatever, which leads to my bigger point of interim head coach. The precedent, although it's unique, might not be is definitely not unprecedented with just eating that contract. Trade season, baby.
Well, that's why
season.
That's why I just simply called it cost prohibitive.
Yeah.
Like I don't know what type of appetite they have for doing this thing, but a new guy comes in there, if he's got the full belief of Ross and the people that are signing the checks, then they could eat the money.
The problem with eating it is that you are at a net negative. It's not even just like you're eating dead cap. You are literally underwater. Like think on a lease on a car, right? You're underwater there,
upside down in your. Yeah,
right.
Upside down on the pavement.
100%. And
by the way,
you also that's shout out to D&M Auto Leasing. Never getting you upside down on those payments.
Nicely done.
What happens there though is your roster is also terribly built. So why would you go and take that money, go get another quarterback for a roster that's not?
All I'm saying is it's not unprecedented.
But I think that could leave an opportunity for Mike McDaniel to get a little more space. And I know that I'm crafting this narrative. You might think Reggie is going wild. However, I would like you to listen to once more to Tua Tagovailoa at the mic, as he has given us a lot of these types of moments over the last month or so, if not longer in his career there. This is him talking about one of the things that maybe gave him issue. Remember, this game was played at home at Hard Rock Stadium yesterday.
The 4th and 1 where Larry Bourne was called for the false start. What was your understanding of what happened there as far as to
I would say with the Ravens fans, it maybe got a little muffled with my cadence and the crowd noise. So we kind of talked about that on the sideline after and got that corrected.
he blaming the opposing crowd noise?
Of course.
Too loud.
Yes.
Too loud in that open air stadium.
Oh, man.
At home.
Was the Raven fans that loud, or was the Dolphin fans just booing every chance they could get? Because every time they pan the camera to the crowd, man, you see thumbs down, you see booing from Dolphin fans.
I like that we're trying to justify this as if Tua is not just out here saying nonsense.
I mean, is this like one of those his truth type of thing? You know, when they say speak your truth? Is this his truth?
Only one truth, B. Scott. Only one ultimate truth.
You know how they be out here doing.
Yeah.
But the Ravens got a 28-6 win over the Dolphins. We talked about the Dolphin side where it felt like a microcosm of the entirety of this Mike McDaniel time period, his tenure. Lamar Jackson, still Lamar Jackson, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. What is rust? What is rust?
Yeah, rust? That's a great point.
Does it exist? Like, not with this guy. I mean, efficient. Didn't necessarily have to run the ball, and like 4 touchdowns, no picks. The defense goes out there and surprisingly does some things, and maybe that's just a product of the Dolphins being a disaster. But yeah, man, no rust at all, and suddenly now the Ravens look like a team that you've got to take seriously. Because I'm not saying that they're going to run the table, but with Lamar Jackson, they are a different team, and they have to be taken seriously or considered a serious team against anybody. Yeah, well, I take them seriously in any game they play. Lamar Jackson, absolutely.
Derrick Henry was better.
Exactly. Yeah, I meant to mention that. Derrick Jackson passer game and a quintessential Derrick Henry game.
Yeah,
that's your formula.
Yeah.
How much of this though is meeting against the Miami Dolphins?
Yeah, no, it's a little bit.
One thing I will say, Miami Dolphins did, like, for the first half of football, we're still throwing the football really well up and down, which I texted you guys this. There's verifiable proof of this where I went, oh, this defense still ain't it for the Ravens.
But
which
ultimately it was better, ultimately.
Which, again, how much of that better is the Miami Dolphins, right?
I'm with you. I mentioned that. But
I think that we're still seeing that bad Ravens team that we saw at the early portions of the season. I think we're just back to that square as opposed to the bad and injured team that was in there in the middle.
Even that Ravens team, albeit with a small sample size, when they were going up against the Texans, they were one of the better offenses in football.
Yeah,
and that had not done much for their record or their results ultimately, but it does put them in any game, kind of to the point. And I would say, like, their schedule, I haven't actually looked at their schedule.
Their division.
But it was pointed out on the broadcast how their schedule is favorable going forward. So you think with a favorable schedule and an MVP, a legitimate MVP who's playing like one, you got to take the Ravens at least a little bit seriously.
Teams that still remain on the Ravens schedule, not inherently in order, but teams that are still there. They have the Browns still one time. They have the Bengals 2 more times. They have the Steelers twice, and the Steelers are the team directly ahead of them.
1 game.
1.5, because they're one game back in the win column, but they're a game and a half back. They still have the Jets on their schedule as well. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games against teams that right before we even get to some teams that are games rather that anyone knows, right? Like the Patriots have been really good. The defense has even been pretty solid, but who knows later on in the season. And then the Vikings, which that's another who knows, especially with because that's their game next week with Carson Wentz obviously being done for the season. And is J.J. McCarthy, what does he look like coming in if he's the guy that goes? Like there's still interesting things that be asked of this Ravens team to possibly get into it, which probably not the best thing for the Texans in some way, although I guess you do have a tiebreaker over them.
I would just say that the thing about it, though, is every team that you mentioned, or I'm not going to say every team, but you mentioned some teams that are capable of doing this, but every single one of them knows going in that they've got to compete with that.
Yeah.
Like if you're the opposing offense, you don't have to go against the other offense, obviously, but you kind of are because you know that they're capable of doing the things, or some of the things that you've seen them do throughout the season whenever Lamar Jackson has been healthy, and notably last night.
Yeah, so remember, Around the NFL, going right here on Sports Radio 610, and Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Just visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, continuing around the NFL. I saw this. This is a little bit of drama happening in New York amongst the Giants. Dexter Lawrence, usually regarded pretty well as an interior defensive lineman in the NFL. There's a little bit of friendly fire happening. A franchise legend there, obviously played with the Giants 9 seasons from 1984 to 1992, and he won 2 Super Bowls with this team. So he's got an opportunity and a platform to talk. He is on like that Believe network for the Giants. This is what he said about Dexter Lawrence on that platform.
Dexter Lawrence, nobody respects you anymore. Nobody. Your opponents do not. The pre-injury Dexter is not there in their heads. They don't respect you. And there's a difference. You're on the field. They're blocking you with a 9-year backup center. You're not making a difference. The old Dexter would. Okay? There are a lot of things that go into your performance. Only you know what that is, whether you're still recovering or not. I'm just telling you now, I'm looking at enough tape to know that your opponents don't respect you. Not like they used to. And here's the thing. When Darius Alexander gets in the game, when Roy Robinson gets in the game and they substitute for you, those guys are making plays. DJ Davidson. Those guys are making plays against the same guys that are blocking you. I'm going to just say this. Again, I don't know the circumstances. It's time for you to start expecting more of yourself. I don't know if you're injured. I don't know if you fully recovered. But it's time to start asking more of yourself because they don't respect you.
Man, that is deep. That feels like it cuts deep. I don't want to say it, because he didn't get like
as close to that line as you could get. I think
over the top. I feel like it's fair. Like I feel like he had made his point.
Yeah.
And when you say they don't respect you, and I get
well, that's the thing. The one word, it changed the whole. Like if he had not said the respect thing and just did everything else, we'd all be going, yeah.
But I did feel like, in his defense, slightly, he was trying to paint it in a football context. Like they don't respect you in this way, and how they don't respect.
He sounded like a coach, to be honest. As if a coach was talking to a player, like, man, look at them, they ain't respecting you. Got to do that. That's what he came across as.
And this is interesting to me because, like, I'm looking over here at ESPN.com. They point out that Lawrence is being double teamed at a league high nearly 75%.
Yes.
Now, on pass rush opportunities.
And to be fair, he has only recorded a half sack and had 20 tackles to this point, and he's played 100 games in his career.
Right. And the production hasn't been there, but if true that he's being double teamed at a league high rate, that would perhaps explain it. But there's also some discrepancies on what counts as a double team. We talked to Seth Payne right here in this building, and he'll object to some of the data accumulation on that or how it's done. So, like, this is the eye test versus, and is the player actually really watching film like he says, or is he just going based off of the fact that the guy's not productive? It's a little nuance here, I feel like.
I believe he's watching film, first of all.
Carl Banks.
Carl Banks.
Yeah, sure.
I do believe that. And secondly, no matter which way you fall on this, I think Giants fans are like believing Carl Banks. He's a legend. I mean, he's an absolute. He's got the pelts on the wall.
Yeah, I would take the player's word for it too, but it does get inflammatory when you use the word respect.
Well, Dexter Lawrence, this is what his response was. Oh, yeah. Those are strong words. That's how he feels. F it.
Yeah.
He's delusional. His words are delusional. Yeah. So I just found out, like, a legend of your team being pretty harsh on the player, and the player being like, well, bleep him.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. He ain't going to win.
Yeah.
Not in the public opinion.
This will be like, and obviously these two guys have a great relationship. This will be like J.J. Watt going after Will Anderson.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like, oh, man. Especially Will Anderson, because I don't think I look at that Giants team and go, you know what's really plaguing them? Dexter Lawrence.
They got that Dexter Lawrence guy.
That's what's doing it. I figured it out, boys. But yeah, one more thing around the NFL. Didn't want to bring this up again. Travis Hunter on the IR, dealing with that knee injury. So he's going to be out 4 weeks, which that, depending on what that does to the Jaguars, you're a game back from them in the standings, and you have them in that 4-week window. So you will not see Travis Hunter anymore for the remainder of this season as the Houston Texans.
Yeah, hate it for Travis Hunter, love it for the Texans.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we got B. Scott in the building, and we got to get his thoughts. So let's get B. Scott's thoughts next.
Ready? The Texans.
27th Annual Bad Pants Open, happening November 10th at Champions Golf Club, raising funds for Texans children's NICU families. Even though the player field is full, you can still sponsor a hole or donate to help provide Angel Eye video access, peer support, and essential comforts to families in need. Learn more and give now at texaschildrens.org.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you are.
It's going down. H-Town, Hiram Clark, B-Scott.
B-Scott from Hiram Clark.
Yeah. Is that money in the jar?
No, but
it's been a minute since I fall started like that.
You ticked off a bunch of people.
Come on, man. You got to let the music bring you into the vibes.
I do.
Yeah.
I do. And you would think that I'm not used to it. We did this last week. We on a good run right now.
Yeah, we're on a streak.
Yeah,
we don't get two in a row too often, man.
Well, hopefully we can stack them. But right now, let's live in the moment. Get B. Scott's thoughts. B. Scott from Hiram Clark, obviously, in with us in the 11 o'clock hour on a Friday.
I am ready for the Texans to finally perform against a good defense. And I feel like this is the question for them. Like, are they ready to actually put it on tape against it? They have not done so well. And when they have done so well, there have been the baked-in excuses for why they were able to do so, right? Like if we look at the most recent game in the San Francisco 49ers, their defense was actually worse than I realized or thought. But also they're injured and they're not quite whole in themselves, right? And then, of course, their other wins came up against a beat-up Ravens team and a Titans team that's not really worth really discussing at this point, right? So I have been the guy that rails against holding their schedule against them or holding wins against them that they get against a let's say, not worthy opponent. I don't feel like that's their problem. It's not their job to make the opponent better. But this is an opportunity. Like, if we just look squarely here and keep in the context of everything that we know without taking anything away from them from winning those games, this is an opportunity to actually put it on tape and to show that you are worth being taken seriously the way that we've tried to do in these moments, in these sort of touch points that we've had throughout the season so far about them maybe being good or maybe turning the corner. And then what happens when we think that they turn the corner? They have a bye week, they come out of the bye week, and they look flat, right? So, like, not having those types of letdowns, and I think specifically, like, forget about a letdown. This is just, to me, a brand new opportunity now that you've supposedly figured some things out offensively. Can you do it against a real defense in the Denver Broncos?
Yeah, it's going to end up being, all right, you got anything to say now? You know, because of what you just said. I mean, they're first. I believe they're sixth. And they're good on rushing defense. They're good in passing
fifth, I think.
Now I know Surtain's not going to be there. Maybe fifth. But nevertheless, it's like y'all got anything now?
Yeah.
You know, prove it game.
I like that you said that too, because this was sort of my objection throughout the week to what felt like a little bit of a victory lap against the haters. Like, I hated this entire conversation, but what I hated most about it was that it was even being had to begin with. Because I didn't think it was like when you go to DeMeco Ryans and talk about, hey, like, what about Nick Caley now? Well, man, they had done it for one game. And they did it against the San Francisco 49ers. Like, credit to Nick Caley, credit to the offense. Let's not take anything away from them. Let's even celebrate them to a certain degree for the wins that they get. But let's not try to take a victory lap and pretend like you're established or like you're made now, because you went out there and beat the San Francisco 49ers at home, a depleted San Francisco 49ers squad at that.
Yeah, for me, the distinction that I try and draw is I want to celebrate victories, but then when it comes to data points that I can use to determine whether this is repeatable, whether I will see this again, I haven't had the data points that tell me that they can do this at a certain level that I can use to say this is repeatable against other types of foes. This would be that type of data point this week, opposed to those good weeks that they've had against, like you mentioned, the Niners, who were a little bit hurt. I think those are where that context comes in. It's great to say that you were able to find a win on that day, but I think that's isolated, and that's the credit in this offense to the team. Now, if I'm saying, what can I find that I can spin forward that I can use to predict, I haven't seen enough of that yet, and I'm hoping to see that because, again, because of the way the season started, we've gotten away from this. The expectations for this team was high starting the year, and it feels like we have lowered the bar incredibly a lot in the way that we handled them.
Well, we have lowered the bar. I would also argue that they have certainly lowered the bar. Like, we don't go out there and do it. I think the bar has been lowered because of what we've seen out there. But I would say in the way of being encouraged, or like, what is a data point? I wouldn't call this a data point, but let's just say an anecdotal type of thing to look at in terms of being encouraged. I think the guys on the morning show were pointing this out of like the chemistry with the rookies, or the fact that the rookies are now more involved. Like, forget the fact that they just simply need them from a number standpoint, or like the number of guys who are actual credible threats for you. But the fact that those guys seem like they're starting to get it, understand the offense, understand where they're supposed to be. The timing stuff with C.J. Stroud looks like it's a lot better. That's a thing that you feel like you can take away that's transferable to any opponent. Obviously, the strength of the opponent does matter, but that's something that is transferable. They're not in the right spot just because the other guys aren't good. They're actually in the right spots. They're actually connecting and things like that. So that's something that I would be encouraged by with what I've seen from the Texans so far.
Let me ask
but they
you
still got to go out there and do it against the different.
Let me ask you what I asked Reggie yesterday. Will they do that? Because Christian Kirk is back. Will Jalen? Xavier Hutchinson has been pretty solid. What's that Higgins and Hutchinson thing going to do? I don't know. I'm asking because I wouldn't put it past them to see a lot of Kirk, a lot of who knows what, beyond that, but a lot of Kirk.
Well, let me say that I feel good about the weapons in general. Like, even with Kirk, I know it'll be an eye roll, kind of like with the Braxton Berrios thing from a few weeks ago, or whenever they did the Monday Night Football game, and they were like, well, what is this Braxton Berrios thing all of a sudden? I don't really mind Braxton Berrios. I don't really mind Christian Kirk. I feel good about their weapons. I feel especially good about the rookies lately based off of what we just talked about. But I would say even the bigger question for me is, like, I think they will do that. I think these things are transferable. I do feel good about those things that we just talked about. The thing that I feel nervous about is the front. Like, I think they'll try to do it. I think they'll want to do it. They got serious questions about whether they can block this 5-man front.
Yeah.
We talked about Benito. We talked about the fact that, throughout the week, it's been talked about on this station that, look, the Broncos, they're not the Texans defense, but they are a very
really good.
They're like in that class. And it's not just Patrick Surtain, who's not going to be playing in this game, but it's that front that does present some challenges, some speed issues for this Texans offensive line. So we'll see how they handle it.
Yeah, I think all those are very fair. This week feels longer, and maybe it's just because it literally is longer compared to the short week that we had with the Niners. But like, once they got that win, I've been chomping at the bit to get to this Sunday, man. Like, I have been eagerly awaiting this one because it's a challenge. But two, I think to give them credit, this is probably the most I've been excited, or in the most I believe that they've been up for a challenge that awaits them around the bend. To this point.
Yeah, and for me too, like the C.J. Stroud element of this.
100%.
Like, we got to see, I feel like all of us have been talking about how we got to see C.J. Stroud and what that looks like when he's upright, or when he doesn't feel like he's got so much to worry about, or when he is scrambling, he is getting outside of the pocket. It's like more of, it's not frantic. It's just kind of the cost of doing business. Sometimes the pocket's not going to always be clean. You're going to have to improvise sometimes. Like, that's part of the game. We're not saying take that out and just be a perfect offensive line. But the fact that in that game, in this previous game against the 49ers, you saw what C.J. Stroud, how accurate he can be, what it looks like when the timing is right, like we talked about with the wide receivers. When he's upright and he has time, you give him time. And, again, it does not have to be perfect, but it cannot be a disaster. Will it be against a much more formidable front?
Right.
That's my question.
Well, we started the show with that conversation. I don't want to say it's a defining game for C.J. Stroud, but it's kind of a redefining game, in terms of like where his place is among quarterbacks.
Yeah, but the thing is, again, the offensive line just has so much to do with that part, or where, at least this touch point, where we are right now. Like, we've had plenty of reasons to question C.J. Stroud and his development, and is there a regression? Like, we've had those moments. That moment is not right now based off of what we've seen, or at least what we saw most recently, and even what we've seen at different points throughout the season when it has looked okay, going up against non-existent pass rushes, right? When they went up against the Ravens, right? Oh, okay, C.J. Stroud's got all day. He's going to operate, right? They can't rush the passer to say they like.
Yeah.
Well, these guys can't, so let's see if you are up for that challenge, and it'll have a dramatic effect, I believe, to your point, Lopez, on your quarterback and how he's viewed and talked about after this game.
And you know what? One of the fun things about it, though, is like, I know that I can be the person that people will levy the style points accusations at, because I'm like, I want to see the quality in the way that you win, because, again, that's something I can use to maybe project out what future performance looks like. This week, I can sincerely say, just win, baby. Like, you don't need to prove something to me in the way that they do it. Like, obviously, I would love to see it in a very particular way, but right now, I can very much say that I am as little in that bucket as I normally am. I'm very much in a, can you just manage to get a win this week?
Well, I mean, that is the type of game that this is, right? The defenses are better than the offenses, right? Like both defenses will fairly be better than the offense that they're going against. Can you win a game that's kind of a muck it up type of game? Yeah.
Yeah, by getting the win, you're kind of getting style points, because of the context of who you're playing.
Yeah, so excited for this one. Those are B. Scott's thoughts here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, where there's a lot of things happening in the world of sports, including your opportunities to watch them if you have a particular provider.
and Walmart. Based on RootMetrics Data 5G Report United States 1H 2025. Experiences may vary. Not an endorsement of Verizon. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, there's a real challenge in this segment here because there's a lot of things.
You can do it.
That I want to try and get to. So if I start talking fast, just
hurry up.
Let's
Reggie,
go.
Breathe. I will try not. And let's start with the biggest news that's happening in the general NFL world as Chris Greer, general manager of the Dolphins, has been fired after their loss last night. I don't think that the loss itself was the reason, if we're going to be honest, with the Dolphins. However, he's been fired, and now an interim GM has been named. His name is Champ Kelly. He's in the personnel department. But Adam Schefter went as far in one of his tweets talking about this, one of his dispatches saying that trade candidates include Jalen Phillips, Bradley Chubb, and Matthew Judon with the Dolphins. Those are some really integral pieces that makes you go, fire sale, question mark?
Yeah.
And if fire sale, question mark, Devon Achane, question mark.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and along those lines, why didn't that name come up? Like, why is that name not on the list?
Yeah.
And that's not to say that the name is not on the list.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not listed, in that tweet. But yeah, you got to figure, okay, like what do they have use for good players at this point? If this is their line of life and their direction,
flat out,
give me I mean, I would have wanted Achane even when he was drafted. Like he's that type of game changer. One of those where I'd say throw out some of the traditional running back rules that you might have on how you invest in a running back. No, this is a little bit different from what you're normally talking about. I'd even be interested in a Matthew Judon given the situation at that position for the Texans. Yeah.
Really? Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, just in terms of depth. I like it.
I mean, you got some depth, in fact, to the point where I do wonder if you might need to trade some of that depth on. However, Achane, he has 4.8 yards, and he's pretty young. Like, you talk about investing. Yeah. That's not the guy that we're talking about. Usually we're talking about the guy on that second contract. Actually, we might be talking about a guy kind of like Joe Mixon, which, interestingly enough, I think that his status and what they know about him will be very telling on whether or not they go for somebody like a Devon Achane. And wait, I'm talking to B. Scott.
Yeah.
B. Scott, you were in the building at NRG Stadium on Sunday, and you happened to see somebody.
Hey, look, for the first time officially, and this has been something we come on here every week and say, hey, where is Joe Mixon? Has anybody seen
He's with B. Scott.
Joe Mixon? We think he's alive. We're pretty sure he's alive, but is he in hiding? Is he in witness protection? What exactly is going on? And I can confirm definitively that Joe Mixon has been seen in public. He was at the game on Sunday on the club level. I was leaving our Odyssey suite, going back to, you got to go down to go up. So going down to get back up to the 8th floor to the press box where you guys were at that point. And I ran into Joe Mixon. He was also coming out of the club level.
Ran into Dr. Martin Luther King.
You ain't meet no Dr. Martin Luther King.
Met no Dr. Martin Luther King. But yeah, I did see one Joe Mixon. And and people are asking, did you talk to him? I did have a moment where, like, I decided, because, he's about 8 to 10 people in front of me when we're going down the escalator. And we make eyes, do the head nod thing, and I decided, am I going to go talk to Joe Mixon? I remember when I got barked at for talking to a player who was on the concussion protocol a couple of years back. It might have been Jalen Petrie, maybe somebody else. To do an interview, I was just kind of speaking because I knew the guy, whoever it was.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up?
Just on a human-to-human, hello, how are you doing?
Dap. And I think we did start, there was a conversation initiated, and then somebody came over there, hey, you can't talk to the injured player. And that stuck with me, and I'm like, okay, I don't want to get, in trouble here, but I do want to take like very specific notes on how Joe Mixon is moving, but how he's interacting with people, how he's walking.
Boot?
Does he have
boot
a boot
or no
on?
boot?
No boot.
Okay.
Yeah.
No noticeable limp.
Okay.
Okay. And so he looked to be fairly normal, other than
You
the
about
fact
to get everybody excited.
other than the fact that he's Joe Mixon. So he did stand out in the crowd.
Yeah.
But how he was moving, he looked fairly normal to me.
And it's worth noting, walking around a stadium and running on a football field in the stadium, they are.
Is that even worth noting?
They are. Well,
hey, people don't give a damn about all that, man. He ain't in no boot. He can get on the field.
Let's go.
It's worth noting to the extent that me saying that he's walking and that he's not in a boot given the fact that we don't have much information about the injury itself to begin with, does not tell you much about where he is in terms of his recovery.
Weren't we supposed to get an update like this week?
Why would you say that?
No. Didn't they say in the first week in November?
Yeah, that was Nick Caserio on these airwaves with Payne and Pendergast, as he's wont to do from time to time, said that they'd reevaluate sometime in early November. We are on the precipice of early November.
Yeah.
So it feels like in the next week they will do an evaluation. When do they come and talk to us about it? Only God knows.
Yeah. So there's no way to know what. I think it's worthy that somebody that had not been in the building, especially given the fact that we've seen injured players be around. Like, it's not uncommon. It actually is more common to see injured guys, especially guys who are stars, be around, especially if the belief is that they're not going to be gone for the entire season. Maybe if a guy's gone for the season, he goes off and does his own rehab and gets away from the team. But we even see sometimes guys like that will stick around over the course of a season. So, again, it's more common for guys to be around. This guy has not been around for whatever reason. We don't know the reasons why, but to me, it's noteworthy that he hadn't been around, and now he is.
3 words or less from the 281. Did he look fat? This is the journalism. Oh, wait. I thought you were just laughing because it was funny. You're laughing because you're trying to figure out how to answer the question.
He did not look in game shape.
Okay,
I'll
thank you.
say that.
That's more than 3 words, but thank you for that.
But also he ain't been playing. Like there is a road to recovery here.
That's one of the things that I want people to remember is even when he is cleared, there is going to be a significant ramp-up time.
B. Scott, they'll go to the press conference, man, with D'Amico speaking.
Hey, B. Scott,
I might call you out.
I did not feel comfortable lying to that texter once he asked. I had not thought about that, but now that you mention it, no,
all these people with locks writing articles and talking on the radio and all that stuff.
With locks.
Hey, man. Hey, have him.
You're going to get are we good?
You good?
You good?
You good?
I'll say, is Joe Mixon good? Have my man do a couple laps after practice is all I'm saying. You know what I mean?
All right, so there you go.
Oh, glad texter said that.
There is B. Scott. All right, some more things to hit in what's popping. One of the things that's popping is if you are a subscriber to Google's YouTube TV, you probably know this by now, but Disney and YouTube TV, they beefing right now. And what that means is they're in a carriage dispute. ABC and ESPN are off the air. If you're hoping to see College Game Day tomorrow, best of luck. More importantly, I think that this one, it might get expedited to some degree, possibly, or maybe it doesn't. Monday Night Football. Do you know who's playing on Monday Night Football this week? And you don't have to know who both sides are. You just need to know who one of them is.
Off the top of my head,
Gotta be Cowboys.
The Dallas bleeping Cowboys are playing on Monday Night Football. It's the Arizona Cardinals, but the Cowboys are going to add additional pressure here. But yeah, these sides are far apart. Google wants to be it's all over carriage fees, the subscriber fees, which I don't have to get in the mud about it, but how much the carrier pays to Disney in order to have them per subscriber that they have. YouTube wants it to be a lot closer to like Cox and what they pay. Google wants it to be a lot closer to what some of the other, I guess, smaller, carriers that have that same type of base pay. And so they're far away. I think it gets a little more interesting also because ESPN just launched their direct-to-consumer app, like they're redone.
No kidding.
And so I do wonder how much they will be excited or pushing to do this because I think that they will push more people to, well, if you miss an ESPN, just come over and do it directly with us.
Correct.
Yeah, it almost feels perfectly orchestrated.
It's dirty.
I mean,
it just feels dirty.
This is my game up in sports recently. This is mafia stuff.
Yeah, that's a great point.
It's dirty.
We are seeing in real time the shrewdness, if you will, of sports and the ruthlessness and how it kind of does have some, if not outright mob ties, some mob vibes,
tendencies,
mob tendencies, mob adjacent at best or at worst, depending on how you're looking at it.
Because now, correct me if I'm wrong, Reggie's really good at this type of stuff.
Thanks, man.
Basically, ESPN is saying they're not going to waver really much because they have an option.
I don't know. I can't say definitively that they will.
Well, I mean, but that's kind of what it feels like.
It feels less. It feels like they're more emboldened in their position. Now, of course, that boldness only matters so much as what is the viewership? What are the subscribers going to do? If you, the people, go, hey, ESPN, y'all bugging, we need this back right now.
Yeah.
Maybe that applies a level of pressure to where Disney is more amenable
But they're
to
less-
YouTube, to Google. Or maybe people go to Google and they're like, I'm canceling my Google because or my YouTube TV because I can go for the same price that you're giving me without ABC and ESPN.
That's what
I can
I'm
go
saying.
get Hulu TV or whatever that has ESPN, and you're just losing all the subscribers.
That's what I'm wondering.
I don't know who ultimately
they're
gets more
less
pressure here.
inclined to cave. ESPN's less inclined to cave.
I would guess.
Yeah. So I'm wondering what is ESPN doing, because I keep seeing the PSAs from Greeny, from Stephen A.
Politics.
Smith.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's propaganda. They're putting out the message to try and gain some leverage.
Yeah, but it also just feels to me like promotion for this app. You know, like I would imagine that the app is already, like before these changes to the app, like I got the ESPN app. I would imagine most sports fans have the, like, you know, people that really follow games on like a day-to-day, week-to-week basis have the ESPN app. I would imagine it is one of the more like wildly popular apps that there is, and they feel like they can do well. They can hit a lick on, and the Cowboys element too of the Monday Night Football game. Like, you know, we're gonna get that whole America's football quote unquote audience to this ESPN app, and to hell with this carriage situation.
Yeah, I mean, that's why these teams or these sides schedule the games the way that they do. Don't forget, you have Texas Vanderbilt on ABC as well today, this weekend.
Yeah, it's the whole weekend.
So yeah, the whole
Bro, that's huge.
Yeah. College football is usually where they set these things up because that's where it gets big. But yeah, it is huge. Speaking of college football, the athletic director of LSU, Scott Woodward,
My goodness,
he has been relieved of his duties.
You don't say.
It was clear. It was clear once Jeff Landry, the governor of Louisiana, said that he was not going to make the next hire. I will say though, it is worth noting the context that this is in, and I'm in the midst of a couple of really esteemed journalists here in B. Scott and John Lopez. It is worth noting,
I'm
though.
looking around.
I'm pumping you up. You know, I'm pumping you up. It is worth noting that as much as we say that they're, you know, Scott Woodward's his history here is two head coach that didn't work out. It's also worth noting that he's the 4 national championships from 3 head coaches hired there at LSU, and this comes within the context of a number of big time LSU people in that school, president, other people in academics that have left under political kind of airs of sorts. And Jeff Landry getting up there in grandstanding doesn't help move this away from those. I do wonder how much that impacts it rather than just the numbers of it, which can be capitalized.
You're talking about like how impacted how?
Well, I mean, I'm trying not to go into like the deepness of the politics of it.
But without being too crass here, those other national championships don't really matter.
That's probably fair to acknowledge.
Don't really matter.
But as the AD, that's part of it though.
It's the most. What have you done for me lately? Sport that you probably have, right? Because there's a lot more emotion involved with your alma mater or your state school, especially a place like Louisiana that is it's a very particular and specific place.
Dude, I think Slate does a podcast, and I'm forgetting the name immediately, but they have like a podcast series. When they did a podcast series on the governor of Louisiana, when you go through and learn about Louisiana politics, it makes so much more sense the way that this works.
Yes. Yeah. And LSU itself right now doesn't have a university president, an athletic director, or a head coach.
Yeah.
And the governor is out here talking about they have no chance of getting to the bowl championship series, which is 12 years ago.
And I miss it. I miss it too, Jeff Landry. Please understand, I miss it too.
Dude, I got a lot of affection for this we another planet sometimes.
No, for sure. And you feel for them because I said this yesterday. You don't want to become a punchline. LSU in Louisiana right now is a punchline.
Yeah, and the thing. So the 6 top administrators at LSU that have left their jobs is what's happening there. So that's the political aspect of it. But you're right. The football program means so much, and I'm not crying for Scott Woodward because you were the one that decided to hitch your wagon to Brian bleeping Kelly.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Right? Like, I understand he's a good coach, but you knew who he was as a person. There's all these stories coming out about his times in various different places and the ways in which he was not the guy that you want to hitch your wagon to. So those are all there.
This is like the cost of doing business. You know, when you hitch your wagon to Brian Kelly.
And Scott, I feel bad because I did not achieve my goal. You wanted to talk about the Rockets defense
it's all
in
good.
here as well.
I hope that by the time we talk again, let's say maybe the defense has improved.
There we go.
Because as much as I'm happy to see that the offense is, the best in all of basketball right now, hey, what happened to the defense, man?
13th in defensive rating. I think I was being a little harsh because I was mentioning a lot of these other metrics that are like bottom third. But the metrics that are bottom third are kind of concerning, especially when you talk about like points in the paint, which is the thing that this team and their length should be able to handle.
Well, the points in the paint I feel like is more of an issue with their transition defense. The areas where they haven't been good specifically, just real quickly, are transition defense and defending the three. Now, I think in some cases, with the 3-point defense, they've faced some teams that have just made some tough threes and made a lot of threes. You got to give them credit as well. Like it's a little bit mix of both. They're either open or even when they contest, it's like, well, damn, he made it anyway. So 3-point defense has been not great, and transition defense has been, I would say, closer to bad, and that has to fix itself, correct itself.
All right, we did get it in.
Just a little bit. That was the radio trick. Was I mentioned that I didn't get it in, and we give it a quick 2 minutes.
And then it didn't help that I couldn't help myself.
But I will make sure that we make time, even if we have to get you on the air during the week next week. We'll make time because obviously this Rocket season early on really matters. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We tried to pack it in all the way to the wire with B. Scott. Appreciate him always giving us an hour of his time on Fridays. Coming up next, another man that we appreciate giving us time. Nick Haley spoke to the assembled media. I think there was a lot of interesting in his conversation, including we got a lot of conversations about Blake Fisher, baby. Let's talk about all that next.
Yeah, let's.
The Sports Station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Happy Halloween, In the Loop. John Lopez. I'm gassed.
You're gassed. You went through it.
That was an hour of radio. If you missed it, you can always catch us on the Odyssey app, podcast, the Radio Rewind feature. Even go on YouTube and scroll that thing back if you need to. We had a lot of fun in that hour. Thanks again to B. Scott, who he even gave us a little overtime. In the break, we were talking about a number of things, including, did you realize that C.J. Gardner-Johnson, we talked about it, that he signed with the Broncos, or not the Broncos, rather, the Bears, the Chicago Bears. He was out there in Hollis Hall. You know he's going to be playing slot cornerback.
I did not know that until you said it. I hadn't seen that story.
Yeah, he's not playing safety. He's in there at slot cornerback.
Oh, he wanted Petrie's job.
Remember when the report, and B. Scott reminded me, remember the reporting that part of the outburst or whatever, the discomfort, for lack of a better term, that was happening there at NRG Stadium was C.J. Gardner-Johnson talking about somebody getting paid?
Yeah.
And people were like, is that Jalen Petrie?
Yeah, man, maybe.
Could it possibly be that he wanted to play slot corner?
That was my money.
Right? He wanted to play that, which it's crazy because ain't no way you signed up. Well, I guess he didn't sign up for this. They traded him here.
Yeah, but still.
But, yeah, that was never going to be your spot, big dog.
No, it wasn't.
And I guess that's why everything fell apart. Maybe so. But I guess more power to him, question mark?
I guess.
All right, let's talk about this Texans offense, however, as the coordinator of this offense, Nick Caley, along with the other coordinators, Matt Burke, Frank Ross, all talked to the media on Thursdays of a normal week. And so they did that yesterday, and there was a lot in here that I found interesting. And I'd like to start right here, up top here, Fig. This is the first Caley cut that I had. Been thinking about a lot. It was something that we talked about coming out of the game versus the Niners, but in seeing something from Chris Sims, it made me think a little bit more. So again, Nick Caley, what gave you rhythm throughout the game in play calling versus Robert Saleh?
I mean, I think it's a testament to the players. We were able to execute the game plan. We were able to make positive plays. We were able to stay on track, get the run game going. I think that opens up a lot of different things. Get the run game going. I think that opens up a lot of different things. Guys made plays, and proud of the way we competed. So I think it's just, staying the course, and playing efficient football and complementary football within our side of the ball.
So in between a lot of the complementary football stuff, the sort of the trite sayings, what you're getting there is the way they get there is with the run game and the short passes, and we all saw that. But he's talking about, like, if we do this, and stick to this plan, it's going to work. It's not exciting football. I don't expect a real sort of up and down game, because
no instant classic on Sunday.
Well, I mean, maybe in terms of, like, how it plays out.
Man, you know what we say when we say instant classic. Ain't nobody looking here for the 6-3 victory.
Yeah, but it's going to be a low scoring because the Broncos do the same thing. Question is, and we've been talked about it with B. Scott. Can you stay on schedule, as they air quotes, with this defense?
Yeah, and I mentioned Chris Sims, and I know that he might not be beloved by everybody, but they did a breakdown of Week 8, and obviously this was a fascinating game, the Texans versus the Niners. Mm-hmm. And one of the things he kept talking about was something that we all talked about, which is how much does having a similar system and somebody who is a master in that in DeMeco Ryans, just to like they do, but what they check to in certain situations help you on offense. And you're not having that this week.
No.
There's a number of those small, quick passes that you're right? That those hots and whatever that clearly were helpful for C.J. Stroud. Again, he was 7 of 9, 111 yards. I will not forget that stat for quite a while. I was going to say as long as I live, but I don't trust my memory to that degree. However, I won't forget that stat because it was incredible that he was able to handle pressure so well, that they were able to handle third downs. And some of that is, to be fair, probably not only do I know if they blitz, but I also know if I do this, it will make them – I know where they're going to go to, so I can go ahead and pre-plan and beat them to that spot. And maybe that – I mean, there's a good chance that helped this offense quite a bit in those smaller detail things. Can they replicate that portion of this? Can they get to a place where they know where this defense, as coached by Vance Joseph, is going to move? And I know Vance Joseph coached DeMeco Ryans as well, but that's a lot further removed from the same system.
A lot further removed, and exactly. So a different system. And, and keep in mind, DeMeco has been wandering into the offensive side of the room, too.
I think so, but I'm like, I wonder, are they going to have – because there was the Jaden Higgins touchdown. You can easily see a way in which they were able to play on the eyes and the ways that that defense changes. I think Chris Sims was assuming that they eventually played Tampa 2. They were forced into Tampa 2 because of that motion that was happening there. There's another play where you have like a sit-down route, and I can't remember which wide receiver. But it's become new, what Upton Stout was trying to do. Now, of course, these are hypotheses from someone outside, but somebody that knows football, and it tracks.
Yeah.
It tracks. So I do wonder how much your offense will be successful.
That's going to determine it.
To the nitty-gritty degrees that they were this past week. I'm very, very intrigued by that. Outside of that, clearly the big story here is that Nico and Christian Kirk return. If you can give me cut 4 here. This is Nick Caley on how you blend the good wide receiver play that you got last week, but with the returning of these guys. How does that come together?
Look, we're happy that they're back. We're excited that they're back. The other guys, everybody stepped up and did a great job too. We have a lot of faith. We have a deep wide receiver room that are continually getting better, and so we have faith in all those guys. But yeah, we're glad to have Nico and CK back out there, and the other guys keep going at the same, continuing to improve. And I think the more we're out there, the more we have an opportunity to really build cohesiveness together as a group. And again, we got a pretty deep receiver room, so we're lucky for that, and definitely thankful we get these two guys back too to join us.
You said earlier you've been really looking forward to this game. Can't wait. This is where I can't wait.
I figured that's why I set it up.
This is where I can't. I can't wait to see how the wide receivers, that deep room that he's talking about, how it's deployed. Because I mean, it can be in a game like this with a defense like this. It can be the difference in a game if you're not getting what you got last week and what you conceivably could get out of guys like, well, Nico, we know. But really, even Nico, I mean, is he going to be in more motion? Is he going to be able to be coming across the field more? Is he going to be a decoy? Is he going to be, you're going to take your shots? You see coverage and maybe go deep to Nico. But really beyond that, Kirk and Noel is very intriguing. and really just how they use all of them.
The way he answered that, though, it feels like the answer is those guys slot immediately back in, but not just slot back immediately in, slot back immediately as 1 and 2.
And as 1 and 2 and dominate the snaps, yes.
Like that, it does feel like that's where you go. I would love to be pleasantly surprised at the very least because it feels like
and they may excel.
Number 4, yeah, that is true, right? Like I don't. John Lopez, I imagine that it's not going to be hard for me to convince you that Nico Collins excels in this game.
Well, but I'm more specifically Kirk.
Right?
Yes.
And exactly. So that's the thing.
I mean, we were Kirk fans. I was glad when they brought him in. We were practically giddy because they needed that on this squad. So I'm not saying, I'm saying I'm intrigued to see how it plays out.
Yeah, I mean, he also, if we want to be fair to Christian Kirk, we're like, there's all this experience. He's had quite the fits and starts here this season to even find a level of rhythm for himself. So I don't know how much I blame him even for what we feel is his production to where the expectation was. But he's going to be out there. That's what it sounds like. And so that's going to be another one. Can they keep the wide receiver side of this going, the production that happens there? Because you're right. Some of this was just the change in the decision to we're going to get the ball out quick. We're going to get the ball out to these guys.
And does it work there?
And allow them to do that. Does it work there? That's something that we'll see. Can you give me here cut 10? Because thankfully.
Just real quick, by the way, we should note it here because we're talking about Woody Marks and Dalton Schultz.
That's exactly where I was about to go. Both of those guys have been spotted at practice today on Friday, which is more of a walkthrough. However, that is good common saying about Friday practice.
You don't practice Friday, you don't play Sunday.
It's not 100%, but it's definitely not minuscule. It happens more often than not that's the way that it goes. Good to see Woody Marks. Obviously, he's your most explosive back at this point. Dalton Schultz seems to hold a huge space because of the relationship that it seems like him and CJ have both on and off the field, but then also because of the depth. So Nick Caley was asked about with the Schultz injury, how does he feel about the tight end group, tight end fullback depth?
Well, we got a good room of really smart, hardworking guys. They're all versatile. They're cross-trained. Some people say fullback. Some people say F. Y. It's F and Y. I mean, those guys are interchangeable. They're all cross-trained. We do that from the time we get here to spring because things like this happen, and you lose guys. It's the National Football League. So got a lot of faith in them. They're tough. They're smart. They're hardworking. They're always prepared. They're ready to back each other up, and I got a lot of faith in those guys. And Jake Moreland does a good job with those guys.
Look. You know how I feel about this. That's one of my big worries. It's important that Dalton Schultz is on the field. What did he say? Tough, smart, all that stuff?
He didn't go tough, smart, dependable.
He didn't say dependable.
He said versatile.
Versatile. Okay, well, that's cool.
Cross-trained, in fact.
That was it. That was what I was thinking. Cross-trained, all that. I mean, that's cool. I don't have a lot of confidence. It's great that Dalton Schultz is back.
Yeah. Well, it's great that Dalton Schultz is back. To what degree is he back? Because even last week, he was not – I mean – He did not feel like the same level of Dalton Schultz. It was thankfully a lot of the young guys being able to pick up really the slack that's left in Nico Collins not being there, Christian Kirk not being there, but even Dalton I guess dependable as you'd seen in previous weeks. What does that look like? Because I mean, the designation for him on this injury is not just shoulder; it was like shoulder and knee.
Yeah,
right. If we were in hockey, he got an upper and a lower body. You know what I mean? So that's I do wonder, and he's not a guy who shies away from playing through or being tough in that way. But that does affect the way that you get out there. So I think that's going to be important, especially because it's felt like he's been the most comfortable. He's been quintessential quarterback safety blanket this year.
Yes, I mean, and actually very effective. Maybe a slightly slow start, but these last few games that he's played, he's been terrific.
Now, I do want to get to this one because I thought this was a very good question to be asked. There's always a conversation, particularly from D'Amico. Haley gets into the conversation as well about the discipline shown at quarterback for C.J. Stroud, and does he stay within the offense, whatever. This was a good clarifying question. Can you explain to us, Nick Caley, what is that discipline that you need from a quarterback?
Really working within the frameworks of our offense. So if you're talking about going through your progressions, being consistent with that, taking what they give you, being able to know where your play ops are, where your matchups are on the field, being able to execute the line of scrimmage communication, whether it's an audible, whether it's doing those certain things to get us into favorable positions too when they present themselves. There's a lot of things that really require, but it's just being focused in the moment, one play at a time, and being able to execute the play to the best of his ability. And I thought he did a really, really good job of that.
And this has been, for me, this has been the story here as we've talked about C.J. Stroud these last 4 games, by and large, outside of the Seattle game, being really, really good. It's not just being really good and getting the play to where it needs to be and having confidence in the offense. He's had more confidence in what this offense is, and that just flat out wasn't the case early in the year.
Yeah, it feels good as of right now. I think all of the things that he said were pretty self-evident, at least in my mind, but the big question is
he's doing those. It wasn't just cliches. It was actual what he's doing.
No, I know, but the big question for me is not even necessarily if he's capable of doing that. Is he allowed to stay in that zone by the things around him, which is the offensive line, right? I think that's really a huge thing, which he spoke to, but I want to get to something in particular when it comes to the offensive line, which is the jumbo package that we've seen. It's been one of those things. It feels, speaking of jumbo, it feels kind of like, not entirely, but last February when you look up and you see the Rockets have figured out, this double big kind of works for us. It kind of feels like, this jumbo package
actually. I hadn't thought of that. Yeah,
works for us a little bit, so we could keep using this to the point where maybe it becomes part of your identity. I thought this was interesting because it made me think a little bit differently about what Caley might have in the tuck. Hey, Nick Caley, what sparked the idea for this jumbo? Because according to Blake, it came up just before the Tennessee Titans game.
Yeah, I mean, I think just, we always have that. You're always keeping that in your back pocket. You never know. Injuries happen. Things happen throughout the flow of a game. So you're always prepared to have some guys ready to be in that jumbo role. That's a spring and a training camp discussion. And then, you never want to have to, it come up and use it when you're not prepared to do it. So we prepare that in training camp. And then obviously depth situations, where the roster is, stuff like that. You try to, utilize that to offset maybe any, being thin at any certain positions.
So
they were 0-3.
0-3. It's that mother of all invention thing.
Yeah, necessity is the mother of invention.
They had to do something. That was the week when the walls were cracking, And by the way, I'm not criticizing. Huge credit. Well, I've been talking about the tight ends, and I'm not incredibly, confident in anybody outside of Dalton Schultz. And, is there a blocking tight end? Well, there's one. His name's Blake Fisher.
Let Nick Caley tell it, though.
Yeah.
That's been in there since training camp.
I mean, I guess a lot of things are.
But that's what I'm saying. If a lot of things are in there, what does Nick Caley maybe still have in there to bring out? Like, that's something that I'm actually...
You know what this show feels like?
Well,
what this show wants.
Yeah, I think so. But, not just from the jumbo package. If the jumbo package is one of those things that, it was in there and we decided to break it out and it's worked. What else you got in that bag there, Santa Claus?
Yeah.
What else can you bring out? Because as of right now, and maybe this all just hinges on the idea of if the offensive line plays to a certain level, then we can bring some more things out. I would like to see more things from this offense.
And maybe there is.
Let's go ahead and develop this thing up further. I would love to see what those things are, because as of right now, as we've been harsh, and I will admit I've been harsh on Nick Caley, some of that I acknowledge is probably from an offense in its infancy. Let's age this thing up then.
Yeah.
Let me see what you got. I'm very, very intrigued by that. Let's see if maybe this week versus Denver is another necessity point that brings more invention for this offense. But yeah, that was Nick Caley talking to the assembled media yesterday. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 on a Halloween. Coming up next, let's get a Halloween edition of our Lunchtime Confessions. We'll do that on Sports Radio.
The Drive is live on a Football Friday. Join Clint and Ron at the Raven Tower this afternoon from 2 to 6. Stop by, pick up your limited edition Payne and Pendergast pint glass, enter for your chance to win the ultimate tailgate package plus other incredible prizes, and get ready for Sunday's matchup with Denver. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday, supported by Tom Ball Ford. We'll see you there. Going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Enjoyed that Nick Haley conversation, right?
Did you?
Did you enjoy it? Mm-hmm. Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah, it was cool. It left out something very, very important.
My apologies.
Let's hear it. Actually,
I know because I know where you came from as far as your previous stops in New England and in Los Angeles. Mm-hmm. Can he catch?
Oh yeah. Yeah, well, it's a work in progress. We got him on the jugs. I'm just joking. I tell him to get on the jugs. So no, he's coachable. And he's got a joy about him. You know. Best part I like is, hey, when we call a Y shift and he goes around across the ball and, does it actually pretty damn good. So, but we have fun with it, and, Cole and Jens with the line, and there's carryover too with Jake and, myself. We have fun with those guys. And they do so much work together, in individual. There's some crossover. So, he's ready whenever we need him, and thankful for the way we got to obviously use him last week especially.
So he's talking about Blake Fisher as a pass catcher.
As a jumbo, as a eligible tight end.
Ever since we kind of floated it, I guess this week earlier, huh?
Yeah, I think I brought it up a little earlier.
I've been all in on this just because. But you know what? He was talking like sort of laughing and maybe serious or maybe sounding unserious even though it's there. But at the very end there, he goes, he has fun with it.
Wait, you
fun with what?
You said he sounded unserious. Give me the start of Nick Haley again, and I want to point out a few things that are happening here.
Oh yeah. Yeah, well, it's a work in progress. We got him on the jugs. I'm just joking. I tell him to get on the jugs. So no, he's coachable.
That's good. All right. So first and foremost, an expected question.
Yeah.
Like, damn it, why are you bringing this up? They can see this.
Yes,
that's the way it hit me at least.
Yeah,
and then
all that.
Secondly, and I might ask you to play it just one more time for me, Figgy. Do you hear him tapping the podium?
Yeah, like a little nervous.
Like,
oh yeah. Yeah, well, it's a work in progress. We got him on the jugs. I'm just joking. I tell him to get on the
right there. I ain't heard him tap the podium not once. Like, he is an energetic. Yeah, that sounded like, damn.
Yeah.
I hope that this still works when I bring it out here. That's what it sounded like. I love it. And maybe I shouldn't be the person saying this because again, we know that people listen. I'm not saying that I'm not saying the Broncos got Sean Payton out here checking in with In the Loop.
Oh, you'd be surprised.
But like, I think he's gonna do it.
I do too.
I think he's gonna do it. Maybe not this week, to be fair, but I think he's gonna do it.
He should have just lied, man.
Well, he kind of tried.
I would have been like, nah. Nah.
Well, then he's like jug machine. He's coachable. Don't forget he said that.
I wouldn't have said none of that.
We have fun with it, and then he kind of started to say I'm kidding, but didn't say I'm kidding.
No, he did say
he goes I'm, and then he moved on. I was like, I don't know why, but this is silly. I guess people like big guy touchdowns.
That's right.
There's
not much that we are fascinated with more in the American sports public. Is the diminutive athlete and the portly athlete, right? We get the big boys doing stuff, and we get the real little guys doing stuff, and we are in on it.
I mean, if I'm Blake Fisher, I'll be trying to do this.
He's asking.
Yeah, I would try to add this to my resume.
Mm-hmm. People always ask.
Yeah, for sure.
I offense with a capital F.
Oh wow!
I take you to NWSL, the National Women's Soccer League here in these United States. And a coach of the Seattle Reign, the Seattle soccer team, her name is Laura Harvey. She was on a podcast, a soccerish podcast, and she was talking about, finding different formations and about how she engages with technology. Quote, one day in the offseason, I was writing things into ChatGPT like, what is the Seattle Reign's identity? And it would spurt out, and it was like, I don't know that that's true or not. And then I put in, what formation should you play to beat NWSL teams? And it spouted out that you should play 5 in the back. And so I did. No joke. That's why I did it. Fire her. Fire her right now.
But did she win? Did they win?
Fire her. I don't care what happened.
No, it's important.
Fire her
It's
right
important.
now.
Did
Fire
they
her
win?
right
What's
now.
the score?
Did
What
they
was the
win?
score of that game?
Fire her right
Okay.
If they won that
That's
game,
not the
man.
question. That's not the question. Did they win?
Like, and this is not actually just a general AI thing. I think might be one of the closer use cases where I think that AI is useful, right? Take it, if you have a whole bunch of data and you put it into like a machine like AI learning that could actually find patterns and stuff and help you recognize that maybe faster than some other computer algorithms would. That actually makes sense. I'm sure that there's sports or organizations that are doing some of that.
Use some type of data program.
I think Sumer Sports is doing stuff like that. She didn't say she was using one of those. She said ChatGPT. You know what ChatGPT is?
You know what? That's true.
ChatGPT is a language model.
That's true.
All the internet, right?
Yeah.
On Reddit. What words did they put together? And ChatGPT is just trying to predict what the next word is. And she was like, "Give me your soccer formations." Are you stupid?
I hadn't thought
What
of
is
it that
wrong
way.
with you?
Yeah, you're probably right.
Fire her right now. And then she did it. And she not only did she do it, right? This is the actual viral. Why are you on a podcast saying that you did this? How could you do
like it
such
wasn't
a thing?
some advanced AI and that really can break down that particular. It was this ChatGPT.
This is a advanced version of going into going into your phone and letting it predict the next word and then making that the decision of how you do your job. That's stupid.
I kind of want to see how the Texans can beat their opponent on Sunday with ChatGPT.
Well, this break, I'm looking.
What do they need to do?
I'm gonna see what ChatGPT says.
Fire her. I don't even know how good her team is. Like I love me some soccer. I don't know what's happening with the Seattle Reign. Fire her right now. Right now.
These are my confessions.
I don't think nobody need to be fired here or anything, but so yesterday we dressed as Coming to America characters.
Right.
We had our Halloween costume
To
party.
rave reviews, by the way, and I say that as humbly as I can.
Yeah. No, I'm actually shocked how many compliments we got on this. And it was a Halloween party / contest yesterday.
Right.
And with us, we can't really enter the contest as much because we doing the show and all that stuff. So it's hard to get over there at our company party. Yes, man. We did get on the stage and shouted out some lines from Coming to America.
Yeah, during
we
the break.
popped in real quick and was out. I gotta confess, man. I feel like we should have won something, man. We should have won. So I'm not saying we should have won first place or anything. I think Sean and Grego won first place. Well deserved. But I feel like we should have won something, though, man.
Something in that bag?
Man, we went out. We went all out on this, man. We
didn't go all out on the skit part. To be fair, we didn't think we were going to do a skit.
But we dressed up probably better than anybody else up
That
here.
was what I was going to ask you. Is like, how do you think our costumes compare to everybody else?
Yeah, that's when we went all out. A couple people went up to us and said, "Hey, y'all dressed the best. Did y'all enter the contest?"
Nope, on the air.
I'm like, man, we should have got something, some type of little gift card or something, man.
What could we get?
Do you think we could bully Sarah and Aaron?
Let's just go grab something.
You think we can bully them into giving us something? Because this is the thing. I know that you feel this way. I personally was just in it for the laughs, which I had plenty of yesterday, and I think that our listenership did too. But this is something that I think if we work it, and I know they're listening to us, so maybe it doesn't work this way, we could probably bully them into giving us something.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah. But see, I would have thought they probably would have been like, "Man, y'all did such a good job. Here you go."
Yeah, but they know we're so amenable.
I felt like everybody else just been getting the love.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dang, we getting love on these streaks though.
Yeah, the streets love us.
Yeah.
The streets love us.
Yeah, so I feel like we should have got something, man. I feel like we've been snubbed a little
Yeah,
bit.
we have.
These are my confessions.
I hate myself for thinking this. I'll say that right up for the confession. So, looking at all these numbers, seeing, stuff for the game on Sunday. Frankly, I knew they weren't great, but I didn't know this. Did you know the Broncos are the most penalized team in the entire NFL?
I don't think I realized that.
Did you?
I didn't know that.
They're the most penalized team in the NFL, and this is what I thought that I feel horrible about.
I'm shocked they ain't the Jags.
Well, this is what I thought that I feel horrible about. I thought it ain't gonna matter because there's gonna be so many Broncos fans there because Texans, like the whole, usually the visiting team, the very highly penalized team goes into an opposing stadium. And they get penalized even more. They fall apart.
They fall apart, yeah.
And I feel bad, but I think I'm right. It's not going to matter that much.
You think because of the home field advantage?
Yeah, because the home field advantage is not as significant here, and there's going to be a ton of Broncos fans.
Do you think that's – I don't think it's going to be as bad as last week, though.
Well, Niners, who knows? I don't think so either. If you had to – if I had to say –
I would have to hope
that – a lot of Broncos.
I would have to hope the Texans fans, got back in.
Well, that's why my confession is, I feel bad that
so?
I don't think it's going to be that.
Honestly, it's tough to get Texans fans back in.
Yeah.
Because I've been through so much, and I don't think last week will get everybody back in to the point it's damn near, a big crowd, a big Texans crowd.
And much like the Niners, Broncos fans are everywhere.
And the thing that sucks is that Broncos are going to be more I think it'll be a little
with
more
orange.
Evident. Well, because the thing about it, though, is there's a lot of blue. But I feel like with the orange accent,
they're going to have those.
You'll have to be able to tell.
Yeah.
So we'll know. I hadn't even considered how much the potential takeover was.
Yeah,
there. That's such a great.
I feel
point.
awful.
Yeah, I don't love that. I feel bad now. I was having so much fun up to that point. But I will turn this back around with that penalized, especially if they are penalized in particular times. As much as we're talking about the offense and quick passing and keeping on the field, that might keep them on the field too. Like, how much does undisciplined defense for the Broncos maybe help the Texans, matriculate their way down the field? Cross my fingers.
Yeah.
I got mine in there right now. All right, those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Where I am looking up at the Pat McAfee show, and I'm just wondering who the hell he's supposed to be right now.
Yeah.
That's neither here nor there. What is here and there is what we got coming up next, because it's a Friday heading into another weekend of college football. So let's get John Lopez's college football headline. What does that look like? We'll do that next.
All right, let's make.
excited for fall.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
Hey, Fig, 361 said what they going to do is get us some McDowell's gift cards as a congratulations for our Halloween.
That would be
costumes.
hilarious.
I'd take it. Yeah.
Hey, that's
even
fine.
Just to put it on my desk or something. Yeah.
That'd be great. You're in
I
the
don't
loop.
think they would work.
No, I don't think so either. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. On Halloween, happy Halloween to you. Hope that you're enjoying your Football Friday. Your Football Friday will get even more fun at 2 p.m. when the fellas of the drive get going. They're out and about. They're near North Side, Houston. I believe they're just off of 45 at the Raven Tower, which is on North Street. 45 North Street right up there. So go catch up with the fellas. They got the commemorative Football Friday pint glasses. I believe that we got Payne and Pendergast back around. So if you haven't picked up one of those, make sure you make your way out from 2 to 6 out there at the Raven Tower and pick one up. And then obviously join in with all the other fun, the giveaways and such that are happening. With the day also means college football. It's a college football weekend, as it always is. Some really big games. And so let's get what this headline is for this weekend of college football. And, of course, this college preview is always brought to you by Wrangler. What you got for us, Lopez?
Yeah, I got one for you, and I think we're going to stay on theme today. Give up the ghost Saturday.
Because you said ghost.
Give up the ghost.
You see what he did there?
So it's a Halloween movie.
Just because it's a ghost doesn't mean it's Halloween, apparently.
Is Vanderbilt at Texas a Halloween game? A Halloween movie.
It could be. It can get real scary real quick if you're not careful.
But no, give up the ghost because a lot of teams are going to be saying pretty much, if not, outright, goodbye to their playoff hopes.
It's quite possible. Okay.
And I think both teams in Austin that'll fit. Vanderbilt and maybe not Vanderbilt as much. Vanderbilt in Texas.
Sorry, myself went both teams in Texas.
What's
Austin.
the other team?
I was like, what's the other Austin-based team? But you meant both teams that will be playing in
both
Austin.
teams that are going to be playing there. The loser Vanderbilt's coming in at 7-1, 2 losses. Maybe they could still get there, but doubtful. And Texas Longhorns 6-2. With not exactly uber impressive performances, even in the back-to-back overtime wins that they easily could have lost both those games.
You can be honest; we don't even have to be no. They haven't had particularly good wins yet, so they need a victory here, 100%.
Yeah, and remarkably. If they get to the SEC title game, depending on what happens with A&M and beating A&M perhaps on the end of it. So, yeah, I think both those teams might just give up the ghost if they lose.
Yeah, I think that's quite possible here. That's going to be the noon game on ABC, or rather 11 a.m. Sorry, looking at these East Coast elites. No, that God's time. That's 11 a.m. On ABC if you don't have YouTube TV. And this one's going to be a very important one to watch. For some reason, we've allowed Texas to sneak back in the top 25 at number 20.
Yeah.
But they've got to prove it, right? It feels like they might be finding a little bit of what the recipe is for this team. I just don't trust them as far as I could throw them, especially because you could probably throw them pretty big in the trenches. They haven't played.
And Vanderbilt's very physical.
Yeah.
Vanderbilt's very physical. But you're right. I mean, they have found a little bit of something on offense. Arch, by the way, game time decision, but I think he's going to play.
I think we all are there.
All right, you know who else might give up the ghost? That's going to be the operative word here. Florida has been a mess. I say mess. They've had some good wins along the way, but they've been up and down. Billy Napier gets fired. They're starting anew, and you think, well, Georgia's going to go in there and just bully them. First of all, this is an incredible rivalry, one of the best ones around.
It is.
Secondly, we've talked about this a few times when we talk college football on Fridays. This Georgia doesn't quite look like the same Georgia, especially defensively.
Yeah, this isn't your older brother's Georgia team. Yeah. It's a little bit more. I mean, even if you look at something like an SP Plus, go ahead and roll your eyes. I know. There's something like 12th, where you're typically used to Georgia being a top 5 kind of program with that kind of heft. Not necessarily what you're looking at here. However, Florida is just in such a bad way. that you would imagine that Georgia, you should get it done in this particular rivalry game. But we'll see what it looks like. That one's at 2:30 on ABC. So if you keep it on ABC, you've got both of these give up the ghost games available to you.
And then it's at 6:30, you have another give up the ghost game. Most of them have both of these squads maybe already have given it up, but they have a path to get to, if they win out and win some big games down the road. That's number 18, Oklahoma, 6-2, at number 14, Tennessee, 6-2.
Could you have two more disparate offenses
exactly.
on display? I mean, the Oklahoma offense is downright anemic, but that defense is what keeps them in being.
And you have a great
interesting.
play caller at Tennessee.
Josh Heupel's offense are always really fun and explosive. Yeah, this might just be one of those styles make fights type thing where you get to see, again, college football on display. I think I've used that as an explainer for a few games over the last few weeks. This just has the opportunity to be an aggressively college football game where defense on offense, strength on strength for Oklahoma versus Tennessee, offense on defense, weakness on weakness, weakness rather, Oklahoma to Tennessee.
Yeah,
that's always fun for at least for me to see who comes out in those matches.
It is going to be a fun day because games I just mentioned, OU Tennessee, you got Georgia Florida rivalry, you got ranked Vanderbilt and Texas.
Isn't that the largest outdoor
the world's largest outdoor cocktail party?
I want to say tea party. I was like, that's not right.
Yeah, but they don't officially call it that, but everybody at the game does.
And mind you, again, this is why I brought this up in What's Poppin'. All three of those games, that is early, middle, and late slate on ABC. Yeah. You don't change the channel for all those except. You might not have the channel tomorrow.
Except it might not be there
if you have YouTube TV. So if you are interested in seeing who gives up the ghost and you have YouTube TV, might want to make some plans. Yeah. That's all I'm saying.
All right, and here is the lowest of low-key huge games this week. And I say low-key, College Game Day is going to be there. But a lot of people didn't come right up and think Cincinnati, Utah. Dude, Cincinnati, Utah is an enormous game when it comes to playoffs, when it comes to, championships in the conference, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, if you're looking at the Big 12, you should look pretty closely. Yeah. Let me speak for myself. I had gotten to a point where I was like, Texas Tech, with all the investment and how dominant they had looked early, I was like, all right, so everybody's playing for second, right? Like the old Larry Bird. With them kind of stumbling a little bit and us finding out that, hey, if they don't have the opportunity to get out and score a whole bunch of points in the first quarter, they're human, they're mortal. You look around at the Big 12 and it's like there's a lot of teams in here that you need to find a way to weed out who is going to be in here fighting for it. And Cincinnati, Utah is one of those games. Also another one of those games, although it's not going to weed anybody out because it shouldn't go anywhere. Right? Oh yeah, it's here in Houston. I forget. University of Houston welcoming in West Virginia. Now West Virginia is MALO bad.
Yeah.
But Houston is in that group, so I imagine all the Cougs fans will be watching this game to see who might be eliminated from kind of that top group of teams in the Big 12 that are vying for that championship.
And you're saying they're going to give up the ghost, and that's exactly the case. You know what Big 12 game really intrigues me this week, and it's kind of one of those like low key, as I just mentioned about that one.
But it's not a give up the ghost, obviously.
Well, maybe for one team.
Okay.
Texas Tech at Kansas State. That's a pretty big game.
Yes, it is.
That's big. K-State your Wildcats have been a little bit better.
Yeah, don't look at me. I don't want you to perceive us. That's the type of season that's been. If you're a sports fan, you know that.
Don't
feeling.
say anything.
You know that feeling, right? Where
shut up. Don't jinx it.
Be quiet, man. Right. Sometimes you're the fan where you're like, oh, I'm walking crotch first because we're that type of team right now. Yeah, K-State isn't that team right now. They start off the season kind of rough.
You know who's a sneaky good team?
Yeah, don't look at us. Don't look at us right now. However,
stay low and build.
Offense finding a little bit more consistency. More importantly, the defense looking like it's finding a little bit more of its normal level.
And Texas Tech might be to the third quarterback.
Yeah, that's the tough part, right? Yeah. As much as I've given Tech credit for like really building up the trenches, K-State is a team that's going to they're going to be rough with you. They're going to be physical just because of the nature. They're an ornery team is the way that I've described them. So Texas Tech is not going to have an easy time with this. I think that this is a winnable game for them. But, of course, as you mentioned, college football gets wonky, especially when you start getting to real depth at positions of importance like quarterback.
One more. All year when it comes to the college football segment we do every week, of course, brought to you by Wrangler. You're welcome. Is Miami in a trap game?
Yes.
Against SMU? At SMU? SMU kind of spit the bit last week against Wake Forest, but they've been really, really good outside of that.
You know, if memory serves, this is Miami's first game outside of the state of Florida this season.
I didn't know that either. Yeah.
Right? Like, Miami has been one of, if not the single best football teams in college football. And yet, they haven't had to move around necessarily.
And they have a bad loss already.
They do have a bad loss, and SMU is one of those teams that you talk about will to win. They've always had that. Obviously, it helps that there's a lot of private money there, but that's a team that's really rough. Plus, their quarterback, and of course, his name leaves me right in this moment. For some reason, I can remember his first name and it's not his last name. But their quarterback, if he is indeed healthy, because I know he was dealing with some injuries, he is one of those dudes that has great wheels, a pretty solid arm. But those are guys that get unwieldy at times. And the thing that I always worry about with Miami, even though I've worried about it less this year because of just how talented they are, Mario Cristobal as a game manager, questionable. Like, he's a great program builder, does a good job, incredible job recruiting. If it gets tight and you need Mario Cristobal to make the right decision in a moment, could go sideways.
Yeah. It's going to be a fun weekend. A couple more real quick here. I'll just say this one real quick because I want to get to the next one. But USC question mark, but also definitely still in the hunt, and one of them will be out of the race after Saturday. And then the other one that is just intriguing as hell to me is: did anybody realize? Have you heard anyone talking about Penn State playing Ohio State this week? That was supposed to be number 1 versus number 2.
There was a lot of games.
They still got them commercials blowing up, though.
Well, they do have that, but all of a sudden, Penn State's a 28.5.
Yeah.
They're more than a 4-touchdown
No,
underdog.
that game was circled on people's calendars. Now it's
on our calendar.
Yeah, now it's kind of like, it's Penn State.
It was supposed to be enormous. Are they playing spoilers?
That's probably the 4th biggest game in that slate, in that early slate. Vandy, Texas, as you mentioned. Navy UNT is kind of big. If you're interested in like a group of 5 or whatever we're calling it. Navy has been a really fun team, and UNT has been incredible, if we're going to be honest, at that level. And then you mentioned Miami SMU is huge as well. Yeah. All of those are in that same slate.
Penn State, Ohio State. We'll see.
Yeah.
You would have to be at a sports bar to get that one on the TV.
No, you know how I'm going to watch this game? If I get the alert in the third quarter that Penn State's leading. Then I'm like, all right.
Oh, interesting. Let me tell you, the way that Ohio State's season gone this way.
That ain't going to be happening.
Ohio State has had the most nondescript season thus far. They just over there ho-hum, just running through the teams that they're supposed to run through.
Yeah.
That's it. Are we going to watch Ohio State until they get to the college football playoff? Like, that's what it feels like. We might not watch them all season. We just go, oh, yeah, I forgot. Ohio State's here. Yeah, that's right. All right, that's your college football preview. Give up the weekend on a spooky weekend. Obviously, the preview brought to you by Wrangler. All right, coming up next, let's get to it. Man, it's our last big segment headed into weekend. Obviously, a full hour of programming still, but Texans win because, Texans lose because. Let's put it on the table. What are the big factors that determine whether or not the Texans see the Broncos out with the loss, or if they fall further below 500? 713-572-4610. Let's go through that next.
The Drive. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, happy Halloween to you. You are indeed in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Been a good day thus far. I think it's been a good football Friday. Hope that you've enjoyed yourselves as well. Gearing up for Texans-Broncos, but some news out there just generally NFL-wise, or actually just all over. A few things real quick if you didn't catch it earlier in the show. Their general manager, Chris Greer, but they did assure that that Mike McDaniel will remain the head coach out there in Miami for the remainder of the season.
He probably like, damn it, man.
Honestly, I don't see that those dudes are still out there playing for him. I don't see that there's necessarily a need to get rid of him.
Yeah, but he's going to be gone.
I know that there was something.
You think he still want to be there, though? He looks so over this job, man.
I think he wants to be there. It's just taking a toll. But, I mean, he's got...
It look like he's over this, man.
Shout out to David Culley. There's only 32 of them.
That's right. That's right.
Well, he could probably get another 32 or something.
Yeah.
David Culley.
Couple other notes I just want to throw in here real quick. The NFL fined the Baltimore Ravens $100,000. Remember when we were talking about how Lamar Jackson went from practicing, being a full participant in practice and being questionable, all of a sudden that designation was changed to being a participant, limited participant, and being out. Well, yeah, they got fined $100,000 for that nefarious
as they
behavior.
should.
Hey,
should
with
have
all,
been more.
with all the gambling issues, they're like, hey, you better get it right.
Nah, they trying to be slick.
Yeah, we didn't get to it yesterday, but that was going to be in my buy and sell. Because John Harbaugh said, "Oh, it was just what was it, oversight or something?"
Yeah, something like that. They put out a statement. I ain't read it. To be completely honest, I'm like, this was what's going to happen. And just in case you were wondering if the Titans might get a victory versus the Los Angeles Chargers on Sunday, ruled out for this game: Calvin Ridley, Jeffrey Simmons, Arden Key, and Xavier Woods.
Yikes.
Just in case you were wondering how it was going in Nashville and if they were going to be
able to
compete.
Now, they have checked out.
Yeah. Oh, yes. 100%.
That's one when the athletic trainer comes up to, like, just give me one of those names. Like
Calvin Ridley.
Can you
Jeffrey
go?
Simmons.
Can you go, Calvin? Nope.
I ain't feeling it. Nah.
Nope.
Arden Key.
Yeah. Nope.
Yeah. It's the youth.
Lower back issues,
It's
man.
really kind of flaring up right now.
Not checking out are your Houston Texans. You mentioned Woody Marks and Nico Collins, we knew Nico Collins. Woody Marks and Dalton Schultz, both seen at practice today. And maybe they factor in at some point in this segment. Texans win because, Texans lose because. What are the factors that determine whether your Houston Texans get a victory this week as they welcome in the Denver Broncos? 713-572-4610.
Yeah, I want to say Woody Marks scores 17 touchdowns is how they win.
What?
Because Ramondre Stevenson is out, and I replaced him with Woody Marks, who's on my bench.
There it is.
That's very, very
Fantasy
personal.
football. There you go.
Yeah, we're not supposed to do that. Or I guess we can, but it's not very winnable. It's not how you win radio. Nevertheless, it does tie in with my win because in all seriousness, the way that you're going to be able to beat this team is be able to control the pass rush. Flat out. I mean, you win because you can some semblance. You're not going to be 100%. And it's really the run game. And, having these guys back, to me, that was very big. Maybe as big, if not bigger than Dalton Schultz to have Woody Marks back.
I think, he's going to matter a lot, especially, I think when you talk about Woody Marks back, the thing about kind of pass pro pickup.
Yeah, pass pro pickup and running the ball.
Running the football, which, that is fair, especially you saw them be somewhat a little bit more effective running the football last week, but seeing the ball come out of the backfield, I think that was the big thing. You saw a 50-yard catch where C.J. Stroud's looking
to him,
and he's like, here comes this leak out in the flats. Yeah. C.J. did a great job climbing, getting the ball out to him. That's the type of thing that breaks a defense down is they got everything covered. They're applying pressure. They think that they're going to win the rep, and all of a sudden you find a playmaker in space, and he's able to turn what the defense thought was good sticky coverage and an opportunity to get to the quarterback into a 50-yard play. Those are going to be very important. But along with that, like just generally, running the football is hard against this team. I mentioned it. The Denver Broncos are damn near top 5 in all of it, right? In anything that you're looking for. Defensively, top 10 when it comes to rush yards per game. But like you could talk about some advanced metrics, passing defense, all this. Like this is a very, very good Broncos team. So any way that you can keep the ball moving, and especially running the football, because that forces teams to put more attention into what's happening, pay more attention down, and then play action gets even more effective, yeah, that's going to matter a great deal. But even so, I think also knowing that you are not a super effective run team, even though you want to be one, I think that short passing game is going to be super important.
Just anything that would make the pass rush, either the approach or whatever, change just a little, or pause just a little bit.
Especially because without Patrick Surtain, I personally am anticipating a lot of zone.
That's a win because.
Right? I think the Texans win because the Broncos don't get to play their defense. With Patrick Surtain allows them to play man, they can get tight, they can plaster, they can be physical on receivers. I don't think that they'll have the ability or the willingness to do that. I think that they're going to be more in zone. And you've heard it from the horse's mouth. C.J. Stroud feels like he can really dice people up in zone. And it feels like also his run of play recently, he feels like he's that accurate ball placement specialist that you know and love from C.J. So if you have that, and if Dalton Schultz is feeling right, and Nico Collins, those are all guys that are great at finding that soft spot in the zone, and he can get the ball to him. I hope even Christian Kirk, but it felt like at times finding the soft spot, they weren't on the same page, and sometimes you had some slightly errant balls.
Yeah.
At the very least, I know that those two guys, they find that spot in the zone very well, and CJ finds them. I think that that's how you can really take apart a defense that's usually really good, force them into a place where they're playing a lot of zone they're not used to, and see if you can find them in those spaces and really pick them apart that way.
And this is both a win because and a lose because no matter how it goes, I think it's going to really help determine the game. If the Broncos get behind the chains a little bit, that's something you've heard a lot from DeMeco Ryans and this offense. But the Broncos, and I said this before the show when we were talking about it, these things. I said the Texans are kind of playing the Texans in terms of style, philosophy, approach, how they game plan offensively, run the ball, short passes, safe passes by Bo Nix. If you can get the Broncos, and this ties in with my confession from about 50 minutes ago, and that is, this crowd, this is a very it's the Broncos. If the crowd doesn't help that and maybe have some pre-snap penalties or maybe they have some penalties defensively that are not uncharacteristic, but sort of unforced, the Broncos, they'll be behind the chains. That's what you want. And if they can't, and if you don't do that to them, then they're going to be kind of grooving a little bit.
Yeah, that could be problematic. But I also want to take this further. I think Texans win because they remain disciplined. Remember, one of the things that we mentioned when we were talking with Zach Bye was they have a little bit of questions when it comes to Bo Nix because he's been – the word that came to mind was coddled, which is entirely unfair, but he's been protected somewhat in the way that they go about utilizing him. Bo Nix has literally been he's thrown the second highest rate of screen passes. These linebackers are going to have their jobs cut out for them because on top of this team that's coming in, the Broncos being a really good run team, they're going to need to get downhill, but they also need to make sure that they keep their eyes and keep their head on a swivel for, are you acknowledging when the screen is there? And honestly, that's maybe less about the linebackers, more about the discipline on the offensive line. Or defensive line rather. This is going to be a real test for them, as some of the other games, right? I think about Week 2 versus Tampa, where you have, Baker Mayfield picking up yards with his legs because you did not replace very well with or contain very well with your defensive line. You need to do that, but then also the likes of Tim Settle or Sheldon Rankins, they're going to have their heads on a swivel, and they're usually pretty good about this, but recognize when we're getting to peel and make sure that J.K. Dobbins or R.J. Harvey aren't out in those soft spots, getting the ball and then running out in space. Like, that's going to need to be something that you nip in the bud. Otherwise, you're going to have a tough time.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. I have one more. I don't know what else you have, but what kind of game is Jake Andrews going to have against the middle of that that Broncos deep? That's
a real
almost,
quick lose.
I almost buried the lead there. Like it's the trenches. It's the middle of the trenches, but it's kind of the most important part of this game.
100%. Because the whole idea of, is this a CJ that's going to be talked about amongst the top quarterbacks? Have we seen the offense turn a corner? All those things you can really boil down to, is there going to be pressure on CJ? And then boil that down even further, is there going to be pressure up the middle? And the big number that I'm looking for, and maybe this is too myopic and I'm missing some other guys because that's a really good defensive front all the way across with those 5 down. Big number 99, Zach Allen. He is going to be a real challenge with those guys, that defensive tackle in the middle. And I think that Jake Andrews, you're right. He's probably the most susceptible.
Yeah.
But, hey, I'm still looking at
the
Lakin.
entire interior.
I'm still looking at Lakin. I'm looking at Juice because I think we have to come to terms with this offense is going to use both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Some ways I'm even still looking at Ed. I believe him capable. I'm looking at also, all these guys. I'm also looking at Ariante Ursery because one thing I know that this Broncos team will do sometimes, they'll play games up front.
Yeah.
And what did we talk about? They didn't do a lot of games last week with the Niners. He's gotten ear-holed a few times. That offensive line in the front has gotten tricked by some games. That's another way that pressure comes up the middle. So you got to keep that in check. C.J. Stroud isn't not able to get the ball out quick. Maybe there's hands in his face. That can really disrupt everything that you're doing really, really fast if that happens. Some other things on the text line. Remember, you can get involved with the program as we do a little Texans win because, Texans lose because from the 713. If the Texans defense does not give up early points like they usually do, they can win. That's a big one, too. Game script is going to matter in this game. This is very much a Broncos defense that if they are ahead, they are going to pin their ears back and they're going to come and get you.
Yeah, they can strangle you. They'll strangle the life out of you. And that's a double-digit lead, like 10 or 14 points. Then it's going to becomes really, really difficult.
But then also in the other way, I think this Texans team, if you can get ahead, you can allow your defense to apply pressure to a Bo Nix that I think is susceptible. I think he will be open and susceptible to the possibility of being pressured and having issues because we know that he does not have a crazy interception number here, but he's not a crazy accurate deep ball throw. If you force him into a place where he needs to try and get the ball downfield in clear passing situations, he's going to have to deal with your edge rushers, and then he's going to have to deal with your secondary trying to throw up inaccurate footballs. That's an opportunity.
Well, you just mentioned it downfield. One thing I don't disagree on is he doesn't really, lace the ball down the field, and that's one thing that he's going to have to do if the Texans can reverse that and kind of have the same type of start that they did against the Niners.
All right, how much are you rocking with this from the 832 saying the Broncos only have one quality win this year, several one-score wins against bums, and they blew out Dallas. What the expectation is there? How are you viewing that? Because we didn't do a lot of checking their resume as a full team and looking back to, okay, well, how do you feel about this Broncos team coming in? What are you looking at here with that?
They lost by 1 point to the Colts, and that's a game that they had a lead on.
They probably should have won that game,
they had a lead late on that. So that one alone, and that was in Indianapolis.
Yeah.
That one alone.
It was that wonky play at the end, too.
And then lost by 3 to the Chargers. Who knows? We know how the Chargers are. And beat the Eagles. Again, whatever. It's you kind of see what you want to see on these games.
Sure.
Yeah.
But in terms of brands, they lost by 1 to the Colts, beat the Chargers, beat the Eagles. Lost to the Chargers, but beat the Eagles. And you kind of see what you want to see.
Yeah. But what their numbers look like, though, man. Like what the defense,
man.
Yeah,
the
that's what I'm saying.
Defense is really, really good.
Yeah.
One of the things that I think you got to win first and second down defensively. And I believe this defense is capable of it. You got to win first and second down. Bo Nix has been above average on third and fourth down. He's below average first and second down. If you could put him in third and long, you give yourself a good opportunity. And yes, that's always the case, but in particular here, they've been, and this is part of why I think they've been really big on running the football clearly and then getting the ball out quick, screens, things of that nature, because all they need is third and short. You were talking about the Spider-Man meme of this kind of.
Yeah.
You're kind of looking at a team that is probably also, really hitting hard the point of stay on schedule and we can do things.
Yeah.
Knock them off schedule then.
I feel like the Texans really need to have a no-duh kind of thing, but it's not something that they've done a whole lot of is, a shot or two. They need a big play. They need a big was it a 10 play or 12 play 9 minute and 50-something second drive? I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's going to. You hope it does, but I don't think that's going to happen against this Broncos defense.
Yeah,
you kind of need to break them here and there.
Yeah, it does feel like this. It's going to be more difficult against a defense of this caliber. Again, what happens with this defense without Patrick Surtain, who is clearly a cornerstone of what they do? That's a fair question, but I mean, going in, I don't think anybody in that building is going to overlook those portions just because Surtain isn't playing, and I don't think we should. So I don't think you can expect, is what you're saying, that you're just going to go down there and just matriculate your way down the field and 4 yards, 5 yards, 6 yards your way down the field in the way that it felt like they did against the Niners. That might be a little bit more difficult to figure out. But how do you feel about this game? Do you want to predict it? Do you feel like you got a beat on it?
I guess I'm just sort of a prisoner of the moment, whatever it may be. But I do feel the Texans have some level of consistency now at the quarterback position. Again, outside of that Seattle game, CJ's looked pretty good. I like them at home. I would take the Texans this week. I would.
I'm really scared of that defensive line and the ways that they can pressure not just on the inside, on the outside. I want to see how well this Texans team can run the football.
All those guys.
Because this is a Texans team that has done a lot of inside zone things when they've been. Both of those are questions. Like the speed rush of Nick Bonito I believe he'll be playing opposite of Tay Ursery. That scares me as a matchup. Then on the other side, I'm interested in seeing how Titus Howard handles Jonathan Cooper, if that is indeed how they line up. And they like rushing with 5 and 5 down, where this offensive line
is one-on-one.
One-on-one, right? And if I'm talking about this offensive line and saying, do I believe them to be able to win all their one-on-one matchups? The honest answer is no. I'd love to be able to say that it's yes, and I really hope they prove me wrong. That's the part that scares me the most. I think that the Texans can be in this game. Unfortunately, I'm afraid for a one-score loss.
It's a tough one, man.
Yeah, so I'm really hoping that Nico Collins especially and the zone will allow C.J. Stroud under the direction of Nick Caley get the ball out quickly and get in their spaces, maybe make
the C.J.
that
Stroud game
defense crumble. But yeah,
it's a Stroud game.
I'm afraid for this one, but hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully that confidence that the 832 is bringing on the text line is there. And that's ultimately what it looks like, because that would be huge to be 4-4 after this game. Regardless, it doesn't matter what we say or what we think. It matters what they put on the field. 12 noon Sunday, you'll be able to hear that right here on Sports Radio 610. 9 a.m. is when you tune in, though, to catch Sean and Seth on Texans Countdown, starting to get your Sunday going. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's about that time where we turn things over to One Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What's the Halloween edition sound like?
Yeah, so kind of a Halloween edition a little bit. I got to weigh in on somebody's costume, and it had to it a little bit. And plus, it feels like a what's trending type of Friday for some reason.
I like it.
So I'm going to go through some things that's trending on the internet, including the actress who damn near breaking the internet right now.
Okay, let's go to a little what's trending. We'll do that next.
Ready?
comforts to families in need. Learn more and give now at texaschildren's.org.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Halloween. Happy Friday to everyone out there. And in the tease, I did say it felt like a what's trending because so many things on the timeline been trending. So, John, you might appreciate this. So back in 2018, In the Loop used to have a segment called What's Trending. Remember?
Yeah.
You had old Chris Jones back here always talking about North Korea. Always bringing up Jim Ong-un.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
He always used to bring that up every single time. I'm like, damn, brother.
Yeah.
I think there's more stuff going on.
So Kim Jong-un today.
Every single time.
Like, I know what's happening on your timeline, friend.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think I'm gonna bring this intro back right here.
Oh no.
Kind of do it what's trending.
All right.
How we used to do back in the day.
We're talking about what you're talking
There's
about.
rumors in the Twitter sphere.
This is In the Loops. What's trending on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Well, that hit pretty good.
North Korea. No,
Oh
I'm just
God,
playing.
no.
So, what's trending in these streets of Twitter and social media? One Sydney Sweeney. So, actress.
what was that?
Was that out loud?
What was that? Wait a minute.
Damn, man.
Wait, was that out loud?
Yeah, you know she the only reason John McClane watched Euphoria, right?
Yeah, he said that.
He's a big fan of Euphoria because of her.
There are other reasons to watch it, but I get it. I get it.
Yeah, but so Sydney Sweeney was honored at the Variety Power of Women event, and she wore an interesting dress that showed a lot of things. And
How many of those things did it?
A couple.
Okay,
Yeah.
got you.
And a lot of people are just I'm mad that I clicked on the tweet because I was trying to see what was going on, and now I just keep getting all these Sydney Sweeney news and updates and all this other stuff. I'm like, I don't care about this girl.
No.
But so she been kind of killing the internet for the last 24 hours.
Just off them pictures alone, huh?
Just off the dress.
Don't act like you haven't seen him.
I actually sincerely have not. Like,
Really?
This timeline full of stats and sports, man.
That's right. Real full sicko mode over here.
Yeah. But
I am surprised by that because I feel like, and maybe this, I'm not trying to be too cool for school, I promise. But like, are we not familiar with her game?
What do you
we
mean?
are, but when she bring her game to the court,
She put a particular 50-point game up. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you got to talk about the game. Yeah,
You're looking live.
Which, speaking of, somebody who would appreciate Sydney Sweeney very much, right there. See, maybe I just like my particular player is when I see Meg Thee Stallion get out here and put another one of her 50-point games.
Well,
on the board.
again,
for some reason that one feels different.
You're not necessarily just focused on one.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. Let me ask y'all something, man. And I might be the only one out here to say this, but outside of the obvious with her, is she cool or she alright?
What do you mean? How so?
Like, is she all that, or are we just looking at the obvious with her?
Yes.
That's what I said. Outside the obvious, is she?
You're talking about like her face? Or is she pretty? Is she one of those? Whatever?
Are people overhyping her a little too much?
She's very conventionally attractive. I think that.
Is she though?
She seems pretty. Oh, okay. There's a take being made.
Hey, I could go to the Galleria right now.
No, don't go there.
No, don't go there right now.
That is not.
Without the obvious, man. Y'all over here Google gogging over her.
Press pause,
dude.
We not gonna pretend like Houston don't got beautiful women. Yeah, that's not fair.
That's what I'm saying. So,
but no, she is attractive. I think also she's got some
she's
some interesting hobbies. Because I'm pretty sure she's like really big into cars. I think she like has like a Ford Bronco that she's fixing up herself.
Well, she did the intro for Game 4, right? In the World Series?
I don't
Yeah,
recall.
she did the intro, yeah.
Okay.
Big fan.
She cool.
I'm saying she
is a big fan. Yeah, she gives a little bit of tomboy energy when she's not in those spaces.
No,
she's not your cup of tea. I get it.
Outside the obvious, I think she's cool.
Yeah, she's not your cup of tea. I get it. She's not not like right dead in center mind.
People putting her in the top 10 and all that stuff. I'm like, all right, y'all.
All those top 10 lists, there's like 700 women you could put in the top 10. You know, there's always going to be.
I think she's cool. I think she's okay. With the obvious, yes.
Wow.
Without the obvious, I think she's cool.
We got people weighing in on the text line from the 346. She's pretty, but her face, like I literally those are the next
that's
words.
all. That's it.
Which I
know what you were saying.
Wow.
I know what you were saying.
We got a lot more contrarians than just me in here. I see y'all out here.
You're nuts, and you need to apologize.
I will say this though.
She's no Sofia Vergara.
Look, I will say this. I did watch the show Euphoria, and I understand why people like her. Her character in that show was really good.
I think
she's a solid actress.
outside, like in real life, to me, I feel like it's not the same as her character.
This is how I'll put it. I think she's a lot more than you're giving her credit for in some of the texters, but I wouldn't say she's, the ultimate,
I think I can
Some of y'all hating now. I see y'all.
I think I can find somebody prettier than her at the Galleria.
Now that's
all I'm saying.
Now that's where you're just dead wrong.
And then I do wonder how
They'll
much
be competitive.
I do wonder how much of this is a matter of taste. But I get where you're coming from.
Yeah, because it's funny because like I said, I like her character a lot in the show, which kind of bring me to a character I really like in the show Sex in the City. I'm a big fan of Carrie Bradshaw in the show.
Yeah.
But I'm not really a fan of her in real life.
Sarah
if that
Jessica
makes
Parker?
sense.
Gotcha, gotcha.
So like I like her. I think she's very attractive in the show. Maybe it's her character.
Okay.
But in real life, I'm like, I'm not really a fan of it.
Figgy said, I'm attracted to her personality. And I respect that about her.
I like the character. And it's fun because my wife is kind of like this with, I think it was Chris Hemsworth, who played Thor. She likes Thor, the character Thor, but she don't really care for him in other movies or anything like that.
Hold on, 281. I might need to leave the show early. Someone said I was just in HEB in Rosenberg and saw 20. Well, I need to get to that Rosenberg because either you lying or something special is happening there.
Wow.
She cool though, man. She,
that sounds.
She cool.
That still doesn't sound right.
Like
the way
I said,
he's saying,
I said, man,
right.
you got to go in the Galleria and see. There's a lot of good looking chicks there that's kind of similar to her to me, or might be better.
Yeah.
You bringing up Euphoria just made me mad because I feel like the director writer there is really ruining what should be a much better show. But that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, that's a very dark show. But yep, you in the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. It's Halloween, and you got a lot of celebrities dressing up as different things for Halloween, including one Northwest. Northwest, if you don't know, that is Kanye West and Kim Kardashian's daughter, their oldest daughter. And
for some reason, seeing like the celebrities' children as a man who does not have a child myself is really making me think a lot of damn, they grow up quick. How is she already this big?
Yeah, the same thing with Blue Ivy Carter.
Yes,
who's probably looked like she about 6 foot.
It's crazy.
But
oh wow, she is older. Yeah.
So Northwest, her costume this year was streamer Kai Cenat, and it got a local tie to it because some people are looking at her like, man, this don't look like no damn Kai Cenat.
It does not.
This look like CJ Stroud.
It really does. Like you just saw John Lopez.
Yeah. It look exactly. She looked exactly.
Yes. Without question. She would have to tell me,
like, her face
10 times out of 10 that she is Kai Cenat.
Yeah.
If she just walked in and I had to guess, CJ Stroud would be top 3 guesses of who I think she was.
Yeah. So salute to her. She should have put that jersey on, man. She would have killed it, man.
Yes.
You probably got something out of CJ Stroud too, man.
Yeah, CJ is so nice. He probably would have sent something.
Yeah, he probably would have did a little video and say, "Hey, salute, appreciate you," and all that stuff. I'm a big fan of your. Maybe your mother, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I was like, which one of those is more aggressive? Because I feel like either of those is a problem in one way or another.
They all from Cali and all that stuff, so I'm sure you're a big fan of the Kardashians. All right, it's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. Another thing that was trending on my timeline. Remember the movie Scream?
Yes, yeah.
So Scream actually have a part 7 now. They just released the trailer.
Dang.
So Scream 7 just released its trailer. You got Neve Campbell, of course.
Oh, Neve Campbell's still in it?
She's still in it,
Shout out to
man.
Neve, man.
So, she was starring it. So I got a question for y'all. Do y'all feel like this series of Scream is becoming the modern day Halloween?
Well, in terms of number of movies, yes.
He's like, they're definitely hitting for the lick.
It seems like it's this day and age how Halloween was.
I could see that
at one point. Because you still got Neve, who she's kind of like the Jamie Lee Curtis, who's going to play in every single one, no matter what.
Yeah. I mean, look, and one of the things that I will give credit for, I feel like scary and horror movies, they can be this. They don't even have to be like great, but because of the particular niche, I think that the fan base is like, yeah, I'll keep coming here, especially if Nev's in it, right? Especially if you got your main girl in there.
Yeah, and they'll just they don't, their expectation is the same. You know, it doesn't have to be like Godfather 2 or something. You know, just give me what we got last time.
I think according to the trailer, this one is centered kind of around her daughter. So she got an older daughter.
Same thing.
Going through the same thing. And I know Sydney, every time she hear this.
I am deeply concerned about.
Yeah.
Wait.
Every time she hear this. I would have picked up the phone like, all right, man.
Yeah, that's the
you
thing.
Still doing this?
Yeah.
I need them to like be very realistic and have her really be exasperated. Like, come on, man, get off my phone.
Yeah, I think I seen the trailer. I think she was. I don't know if she was doing some at home work type of work where she was on the call. She was just sitting there typing like,
whatever.
What's up?
Man. Yeah, what you got going on?
Yeah.
Like, what do you want?
Oh,
We still
hey,
doing
what's
this?
up?
Hey, this is 30 years later.
Hey,
She starts talking to him like as a homeboy. Oh man, what you been up to?
How's the family?
All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. So, something else that been trending on my timeline. This one is actually kind of funny. So we all know about the 6'7", right? Yeah. Do you guys know what it means?
It doesn't really mean anything. I know that it originated. Does it have a meaning?
I don't know. I asked, did you know what it means?
All I've ever done is take people's word for it. I've heard that it doesn't really mean anything. I've heard that it can be this or that kind of stuff. You know, just which is why they do the hand gesture. But I don't really know.
Yeah, my understanding was they were quoting a song. I can't remember by whom, but in the song they were talking about LaMelo Ball, who is 6'7". Like that was the line, and then people just started doing it. Yeah, and then from there. It doesn't really mean anything as a meme. It's just a thing that people do. Like when we would do D's nuts and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Well, that does have a meaning, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
That's the way that I've interpreted it. If there's another meaning, then I just have to admit that I'm actually a lot older than I realized.
Yeah. So apparently, I guess this neighborhood has some type of town hall meeting or something because it was kids riding around on electric bikes and all that type of stuff.
How dare they?
And they had no idea what the hell 6'7" mean.
I am deeply concerned about the kids riding those electric bikes around the neighborhood yelling 6'7". No one knows what it means, but it must be stopped.
Oh my God.
But it must be stopped.
I don't know what it is, but I don't want it.
Stopped.
She gave energy like she thought they were gangbanging with the 6'7". Like these 6'7" kids.
Hey, she probably thought it was.
They're up to no good.
It must be stopped.
I would guess maybe that's where she was going.
The old 6'7" gang.
Yeah, something like
riding around on these electric bikes, yelling 6'7".
Those little 6'7" hoodlums.
This is probably the greatest thing kids came up with because we have no idea what. And I see a lot of people keep trying to figure out what it means.
You know what drives me nuts about it? I feel like the kids know and they're just not telling.
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, they also know that it doesn't actually mean anything. So like we're gonna keep doing it.
I feel like it does mean something. They know, but just collectively, the millions of kids in this country have said, "Hey, we ain't gonna tell anybody."
You've been a child before. You know damn well we don't have no meaning.
It
to
probably
this.
meant
Doing this.
It probably meant something at some point, but it's just been so funny where it's like, oh, it don't mean anything.
Yeah.
It just the game of telephone where it just got back to now is like, oh, I don't know what it means.
I did see a Halloween costume, which was pretty good. Just a dude wearing a 6 and a woman wearing a 7.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing. Is you come to that door when that child comes up, and you hit them with that 6'7", and you get them right back. You getting the trick while they get the treat. Yeah, flip that around on them. But somebody said, to be honest, mobile scooters are mostly in wealthy neighborhoods. Yeah, she was.
She was Karen.
Yeah.
Well,
100%.
That was very evident
100
from the audio. All right, here you go. That is Figgy's mixtape.
It needs to be stopped.
It needs to be stopped. This damn 6'7".
I am deeply concerned about the kids riding those electric bikes around the neighborhood yelling 6'7". No one knows what it means, but it must be stopped.
But it must. It must. I need that clip, by the way. I don't know what it means, but it must be stopped. I need that one. That one needs to stay on the show. All right, mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the Drive that are at the Raven Tower in near Northwest, right off of 4 weekend. And I want more of your answers as to what are you most scared of in Houston sports right now with the Halloween thing. We'll do all that next.
Peggy.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's been a very, very fun Halloween for us. We were actually just revisiting the memory of yesterday when we actually were in our costumes, and we were lamenting that we didn't even go further in the Halloween, but we had a lot of fun with it. Hopefully you guys will have a very fun and safe Halloween Friday for you and the kiddos and whoever else you might be celebrating with.
Don't drive so fast, man.
Yeah, don't drive too fast. Obviously keep an eye out for your fellow Houstonians and your neighbors wherever you are and wherever you're listening. Just
are people still going in neighborhoods, walking around door to door? Are we still doing that?
Some people are, but if it's a trunk or treat, no matter what.
I'm just curious. Are people still doing that though? Actively, because I haven't seen that in a long time.
No, our house gets a good number. I was talking to my daughter's house yesterday. I was talking to one of them there. They were saying they get up to 200.
Wow,
that's good, man.
Wow.
That made me happy.
Yeah.
I'm glad people still doing that.
Yeah,
depends on the neighborhood.
Nobody needs me to say it, but I feel and motivated to say, make sure that you take care of each other, man. Like, obviously look out for yours, but keep an eye out for others as well, man. We're a community.
They're gonna be darting around.
It is a community, man. It's a village effort for all things involved. All right, I did want to jump back to this from earlier in the program because we were talking about it in the mood of the spooky season. What are you most scared about with Houston sports? And one of them that came in earlier was that Houston never gets an NHL team.
Yeah, we didn't mention that.
Of. That's one of those that, like, fair enough, because that does feel like that can make some things even more full. Always shout out to the Arrows. One that I was thinking about for me that I never got a chance to bring up was college football-wise for the University of Houston, that there's just a ceiling on how good you can be in the Big 12 at this point, which would really suck for a Houston team and a Houston program that should have always been at that top level. They existed well in the Southwest Conference, and they just got left behind. They got kind of, kept in a lower division or lower level, and the program atrophied a little bit, and they've done a lot to build it back. I would really hate if we come to find out that, you're still in a place where you're capped from reaching that ultimate potential, because this is a place that has a lot of want to and should have the capability.
They kind of are with the Big 12 even now, and I don't know if how much better it's going to get.
Yeah, that's the thing that I love what Willie Fritz is doing. Just year two, they're already looking like they have a good shot of contending for the championship. But the thing that does indeed scare me, looking forward, is are they going to be able to continue to put in college football playoff era and be able to actually contend on the highest level of what's happening?
You're absolutely right.
Hopefully, Keyshawn Henderson, the 5-star quarterback, he's
getting a lot of headlines.
Highest rated quarterback, and he's committed to Houston. So maybe that fear is not well placed. Somebody else texted in from the 979 rather that they're 76 and afraid that they'll die before Texas Super Bowl.
Sure, yeah. Or 100%. That's more than legit, because many have already passed, thinking that from the Oilers days and now and beyond, like just once.
Yeah.
My worry, and I kind of honed it in on the offensive line. What if Nick Caserio just isn't good at offensive line and falls into those habits of familiar faces and Patriots connect? We know the story. And they just never get good on the offensive line. I think you can almost expand that to, and that gave me the idea what you're talking about there with that 76-year-old listener. What if they're just always good, but they never,
good but never get over?
The Texans are just always
a bridesmaid, never a bride.
Yeah, they're just good.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of it have to do with some of these decisions.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of some teams like that that's just always good, good enough, kind of like Portland Trailblazers or something, where they never get to the ultimate goal, but they just good enough to get to the playoffs and get bounced out.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a point in time in the early aughts or the late aughts, felt like the Rockets for a while, just like
the Texans.
Texans also
in the 2010s.
Yeah, the Texans have had a number of those runs.
2010,
for sure. A good 10-7 or 10. Someone else mentioned most scared of injury to an offensive lineman, but especially the tackles.
And they've been really lucky.
Right. We've talked about the idea, they're playing like quote unquote better, and like but that's the continuity. What happens if all of a sudden Ariante Ursery's out? Yeah. Like obviously knock on wood, but that changes the dynamic of what you're doing.
They have 5.5 guys.
Right.
Yeah, that's
a really, really good point that I had not considered. There was another one. Oh, someone said that Wemby and the San Antonio Spurs are just going to wreck the league. Yeah, Wemby does look like a league
That's
wrecker
a scary one now.
It is very scary. He
Like
looked like
this
Slender
season?
Man in the worst way.
Yeah. They don't even have Darren Fox or Cornette or somebody else playing yet. They're all supposed to come back. But that blew me. You and I were talking about it during a break. The Spurs have won 5 NBA championships. And last night was the first time ever they've gone 5-0.
To start a season.
I couldn't believe that.
I know.
It was insane to believe. And it's just like, this was the portion of the team that we were like, yeah, they're a little bit, they're maybe a year away. And they came out, and it's just like Victor Wembanyama looks like he looks like he could guard the whole court by his lonesome. He's having 4 and 5 blocks on the same possession.
Yeah. He looked like what we thought he was going to look like from the very beginning.
Yeah.
And he looks like the exaggeration that people tell when you're looking at draft. But what if he ends up like this guy? That's what he looks like right now.
Yeah.
I don't know if he'll stay there for the entirety of his career, but that's scary.
Well, he's 21.
Let's draft the weekend. I can't keep doing this, man. This is just going to make me upset. All right, let's. What are some of the big games we're looking forward to in a pretty interesting weekend of sports? John Lopez, you got the first pick.
Hey, how about that? I got the first pick. Easy. Look, George Springer might be tonight.
Is he coming back? Yeah, he's been dealing with a little bit of
it doesn't
injury.
matter. I'm saying he might be partying tonight.
Oh, true.
Yeah, he might. Although they did say I think it was an in-game interview yesterday or a day before yesterday, something like that. They said he might be available for some at-bats.
Oh, okay. Maybe off the bench or maybe a pinch hit, something like that.
World Series tonight.
Dude, Game 6 in Toronto, back in Toronto, where the final 2 games of this series will end. In fact, you look at it, this will be the first time since the series will finish in Toronto no matter which way it ends, that a MLB season starts and ends outside of the United States.
That's pretty wild.
The Japanese games that happened to start, and now you'll finish in Toronto. That's pretty interesting. But you think that the Blue Jays get it done? Need one out of the next 2 games?
It's kind of hard to pick against them at this point.
I agree.
Dodgers are imploding defensively. Some kind of hidden errors, as I like to talk about, that cost them all that stuff.
Yeah, I think I'm with you there.
Who's next?
I will take the next pick, and I'm glad that you left this to me. I was going to pick World Series, but that's absolutely fair to go there. So I'll pick the next best thing. What has become a rivalry of sorts in the National Football League. Give me Kansas City at Buffalo.
Oh, yeah.
In that 325 CBS, that mid-afternoon slate. Like, this is going to be fun. Now, the Chiefs finding their resonant frequency, finding their level. I'm really interested, though, in Buffalo. How bad is this defense at this point? And what does this offense look like against Kansas City right now? I want to see what that test looks like. How far are these teams apart or how close or whatever? I'm very intrigued in that.
With number 22 ranked University of Houston as they take on West Virginia, I'm going to actually be at that game.
Very good.
So I'm going to show up. I'm going to be in my all black because they say we're all black.
Oh, it's a blackout game?
Yeah. It's a blackout game. So, man, I'm so glad they playing good this year, man.
Yeah, it's good.
They doing real good, and this is way better than I thought they would have been. So, number 22 ranked, man.
All right, y'all going to give me the World Series and Vanderbilt at Texas?
Yeah, you got it, big dog.
Dang, this is a romp today. Yeah, Vandy, Texas, we talked about it in our college football segment. It's a give-up the ghost game. Whoever loses, you can give it up as far as playoffs is concerned.
That is very fair.
Yeah.
That is very fair. I will actually be a homer for the first time in this segment, although it's probably happened before.
Give me those Wildcats?
Give me Texas Tech, Kansas State.
Yeah, that's going to be a good game.
I will be stressing about that football game tomorrow at 2:30 on Fox. Look, Kansas State, I looked at them and I was like, yeah, they're not good this year. I don't think this is going to be a Big 12 contention year, even though that you came into the season with them probably being one of the favorites. They're looking good again, and if they can beat Texas Tech, not only do they put themselves in a better place, then it's real chaos at the top of the Big 12. And I think chaos at the top of the Big 12 sounds fun.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, and my last one, I got to go with the number 1 team in the country, the Ohio State University, taking on Penn State.
Well, A&M got some votes.
That's cute.
That's nice. Who are they playing this week, by the way?
They're off. They got Missouri next week.
Oh, so they're going to get bounced down to about 3 or 4. I hate those bye weeks, man.
What did you send us about Mike Elko? Like Mike Elko's affinity for music or something? You sent us a
did y'all
text
see
about
that?
Yeah, I saw that, yeah.
Like, he's a
big fan of Meek. I think Meek Mill, Jay-Z.
Yeah.
And on that note, I would like to thank D&M Auto Leasing for an opportunity to cross-talk with the fellas of the drive who are out at they're at the Raven Tower out there near near Northside. There we go.
Yeah.
I had to get that right. Right there off of North Street and 45. It's Clint. It's Ron. Fellas, did you guys hear that Mike Elko is a Jay-Z and Meek Mill aficionado?
Tyler let us know that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Tyler. Tyler.
Oh, y'all think it's BS?
Yeah,
ain't no chance in hell.
Really?
I don't know.
He told a good story about it. He told. Well, I'll put it this way. He told a believable story.
Come on, man. You're talking about a younger white dude that was raised on it.
He's only 48, man.
So
he's writing that. He's writing that.
You got to look.
I don't know, man.
He's from New Jersey too.
Come on, man.
He said this was his
Mike
story.
ain't number 48.
Come on, man.
This was his story. All I'm saying, I'm just going to tell you the story.
Oh, I know what a story is. He's trying to relate. He's trying to relate to these 18 to 22-year-olds. I know what
I don't know Jay-Z's the way you do that.
That would be the inclination.
I don't doubt that he has some familiarity with Jay-Z, but you start getting into some of the other guys that are younger generation, I ain't buying it.
He grew up a basketball player primarily, Philadelphia area, Jay-Z, and then when he was in basketball started hanging around with people that introduced him to Meek Mill. That's the story anyway.
Big Freeway guy too, I believe.
Yeah. I can see that.
I can see that.
I can see it.
Nobody can see it.
See, that's the thing. He ain't get out here talking about NBA young
I can't even see Jay-Z. I'm not saying it's not true, but you can't see. What about Mike Elko when he's walking, talking, and doing anything he does?
That's how it works, man.
What makes you think, I got that's Jay-Z right there?
You can't put that on people.
Man.
You can't put that on people.
Sure you can. That's what we do every day. Sure you can.
Hey, Nate. Hey, Reg.
Yeah.
Do you remember that? And Figgy, you remember that first time you saw that Jay Billis was so into Young Jeezy? Word for he would text every morning.
Yeah, the tweet for like years.
Yes.
And not just regular lyrics. I'm talking like
deep cuts.
Deep.
Like I thought Jay Billis sold coke. As much as he was into, I thought he had a history. So you just can't. Look at Mike, 48. Yeah, I can see
I'm not saying things can't be true, but I'm saying that us on the outside can't see it.
He was rolling that Blueprint album. Absolutely.
Maybe.
Those guys are like big commercial success for a reason. You don't do that by just sticking in a very limited demographic. Because also these are very visible guys. And then also, I see you 281 trying to say that this is him trying to relate to these kids. Them kids don't care about Jay-Z and Meek Mill. They think that's old people music now.
Yeah, that's true too.
I think we got to remember that's a lot further away than we remember. Jay-Z started in mid-90s, late 90s.
I don't think he listened to Black Rob, but
exactly.
I think he looked like he had a little Jay-Z in 112 in his life.
I could see some Jay-Z, some Pac, some
you got to mix and coast?
Some of the old school Nas. What'd you say?
You got to mix and coast because you got him on Jay-Z and Pac.
Well, hell, he's in Texas.
Yeah, there you go.
Hell, I mixed Jay-Z and Pac. I wasn't real big on Nas up there, but Pac, Biggie, all of them. I'd go from one coast to the other. I'm just telling you, ain't nothing about the man screaming that I'm banging Jay-Z on the way home. I'm just telling you.
I hope somebody
ask his old lady. Here's the test. Ask his old lady. If his old lady don't know who it is, he's lying.
I hope somebody tested. What's your favorite album?
Yeah, I do too.
What's your favorite?
Like I said, I don't know if I'm buying it, but it was believable.
What made it believable? The Aggie blood?
The story. No, the story. No, I'm flat out saying I don't know if I believe it, but it sounded believable. Just the whole story of how where he grew up, who he hung out with, how he played.
That dude got a lot of Kiss and Metallica and maybe even reached back into some Beach Boy days way back in the day because probably made him listen to that old stuff.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
I think he's got all that in there. I think I believe
that's
in Texas A&M's coach.
You got to be a dynamic. If you're gonna get where he's at, you got to be a pretty dynamic dude. You can't be totally unrelatable. But
yeah,
he was rolling hard on that 2-year run DMX had. he was flesh of my flesh. He was in there, man. Y'all better get off Mike. There is no way that man's only 6 years older than me. Oh, there is no way. There is no way.
Yeah, you're old, man. You're officially old.
I'm telling you. I'm pulling up this photo of Mike Elko. He's got to be older than 48. Just has to be. I thought for sure we were going mid-50s.
You know what's the most fun for me, though, is I'm certain though, that he's got one musician that you look at him and it's like he definitely listens to that. He's like, I can't stand that cat, and I want to know what that musician is.
Yeah,
like, I want to know exactly who that is. Is he the person that goes, Billy Joel? Who listens to that nonsense? Like that's what I want to hear. I want to hear that person from him.
Yeah.
But anyways,
that man loves George Strait and Reba. Don't put that on him, man.
He's learning to love it. He better. But yeah, I'm excited for the show that you guys got. I was going to ask y'all on Halloween, what scares y'all most about Houston sports right now, but I didn't anticipate that conversation about Mike Elko going that way. I'm glad that you guys obliged me, though, and I appreciate
If you want to know Ariante Ursery versus 15 for the Denver Broncos, that scares me the most right now.
Yeah, this week. That's fair. That is a great point. A lot of time to talk about that. Make sure you get out there. Sorry, somebody just texted that Elko got Jay to kiss on him.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
He calls him moi. That's what he does. All right,
that's him.
Get out to the Raven Tower, right there, 45 in North Street. Go see the fellas, get you a pint glass, all that. We're done for the week. We'll catch you on Reaction Monday, hopefully after a victory. Fun week, Lopez. You're listening to KLTM, KLTFM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Have a wonderful Halloween. But right now,
the Baby Drive is live, and as Reggie said, we are live. We're taking this Football Friday on the road, and it brings us to Raven Tower, right out here in Houston. What is it? There you go. Was it next to the White Oak?
Right up White Oak
venue.
Right, we're right next to it. I was thinking that somebody done bought that thing and turned it into the Raven, but the Raven Tower. But no. It's right next to it. They do a lot of work together. This establishment here, the Raven Tower. Christian's Tailgate, Christian family of Christian's Tailgate. So if you like the Christian tailgates running around, which I do thoroughly, we've done some live broadcasts from there before. I think, Ron, you were out for the last time we were at Christian's Tailgate, but great establishment, as is this. Come on out, big outdoor area, obviously a stage with some live music with TVs up there.
Yep.
With the sports shows running right now. Big garage doors to open up and picnic tables and come on through and hang out, man. They got some, I'm looking at it right here, daily events, baby. What is today? Today Friday? Karaoke all night tonight, huh? Little DJ, baby. Live music, here, karaoke Tyler. All night. I mean, they got all kind of drinks. I'm looking up here right now, and it said, well, they changed it. No, it didn't. Tropical tequila. I'm going to have to give you one of them. That sounds dangerous, don't it, Ron?
Down on my alley. That really does. That tropical portion of it, that's shaking, too. I don't know what kind of board that is.
I know. No. I thought that was chalk up there somebody wrote with. That's a damn TV.
Man, that's a board, man. They got TVs, drinks everywhere. They got frozen drinks that I'm staying away from over here. They got all the beer you want. They got beer towers you can come on in here and get. It's going to be a good time out here as we'll be hanging out throughout the night here. Again, 310 North Street, Houston, Texas. As Clint said, right next to the White Oak Music Venue.
We got tickets.
We sure do. We got a lot of things. We got Texans tickets, courtesy of our good friends, the Houston Ford dealers. Also, 4 $25 gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors. And you need that oil change. You got a free oil change. You can win you a free oil change to Tom Ball Ford. Good for any type vehicle, any, as Clint would say, any rig you got.
Any rig
you can go and get a free oil change. And we'll be doing that throughout the day. All you got to do is our guy Shay is set up over there. We've got a little black box today, baby. White box yesterday, black box on Friday, apparently. You can put your ticket in there and have a chance to win any of our prizes today. All right, man.
We got them Payne and Pendergast glasses,
too.
That's
Now,
right.
Is that the one, Tyler, you got? Or I thought you needed the In the Loop one.
I believe that is correct, yes.
All right. We got you another Payne and Pendergast one anyway.
Don't
need In the Loop next week. We hopefully will.
He said, don't need it.
I
may need it for my collection. I'll see.
What they say, karaoke all night and live music. Tyler, I feel like you got a real Blink 182 soul to you in a karaoke.
Where are you?
For some reason, I am certain Tyler has go-tos. Actually, I have been to karaoke with Tyler.
Oh, I have go-tos.
I've been to a private room karaoke with Tyler.
Private room.
It was
karaoke.
private room. Yeah,
Wow.
it was private room. Some real songs.
Son?
Tyler's got the karaoke vibe of I don't know if my man can sing or not, but the effort and the facial
He's gonna give it
expressions
to you,
has
yeah.
got me hooked.
Especially if he's had a few. And
no question.
And he's up there with his double bourbon, and he is going. Ice has melted just a bit.
Yes.
In that double bourbon, he's thrown the straw out.
Yes.
And he's sitting up there, and he's got that hat backwards, disrespecting his barber no matter what he does. But he's got that hat backwards, and he's holding it in one hand, and he is letting that bye. He's letting it go.
I mean, no lies detected. I'm going to give it to you, but I sing my ass off too, Clint. Don't doubt it.
Well, no, I just hadn't heard it.
No, you were saying you weren't sure, but I'm telling you, I got some pipes, bro.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
I've got some pipes. You got some solo pipes, or you got some I sing in a choir or in a group pipes?
Both. Yeah, I mean, I was the
sing
pride
in a
and joy
group. of
of Stephen F. Austin Choir in Baytown, but I go solo and rock the mic as well.
Pride and joy.
For everybody out there, Stephen F. Austin's kinder through fifth. If anybody's wondering.
Hey, we placed in that competition up in Huntsville, though.
Hey, we placed in that competition up in Huntsville.
Go Gators.
Is what he said. All right. No, man, a good time to be had here this evening. As the Texans, we get you ready on a football Friday. They go, what is the biggest matchup of the season? I think the rest of the way it will look like that in the position that they are in. They come in 3-4, and they've got the 6-2 AFC West leading Denver Broncos coming in. And this is, at least by record and even by some of their wins, one of the best teams in football. I want to start with a little injury update. And, Clint, you should feel good about this, and you were on this all week. Texans tight end Dalton Schultz, who's dealing with a knee and a shoulder injury that has kept him out of practice all week up to this point. Rested the last few days, and he is back at it. Was back at it today at NRG. So he did practice today along with Woody Marks. We talked to Woody yesterday ourselves. He showed up on the injury report with a calf issue. He practiced as well today, too. So Dalton Schultz practiced today, and it looks like he is trending, Clint, towards being a part of this game on Sunday, which, as we said, and we've said the last 2 days, it is really one to watch because they need all their weapons. And Dalton Schultz has been one of their more dependable weapons, especially since their offense has kind of changed with the Titans game. From the Titans game and on, he's been a much bigger impact in the game, and they're going to need him again Sunday. So it looks like good news there that he'll be able to go.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think this is going to be a different-looking game from what we've seen those guys impact to date. I mean, there's going to be some chaos around a quarterback. There's going to be some tight coverage, sticky coverage, as D'Amico calls it. But those are two of the guys in Dalton Schultz and Woody Marks that you just flat-out going to need. Man, I mean, teams had the ability, the confidence and the ability to pressure you, to say, hey, we're willing to get ourselves out of position and maybe bring too many heads where you can't block, but we know in the back end we're going to be able to cover down on you. When teams have that level of confidence, and let's be honest, to date, Denver's been really good at it. We'll see if it lasts 18 weeks, 17 games, but to date, they've been really good with it, and the Texans are going to need some big days out of several guys that can beat man coverage. We've seen a lot of, hey, let's just check this thing down underneath zone, sitting in some windows, soft coverage slants. We've seen a bunch of that. This is going to be one of those weeks where you got to have the better man. You got to have a guy that can beat man-to-man somewhere, and I think Dalton Schultz and Woody Marks, two guys that they're just going to flat out have to depend on doing so this week.
All right, that's the injury update. We'll let you know when we get a clearer understanding of what it is, because Denver's got some guys to watch too, Marvin Mims Jr. being the one that jumps out. See if he's ruled out or any others are ruled out. Remember, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, let's look at, as we do on Fridays, Clint, the matchups, the major matchups in this game that Texans fans and guys that are going to be watching this game need to be looking at. And, Clint, when the Texans have the ball for you, What are you that people need to be watching?
Well, I think this is Ariante Ursery's, got to be his coming out party. This has got to be a game where he doesn't allow these edge rushers to wreck the offense, right? The matchup is at left tackle. Now, look, I do think that he should get help early and often.
Absolutely.
Now, we've seen the Texans be willing to almost recklessly leave him on an island and ask him to block guys that he's never blocked before that he probably has no business, being solo on an island with. But nonetheless, I mean, we're deep enough in the season now to where he ought to have all the communication pieces, right? He ought to know how to study guys and know this is a speed guy, this is a power guy. Now, he ought to be able to play fast and play physical the way that they hoped he would eventually when they draft him. We're at that point in the season where, man, it's time. And so I think that matchup right there, one for us as Texans fans, you see a draft pick from this year that you hope is a mainstay on the offensive line for the next 4. You hope like hell he gets out there and plays well. In a vacuum, as it pertains to this game itself, is, these guys, these edge rushers have shown the ability to absolutely wreck games, sack quarterbacks, turn over the ball. Can he just simply not allow that to happen would be nice.
Yeah, the Josh Hines-Allen game is the one you want to avoid. That was – and to me, and you brought up that point, you remember the Jacksonville game, penalties, and then just getting beat, and then it actually finished off with Hines getting around him and getting a piece of his arm and causing that interception to end the game. He's been pretty good since then. I think he had some struggles with the speed rushers from Seattle that got some pressure and beat him a little bit, but they've got to avoid that. And to me, Clint, again, as I said going into that Jacksonville game, and I think you brought it up, it can't just be on him, right? And they can't watch him. We saw in the first half against Josh Hines-Allen, he's going to have a problem. He's going to have a problem all day. And there was never any real adjustment, as I said, to the point that he affected the game-ending play.
Yeah.
And they can't. Well, Nick Caley can't allow that to happen.
Well, look, we've said this multiple times. As I said before, I mean, I think we should see in the first half of this ball game, we should see guys. I mean, aggressively attempting to break ribs of these edge rushers, particularly to Ariante Ursery's side, to the quarterback's left side, defense's right side. We should see guys, whether it's Woody Marks, Nick Chubb, Dalton Schultz. If you want to throw some of the guys at Akeem, these guys that you just moved up in the tight end position. I mean, we should see guys absolutely trying to decleat. At the risk of getting penalties, roughing penalties, if you will. I mean, it should be, like, ridiculously noticeable for us as Texans fans of, like, I don't know if they're going to get it done, but they're damn sure trying to get these guys track, if you will, from a rush standpoint. We should see that early. Now, if I had to bet on it, we won't see it, but we should. This is a game where if it becomes Denver is able to create chaos around C.J. Stroud, and there was never an effort early and often to help Ariante Ursery to chip these ends, then shame on Nick Kelly. Nick Caley. That's just got to happen, and we'll see if they get it done. I don't know how you leave that young fella on an island without at least threatening him. Right? All you got to do is hit him a couple of times early. Get him in them ribs a couple of times early, and then every time you line somebody up over there, he's thinking about it. He's seeing it. He's slowing down. He's settling his feet. But if you don't ever do it, then he's just going to pin them ears back, and Ariante Ursery's not going to have a chance.
Anything you're watching when Denver has the ball, when the Broncos are on offense, any key matchups there?
Well, I mean, I don't know if there's any real key matchups. I'm looking forward to watching, seeing how the Texans defend. Cortland Sutton is going to be a big target for them, and does that, we talk about it every week, is that a Derek Stingley mirror situation? Or is this going to be a keep everything in front? Make them rally up and tackle well, contain everything. Don't let this because you talk about the variety that they're going to throw at Houston. I think that kind of takes away, Ron, the one-on-one matchup that may or may not kind of impact this game in a big way. To me, they're going to throw so much variety at them. This is a D'Amico Ryan, Sean Payton matchup.
Yeah.
That more so than any one player when the Texans are on defense.
Big games. The matchup, we talk about the quarterbacks, and especially here, you got two young quarterbacks that have had some success, led their teams early in their careers to the playoffs. We've talked a lot about Bo Nix. We talked a lot about C.J. Stroud, and we will continue to talk about them. But there are some other Texans not named C.J. Stroud that need to have a big, big week. We'll discuss that as we continue live right here from Ravens Tower on a Football Friday.
All right, Serta Pro Painters, y'all. Serta Pro Painters, if you're looking for
coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Raven Tower, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. Football Friday is live, and we are on the road on this beautiful Friday, and it brings us here, as you heard the big voice man say, we're at Ravens Tower here in Houston, right next to the old White Oak concert venue. And by the way, I thought I might get my car towed somewhere because that's where I parked it first. Then I saw, they look like they setting up. I said, maybe I need to move. I need to move my car. And they
I need to check the lineup, man. They got somebody over there. I heard they had a hell of a party last night.
Looks like they setting up to get something going.
I saw my buddy Justin Moore over there one time, man. He was doing a little something for a local station. So I popped in there. Hell, I think it was actually right out here. I don't know. The properties run together, you know?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because you were saying you thought it was connected, right?
I thought it was all one. Yeah, I didn't realize it. But it's not, baby. Raven Tower right next to, not in place of, right next to.
Yep, 310 North Street here in Houston. Come on out and hang out with us. Plenty of prizes, including future Texans tickets that you can win in the 5 o'clock hour, courtesy of our good friends at Houston Ford Dealers.
Tropical tequila ain't bad, bub.
Well, it looks like it.
It tastes just like a tropical tequila.
I bet it does.
Get your Friday started.
Wow. Ooh, that looks good.
I didn't even see what kind of tequila was put in there.
I know it. It looks delicious. Fantastic. Make you want to drink your calories today, doesn't it? All right.
You might as well, man. It's Friday.
All right. Like I said, man, there's a lot of guys, and especially before you get past like the CJs and the Nick Caleys, there's a lot of guys that for the Texans to have success and win, they're going to have a big week.
Yeah, I mean, there's, obviously it starts with CJ, it starts with Nick Caley, and we give a lot of time talking to those guys and talking about those guys. But I think there's three guys, two on the offensive line and one outside that this is a monster week for them. Like if the Texans are ever going to be taken serious this year, ever was a powerful word there. It was a strong word. If the Texans are going to be taken serious this year as any level of playoff contender, these guys are going to have to be difference makers. These guys are going to have to be able to take the next step sooner rather than later. And it starts with the communication piece. With this offense, it is what it is. You don't have to be the biggest, fastest, strongest player on the offensive line, but you've got to be able to hold your own. When you do face a nose and you face a shade and you face a 3-4 defense or a defensive coordinator that'll put 5 down, you got to be able to hold your own. But most importantly, man, you got to be able to communicate. There's going to be a crowded line of scrimmage. We've seen this be a problem for multiple years now with the Texans. At some point, they got to figure this thing out. And they're not always going to be right, but they got to figure this thing out where more times than not, they don't look like a mess up there at the line of scrimmage trying to get it all communicated. So Jake Andrews, the communication piece versus a crowded line of scrimmage is absolutely huge. And I said it's a 3-4 front. They're going to have somebody either on him or shaded on him, touching his framework pre-snap every damn snap more than likely. And can he handle that one-on-one, or can he handle being the anchor with a guard helping either way if indeed they do leave one uncovered? This is a big game for Jake Andrews. So I think it starts with him, and I'll stay on the offensive line. I'm anxious to watch this game, excited to watch this game as a Texans fan for Titus Howard. We've talked a lot about Titus Howard. And look, I know there's a lot of people that are completely out on Titus Howard, and that's okay. To each their own. I'm not saying you don't have to be. I'm not.
You've been seeing that? I thought people.
No, I'm just talking about over the years. I'm not talking about right now. I'm just talking about over the years, right? I think there's a lot of people that have just. Yeah. Hey, that ship has sailed. He'll be a player, but he's not ever going to be a difference maker.
Yeah, that's fair.
Man, I want Titus Howard to prove that he's one of the best right tackles in the game, and that you can put him on an island on that right side, and you don't have to always help him. And he can hold his own. You can put him on that island versus some of the best the league has to offer, and he can hold his own. Again, is he going to get beat? Yeah, more than likely, right? But I'm through going, the communication sucks, so the right tackle got beat. Can they all up front execute in a way where Titus Howard can prove to be one of the best tackles in this game. Right now, one of the best right tackles in the game. So I think this is, if he can hold his own on an island, then it's going to help C.J. Stroud and Nick Caley in a huge way.
We just talked about in the last segment how the Ursery matchup is a big deal. And one thing that can help is if Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud have the confidence that Titus Howard, who is going to be facing a good pass rusher himself, that Titus Howard has that side locked down so they don't feel like they got to help both, right?
That's
or
right.
they don't feel like it's coming from both sides,
Yeah.
that they can help their young left tackle on the other side. And I think that I'm with you. I think Titus is important for him to be able to hold his side down so they don't have to then try to help. Now you're looking at maybe a max protect situation where you got to help both of them.
Well, if Nick Caley, if they can help Nick Caley to the point of you go, okay, Titus is eyed on the end by himself. All right, you've got. There's nothing you can really do, as I said yesterday, about the interior pressure. Those
Zach
guys
Allen's going to be a problem.
He's going to be a problem. Yeah. But if you can at least keep your body between him and CJ, if he does get Jay sidestep it, and you just beat him with effort, right? That can be done. But if Titus can hang on. If Titus can be dominant and the interior guys can just hang on, and Nick Caley can really focus on making sure Ariante Ursery is, at least whoever's over him is guessing, am I going to get chipped or not? Do it by alignment, by actually getting chipped, by getting running back help. And Nick Caley only has to worry about the left side. That will be a huge plus for a rookie play caller, no question about it. So Titus Howard is big in this one. The other one is somebody that it's most people are going to say, well, no crap, right? I mean, it's got Nico Collins. I mean, this is a team that's going to play a lot of man-to-man defense, right? I mean, and we've seen a lot of Nico Collins. He's made a lot of money catching the ball underneath. He's made a lot of money with great hands, run after catch. He's made a lot of money running that deep dig route where he's sitting over the top of a linebacker underneath the safety and all that kind of job. This is a game that's going to be man-to-man. This is a game where it is very possible that Nico Collins have one of them monster games that we see the Jeffersons and the Chases and those caliber guys have in big moments. And I'm not necessarily saying it has to be 23 targets and 16 catches, but I'm talking you play man-to-man, you bring pressure, you risk putting all those guys around the line of scrimmage and leave me on an island with a guy, I'm going to torch you, right? There's going to be a chance for Nico Collins to have big game change. By the way, I'm not talking about the double move that's schemed up. That's not Nico. Hell, I can go run a double move, and if they bite on it, I might make a catch. I mean, it's not about it. You don't have to roll your eyes. I know. I didn't roll them. But I'm not talking about the great schemed up things, which, by the way, Nick Caley has been pretty damn good on a couple of those in the red zone to get shots. I'm talking about you go out there, you're getting heated up. We're going to bang a short side slant, and Nico runs it, sheds a tackler, and runs away from a safety. I'm talking about that kind of thing. I'm talking about man-to-man, hey, I'm going to run a go route, and he goes and gets a 50-50 baller. Like, I'm talking about a game where we leave and we go, yeah, that's one of the top 5 to 7 receivers in the league. Not just a guy that can chew up a box score, but that's one of the best 5 to 7 wide receivers in football right now type of thing. Nico, they're going to need that out of Nico, boys. This isn't 9 or 10 guys are going to have catches in this particular game. This has got to be a Nico. This has got to be a game where Nico eats.
Yeah, I know. As we've got to get to a break, but I do want to kind of continue a little of that conversation on the other side, because I think not just Nico, but everything that you talked about with that group. You just said this is going to not need to be a nine catches from different receiver type of game. I think one of the big storylines is the Surtain injury. And I want to get a thought. You can send it in 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Are the Texans going to be good enough to take advantage of that? Surtain is one of the best players in football. He was the best defensive player last year in football. He is out of this game. Are the Texans good enough to take advantage of that? We'll discuss that next.
Well, I don't know. I will answer that question next, but I'll tell you, Twin Peaks is damn sure good enough for you to slide on through there and catch some of the live action that's going on. We got the biggest.
Delayed is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Raven Tower, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in as we are live here on a Football Friday. How's that drink going?
Hey, man, come on, the hell not to love about that? I know it tastes as good as it sounds out there. If you're out there and you're working hard right now, see if a bunch of folks out there driving on that highway. Just think about it, man. Tropical tequila with a little ice in there.
When you get a chance to party.
I saw that purple haze over there. Looked like it
I got a
was
feeling that's going to tempt you a little bit, Ron. I mean, it's the frozen drinks that's a little bit of a problem for Ron to walk by, and then all of a sudden
looks like they've got 6 different options.
Yeah, but that's a frozen drink with whiskey in it. I think that's probably something you just feel like you got to try at least. You got to at least sample it.
Yeah.
You got to get you one pull at least.
Nah.
Just see if he'll just do one little like a slot machine, just one little bing bing in a glass for you.
Yeah, Tyler texted me in all caps, "Don't do it, you son of a bitch! Don't do it."
Hey, Tyler would get one and ask him to add a shot if he was here.
I think I'd be good to. I've got to start drinking like Tyler.
Add a shot, don't stir it. I'll take care of that part.
I got to start drinking like Tyler. Tyler's not adding sugars. Tyler is straight for it all, going for it.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just a smart move.
I mean, it's a very smart move, healthier move. I don't know that. Well, we'll move on.
I have to just freeze up just
enough
freeze up
sugar in that dirty water for me.
Just freeze up some whiskey for me. Then we'll just do it like that.
Yeah. You think can you somehow make me a whiskey slush?
Oh yeah, just straight whiskey slush.
grind up some ice over there for me in that blender and throw a shot of whiskey
maybe with
in
some
it.
ocean water in there.
Keep me good and skin. Boy, you are desperate for some whiskey.
All right, we are at
maybe onto something over here.
We're at Raven Tower.
Pop shots.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Come on out. Hey, that'd be a hell of a Jello shot. There you go.
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to put it on a stick and freeze it, and you pull it in.
There you go.
Here, skinny pops.
I would walk in
skinny shots.
I would walk and trick or treat with the kids with one.
Sure you would.
6.
And this heat would last about 2 houses.
That's all right.
You'd have it dripping down your elbow.
I don't know. Not these evenings, boy. These evenings, it may last a little bit, boy.
This is the time of year right here, boy.
Yeah.
And this is the kind of place for Raven Tower, man. I'm looking out here at this patio, man. Partly shaded, partly not. I mean, it's the time of year to get out on one of these patios, man. Put your little hoodie on. Bring your little windbreaker or something. And ease on out here. Yeah, this is it, man. Sunny, beautiful.
Yeah. Someone texted in, drinking and healthier is relative. Well, I mean, there is.
I'm drunk, I guess.
I mean, the frozen joints are really pounded with sugar.
Well, I think it depends on how you live it. I think
healthier. You're right. Healthier from that standpoint. Yeah.
Well, some folks like myself, I like to be health conscious as I go through my day, and as I choose my drinks typically. But I'm not willing to give up the alcohol overall to be healthier. I think it depends on what you're trying to accomplish. You know,
yeah,
I mean, if somebody's trying to lose a bunch of weight, then obviously the alcohol is going to slow that weight loss down. But if somebody's trying to win a competition, obviously you're going to water and a little extra around the old belly button if you're drinking. But if you're just out and you're just trying to live a healthier life, I mean, you can have a pop from time to time.
Oh, yeah, you can have. I think there are different ways. Like if you were doing like I've run into, when you go out and choose to get 32-ounce frozen daiquiri from Daiquiri Island, that's going to sugar it up as opposed to let me get a vodka water. That's it. That's it. We're in a different space.
Well, here's the deal. Here's the deal. If you're just going to do one, get the biggest daiquiri, whatever you want, and be done with it. The problem is that it typically one turns into 8, and that's where you fall into. We'd be better off hitting that vodka water with lime.
Hell yeah!
Because about 8 of them one of them frozens over there.
Once that purple haze touches my lips.
8 of them purple haze, boy.
Once that purple haze touches my lips,
you'll wake up tomorrow 10 pounds heavy and hungover.
Feel good, yeah.
Heavy and hungover.
Man, just wasted them calories. All right. All right, man. One of the big storylines of this game is Patrick Surtain. He is the reigning Defensive Player of the Year, and he is out for this game and going to be out for a couple of weeks for the Broncos. A big injury for this. There are some other teams, Clint, just based off what we've watched offensively, right? The Texans, they've been really they're probably a little worse than what their numbers are, Clint. They're ranked 16th when it comes to passing yards per game and a pass like that. The Ravens, this game, that Seattle game where they were chasing, kind of inflates that. They've got I think 4 or 5 games where they've been under 200 yards passing. Right? They've had some struggles at times. And my thought is 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Do you think the Texans have the personnel and are good enough to be able to fully take advantage of this? If they were playing the Lions, if they were playing the Chiefs, if they were playing some of these teams that have really dynamic passing games and a lot of weapons, I think there would be a larger concern for them. Do you think the Texans are good enough to take advantage of that?
God, I hope so, man.
Yeah.
But I'd be lying if I told you that I'm confident because, I mean, we got Nico coming off of a concussion, right? I mean, Nico Collins is really the one that you're super confident about, but he's coming off of a concussion. I mean, he's one hit away, one tackle away, one block away from being on the sideline and being in concussion protocol again. And so
somebody they're going to fully have eyes on.
Absolutely. And so look, we've got to hope for a little bit of luck there, man. We got to hope that he can get through this game without having any of those issues. At the same time, we need him to have his best game, right? So I wouldn't bet on it, but I damn sure hope it is. And the only reason I'm not betting on it is because, again, Nico is banged up, and you look at Christian Kirk. We ain't seen Christian Kirk make a play since Jacksonville 2 years ago. I mean, not real season ago though, that's for sure. And we don't even know as a Texan, Christian Kirk as a Texan, we don't know who he is. So we're right back to Jalen Noel. Can he go make plays, right? And so we've got to have guys. Look, and I'm not taking any pressure off of Nick Caley at all. But at the end of the day, this is one of them games where you got to have dudes. It's about Jimmys and Joes, man. You got to have dudes that we can dial up. It's not hard, man. You're gonna get a lot of man, right? We're gonna dial up some slants. We're gonna dial up some shake routes. We're gonna dial up some different things. But you just got to have dudes that can win, and Nick Caley can make a little noise, right? And so. This is a monster game for Nico Collins. It's a monster game for Christian Kirk. It is a huge game for C.J. Stroud. We talked about, you talked about it since you've been here, talking about fixers and quarterbacks that take, that overcome and bring everybody up to their level. This is one of those games, man, where C.J.'s got to do it. It's not going to be easy, but he's got to do it.
And I think the way to take advantage of the Surtain thing, it's going to be all of it, right? I think from the receivers thing, they've got to replicate what they did last week from the standpoint of how quickly they were winning. Like they were winning, receivers were winning immediately, and C.J. could put it on them immediately because they created immediate separation. All of Noel probably did it the best, but those little inside slants or two-way goes that they were winning on quickly. And helping Surtain is the thing that helps secondaries, and that is the pass rush.
Yeah.
And that is the thing to me are they going to be able to hold up long enough for these guys to win in a rate that they need to win? So I think it all comes together when it's not just can your receivers beat Riley Moss and company out there. It's also can your O-line and your protection hold up long enough for them to win? Because I believe if Nico gets matched up on their corners and it's man-to-man, I think Nico can win. But can you hold up long enough that C.J. can get the ball to him? I think that's also a major part on if they're able to take advantage of the Surtain injury.
This is the interesting point here. Like every offense I was ever in or played in or studied and was actually on the team and studied it, like we had the ability to go to your best player at any point in time. right? You know what I mean? Like there is if Nico Collins threatening this defense is dependent on all these different circumstances, and then Nick Caley calling the right play, and then now we can get it to, you know what I mean? Like if it's dependent on all these different stars aligning, then it's going to be a ho-hum type of game, and it's going to be a crapshoot whether he get. But if there's some kind of mechanism in the offense or some kind of trigger in the offense where the minute that linebacker shifts down and the minute that safety rolls to the middle of the field, I can strike their ass slant, or if the corner's soft, you can throw a hitch, whatever you want to do. I mean, we saw him throw the back shoulder against Seattle, I think it was, and get a big gain. Got called back because there was some kind of illegal formation. But that, like if that mechanism ever existed in this game, this is a game for it to show up, right? Because you are going to get a bunch of middle closed man. You can't be wrong. It's blatantly obvious a lot of the times when they're doing what they're doing. And when you're going to get Nico Collins singled up. And so I don't know if this offense is going to have that kind of mechanism in it or not. And I know Brady could get in the huddle when he was running his offense and say, hey, man, stay your ass ready over there. We get, man, I'm coming to you. I don't know if CJ's there yet. We'll see.
Yeah, that's the big thing. It's a huge, huge positive thing for the Texans that their best player is not there. But are they equipped to take advantage of it?
Well, Ron,
that's something we'll see.
But, Ron, we've got to feel, as Texans fans, forget about the team, man. I'm sort of tucked to the fan. Like, we've got to feel as fans, as we're sitting there watching the game, we got to feel as if Nico Collins and Christian Kirk make a difference on this team.
Sounds like we lost you, fellas. You there? Drive family. Think we lost Clint Ron live out there at the Raven Tower on a Football Friday. There you are. There you are.
Hey, there it is. There it is.
Lost you there for a second,
boys. We're back. Clint was just saying, if you missed it there, we as people that are watching the Texans fans got to believe that Christian Kirk and Nico Collins make a difference on this team.
This is a game. This is a game where you're going to get a lot of action around the line of scrimmage. It's a game where you and if in that situation, C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins, Christian Kirk, and Dalton Schultz can't make noise offensively where we see it as fans and feel it as fans, then hell, we got a long 18 weeks, bub.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that you do it to the tune of 30 points and you win the game. I'm just saying, win, lose, or draw. Forget that. I'm just talking about offensive product as we watch it unfold. If we don't feel Christian Kirk, Nico Collins, if we don't feel those guys being here versus when they weren't, then it's going to be a tough road to hoe, boys.
All right, coming up as we continue, multiple prizes for you to win. We'll start hooking folks up here coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, including future tickets to a Texans game coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, courtesy of the Houston Ford dealers. Coming up next, what will this signal for? Is there a case to be made that the Texans are officially back as contenders if they pull this one off against the Broncos? We'll discuss that next.
All right, now, I can't, in this break right here, I can't give you no tickets now.
much waiting for you.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly, B21.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Raven Tower, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. Beautiful Football Friday as we make the trip on the road as usual. We are here at, as the big voice man said, Raven Tower, right here in Houston, 310 North Street. Come on out and hang out with us. It's right next to the White Oak Music venue. You can't miss it. Right next door to it, and it's a good spot, man. They got plenty of drinks out here. Some people complain I ain't got my drink. No, they got it out here. Whatever you need. You need your Bud Light, they got your Bud Light. You need your Coors, they got whatever you need out here. And they got this frozen drink thing. I'm contemplating getting half a glass of that Purple Haze.
I think it's just one little squeeze, one little lever.
Just a half a glass. I was trying to see if anybody would rate it for me, but people aren't participating. But I mean, I just thinking about a half a glass. I may just to get a taste.
Yeah, I mean, look,
you don't get a lot. You don't run into a lot of frozen whiskeys that isn't Jack and Coke,
the fear there is, man. If it's really good, I got a feeling that you're gonna crack, which I'd be okay with. It's Friday. Showtime at the Apollo, man. Let's go. There it is. That's not half a glass.
That isn't. But we'll figure. That's close.
Get your little pool off that. Let me know what you think,
man.
bro.
I will. I will. Let me get us into this.
That's got Ron written all over it.
Of it, man. Listen to
Purple
the smell of that
Haze
thing.
Frozen drink.
Oh my God, dog!
Can you
I read
smell it.
Oh, I smell it, man. So it's fantastic.
Get us in this thing. I'll chew up a little oxygen so you can try it.
It is fantastic. But get on out here. Not just get us in. Get on out here. Again, coming up after this segment, we'll start hooking people up with some of our prizes. You know we don't come empty-handed on a Football Friday. Got 4 different Academy Sports and Outdoor gift cards, a free oil change, any type of vehicle out at Tomball Ford, and the big one in the 5 o'clock hour, of a pair of future tickets to a Texans game, courtesy of our great friends with the Houston Ford dealers. Clint and the people, as I see people, we always love participation with the people on YouTube and Twitch, as well as the text line. What will this signal to you if they are able to go out? Because I think there is a case, Clint. I think there is a case, Tyler. What will this win, if they're able to beat the Broncos on Sunday? Will it signal to you that they are back as a legitimate contender in the AFC? I'm not saying Super Bowl, but just a contender, and they're back in it in the NFC because I would say the case would be if they were to win this game.
The arrow's pointed up.
There you go, Cal. They would have been winners of 4 or 5 of their last 5 after starting 0-3. They would have beaten back-to-back first-place teams when they played them. The Niners were in first place coming in last week, and then obviously the Broncos are 6-2. And that's one of the best teams in football, the Denver Broncos. And this isn't a Baltimore or 49ers thing, right? They are healthy. That maybe one guy in Marvin Mims Jr., we'll check on that a little bit later, is the only one that may be out. But they've got most of their guys. What would this signal to you if they were to win this game?
I think you got to take them serious. I think that's what's on the line here. Is are the Texans going to be a team that you got to take serious this year in the AFC, or is this a team that is kind of just, hey, you got to be careful because they might sneak up and get you here, there, but they're really no threat. That's what this game is about. This is a monster game, man. And you mess around and beat the Denver Broncos. And I'm not so much onto or into what last week meant or didn't mean, but if you beat the Denver Broncos, then look, I think it's going to take an offensive game versus a really good defense that you at least have your stuff together. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And if this offense can at least have their stuff together against a really good defense, this football team is going to be hard to beat by anybody. It doesn't matter who it is, right? And if they can solve their communication problems up front, if they can solve their problems of letting the crowded line of scrimmage overwhelm them, if they can solve those problems, then you got to take the Houston Texans serious.
Yep.
That's what's on the line this week for me is because if those are just problems, guys, and I don't care how much you like D'Amico, I don't care how much you like CJ, I don't care how good our defense is. If you can't multiple games in a season, knowing it's what you're going to get, if you can't somehow figure out how to at least slow down the rush and eliminate the A-gap, free runners in the A-gap, I mean, give yourself a puncher's chance. If you can't do those things, then you can't be taken serious. And that's to me, that's what's on the line right now.
Yeah, I think that's a good point that you made, that they're taken serious, because I think last week's win was impressive just because you didn't
step
have –
in the right direction.
It was a step in the right direction, but you didn't have Nico and you didn't have Christian Kirk, and I think that was impressive because your offense led the way, right? And we talked about that last week, and your coaching staff out-coached a really good coaching staff. So I think that was impressive, but this will be the one where the actual win where you look up and there's nothing weird attached to it, right? The Ravens. When you look at it on paper, you're like, oh, they beat the Ravens. By the way, they kicked the hell out of the Dolphins, and they look like they are
amazing what one guy can do, right?
They are on their way. Yeah, Derrick Henry looks different out there. Mark Andrews looks different. Anyway, on the surface, you say they beat the Ravens. They look it, but we understand that was a different Ravens ball club, right? And the Titans are the Titans. This would be the first game where you're like, no, Bo Nix is out there, Cortland Sutton's out there, their offensive line, which is, as John McClain was saying, you should listen to it's the Texans All Access every night. So they're the only team in the league that in a long time that has the most sacks in the league and then gives up the least amount of sacks in the league. So you're facing that offensive line that's really good. Their running game is tied for third in the league, and they've got all their parts. Yes, they've lost Surtain, but I mean that's not like an array of injuries like we've seen. This to me would be the first one where you're like, okay, all right, they can play with that level of team, and then you're thinking on your schedule, they can beat the Jags, they can beat the Chargers, they can beat, some of these teams that are left on their schedule. And I think, as you said, you got to start taking them more serious about playoffs, postseason, if they're able to get themselves to 4-4 and win this game.
Yeah, look, we've got to see this Texans team, the games you talked about with guys being out for the opponent, yada, yada, yada. It doesn't matter. Like when you look at the Texans offensively, defense is the truth. They're the real deal. If you look at us offensively, if the opponent has injuries on the D-line or their D-line isn't worth a damn and CJ can set his feet and throw it, we're going to score points. The problem in this league is when you look at most contenders, they've got either a scheme or a group of players that create havoc and chaos around the quarterback and are an absolute problem. That is what we've not yet been able to solve if you're the Texans.
Seattle had that. The Rams had that. Most of
Jacksonville had it with one guy, really, to be honest with you, even though Walker's coming. That's the reality. Forget about
scheme with the Bucs had it.
Yeah. Just forget about the overall. Well, this opponent was injured. That opponent. It comes down to the box for the Texans. If another team has players or scheme that create problems right there next to that has been what sinks our ship, right? And so if we can either face teams that don't have that or figure out how to give ourselves a puncher's chance when teams do have that, then we can beat anybody in the league.
Yeah.
But that is not. It sounds a lot simpler than it is. You know what I mean? It is a major problem. So we'll see, man. This is a week that they can prove that they can do that.
As we said, this conversation, what will this win signal for you? Would this signal to you that the Texans are now back as a legitimate contender in the AFC from the text line? Yes, Ron, because they didn't lose terribly to the ones that to the good teams that they lost to. I think if you do win this game, it does make maybe the Rams game and the Jacksonville game and the Tampa game maybe feel a little bit like, all right, we got some, because obviously you've grown from that game, and even when you were at your lowest, you won that game.
Yeah.
And if you lose it, it does. And then as you just said, if you lose that game, it's like, yep, this is what happens when the Texans play good teams that have their cast.
Yeah. Well,
like,
I mean, look,
that could start to be the trend.
You can keep a lot of folks out of the rearview mirror by beating the Denver Broncos, because they're a really good football team. They're talented. They're coached well. They got great play callers, schemes, all these different things. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. There's no way to minimize it. There's no way to discredit a win versus the Denver Broncos. You got them at home. You got them. Patrick Surtain is out, and this is a game you got to go get.
Text line come to. It would signal to me that the Texans are an elite home team, but can't get it done on the road.
Yeah, I just don't believe that. We were talking a little bit in the break. Like I just believe that D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio have put a group together that when it comes to those kind of items, I just don't believe they're issues, right? Playing down to your opponent, playing on the road. Sure, you got the noise issue at some places, but I think this organization has separated itself from the bottom by the way that D'Amico and Nick built this thing. Like the culture that we talk about, the shut up and do your job, the blinders, the one play at a time, all of that stuff, I think helps separate you from the bottom, right? I think it helps separate you from doing things like playing down to your opponent or going on the road and being overwhelmed. I think when it comes down to it, where the Texans are, they're above that, but they've still got to prove that they belong in the conversation with them top dogs.
Tyler, I could do 15 of these purple hazes.
That old haze got him, T.
Oh, God. I'm going to put this little lime in here.
Yeah, man, get some of that lime juice in there, man.
I mean, this could go down right here.
It's got a little whiskey kick to it.
I could take this now.
Is it grape and whiskey?
No, it's got some berry and a little lemonade action in there with the mix. It is like I could just.
Hey boy, you gonna have a blow out in your straw?
It's all right. I'm good though. I just had to get a little pull, a little taste of it. That whiskey does come through. That's good. That's real good. Good job out there, guys. Good job. Make your way. You make your way on out here, and you can get a piece of this. Someone texting, guys, we beat the 49ers because D'Amico knew the 49ers inside and out. Again, if you win this game, a lot of these excuses / explanations will feel different, right? It will feel different. Like, all right, yeah, D'Amico knows the Niners. Okay. He don't know Sean Payton like that. He don't know the Broncos like that. Like not to the point where you're like, that's why they won. That's the advantage they have. I mean, also I would also urge to say that Kyle Shanahan's one of the best coaches in football that knows D'Amico, who was on his staff, and he went against him every day and didn't have anything for him.
Well, I think that's the biggest statement that was made in that 49ers game, is that it was complete and total domination over one of the best offensive coordinators out there. You can talk about being shorthanded, yada yada yada, but that's still a guy that can scheme up some things, draw up some things, especially versus a defensive coordinator that he literally gave the opportunity. It was in his system for multiple years, and so. I don't know. I think the statement there is the job that D'Amico – the offense was great, don't get me wrong, but I think the statement is the job D'Amico did with Kyle Shanahan and Christian McCaffrey on the other side. That was special. That team right there is going to cause some problems for a lot of folks, and D'Amico had them all bottled up.
By the way, Clinton, Tyler, we lost Scott Woodard.
I saw that.
Ain't that a damn, man? I mean, in about 2 or 3 days, Stephen A. did it first, and then the governor of Louisiana, Landry, he then went and I mean, nailed it. And now, Scott Woodard, the athletic director, he is out at LSU. And by the way, he has done some good things. Like he brought Kim Mulkey there, and they won a national championship in women's basketball. The baseball coaching program has been good, and he brought the coach in there. He has done some good things. He just blew this Brian Kelly hire and the Jimbo Fisher one before it. But damn, they got his ass out there. I wonder how excited coaches and people are going to be there thinking like, man, hey, if the governor don't fall out of me, does he have enough power to go ahead and get rid of my ass? Because I don't know that I've quite seen governors speak and then bam, decisions made on the athletic director or coaches or anything like that. That was interesting.
I don't remember all of the details, but this isn't the first time. Now, this is the first time that he's been this aggressive, but this isn't the first time that the governor of Louisiana got involved at LSU.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that he's ever hired or fired anybody, and I know he's never been this vocal, but I remember the conversations recently, if I remember correctly, maybe when Brian Kelly got hired, but the oddity of the governor being in the state being more involved there than most state colleges. So it's not as crazy in that neck of the woods as one might believe. Generally speaking, it is, but I think that has been that has gone on before to some degree.
Interesting. Well, they got him on out of there, and LSU going to be looking for a new coach. All right, coming up, we've talked a lot about the Texans having to deal with this pass rush and this defense and the front line for the Broncos because it's the best pass rush in football. But Bo Nix and Sean Payton got to deal with this defense and the Texans defense, which is the number one defense in football. And Clint, in your thoughts of football, offensive football, the way that Matt Burke and D'Amico Ryan should approach this game versus Denver. Let's discuss that. Let's look into what Denver's going to have to deal with this defense and what D'Amico and Matt Burke have to look at and how they should approach this game. We'll discuss that next.
All right. I don't know how D'Amico needs to approach this game, but I can tell you he needs to approach this weekend with a case of cold Coors Light in hand, baby. There's no doubt about it. Let me take a minute. Let me tip the cap. Let me tip my cap to all my fellow Coors Light drinkers out there. You're drinking the world's most refreshing beer, and you look damn good. Why are you doing it? If you're not drinking Coors Light, let me get your attention one time. All right, it's pretty simple. It's known as the world's most
episode, listen to my individual hour, or if you're a jump straight to the highlight person, we got you covered as well.
Just open up your favorite podcast app, search for our names, my name first, obviously. Hey! And the show, your way and on your time.
It's the Payne and Pendergast podcast. New episodes drop daily. Hey, it's Sean Pendergast. On November 10th, golfers will be sporting their bad pants on the green, but doing great things for babies and families. I'm talking about the 27th annual Bad Pants Open, happening November 10th at Champions Golf Club, raising funds for Texans children's NICU families. Even though the player field is full, you can still sponsor a hole or donate to help provide Angel Eye video access, peer support, and essential comforts to families in need. Learn more and give now at texaschildren's.org.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Raven Tower, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. As we are live here, and if you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see, boy, we got Texans fans royalty in the building.
The commission's in the building.
The commission is in the building.
The commission's in the building,
Mary
baby.
in the building. There's Debbie in the building as well.
Yes, indeed.
I see them all over the place. Yeah, they're getting ready. They're going to be out there Sunday. You can be out there Sunday, too. You got a chance to win. You got a chance to win some future tickets. You got a chance to win some future tickets coming up in the 5 o'clock hour right here at Ravens Tower. Come on out and make your way out here and join the fun. It's a party right here, baby. See these Texans. There you go. As they come out, and we do this each and every Friday, and have a good time getting you ready for this big game. And I think we've given a lot of talk, and I feel like some people have been annoyed, but I feel like we've given a lot of talk.
We have a tendency to do that.
To this Broncos defense that the Texans are going to have to deal with. But Bo Nix, Sean Payton, I promise they haven't been sleeping and being comfortable with what they've got to deal with. They got to deal with the number one defense. They got to deal with the number one scoring defense. They got to deal with Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, Derek Stingley. They got to deal with that crew, Aziz and E.J. Speed, who's playing better. They got Petrie. They got to deal with that crew coming up. And as we said, we're looking at it. D'Amico and Matt Burke have weapons, and they have a lot of weapons to use. And, Clint, we have seen the Denver Broncos have games where their offense has struggled. And not just having multiple quarters. The Giants game, Clint, they were shut out for the first three quarters against the Giants. The Jets game, they scored 13 points and struggled and almost lost to the Jets. Now the Dallas Cowboys will fix anybody as they gave up 44. Now this offense is capable of scoring 33 points in a quarter like they did against the Giants. But in your opinion, when you look at what D'Amico and Matt Burke have at their disposal, how would you attack? And you've worked with Sean Payton. I know when you're the Cowboys, Sean Payton was there with you as well. You know Sean a little bit. In a game where I'm certain the Texans feel like, we can handle these guys.
Yeah. Well, I think schematically, and when you're talking all 11, I think it's got to be on the conservative side. I think –
Really? Yeah. I was thinking be aggressive.
Well, I mean, you just, you mess around. I mean, we can start layer to layer, right? I mean, Sean Payton is going to have multiple shots dialed up for your defense. Whoever the duck is, and I don't know who that is, but whoever it is, he's going to have shots dialed up. And, I mean, Sean was the first guy, and maybe this was the era of football or whatever, but Sean was the first guy that I'd ever seen that would dial up a shot on a cover 2 safety. Right? Most people see cover 2, and we're going to check this thing down. We're going to run it. We're going to get work the middle of the field. We're going to be in front of the safeties. Sean's got plays that he dials up that are staples in his offense that are designed to throw the ball over the top of a cover 2 safety. Right? I mean, this guy is elite in an elite world in a sense of drawing up shots. I think this has got to be a very vanilla approach in terms of what all you throw at the Texans. I think if you make it a habit of rushing, if you're not disciplined in your rush lanes and your rush points and you run by Bo Nix, you're going to have a problem. I think if you start giving away man and showing man and trying to pressure and getting guys out of whack, I think Bo and Sean are going to make you pay in a major way. So I think this is a let the dogs eat up front. Let them do their call that in a spread game. Your front six can handle the run. Your front six can squeeze and make the press the pocket, if you will, and create chaos around the quarterback. But you don't want to get into trying to tackle Harvey one-on-one in the open field. Because Sean's he's gonna have plays dialed up where he's gonna get Harvey in the open field one-on-one with defensive backs, and they're going to come up and tackle. You just want to try to play the keep everything in front of you game. If you're me, I mean, because look, if they start running the football, if they start hitting shots on you, you're gonna have a hard time keeping up because this offense can get in a rhythm. I think it's forced all of these guys, kind of like what San Francisco, we were just talking about in the break, what San Francisco did to Houston last year, forced these guys to go 15 or 16 plays.
See, I was thinking, and my thought was, hey, this is a game that's probably going to be low scoring, and this is a game to me that your offense may need a little help. Maybe a little help in field position, maybe a little help somewhere. And do you maybe at the very least pick your spots to get aggressive to try to turn the ball over? I think you can get Bo Nix to throw interceptions. I think you can turn. I think we've seen that a little bit. You can turn them over and get aggressive to do that, because I do think in this game the defense is going to need to help them at some point. This defense is going to be really, really good and going to be a really big issue for them.
Look, I think they're good enough up front to stop the run and go get the passer without having to take a ton of risk in doing that, right? If the game dictates you got to go take a bunch of risks, you got to do it. But, the way I see it is you got to – because Bo will be inaccurate. You know, I mean,
he will
Sean,
give you –
Sean will – as we've heard and as I know, I mean, Sean will, for the sake of being creative and making you defend sideline to sideline, Sean will get out of whatever's working. If they're running the hell out of the football, he'll raise up and throw a screen to the sideline, and you're like, why would you waste that down on first down? And all of a sudden, now there's a method to the madness, as I've said before, but Sean will do those things, and you got to take advantage of them. But I know the one thing to me that was most impressive about Sean Payton was he's got answers, man. Now, whether Bo can execute it or not, or whether the defense can create enough havoc to make it impossible to execute, Sean's going to have answers for everything that DeMeco has put on tape. You better believe it. And a lot of the answers are going to be vertical answers. Yeah. You look at like the Seattle Seahawks on that first drive when they took advantage of Derek Stingley Jr. with that tight end. Derek got his eyes in the backfield, boom. It wasn't just throwing something out in the flats or a screen. It was throwing it over the top of his head for a chunk play, right? I mean, the amount of vertical answers that Sean Payton has is really impressive.
Yeah, we'll see what answers he has for those two guys off the edge. Because obviously we know Hunter and Will Anderson could just absolutely wreck and ruin the game. You believe Sean will have some kind of answer for that. And to be honest, and I'm looking at it as you're saying it right now, they faced a really good pass rush in the Giants, right? The Giants got Burns, and they've got Thibodeau, and they've got Lawrence in the middle, and they've got
who's the kid they drafted?
Abdul Carter. They've got pass rushers, and Bo Nix did run a lot in that game, and they were able to use that a bit against them. So I'm with you on that. He will have a plan for Hunter and Will Anderson, but sometimes, as we've watched, most teams have a plan for them, and it doesn't matter. They go out and still dominate anyway. But I'm with you. They got to stop the run, and they've got to help themselves by stopping the run. But I don't know, man. If they can get themselves to cause turnovers in there, force a turnover, I think that'll be big for this offense.
Well, the fear too with Denver is they're pretty good up front. Offensively.
Oh yeah, 8 sacks.
And on the edges, they're pretty damn good. And so, they're going to feel comfortable rolling the dice of their good on our good, which is Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter, with Bowles and McGlinchey, I believe it is. I mean, that's going to be some great football to watch, even if you don't have a dog in the fight. But the point is Sean's going to dial up some stuff knowing that he can – or not knowing, but thinking that he can put those guys on an island and buy enough time for Bo Nix to go make plays. And we'll
not what you got coming up. What we got coming up is our Saturday slate, baby.
Come on, with college football, huh?
College football, another big weekend in college football. Let's look at the big games of the week. You can text yours in, 713-572-4610. What are your big games of the week? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, check it out, man. If you're shopping for a new vehicle, any kind of vehicle, if you're even flirting with it, Tomball Ford is where it's at now. They got a pumpkin spice savings event rolling right now that's got all kinds.
emojis, photos, and film. Their team of trained professionals will do the rest right here in the U.S. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Raven Tower, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, there we go. We got some people coming out on a good Friday out here. I know y'all going to be trick-or-treating a little bit, but why don't you get you some drinks out here? Why don't you come out here and get you a few drinks before you have to get out there with them kids? Again, like, hey, man, we start getting into you got a teen in your number, maybe you should think about maybe backing off that trick-or-treat. I tell you, every year it's those ones, I could see them on that Ring camera that just take all of our candy and just put it all in their basket. Sometimes they steal our basket. All right? It's always y'all. Maybe y'all need to go and have somebody have a party at somebody's house and hang out and do that. I really do. I believe, for me, I'm going to tell my son, hey, baby, you're 11, baby. You got 2 more good ones in you. I don't know if 13, man. I don't know if you're going to go be trick-or-treating. I just said that we got to do a little something different. Maybe you can go as a helper. Go as a helper to your younger.
Maybe you can take care of the baby.
Yeah,
that's right.
Helpers. Maybe you could be in the house and hand out the candy. Because by the way, those people have taken us handing out candy away from us. We've stopped. We've quit handing out candy because we keep having incidents with people at our door with the candy. So we've just stopped.
Yeah, I blame it on the parents.
I do too.
I mean, I blame it on the parents. I mean, if you're letting your teenagers, 13s and up, walk the streets and take a bunch of candy and roam around with a bunch of 3, 4, 5-year-olds that are walking around with their parents, yeah, and then you're not doing it in a cordial fashion. You're not out there, and your kids are out there stealing stuff and vandalizing stuff. I think you failed as a parent, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, pals. No, you can trick or treat until you're 18 for sure. I just disagree with that.
Yeah, I don't get it, man. I mean, you go to a little high school costume party or something.
That's what I'm saying, right? Did somebody?
If you can't trick or treat, how about that?
Play a little hide and go. Play a little hide and go get it. Yeah,
that's right. That's right, man. What we doing, man? Yeah, no, it just more times than not, man. Them kids that are a little older, a little bigger, they're out there ruining stuff. They ain't out there to celebrate Halloween or enjoy Halloween. They're out there ruining stuff.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'll be the one to do it. Yeah, we'll throw a little Halloween party out here. Trey will host it. Have you some music?
Music, smoke in the garage, a little smoke machine in the garage, a little music in the garage.
Have a good time, man.
There you go.
There you go. Enjoy it. Hand out some candy.
Get them off the streets.
Have some pops. Like real pops. They're not the purple haze, but real pops. Do the thing. All right, Tyler.
Soda pops, I think is what he's talking about.
Tyler, hit me with that music.
Hey, look out now.
There it is. All right, our Saturday slate, baby. I know it is a football Friday, but that also means a little college football as well. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can send in what games are your games of the week. Which games are you paying attention to the most? Are you watching? There's some interesting games. What was supposed to be maybe the biggest game of the year this week, maybe 1 against 2, is Ohio State and Penn State. A lot of people thought that was going to be a huge game because many people thought those would be top 3, top 4 teams. Well, Penn State has since fired their coach, lost to UCLA, lost to Northwestern, and are now unranked. But that's a big one. Another big one in the SEC, Vandy, number 9 Vandy, who had a big win against Missouri last week at home. They go to Austin to face Texas. Do we know if Arch Manning is playing in that? I know that was up in the air all week with Sark. Obviously, that'll make a big difference in that game. Number 18, Oklahoma, will go to Knoxville to play number 14, Tennessee. A surprising Cincinnati team that got beat by Nebraska week 1, but has looked really, really good offensively. They're number 17 traveling to Utah to go play the Utes, and then Miami at your old guy, Rich. What's my man's name? Over SMU.
Rhett Lashley.
Yeah, Rhett. I'm going to call him Rhett. Rhett, what is his name? What?
Rhett Lashley.
Yeah, Rhett. Yeah, Rhett Lashley. SMU in Dallas. They got to take on the Miami Hurricanes coming up on Saturday as well. What is your game of the week? By the way, hasn't been decided. We'll see. I don't know, man. He looked pretty rough in that overtime period once he got hit against Mississippi State. But what's your game of the week?
Well, look, there's nothing about Arch Manning's play this year that says, let's miss a week of practice and then see if we can't go in arguably the biggest game of the year versus number 9 Vandy. Look, this is my game. This is my game. I think there's so many storylines with this game that it's must-see TV. I think Arch Manning, obviously, does he play, does he not play? And that storyline goes beyond does he play or does he not play. You look at his backup. If his backup came in last week and won the game, does the backup play better? Does the backup show some kind of stability offensively and allow this team to move the football and be more efficient than they were? What does that mean when Arch Manning comes back for Steve Sarkisian? Does he have a tough decision to make? I think also staying on the Texas side of this game right here, they're sitting at number 20 right now with 2 losses. You lose this game, you're done. The college football playoffs, they're not a thing this year. In a year that it was really hyped that you would be one of the top teams, and then there's the dynamic of you losing at home in the SEC to Vanderbilt. And I know Vanderbilt's a really good football team. They're a top 10 football team.
You don't think that's different anymore for Texas?
What?
Like like people will look down on you for losing to Vandy.
Absolutely. I still think Vandy is Vandy, and right now, if Texas, if the
They're
university,
the top 10.
I get it. I get it. I'm not disrespecting by any means. I think across the football landscape, the Vandy is going to be a hard one to live down. Period. Not to mention it comes at the expense of a college football playoff appearance. Not to mention that you haven't even got to the biggest game of the year, which is going to be versus Texas A&M later in the season. So, look, I don't necessarily agree with it, but it is what it is. Texas losing to Vandy is a non-negotiable in most Longhorns' eyes, I would imagine. Now, you flip that thing, the storyline behind Vandy is they got a chance to get into the college football playoffs if they can run the table. Now, they also have a chance to have a Heisman Trophy quarterback candidate at the quarterback position. He's already stated as much that he believes he's the best in the country and should be in the hunt.
He struck a Heisman pose last week.
He struck that joker, and when he was asked about it, they said, "Do you really believe?" He said, "Hell yeah, I believe it." "What do you mean?" "Yeah, I believe it." Now you go on the road to Texas and you play a big game. You knock off the Longhorns, and your team goes above number 9. And it's one more rung on the ladder of proving that Vandy is for real, then I think you'd absolutely have a quarterback that's going to New York if they play big this weekend.
They would have beaten LSU, Missouri, and Texas, all ranked teams in a row, with one loss against Alabama in a game that they played pretty good in that game.
Yeah, man. So that is the storylines in this game are just there's too many not to enjoy and not to tune in.
Yeah, my game of the week is this feels like maybe a potential upset. Who we'll see if SMU can hold on to them. They did make it to the college football playoff their first year joining the ACC, but I am not sure if they're going to be able to hold on to their coach with all of these openings you're looking at. Arkansas's got to be eyeing him amongst other teams. But they're 5-3, a little bit of a disappointment. They came into the season ranked. They're unranked right now. I just still haven't been really impressed with Miami. And then when you look at a lot of Miami's wins, they've got wins and played teams that were ranked. They probably played 4 ranked teams this year. A lot of those teams are looking a lot different now. Florida State feels it looks a lot different now. South Florida feels it looks a little bit different when they played them earlier this year.
All right, Notre Dame is still, looking pretty good. Florida, they fired their coach and that was one of their bitter wins. And they were down early to Stanford at home last week. And so, listen, Carson Beck has been one of the stories of the college football season early, especially with that first game and that first weekend against Notre Dame. I think Miami is most definitely on upset alert with SMU on Saturday. The way they've been playing lately, I'm not calling it, but I think this is a game that feels like one of those, which will be November games where you could see an upset here with Miami.
I think it's very real, and I agree with you, Ron. Depending on what happens the rest of the season, Rhett Lashley could very easily be atop the list of kids for Arkansas for sure, being that's where he went to school, it's where he's from. So, you go win this game, it'll go a long way towards that. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, so that'll be an interesting one to watch. As some people saying mine would be A&M, but they're off this week. Yeah, they are. They do.
I tell you, it's a hell of a deal for A&M, man. I did not realize as you look through the schedule, it's
do they have multiple bye weeks? I felt like they already had one. Maybe
Tyler would know.
This is their second one? I thought so, yeah.
Well, that's nice. That's this a late bye week at this point for them with what they've been doing. Whew, that's nice.
Yeah.
Does everybody have 2 bye weeks now?
I know.
I mean, surely one team.
I know those teams that play in the week 0 game. I think they get a second bye week. I'm not sure. I got A&M slid into there, baby. All I can say is that maroon money, man. That's what it is. Pay for that bye week, baby. Do they think? All right, what you got coming up in the 4?
Well, look, this is a monster week for a few Texans players not named C.J. Stroud. There's 3 guys outside of C.J. Stroud that just, for the Texans to compete this week, they've got to have big weeks, and it's that cut and dry. I'll tell you who those players are. We'll discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Underdog Fantasy. Look, Underdog Fantasy is it's fun all the time, right? I mean, there's no doubt about it. But this time of year, Underdog Fantasy is unbelievably fun to play, simply because you've got going on and you got baseball going on. So you can literally –
professional prior to enrollment.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Well, all righty.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
Clint, what is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Dirty's Daily brought to you by the tropical tequila drink here at the Raven Tower. It's where we're at.
That's actually accurate.
Yeah, it is. It is. Come on out and hang out. This is a tremendous place right next to, by the way, not in place of. I thought that somebody may have purchased White Oak Music Venue and turned it into the Raven Tower. I always associated the old tower that I see here as part of White Oak, and it's not. It is the Raven Tower. We're right next door. For those of y'all that may say, I'm not real familiar with that place. Well, if you know Christian's Tailgate, you know all those locations, sports bars around the city, a tremendous atmosphere. We're in the same family here, same owner, and so you get the vibe. A little outdoor, big TV outdoors there. There's an indoor area with a big bar, all the drinks you could possibly want, and the food truck has arrived, Ron. The food truck has arrived, and it's a barbecue food truck, but it's not just barbecue. They got steaks, they got chicken, they've got salmon, they've got boudin, they got a little bit of everything out there. So they're firing up the food truck. So I'm gonna get me a little grub here before too long. But all y'all, come on out and hang. We will be here till 6, but there's no doubt about it. This place is absolutely a spot that will be rocking. It'll be rocking all night long. So come on through and hang out when you get the time. You will not be disappointed. Ron, this is obviously a big game for the Texans, clearly. Every game when you drop to 2-4, when you climb to 3-4, when you got another opportunity to get to 500 here, it's a big game. Not to mention, we hadn't talked much about it. You get to 500 with Jacksonville and Tennessee coming down the pike. I mean, this could not only be a big win and a get back in the conversation in the AFC win, but it puts you in prime position to get to 6-4. Yeah. I mean, get to 6-4 with 2 division wins back to back and be in a really, really good spot and quiet a lot of the critics, which clearly has gotten under their skin over there at NRG Stadium. And so, handle your business, D'Amico. Handle your business this week, and a lot of the negativity will disappear. At least from you've earned every bit of the negativity, and we'll see if they can climb out from underneath it. Man, this is a big week, monster week. All right, it's a big week for a lot of guys. Starts with C.J. Stroud, starts with Nick Caley, no doubt about it. We've talked about those guys until we're blue in the face. I do want to spend a little bit of time here, Ron, talking about a couple of other guys on the offensive side of the football. If you've got anybody to add, let me know. But these are guys to me that it's time. Right, it's time in the 2025 season. I'm personally through with talking about installing an offense. I don't want to hear about injuries. I don't want to hear about, hey man, we're trying a rookie play caller. I don't want to hear about all that. It's time to put up or shut up, and I think these guys they're in position to be expected to make a difference. And it starts with not C.J. Stroud, but the other main communicator on this offense, and that's Jake Andrews, the center. He was a guy that they brought in here. They handed him they Kamari Lassitered his ass. They gave him the job. They said, you're going to be the starting job. They talk about competition. That's fine. Jake Andrews was given this job. He had familiarity and a history with Cole Popovich. He had familiarity and history with Nick Caley. He had familiarity and history with Nick Caserio. They brought him in here. They gave him the job, and he was expected to make a big-time difference. Hey, you know the offense. You communicate better. You can clean up some of the communication issues from last year. Well, this is a defense in the Denver Broncos that depend on. You are an offense in the Houston Texans that have had a major problem, not for 1 year, but for 2 years, if we're being honest, of filtering out what the hell's going on up front, picking up the rush, and allowing your quarterback to get comfortable and make plays versus better opponents. Jake Andrews has got to get this communication thing figured out. Jake Andrews has got to figure out when they crowd the line of scrimmage, when they walk two linebackers up in the A gap, or they cover every offensive lineman with a down. This is a 3-4 defense, so you can cover every offensive line at ease with a real pass rusher. And when they rock safeties and threaten one side of the ball or the other, hey, man, Jake Andrews has got to get this thing figured out. We talk a lot about CJ, and CJ does too. But right now I'm focused in on Jake Andrews. He's got to be great in communication, and great in communication particularly, Ron, when they crowd the line of scrimmage. So I just think this is a game where Jake Andrews has to be a difference maker. It's no more about, well, everybody needs to do their job. Now, Jake Andrews needs to show up and be a big reason why they figured this pass rush issue out.
It's the biggest thing they got to figure out across the board is that offensive line. He leads it, and everybody's got an issue. At the edges, the inside,
yep.
Zach Allen from all the guys that they have that can rush the passer, that's got to be the big thing in the game.
Well, as I mentioned, it's a 3-4 front, so the ability to, one, you're always going to, like Jake Andrews he's never going to be uncovered. Right, when you're facing a 4-3, a lot of times you're uncovered, or you got a shade and a guard next to you is uncovered. The reality is here with Jake Andrews in a 3-4 front with an aggressive style defense that you're going to have head up nose every snap this game. So you're not going to have a snap off. You're not going to have a day off. You're not going to have a series off. It's just a different approach when it's 3-4. And one of their go-tos is to cover all 5 offensive linemen. So Jake's going to have to work a little harder. It's going to be a little different look for him. And the communication piece is big, as well as, obviously he's going to have to work a little bit harder versus this front. The other guy on the offensive line, I think this is a big week, Ron. And I'm vested here. This is one I want to see, and I hope works out. Titus Howard, I'm a big fan of Titus Howard. I want to see Titus Howard work out. I want to see Titus Howard prove a lot of folks wrong that he is a top-tier talent at the tackle position in this league, and this is going to be an opportunity for him to show that. Can Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud and D'Amico Ryan, can they depend on Titus Howard being put on an island with whatever pass rusher they bring his way? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if it's an edge, if it's an outside linebacker. Doesn't matter who it is. Can you trust, hey, he's going to take care of whoever is to the front side of the quarterback, whoever's to the right side of our offense, Titus Howard is going to take care of, and he's going to be worth every penny that we're paying him. And that is, I'll be honest with you, I expect it to happen. Is he going to get beat from time to time? Yeah, sure he is. I mean, he's not Laramie Tunsil. But at the end of the day, can he hold his own over there on an island and not be a tackle that needs help? Can Nick Caley free up a bit and go, I don't have to help both of my tackles for 4 quarters and able to have to generate some level of a pass game? And so this is a big one for Titus.
Clint, it is so enormous for Nick Caley if he can depend on his best offensive lineman to hold up his spot, because there are going to be other areas where you're like, man, you look at the matchups and you're like, Nick Benito versus Ariante Ursery, that doesn't feel like a great matchup.
Yeah.
Zach Allen and their guys on the inside versus, Tomlinson and Scruggs, however they do that, Andrews, and that interior that they would be going up against. Ed has had a great year, but still you don't love that. The one place you can hope to say, all right, we can handle this, is out here with Titus Howard, that he doesn't force us to have to help him, doesn't force us to have to deal with him and him be issues, because we already know we probably have potential things we gotta be ready for going into it. So it's huge for him.
Yeah, monster week for a couple of Texans players not named C.J. Stroud. Jake Andrews, the center, he's got to communicate. He's going to have a 3-4 defense. He's going to have a nose to some degree over him. So physically and mentally, he's got to figure this thing out and have a top-tier game. Titus Howard at that right tackle position. Look, it's going to be damn near impossible for Nick Caley to do what he needs to do if he's constantly having to figure out ways to help both tackles while the inside's getting destroyed with the players that Denver has. It has to work out. If Nick Caley is going to have a chance to be a factor in this game, if C.J. Stroud's going to have a chance, Titus Howard's got to be able to. They got to have faith and confidence in putting Titus Howard on an island and letting him block one-on-one. They got to live with whatever goes on inside. There's going to get pushed. The pocket's going to collapse from the inside at times, and then Nick Caley's got to dedicate some resources to the other tackle, Ariante Ursery, because he's going to need it. He's a rookie. It's only fair. He needs it.
You have to have that built into the game plan right away anyway.
It's got to happen. And last but not least, Ron, this is a big one for me, and a lot of folks will be like, well, duh. I mean, obviously. Look, man, this is a game where your studs have to be studs. And there just ain't very many of them on the offensive side of the football. And for me, this is a game where we've got to be able to feel that Nico Collins is out there. And I'm not talking randomly within the scheme, within the system, whenever the progression, the read takes him there, we're going to throw him the 10-yard out route, or we're going to throw him the 16 to 18-yard dig route. I'm talking Nico Collins has to be the answer early and often. And here's why. This team's going to play a lot of man. We've heard for years, a couple of years now, 3 years now, where, boy, this is a cover two or a quarters league. This is a league where, man, they're just going to keep two safeties on the shelf and keep everything in front of them, man. This is that ain't going to be the case this week. You're going to get some man-to-man opportunities. And Nico Collins and Christian Kirk, but Nico Collins has to be an absolute monster. This has to be one of those games where Nico proves that he's a top 10, top 5 receiver in this league. Is he a guy that can do some similar things to Jamar Chase? Is he a guy that can do some similar things to Justin Jefferson? Can he do some Mike Evans things? Can he come in here and take over a game and give your squad a better chance of winning?
Well, we've seen Nico take over. I mean, we've seen him have huge games. We've seen it before.
Yeah, we've seen it. We need it. You know, we've seen it. We've seen it before. It's been a minute since we've seen one of those monster games. I mean, look, folks can go out there and talk about the Baltimore game if you want to. I'm not. I mean, that was a good game, but
they
it
had 50 yards.
Doesn't do much for me.
That's not.
I'm not talking about a game where there's 9 guys getting catches. I'm talking about a game where it's tough sledding and one guy's better than everybody else on the field. It's Nico Collins. I think Nico show has to be. This is a game where, you know, this isn't. We've talked a lot about Nico on this show all year long, and I stand by it. I don't know how and why he's not getting more touches in the screen game and more in the creative game. I don't get it, right? And then the coaches get up there and try to tell us, oh, we're trying to get Nico. We're focusing on Nico. We're targeting Nico. No, you're not. I mean, you're not. He may end up in the progression getting some throws, but you're not doing anything special to get Nico Collins the football. Not nearly often enough. You know, so that has been a talking point all year long. This is not a talking point of which you got to get creative and get him the football. To me, this is one where you're going to see man-to-man. And those man-to-man situations, do you have mechanisms in your offense to where your quarterback can go to Nico Collins? Do you have the triggers in your offense to where everybody else can run outside zone to the right, but if they're overloading the line of scrimmage and they're leaving Nico backside, can we throw him a now ball? Just give it to him right now. You know, does your quarterback have the ability to do those things? If so, this is a game where he can get aggressive and is going to have to get aggressive to do some of those things. Sitting in that comfort zone and just chilling like you have against Baltimore, like you did against, really, they did a better job against Tennessee, but like you did against San Francisco, getting in that comfort zone, I don't know if that's going to be the way to win this thing. I think it's going to have to be those two making monster plays in critical moments of the game.
Yep, and they've done it previous 2 years before this year, and they've done it, Clint, with other receivers out, right? Yep. They've done it where there hasn't been weapons. I think a game comes to mind is that Colts game that they played to get into the playoffs. They're, CJ's first year, and Nico just could not be stopped in that game, and it feels like they may need something similar to that. Tony, she came on YouTube and Twitch. She said, "I just can't trust Titus Howard."
Yeah, look.
You said there are people who still live in that space.
There's people that live in that space, and I'm sure
they need to trust him.
I'm sure somewhere along the line he's earned that from some folks. I'm just telling you right now that the way that he's been waffled around from left side of the ball to the right side, it's no surprised that people may be frustrated with him. I just want to see him. He's been playing right tackle for a bit now. I want to see him go out there and put on tape this weekend.
I would just wonder, just in your mind, who do you trust more on that offensive line right now to hold up their own?
Yeah, I mean, look, whether people trust him or not is totally irrelevant to me. I mean, I want to see the guy go out there and earn folks' trust this weekend. It's a monster game. Can Titus Howard handle his own on that right side? It will go a long way to helping us win the football game, no doubt about it. That's Ron Hughley. I'm Clint Stoerner. Tyler Milner is back in the studio behind the glass and on the ones and twos. We are at Raven Tower, 310 North Street, right here in Houston, the Raven Tower. Come through, hang out. Make sure when you get here, we got $25 gift cards from Academy Sports and Outdoors to give away. I think Ron's already given away 2 of them. We got a free oil change courtesy of Tom Ball Ford as well. We got a pair of tickets to the Texans-Colts, I believe it's Texans-Colts, maybe Texans-Cardinals games, a future Texans game. We got a pair of tickets we're going to give away, and that is courtesy of our Houston area Ford dealers. Also, there is a QR code on a banner when you walk in. It's the Academy Sports Ultimate Tailgate Package. That is sweet tickets to a Texans game at the end of the year, as well as a $1,000 gift card to take your tailgate to the next level. You can use it however you'd like to, but we're just couching it as a tailgate package. So you can come to the game, you can get a $1,000 gift card. All you got to do is scan that QR code and sign up right there where that takes you. And hang out with us.
That's right. Ooh, the food truck just arrived. Yep. I see them handing out food right now. I think we may need to jump on that.
There ain't no doubt.
Soon
that Boudin Lank of Boudin.
All right, coming up, want to give you an update here on the injury report for the Texans. Many people wondered about Dalton Schultz. Hadn't practiced all week. We'll give you an update on him. We'll do that as we continue right here live on a Football Friday, right here on The Drive.
All right, if you've got a home for sale, imagine selling that sucker in under a week. I'm telling you, if you've ever sold a home, you know that is a hell of a deal, even in today's market. Man, with Orchard's Fast Track, you can do it in today's market. Sell fast and sell for more. It can happen when you work with Orchard, right? You just got to lock arms with the right people. There's some
provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the loop and the drive on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Raven Tower, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
There we go. There we go. We got a good crowd out here, and you can add to it as we are live on a Football Friday. And we're here at Raven Tower. The food truck is in the building. I see people look at it. You hear all that crowd? Everybody got plates in front of them now. Now they got a little food to go along with this drink.
Yeah, get that base set.
Yeah, there they go. They feel themselves feeling good. Indoor, outdoor as well. Big TV. I was just talking to Mary in the top of the tower, and it is a great view of the skyline. You can get a good picture of the skyline in your background. I think my man said 900 steps up, I believe, is what he said. So it is a beautiful spot out here. We'll be here till 6 o'clock, but there are TVs inside, outside, all over the place if you want to watch the World Series and see if the Dodgers get eliminated, which I know many Astros fans are really excited about, the potential of that. Some NBA, a lot, college football, a lot to get to with TVs all over the place on a Friday night. Karaoke in the building. Tyler will be here for that, I'm sure, and a little live music as well. So a fun time out here, 310 North Street out here in Houston. It is it's going to be a good time out here. All right, I did want to let you all know. We'll give the full injury report in 5 o'clock fire. We'll give you the full injury report. Medium, I would say the full injury report here coming up in the 5 o'clock hour.
Boots Barbecue Company, baby.
There it is. In the 5 o'clock hour, we will unveil that because there's some news there revolving around the Denver Broncos that's big news. But I did want to get this across. The injury report is out. They have Dalton Schultz, who did practice today. Dalton Schultz did not practice on Wednesday or Thursday, but he did practice, full participant today, and he is now listed as questionable. He was a full participant today after showing up with that calf issue is limited. He doesn't have a designation, so he will go in this game coming up on Sunday. So some good news there for the Texans when it looked like maybe Dalton Schultz, there may be a chance. You generally don't practice on Wednesday and Thursday. That doesn't usually bode well for you playing. This will be the second player we've seen. It appears Derek Stingley. Derek Stingley didn't practice that 1 week, Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. He didn't practice all week and then still played. But it looks like Dalton Schultz will go. And Clint, I know we may get on some people's nerves with some of our thoughts here on how good this Denver defense is. But this is one of the best defenses in football. And you're going to need all of your weapons. And Clint, as hard as you were on Dalton Schultz last year, is as positive as you've been on him this year because he's been a different player from multiple aspects. But here lately, getting open quick, being a place that CJ can go, it is huge that he is in the game because if he were not able to go, we're staring at Harrison Bryant out here and maybe, the kid they pulled off the practice squad. So I think it's a huge deal that he's able to. It looks like he's able to play in this game.
No doubt about it. I mean, right now, I'm gonna tell you, man. In the past, I would have missed Dalton Schultz in the pass game, and we would have upgraded in the run game. In fact, Hell, Alabama tight end. I had him better.
Irv Smith.
I had Irv Smith better than Dalton Schultz last year in the run game, and more valuable because of that. That was last year. What Dalton Schultz is doing right now, you're going to miss him in the run game. If Dalton Schultz ain't there, you're going to miss him in the run game as well as the pass game. But, there's an argument out there to be made that C.J. Stroud would be a lot better off last year and this year if he would spend more time trying to get the football to Dalton Schultz instead of the other getting through progressions and trying to stretch the field and trying to there's an argument to be made that that Dalton Schultz is available early and often against most opponents. And so, yeah, man, Dalton Schultz being back is big news here on the Texans front. Whether you like the other weapons or not, the Christian Kirk, obviously we love Nico, but Christian Kirk and Jalen Noel and Higgins and all these other guys, Dalton Schultz is extremely important to what they want to get accomplished both in the run game and the pass game.
Yeah. So big to have him out there. And another one that they just can't key in on Nico, but another player that they have got to look in and lock in and understand that he can hurt you. He had 99 yards or 90-plus yards against Seattle a couple of weeks back. He's been a big part of this offense. So Dalton Schultz looks like he's set to go again in the 5 o'clock hour. We will give you a full injury report because there is some news with the Broncos that they already have one starter in Patrick that we'll have to update you on. That's a big deal. So that's coming up here in just a bit. Clint, Tyler, I don't know if you guys were a part of this, but I wonder how many people out there were like me that got YouTube TV last night.
I did not. I did not.
Yeah. Tyler, I'm sitting there, got the dishwasher, loading the dishwasher. It's kind of my nightly routine. Load the dishwasher up, baby. Got a little SVP, Sports Center, watching a little, just chilling. And the next thing you know, it's about 11:45. That thing just goes shot.
You were talking about 11:45 last night.
Oh, yeah, last night.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it just went down. I'm watching it, and bam, and it just said no Disney Channel. That damn YouTube TV and Disney then got into it. Now we ain't got no. I'm just telling you, I'm good until tomorrow. If they mess with this college football tomorrow, and they mess with my ability to have my 4 games at once, mess with my ability to be able to go through all my games, is one of the big reasons why I got it. I'm gonna be hot. Now I've only had it for about 2 months. Be smoking hot if they don't get it together. I was hot. I was there 45 minutes trying to figure out what the hell was going on, reading every story that I can find about what in the hell is going on. I guess they just having a dispute right now on the funds that need to be paid for them to come to an agreement. I've heard that YouTube TV has done this before with certain networks. I know they better hurry up, but everything I see right now, either side ain't budget. They just blaming each other right now. So I'm just telling you, they cool tonight.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
Well, I'm going to have to figure something out, but I'm gonna be pissed.
Oh, I thought you sounded like you had a plan, like you was going to cause some problems.
I don't want to have a plan right now. What I want to do is
call me.
I'll
get you on that Fubo train.
And I want them to work this out. Now, I believe I have other avenues that I can make this work.
Oh, I ain't never doubted that you don't have somebody's code, somebody's account, and somebody's code to get some kind of access.
I got it all. I want to be able to get my four different games on the TV. But that ran me so hot right there, boy. I said, what is happening?
It didn't get me. I heard about it this morning.
I thought we lost power, Clint. That's what I thought it was.
I think this could be a bigger play. I mean, some of the stuff that I heard is ESPN's trying to get they're trying to basically tighten down the screws around everything that they're doing and not allowing the YouTube TVs and everybody else to have access to their content. And so this may be a little bigger problem for you than we thought.
Text line, Ron, you haven't seen the millions of commercials on YouTube TV, LOL. I feel like they've been talking about it all day. Coming up into it, I'm not a big commercial watcher, I'll be honest with you. I tend to flip as soon as the commercials come on. But no, I didn't. Courtney certainly didn't seem like she was surprised by it. I said, what the hell is going on? Boy, Trey was pissed this morning. His little ritual, he comes in and watches Get Up, turns on the TV, Sports Center and Get Up. What is going on? I'm just they better get this thing taken care of before college football tomorrow. That's all I'm saying.
I wouldn't bank on it, Bub.
I'm going to bank on it. They need to be working 24 hours right now to figure this damn thing out. All right, coming up as we continue live here, Football Friday. We still got prizes to hook you up with, as well as you got a chance in the 5 o'clock hour to win future Texans tickets. Future Texans tickets coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. So stay tuned. If you have not put your name in our raffle box, you may do so now. Let's look at the key matchups. The key matchups that the Texans are going to have to deal with in this game versus the Broncos. We'll do that next.
All right, look, for a lot of y'all out there, it's happening, man. Your hair's thinning, your crown's disappearing. Maybe that hair loss issue you've got's got you feeling like you've lost your identity altogether. Well, I got good news. You're listening right now. It's probably meant to be, man. It's incredible, yet simple. One-day treatment starts regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. That's
best burgers in town, and so much more at BexPrime.com.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Raven Tower, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive and a Football Friday. There we go. There we go. The drinks, the food is flowing, and it's a good time, and you can be a part of this good time. We're out here at Raven Tower, right next to the old White Oak Music Hall, and I think they got something going on there tonight. It looks like they're preparing for a show or some acts tonight. We're right next door to that Raven Tower. TVs all over the place, inside, outside. The weather is beautiful right now. It is it's a good time to be had out here, and you can be a winner. We've hooked some people up with Academy Sports and Outdoor gift cards. We've got oil change to hook somebody up with. Tomball Ford. Any vehicle will work. Also, future tickets, courtesy of our good friends, the Houston Ford dealers. Future Texans tickets for a game later on this year. You got a chance to win in the 5 o'clock hour. All you got to do is put your name, actually your ticket, in our raffle box there that we have out here when you get in and to win. All right, how you feeling about the? You got a little boudin. You got a little.
I got boudin and brisket.
Boudin
from
and brisket.
Boots Barbecue Company, the food truck outside here, and they got a lot of options, and that is a big lank of boudin.
That is
big
lank. Serious link.
It's got good taste, man. Good. It's a good link of boudin.
There you go.
It's got a real Cajun, which is crazy because boudin is Cajun, but it's got a real Cajun.
More than you were expecting.
Different than I was expected, and really good. But I can't quite put my finger on exactly what it is. I almost want to think there's some kind of like maybe some crawfish sprinkled in there or something. But I'm not sure. Can't tell. But it's good. It's good. Yeah. I like when you eat boudin from somewhere. It's a little bit unique. You know, a lot of times you get boudin is boudin, right? But when it's a little unique, like at BB's they do Best Stop, which Best Stop's got some great boudin. So they use theirs, which is really good. So that's something a little unique is always nice.
There you go. Well,
the size here is sets it apart as well as the taste.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. That is large. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you may be able to see that. It's a large link. He's picking
the girth is there.
Girth, yeah. There it is.
Easy, Tyler. Boudin, Bob. Boudin.
Easy. All right. Let's look at matchups that are going to be very, very critical in this game coming up on Sunday against the Broncos. We've talked about a few of them, but you can give out yours too. 713-572-4610. YouTube, when they have the ball, when CJ is leading the crew, what for you, Clint, is the matchup that you're watching, that you'll be looking at while we're up watching the game in the press box, that fans that are going to be at NRG or at home watching? What is the matchup that you're looking at in this game when the Texans have the ball?
Well, I think it's easy. I think when you look at how they play defense, I think they want to get one-on-one matchups across the board. And the one-on-one matchup that I think they probably believe favors them is Ariante Ursery versus one of their edge rushers. The rookie left tackle for the Houston Texans has struggled, particularly with speed this year a couple of different times. But, that just being the one spot where I would say they know they can get on the edge with their speed rushers, and it could be a matchup problem in the favor of the Denver Broncos. And so I think that is the biggest matchup here. Now, look, they got really good matchups they're going to like across the board, really. Interior-wise, Juice and Laken Tomlinson and Jake Andrews, and those guys are going to just hang on for dear life. But I think the one that has the most potential to be a real problem for the Texans is left tackle Ariante Ursery, particularly versus Benito, but really any of their edge players they put over there. Can the rookie hang on, and can he afford Can Nick Caley afford to go, hey, man, on this series right here, we're not going to give that rookie a bunch of help. We're not going to just constantly pour resources into helping our left tackle. We're going to get some guys out in routes and try to create some mystery left tackle. This is a game where it could be the young fella arrives, and all of a sudden you look at that left tackle like you got your left tackle of the future, or he could be the reason that that these edge rushers play a lot of this game in the backfield next to C.J. Stroud.
Clint, the part of that, and I've said this before, I think we've had moments where we've looked at matchups and we've looked at the left tackle matchup with Ursary versus pass rushers. I believe it was the Josh Hines-Allen matchup. You cannot allow Nick Bonitto, if they move Jonathan Cooper out there, they switch things up. You cannot allow Bonitto, who usually goes up against the left tackle, you can't allow him to ruin and wreck the game. And you can't also watch and look at your rookie left tackle struggle and then continue to do the same thing every time.
Well, you can't let it happen. Let's be clear.
I thought they kind of let it happen to him against Jacksonville. It was never an adjustment.
I think that if you look at – I remember watching Texans film this year and being disgusted with the fact that they would even put guys over there. And it was clear those guys had never been told to chip on the way out because they're avoiding the pass rusher. They're not even trying to stop his feet. And so I think that has to change. I think it is absolutely criminal if we don't see players lined up formationally, motion-wise, with the sixth offensive back. If we don't see an effort early in this game to at least let the edge rushers know to the backside of the quarterback, blind side of the quarterback, let that edge rusher know we might get you in them ribs, big dog. We're going to make you stop your feet. At least threaten it. Do it a couple of times in the first quarter, and then they know it's there, and they got to account for it, right? But if you don't ever do it, then you're just asking for the left tackle to struggle. And so, I think we got to see that early in this game, simply to prove a point that you'll do it.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. That's a big one to watch this weekend. That's where Denver's at its strength. All right, how about when the Broncos have the ball? For me, I'm really, Clint, looking the Texans' run defense versus the Broncos' run offense. The Broncos are tied for third. They have a better rushing offense by the numbers than the Lions. To kind of put it in perspective how good they are. I think that's a huge thing because I know you said Sean is going to have answers for the pass rush and the strength. And when that the scary thing with the Texans, no matter who they play, is when you combine that pass rush with the ball skills of the guys they have on the back end and the coverage ability. And we saw it last week with Laster. We've seen it several times with Stingley over his career. We've seen it with Kellen Bullock. You combine that's where they can really get people. But we've seen ways they've slowed them down is when teams have been able to run the football on them. And I think that is going to be the big thing when they have the ball is that front up there, Texans, how they're able to handle J.K. Dobbins, who's having a great season thus far. And then we just watched R.J. Harvey come up with big plays and have 3 touchdowns of his own last week against Dallas. I think that's a big thing when the Broncos have the ball for the Texans.
Yeah, you got to figure out a way to slow down the run. If they can run the football, as in every game and every scheme that you see, and if anybody can run the football, then the play action is going to be there. They're going to have to close the middle of the field. They're going to have to put your corners on an island. You're going to have to be more predictable. And so if they can run the football, if you have a hard time stopping them with your front 6, let's call it, you're down 4, and your 2 inside linebackers, if you have a hard time stopping them with that, it's going to be a long day, right? It's going to be a long day for your defense. Just like if we can get our run game going, it's going to be a long day for their defense, even as good as they are. Both sides of the football, if you can get your run game going. Here's the deal. To me, what has to be special and what has been special to me is your edges, starting with your nickel defender, Jalen Petrie. Jalen Petrie's been really, really good, and he's having a hell of a year, but he's been really good in a sense of stopping the run. I think when you look at him, Kalen Bullock on the other side, MJ Stewart, I think the guys that are coming down that are feeling kind of that second line of defense that's going to really be more so on the edges than in the middle of the field. I think those guys have to have monster games. you got to take some risk. You got to come out of there. I mean, just heat-seeking missiles, and they've all done it. We've seen them all do it all year long. But we saw them. They tackled really, really well. There's nothing better than last week's game to prepare them for this week. The West week is very similar to what you're going to have to do this week. Although they will come at you with a two-headed monster, not just one guy.
Yeah, no, it's a big key. Someone texted in. Ursery went through Hell Week at camp versus 51. He'll be good. Oh, I mean, he went through Hell Week afterwards against Josh Hines Allen, number 41 against the Jags, and that was in game.
I hope you're right.
He has been a lot better since the Jacksonville game. Like I said, I think Seattle got him a couple of times, but it never looked like that. And last week he was really, really good. But this is, as we've tried to kind of prepare you guys, this is a completely different animal.
Well, I mean, this is an elite edge rusher that happens to do it with mostly speed, and he's got really good dudes around him, so you're not going to get a lot of help. So I mean, this is one where he was good last week. That's fine. You're good against Seattle. That's fine. You're good against Baltimore with the guys they could throw out there. That's fine. But this is one of those, you go against the Rams, and all of a sudden you got to deal with what's my man's name with the Rams?
God, I can't remember. I know you're talking about the young cat. Yeah,
the kid that come out of Florida State.
Yeah,
that's a different animal. Jacksonville, different animal, different type of player. This guy is more in line with those dudes that we struggled with, and so we'll see if he can step up and handle him. We'll see if Nick Caley's got the plan, because it's going to take a little bit of both.
Yeah. As you said, again, he's got to get help. He has got to get help. All right, coming up a little 5 o'clock fire. We'll give you the injury report. There, another big piece for the Broncos has been declared out in this game. We'll give you the latest on the Texans as well. And also, big news for the Texans' opponent next week. One of their players will give you the latest on that and get you prepared for Game 6, as it could be done for the Dodgers tonight as they face elimination against the Blue Jays. All of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Deep in the heart of Texas, baby, in a city
It's yours to win. Now, here's the cool part. Through November, Depend is contributing up to $300,000 to prostate cancer research by donating 25 cents for every purchase of Depend shields, guards, and Real Fit products. Void in Mississippi. Learn more at depend.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Jordan's a go for launch.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. You old dirty show. T. Miller have the latest. And the latest is, as you can hear, and you might want to make your way on out here, the drive is on the road on a football Friday, and we are live here at Raven.
It's a good day, y'all. It's a good day.
Ravens Tower.
Good Friday.
As you can hear, Clint, that was just I think a water, guys.
It's a Sprite.
Sprite, okay. Not the hard stuff yet.
Not yet.
He did start with one. Maybe in the 5 o'clock hour, Old Dirty will jump on another. But it's been a good time. You can come on in here and jump on drinks. They've got anything you need. Beer. They've got frozen drinks, an array of them. That Purple Haze, a little whiskey is strong too. Beer towers. They've got everything you need, and a delicious food truck. I just had the steak, solid, strong, and you heard Clint with that brisket and that boudin. That is one of the largest links I have ever seen. But the food was great. I've talked to a lot of people who've enjoyed everything that they've had here, and you can come on out and enjoy yourself here again. Again, we're at Raven Tower out here, 310 North Street here in Houston, right next to the White Oak Music Hall, the music outdoor venue that you can come right next door to it, not attached, but right next door to it. You can enjoy yourself and have a good time out here. By the way, we still have, since Kits 2 hook somebody up with, we'll do that in the 5 o'clock hour. Those tickets obviously are courtesy of our Houston Ford dealers. All right, let's look at the injury report we told you about. Dalton Schultz, who hadn't practiced all week, he returned to practice. If you're just getting in your car, he is listed as questionable. I think the belief is that he'll go. He was a full participant today. Danico Autry, who had missed practice on Wednesday, he was limited again, but he is now listed as questionable. Dylan Horton also crossed that D-line. He was a full participant after not practicing Wednesday and being limited. He is questionable as well. And Jakob Johnson, who returned, he's been full the last 2 days. He is questionable. I think the bigger news here is coming, Clint, from the Denver Broncos. We know, or at least now it is official, we had the feeling that Patrick Surtain would be out of this game with that pec issue, so he is officially listed as out. But the other one we were looking at, Clint, was Marvin Mims Jr., Texas kid, went to Oklahoma, but has been a big play threat for them, maybe their number one big play threat over the last couple of years that they use in the kicking game. They use it receiver. They use in the backfield. They do a lot of different things to get him the ball. He is now listed as out in this game with a concussion. He is out in this game, so they will be without, arguably, Clint, their biggest big play weapon and threat that they like to use. Now, they have others, but he is a guy that it seems like multiple times a game they try to get him down the field in a big play, and that option is gone for the Broncos.
Yeah, look, Marvin Mims is a guy that, with this offense, is a unique weapon for Sean Payton, and Sean Payton likes to have those unique weapons. And you talk about, you hear D'Amico Ryans earlier in the week talking about how these guys, what's different about Sean Payton is Sean Payton throws such a wide variety of offensive football at you in one game. And what makes that possible is a guy like Marvin Mims, who obviously is a good receiver, but he can also, you can hand it to him. You can line him up in the backfield. You can, as you mentioned, you can jet sweep it. The screen game he's live in. He's got speed to get over the top. He is tremendous in sense of tracking the football on the deep stuff, and the speed is there. And so when it comes to being able to throw so much at a defense, I think Marvin Mims was a big key to that. Now, I'd be shocked if Sean Payton doesn't have a slightly lesser player that's in a backup role that we see. But no doubt about it, man. Not seeing – you can argue that – I mean, outside of the quarterback, obviously, but you can argue that the two best players on both sides of the football are out of this game. And nobody – look, I'm obviously Cortland Sutton, Evan Ingram. There's –
they got some offensive linemen.
They got some dudes that are special, but when it comes to kind of being unique to what they do and allowing them to do more, I mean, you can argue that Marvin Mims is just as important offensively as Patrick Surtain is on the defensive side of the football.
Yeah. So that is a big development in this game. We knew Surtain was out, but Mario for the concussion protocol, so he is out of this game. So that is big news in this game and something that will help the Texans and their defense not have to deal with that big play threat, because he is a guy that, even though he's not one of their great players, he's a guy when he's on the field, Clint, you gotta kind of pay attention. He's somebody you look up and say what's going on there, and you put eyes towards. So that is the latest there on the injury report as they get prepared to play on Sunday at NRG.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Texans have a 3-game home stretch here right now. They play the Niners, they'll play the Broncos Sunday, and then they play the Jags in a return game, and not just a division game, Clint, but now, especially if they're able to get a W, this will be a big game in terms of playoff seeding, as the Jags are 4-3 and you're 3-4 currently. But Travis Hunter, their number 1 pick in the draft, he is heading to the IR after he had an injury in practice. So he is going to miss at least 4 games. So he will not only miss this week, but obviously he will miss next week when the Texans have to play him. Jags wide receiver / cornerback Travis Hunter will be placed on IR after suffering a non-contact right injury. Those are always the scary ones, Clint, during Thursday's practice. But the team is still trying to determine the extent of the injury. He will miss at least 4 games, but it could be more depending on field. Initial testing revealed that Hunter's ACL is intact, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter, and Hunter will go through additional testing to determine the extent of the injury and how long he will be sidelined. No answers are expected before next week. So the Texans do avoid playing him, but I know he was always somebody this year with what he's doing, playing both sides, both ways, was an interesting watch. I think good for the Texans next week, but kind of tough overall that we don't get to see him come into town.
Yeah, look, I hate to see it, but but when it comes to the Texans and the fact that we play them within that 4-game window, I'm here for it. Look, it's the thing about him and what we know about him at this point. I don't know if he's a better receiver, a better corner. I don't study Jacksonville enough to know what the hell's going on, but I know when I watch a Jacksonville game, it just seems like the kid always makes a big play. And so that's the fear with them is Trevor will throw it up to him, and he's just a big play guy.
And he's a threat. He's a
constant threat.
And
constant
maybe the best
threat.
Athlete on the field when he's out there.
Yeah. So I mean, that is a knowing that we play him in 2 weeks. That's going to be a big loss for Jacksonville for sure.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't think Clint he is quite hit the way that I'm sure they were hoping to.
Yeah, I agree.
I just think they probably don't know exactly how to use him. It does feel like, Clint, that he potentially is going to have to pick one side. Like it feels like it may be leaning towards that. Maybe it may be on the other side, but it does feel like he is going to have to pick one side that he predominantly plays, and then maybe you look at it and he does some other things in certain situations.
Yeah. Well, I thought it was unorthodox from jump the way that they, to me, that's a cornerback that has a small package on the offensive side of the ball. It's going to take time for him to become an elite route runner. You know that it's going to take time for him to learn the offense, and it's going to take time for him to gain chemistry with the quarterback. But one thing you can do is put him at corner. He can play corner in his sleep. And then you've got a package of knowing, hey, we're getting this coverage or we're trying to get this particular coverage. We're going to throw it deep. We're going to let him just use his playmaking ability instead of letting him or forcing him in a situation where he's got to try to learn an offense. And so I've always thought that it was interesting the way that they that people thought, oh, he's going to play offense and then have a package on defense and yada yada yada. That was wild to me. So it wouldn't shock me at all if he didn't become either one-sided or predominantly defense, and we're just going to have a little small package for you to be an athlete on offense.
Yeah. All right, so that is the latest there. The Texans will miss Travis Hunter as he goes with the IR and has to miss at least 4 games with the Jags. They're sitting there 4-3, right in the race as well.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Game 6 tonight, and the Dodgers could be eliminated tonight, and that I know makes a lot of people here in Houston happy. It smiles with the thought the Bastards win this thing again. Don't let them go back-to-back. We'll never hear the end of their crying, and they've got a chance to go with this. Some news here coming out of this. George Springer, I know a lot of people are thinking about he got injured in a swing a couple of games ago and has missed the last 2. He is back in the lineup today for the Blue Jays. So he is once thought it was a little bit more serious. I ain't going to lie to you, the way it looked, I thought, well, that looks like an oblique. That looks like a couple of that looks like weeks. And his manager would never, ever rule him out. Even would say, yeah, he could come off the bench, things like that. And I just thought this was gamesmanship. But apparently not. He is really going to get back in the lineup today. Mookie Betts, who has been struggling, he's been struggling probably as much as he has in his career. They drop him again in the lineup. He was batting behind Ohtani. He hit third in Game 5. Now they drop him to the cleanup spot in Game 4. So those are some news and notes there. Yamamoto, he gets the ball for the Dodgers against Kevin Gausman, and he's been really, really good. He had a complete game, one-run complete game, 105 pitches in Game 2 of this series to get a win. And so we'll see what happens tonight. But the Dodgers got a chance to go down. And I am intrigued to see. All right, let's see what does Shohei do, because really, Clint, outside of that game where he got on base 9 times and he went 4 for 4, I don't want to not good. He struck out with his helmet falling off. He struck out multiple times. I do want to see if he rises to the occasion with their season on the line. But to me, it feels like the Blue Jays have been the better team. It feels like it is Vlad and that group's time, and I don't know if they take care of them tonight, but I think even if it goes 7, I like the Blue Jays to win one of these 2 games left.
No, look, I like Vlad. He's fun to watch. I like George Springer, obviously, but it's just hard for me to go outside the states, baby. It's hard for me to root against a team right here in America, man. So I'm gonna hope them Dodgers can pull it on through.
Did you get a hat, or did you get a Dodgers hat, or?
Oh no, I'm no fool. No. I'm not a Dodgers fan. I'm not a Dodgers fan. I would just like to see the team that's located here in the United States get that dub.
Yeah. All right. So, we'll see. We'll see who you got tonight, Tyler. You got the Blue Jays finishing them off.
I mean, that's what I hope for, but I'm not going to be watching it or care. So
I'm not going to be watching.
I mean, hey man, Tyler's he is staying with this. He is leaning in and staying with this. I am not watching this. I refuse to watch this. Well, you can. Even if you have YouTube TV, you got those channels. You can watch the World Series coming up tonight, Game 6, as we continue rolling through.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, last night, Clint, it looked like the Ravens were back. They win last night 28-6. And I think, to me, the real impressive part is with how bad their defense has played this year. And if you look at it, the last 3 weeks they've played the Dolphins, who put up 30-plus on the Falcons last week and held them to 6. Now, the Dolphins moved the ball and got near the red zone or in the red zone multiple times, but got turned away with turnover and turnover on downs. But still, to hold a team to 6. The week before that, they hold the Bears to 16. The week before that, they hold the Rams to 17. If their defense can just be all right, now we look at and we see Lamar is out there. Derrick Henry runs for 120 yards last night. Lamar throws 4 touchdowns. Everything seems to fall into place. Their offensive line looks better.
Yep.
And it was so bad that the damn Dolphins went ahead and fired their GM last night, Chris Greer. he's out. By the way, Mike McDaniel will finish the season, so he probably knows he's done as well. But last night, a lot happened in that game and then following that game. But I think the Ravens, that looks like a team that's on the that's on the move right now, even though they moved to 3-5. They're ready to roll, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, look, I said it yesterday. Pittsburgh dropping the last 2 games and allowing that division to be interesting with really everybody at this point is what made this possible. But then Lamar Jackson coming back, and that's just a totally different team. I mean, they scored 28, Ron. The effort, how effortless it was. I mean, the play calling appears to be totally different. Obviously, it's easier to call plays when you got a guy like Lamar Jackson pulling the trigger.
He didn't even run, Andy.
It's wild. But I'm gonna tell you who else. That damn Kyle Hamilton is that sucker right there jumps off the damn field when you're watching
him. And Roquan, they got them all back. Looked like Marlon Humphrey was back in there too, and they were flying. They look like a different team. What about in Miami? They fired Chris Greer. Looks like they're about to go and run through that whole thing. I heard Colin Cowherd say this earlier, and it made me kind of go the other way. He said that if I were the Dolphins, I'd make a real run at Lane Kiffin. I'd look at Lane to hand the reins over to him. I'm thinking if I'm Baltimore, I'd look at Lane Kiffin after this season. Short of them winning a championship, I feel like they're going to move on from Harbaugh. And I think he'd be a fit in either one of them spots. If we talked about Lane Kiffin talking about going to Florida or LSU, Lane did coach the Raiders and was a head coach when he was really, really young. And now he's a lot older, not a lot older, he's older, but he's got more experience. I think he could work in the NFL again.
Yeah, no, I think Lane Kiffin could work in the NFL, absolutely. The reality of it is that they're going to pay him $12, $13 million because that's what it's going to take to get him out of the college ranks.
Yeah.
That's the thing is he's real comfortable at Ole Miss.
College coaches make it more than these NFL coaches.
Well, these days it's more difficult, right, with that unlimited free agency with no contracts involved right now. It's significantly more stressful to be a college coach than a pro coach.
And you give Lane Lamar and
shoot you. If Lane lets anybody think that he's interested in the NFL, them Giants better be the first ones to jump.
Yeah. There's a lot of teams. He is one of those guys where it's like, yeah, man, he got in there really early, and he wasn't awful with the Raiders, but got in there really early, and now. He's had some years to grow, and he could build a program. He'd be a good thought as well. All right, coming up as we continue, what does D'Amico have in store for Sean Payton? That's a big matchup here. We heard in the loop talking about earlier how those two coaches could have been switched here. Well, now they're going to be facing off Sean Payton's offense versus D'Amico's defense. What's that going to look like? We'll do that coming up next.
I don't know what it's going to look like, but I can tell you what that watch party, what that tailgate, what that family gathering is going to look like if you walk in with that Daisy Ranch dip and that Daisy French onion dip, right? You're going to be the MVP, no doubt about it. They're absolute game changers, y'all. Look, these dips, they're as delicious as any homemade dip as you're going to find, man.
November 10th at Champions Golf Club, raising funds for Texans, children's, and ICU families. Even though the player field is full, you can still sponsor a hole or donate to help provide Angel Eye video access, peer support, and essential comforts to families in need. Learn more and give now at texaschildrens.org.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Raven Tower, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, welcome back in. That Wayne always get me right there, that fireman. That always gets me. Welcome back in. Yeah, we got a good crowd out here.
Yeah, noisy bunch.
That's good, man. Hey, somebody needs to order some shots. I don't know who, but somebody needs to order some. My man right there say, yeah, baby, you got one? Take that shot. There you go.
Hey, they're gone. They're down the hatch, baby. They were down the hatch.
Yes, again, we are live out here on a Football Friday at Raven Tower, and we will be. You got a limited time. If you've not put your name in our raffle box, as soon as this segment ends, we will give our big prize, a pair of tickets to a future Texans game, courtesy of our great friends with the Houston Ford dealer. So you still have an opportunity to do that. So stay tuned, hang in there for your chance to win and get your name in that raffle box if you have not done so. It's been a great time out here as always. Get you ready for the Texans and the Broncos. By the way, Clint, boy, and I'm good with this. I want to make this very clear. I'm good with this. I love the life that I have, and I'm sure I'm looking at the commissioner. He's a little older than I am, so this has been a little further for him. This used to be a real night.
Halloween?
Oh, give me a Halloween on a Friday. This used to be a night. This is my man Shay. My man Shay over here said, "Hey man, I'm single. I'm getting out tonight. I'm going to a bar." I'm thinking of myself. I remember one year I went as an Oompa Loompa, and I mean, I was a big Oompa Loompa too, baby. Stayed in character, man. You get out there. That was a, as you would say, that was a night to hunt. We was out there trying to get dubs out there, baby. Back
Ain't
in
no doubt. Halloween hunting, man.
Halloween, man. Get yourself dressed up. Well, I can remember being out there in Murfreesboro at Stampedes on Halloween. Let's get after it, gentlemen.
You dress up and they dress down.
That's right. That's
right. That was. There were some good times had, no doubt.
Yeah, Halloween.
I'm glad they didn't have cameras. They didn't have cameras. Them old phone cameras would have got me, boy.
This would have been a night, man. I'd like that. Good for you, Shake. Boy, have a good time. All you out there single out there, go out there and have yourselves a good time. A Friday night Halloween. That's it right there. Ain't got to go nowhere tomorrow. Just absolutely get just blitzed and hope you get a dub. There it is, man.
I'm trying to think what character was my top kill.
The old cop.
I'm trying to get me a sheriff or two.
Just sheriff.
Oh, Sable back in the wrestling days. Remember Sable? That was a good one. You're right. How do you know the cop was a couple? Everybody trying to be a sexy cop.
Man, a sexy cop. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, man. Mom
never much of a witch hunter.
Mom are like artist. All right, Clint, man. Defensively, we've talked about it a lot about the issues the Texans are going to have. But Bo Nix and Sean Payton got their hands full in this game. And my thinking is this is going to be a low-scoring game. Coming up here in a bit, we'll do our Friday finish. We'll give our predictions and what the Texans will, or the way the Texans will win if they do this. But I just feel like the Texans' defense are going to have to help their offense with some field position, maybe turnovers. Hell, if they score, which I'm certain they could do. We watched Will Anderson score 2 weeks against Seattle that helped their offense. I just think their offense is going to need some help from them. And my thinking is, some points of the game, I'm thinking D'Amico and them maybe have to take some chances and be aggressive to try to create some field position or create some turnovers in this game. But maybe blitz him maybe a little bit more than he wants to, doing some other things. I just think their speed, and we've seen Denver have struggles on offense at times. They struggled mightily against the Jets. They struggled for 3 quarters against the Giants. They've struggled at some times this year. My thinking was to be aggressive and at some point to create some field position or turnovers in this game.
Yeah, I'm going to go. I'm going to go on the flip side of that. Well, I mean, I'll never disagree with being aggressive and getting turnovers and scoring points. I mean, I think I just don't know if it's the wisest thing to do against this particular offense. Look, I think Sean Payton, I know he has answers for a lot of things, and I don't know that taking a lot of risk and putting guys on islands behind that risk is a really good idea. Maybe if the game dictates that, then cool. But for me, I really do believe that this is a not that D'Amico's ever going to be a bend don't break guy, but I do think this is a week when you don't have to bring your safeties off the hash as much. You don't have to take too much risk and put guys on islands. Keep everything in front of you, tackle. Make them go 15 plays to score. Make Bo Nix execute from the pocket. Don't rush past him and let his legs become a big player in the drive. I think that's how you start the game. And now, look, if something happens and you got to go another direction, then so be it. But I got to let Will and Daniil hunt up front. I got to keep everything in front of me and not let them get any explosives over the top because they're going to stress you sideline to sideline. That's what Sean's going to do. He's going to stress you side. He's going to make you defend sideline to sideline. Be really good. Do what you did last week. Tackle, bottle up guys like Christian McCaffrey. You can damn sure bottle up this crew, but play sideline to sideline, really sound, and let the game dictate what you do from there.
Yeah. No, yeah. I mean, you don't want to mess up and give up anything. I think Mims being out is a help. Although
yes,
I think they still have some guys that could hurt you. Or R.J. Harvey obviously had some big plays last year, but I just think and you're putting yourself in a potential bad position. But I just think, hey, we got to create something. We got to, especially if you get a chance to do so and cut loose and find ways where you can create turnovers. And then someone just texted in, well, maybe you don't need to do that. Will and Daniil can create on their own. And, yeah, you have the ability to do that. We've seen that. As we said, Will Anderson did that against Seattle.
Well, I think there's a few things, though, right? I mean, they have a lot of confidence in their pass protection. They have a lot of confidence in their tackles, right? And so you kind of feel this thing out. Is Daniil and Will, are they getting handled by the tackles, or are they getting home and creating chaos? If not, then if they are, then we're good to go. If not, then maybe you got to add something and take a little bit more risk. But I got to stay in structure. I got to stay somewhat conservative on defense out of the gate to see if they're going to be disciplined, see if they can handle Will and Daniil. I'm not saying they're not going to disguise coverages. They're going to disguise some different coverages, show some different looks. But I just don't know that that's going to come in the form of being really aggressive and taking a lot of risk early on.
Yeah, we'll see. I just know both offenses are going to have to deal with elite defenses, and especially defenses that have elite parts of their team, and that pass rush and back end with the Texans, and then obviously the front seven and pass rush for the Broncos. Here on a Football Friday live here at Ravens Tower. Come on out and make your way. We'll be here till 6 o'clock, but hell, you can party, man. This is a good spot, indoor, outdoor. As we said, you want to hit a bar for Halloween? You're single? You're not? You want to be? Hey, you ain't got no kids? Bring them. This is a good spot to hit, and I feel like business is about to, as JR would say, going to pick up here in a bit as it gets a little bit later in here. It looks like it's going to be a good time, so make your way on out here. We'll do our Friday finish. You can be a part of this. Text in 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. The Texans will win if, and what's your predictions? We'll do that as we continue right here live on the
Payout for 46 game $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Not sure which grill is right for you? The experts at Texas Star Grill Shop will guide you through.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Raven Tower, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we continue to ride through the Texans as they get ready for another big game. This is a huge game for the Texans. They will take on the Denver Broncos, and a big game. They got a huge win last week, and now they look to try to back that up with another big win as well. All right, you could text in real quick that the Texans will win if they do what, and we'll get to that as well. What you got?
You remember playing tetherball back in the day?
Oh, absolutely.
Greg they got a little tetherball. They got a little tetherball going on outside, and to be honest with you, man, I remember even in the warm weather, that game's brutal on the old hand. I remember when it cools down about like this out there on that playground, boy, and tearing that old hand up in that cold weather.
I'm out there swinging it as hard as I could.
Oh,
man.
no doubt. That's a game. That's a game. Getting competitive is really bad for your hands.
Greg Johnson's backyard. We used to tear that thing up. I feel bad for Greg Johnson. I feel like me and our other friends, we bullied him out of playing soccer. We said, "Come on, man, bros don't play no soccer." We bullied him. He was real good, too, and then he quit playing. Feel bad about that.
Hope you feel good about it.
I don't, man.
Why are you smiling?
I don't. I think he got into drugs too.
See, soccer could have changed his life, man.
He was good too, man. He was good, and we just bullied him into it. Man, you play soccer for real? I really do. I feel bad about that. Yeah.
You should.
Yep.
You should feel bad about smiling about it right now.
Greg was a soccer and tetherball, baby. That was his
trying to do his thing, man. And y'all talked him out of it.
It was. Appreciate everybody who came out, by the way, as well. Shout out to the entire staff here. They have been fantastic the entire way. Make sure you tip your waiters and waitresses as well. And shout out to our guy Shay. He's been with us the last 2 days. He is our promo staff. Has been fantastic as well. And our guy Matt, our engineer, who keeps us on the air. If you're riding around in the city, and there are many of you who are watching us on YouTube and Twitch, he does that as well. And then, of course, Tyler Milner holding us down there at the station as well. So we appreciate that. By the way, coming up behind us, 3-hour action of Texans All Access. D'Amico Ryans will be there on the show with Mark Vandermeer and John Harris. So make sure you get rolling with us as well. Area 45, the fellas are back. They will roll through here. Sean Bijani, Chris Santiago will have you ready for this evening with a little Area 45. Again, as we generally finish things out, you can text in 713-572-4610. The Texans will win if they do what? The Texans will win if they do what? I see some people texting thoughts in. The Texans will win if they can run the ball consistently. Gus and Katie, not bad. I like that. Some others there. The Texans will win if they get off to a good start like they did last week. I think that was a really big deal. I mean, you go 18 plays and hold the ball as long as they did, and I know they wanted to get in the end zone, but that set the tone because that was the rest of the way. Clint, for you, what is it? The Texans will win if they do what?
I think the Texans win if Nico Collins goes over 100.
You've been on Nico. You're serious right there about Nico. You think this is a big –
yeah, because, I mean, look, I think if Nico Collins goes over 100, I think obviously CJ's been somewhat protected. Nick Caley's focused on getting him the ball, and more importantly, some of these man looks, these pressure looks, these aggressive looks that they give us, that means that he's busted that thing wide open a couple times. And so I'm going to go Nico Collins, the tell-all. If I could pick one thing, one specific thing, Nico Collins goes over 100 yards in this game, Texans win.
All right, yeah. Nico Collins, 100 yards. Yeah. I have a bit of a concern. If it can work, that's great. I do have a bit of concern that they stepped away from last week's game and said, that's how it's got to be.
Always a concern.
You know, I mean, we got to get Noel here and Higgins here, and let's get this thing popping around to everybody. And yeah, I'm not saying that's a bad thing. That may be the best we've seen the offense look, but still, your thought is to try to get the ball in your playmakers' hands. And Nico Collins, especially with no Patrick Surtain in this thing, Nico Collins is a guy you got to try to get the ball to. So I like that thought as well. As I see some others there, I love the people who run rolling. If they score more points, thank you. Thank you for your worthless text. My Texans will win if C.J. Stroud is the best offensive player on the field on Sunday. If he is between both teams, because I don't know about you, Clint. I don't think this is going to be a shootout, right? I don't get the sense that this is going to that the Broncos are putting up 44. Or that, what was the final of that game they played against the Giants? I think that was in the 30s, maybe 33, 31, whatever that was. I don't get the sense that we're looking at a game that's going to be high scoring. I get the sense that it's going to be a tight game where points are going to be tough to come by. And I believe the defenses are really, really good and going to give both sides problems. But whose offense do I trust more? Well, I'll be honest, walking into it, the thought is I trust Sean Payton and the Denver offense a little bit more. But can C.J. Stroud come up with enough plays here and there, right? We've talked about this. Don't go crazy, but when a play has to be made and when you have to make plays, C.J. Stroud's got to be the guy that we look at in this game that, to me, like Bo Nix can't be the one that's making those plays, and C.J. doesn't. And so for me, in a tough game where I think the defenses were going to be really good, can C.J. Stroud be the difference? Can he be the best offensive player? Because, I mean, I think he should be. But can he be the best offensive player on the field? That, to me, is where I see them winning.
Well, I like that conversation, even if we're not talking about winning and we're just talking about C.J. Stroud. You know what I mean? Like, to me, it's we watch it every week. I mean, we watched Lamar Jackson come back last night and just work magic, man. And I'm not saying that the Dolphins are anywhere near the team that that the Texans are playing in Denver, but we watch it every year. The top quarterbacks in this league go out there. They navigate chaos in a pocket, and they somehow make plays when it seems to be messy and muddy in the pocket. And they seem to take their team and rise everybody up to their level. And for CJ, can he do it? It's going to be an opportunity for CJ to prove that he's one of those guys, and can he do it? And it's a juggling act, man, because what they want him to do is just stay boring and just kind of distribute the football and get it out and minimize the risk and that kind of thing. But a game like this against this defense, your quarterback is if he's big time, your quarterback has to take the game into his own hands and make plays multiple times throughout. And can CJ do that?
And I don't think necessarily what you said is not the thing they should be doing the bulk of the game, right? I don't think he needs to come out there and get crazy and say I've got to force this.
Yeah, no.
But I mean, moments and times and situations. All right, really the difference of the game is the two defenses were really good. To me, it's better if the two defenses were really good and the difference was C.J. Stroud. The Texans had C.J. Stroud and Sean Payton was just a little bit better than Nick Caley to set his team up, right?
Sure.
Like I think that is the situation.
And I think those are fair expectations too. By the way, talking about C.J. Stroud, I think teams with franchise quarterbacks and $50-60 million quarterbacks are banking on their guys taking games over at a certain point, at some point throughout the game, taking it over and being special.
Yep. Someone else text in, if the offensive line blocks well. Well, they said blocks good. I couldn't say it. Blocks well, we win. Yeah. I think it's clearly the number one key in this game for the Texans.
Well, that's going to be the key for the Texans week in, week out, putting a good product on the field. But the reality of it is again, you look at the top teams, you look at the top quarterbacks, and they deal with muddy, chaotic pockets, sometimes for 4 quarters, and they're comfortable in those moments. It's when they're at their best. And so we'll see. We'll see if CJ can get back to that.
All right, as some people are texting in their thoughts on if the Texans will win. The Texans will certainly win if they outrush the Broncos. Yeah, I think running the football is going to be a big deal. All right, your prediction, Clint. What do you think in this game? How do you see this game going?
I'm going 2010 Broncos.
You got the Broncos again? Somebody else said, come on, man. Man, you picking against the Texans again?
Yeah.
Doggone it, man.
Yeah, I don't like the matchup, man.
I picked the Texans last week, and I was.
You did.
I was right. I was the only one. I was right. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah, man. Texans.
Come on, Ron. What are you going to quit beating around the bush, man? They're waiting on it.
Listen, they are a team that can absolutely win this game. They the Broncos are 6-2, but they are not a team that is on a different level from the Texans. And I think the Texans have the better defense in this game, and I think this is going to be a tight game.
Hey, man, pick a score already, man. What's the deal?
I think it's going to be a tight game. But I cannot pick the Texans this week. I am sorry, man. I think it'll be tight. I think it'll be more Sean Payton being able to have his offense.
You don't make it any better by explaining it.
I'm just going to. I got it 17. I got it 17-13, a low-scoring game. I hope I'm wrong. I need Denver to lose for many reasons. I hope I am wrong, but no, I don't. I'm with you. I don't like the matchup. I feel like they're going to have – I thought Jacksonville was bad for this offensive line. It feels like it may be worse than that in this game to me. And it's not Trevor on the other side potentially keeping you in the game. So I'm with you. I got Denver 17-13.
Who's T. Mill got? Who's Tyler got?
I'm certain Tyler's going to have the Texans winning. By the way,
they need Tyler. They need Tyler.
By the way, best bets coming up. You can find that at Real Deal T Mill. He will have the latest for you and make you a little cash. He's had a pretty good week. He was 4 for 5 last night. The only thing is the Dolphins just plummeting is what took him out. So check out his picks there at Real Deal T Mill. Yeah, sorry guys, I thought Clint might go away. I thought Clint. Somebody texted in, Chubb gets 100 yards, we're winning. Yeah, I'll
Chubb gets 100. We're all going to be celebrating. Chubb gets 100.
Chubb gets, I think, more likely for Woody to maybe get 100. All right, again, thank you all who came out with us. Texans All Access coming up. D'Amico Ryan's coming up behind us. Clint, great job. Tyler, great job. Everybody who